Hello friends, this is my video with tips and advice for every single killer in Dead by Daylight with timestamps in the description so that you can skip to whatever you want. This is the follow-up video with every killer from the twins all the way to Krasue. If you somehow missed the first one and need to see one of the killers there, the link will be in the description and in the pinned comment. Alright friends, it's time to talk about the twins. The twins are Victor and Charlotte. This is Charlotte. This is little Victor. They're both the same age, they're actual twins. But yeah, that's a whole can of worms. So the nice thing about the twins, okay, is that they are a basic standard killer when it comes to terror radius, when it comes to the lunge distance, the movement speed. This is a killer that plays exactly like the Trapper, exactly like the Wraith outside of his cloak, exactly like the Hillbilly outside of his chin. So this is a killer that should be really easy to pick up for a new player, mechanically speaking. Unfortunately, as these girls are discussing, no doubt, this is a killer that requires a lot of decision making, and Victor is quite a complex power, and there's a lot of depth to it, and you need to multitask a lot, and you need to know the map really well. Sometimes it's a little hard to know where you are, so when you switch to Victor and you're like, oh my god, I'm in a different spot. Like, this is a lot easier said than done, and it's very easy for a player like me that knows every map super well, because we played it a million times. Probably a little bit harder for someone that's still getting their bearings on the game. For that reason, even though mechanically this killer is not super complicated, I recommend that you play them a little bit later in your journey, and that you play them alongside other killers. That being said, they are really, really fun. If you don't get too many bugs, they are really, really fun. So Charlotte is a normal character. She just does lunges. She does not have any power at all. The one thing that you can do with Charlotte is when you switch to Victor, she becomes a pillar. So for example, much like with the Spirit, you see her aura right here. Survivors cannot go through you unless she's AFK for a long time, right? So if I chase a survivor with Victor, for example, and they run into Charlotte, they can get trapped here. So now this would be a really easy down or a really easy damage for me. Now, one thing to know about Victor is that he cannot do basic attacks. Look, if I press my attack button, it does nothing. This means that insta-down perks, Surge, Sloppy Butcher, they don't work on Victor. I mean, they'll work on Charlotte when she whacks you with her sickle, but not on Victor, okay? Victor is a special attack. What you need to know about Victor is that by default, he moves at 150% the movement speed of a survivor running. So could you girls please run away a little bit? Just in general? Yeah, look how quickly I catch up. His mobility is insane, and he has a couple add-ons to become even faster. And if that wasn't enough, his attack is called the Pounce, and it sends him flying. Wow, like that. Fun fact, you cannot fly over small obstacles. Like, for example, this rock, obviously I cannot go over, right? But you can jump over small obstacles, and you can also jump from hills to cover even more distance. So yeah, I could do something like, I don't know, like, what's a good example? Never mind. Yeah, something like this, right? There are some invisible walls around the map, and it's possible that you could collide with one of them, but if you're lucky, you will be able to fly really far. You can even hit a survivor over a drop pallet or a window. I mean, this window's a little bit special, right? Because it's so elevated. If a survivor were to vault this window, please go ahead. Because I'm not even sure I'll go over it, but yeah, I'm going to miss this. Yeah. Unfortunately, for you to go over the window, you need to be a bit further, and here the elevation works against me. Maybe from the side I could do it. Like, maybe if I do this. I could try it, but you get the point, right? You need a little bit of clearance. There you go. I made it past the window. But as you can see, I don't hit the survivor. Normal windows, however, are perfectly fine. As long as you are a little bit far, if a survivor is going through, you will 100% hit them as they're vaulting, maybe even afterwards. So, and pallets are the same. You don't want to be too close. If they are dropped, please, could you drop a pallet for me? I cannot do it with my little tiny hands. If a survivor drops a pallet, if you're this close, you're gonna get stuck. But if you are just the tiniest little bit further, that's gonna be enough for you to go through it and hit the survivor, right? Now, what happens if you hit a survivor? Very easy. If the survivor is already injured, it's the simplest thing, okay? If the survivor is already injured, you simply down them. Now, unfortunately, Victor cannot pick up the survivor and hook them on their own. That would be pretty sick. So an injured survivor goes down. And then what you'll need to do is transition back to Charlotte, find the survivor, sometimes a little bit far away from the body of Charlotte. So then you want to pick them up and hook them and yada, yada, yada. Now, it's quite important to remember that while you're close to a survivor on the hook, your power is a bit limited. I can recall Victor sometimes by pressing, but look, I cannot transform into him. I cannot switch. If I go a little bit further, maybe like top of basement stairs, a little bit further from the hook, now I can control him. Similarly, you cannot leave Victor by the hook. Look, if I'm this close, you hear that sound? That's the sound that lets me know, you cannot do this. If I go far away or the unhook happens, then now I can go back. Funnily enough, if you leave Victor at the hook and then you hook, then you can kind of bypass that system. But yeah, it's not something you have to do, but it's fine. So yeah, hitting a survivor that's injured, super simple, it makes them go down. However, what happens when you hit a survivor that is healthy? You actually don't injure them immediately, you attach to them. Now, this survivor does multiple things, okay? First of all, they cannot heal. They have the broken status effect, similar to Plague. So they cannot use their medkit, they can unhook, they can open gates, but for the most part, they cannot do anything else. They can do things in chase, but they cannot just work on gens or anything like that. They also have Victor on their back, and Victor, whenever you're not controlling him, acts as a radar. He's like a sonar. Any survivor that is not crouching gets picked up, but if they crouch, they don't get picked up. All right? It's been a little while, so I can recall Victor. Normally, what a survivor will do if you're not chasing them is get rid of it by doing a certain action. Go for it. Yeah, they're gonna do this, and this is a little graphic, so please look away if you're squishy. Squeamy? Yeah. No! So that's one way they can get rid of it. I can also manually recall it after, I think, 30 seconds. But this is something that Victor does even when you leave him somewhere else. So if I leave him here, I detect them, but what if they crouch? If they crouch, I don't detect them. Right? Now, one thing that they can do to Victor when you're not controlling him, let's say I'm busy hooking or busy kicking a gen, they can actually kick him and kill him. And that sends him on a little bit of a cooldown. You can see it takes quite a bit. And then after that cooldown, I'll be able to redeploy him. But for a bit, I don't have a power. This can also be done anytime this character is on a pounce cooldown. So, hold up. I'm going to injure one of them, all right? Just to demonstrate something. So, if I miss my attack, they can kick me. Please pretend to kick me, but don't kick me for real. Yeah, they kick me for real. Yeah, so they can kick you anytime you miss. Sometimes, if you miss and you end up really far away, you will have a bit of a mind game where they try to come to you, but then you run back a little bit. So in a situation where you think they might be able to kick you, you can run back a little bit, and then the period where you can be kicked ends, and then you can hit them, right? So say I miss an attack here, and they're coming, I'm gonna run back, so they can't kick me, and haha, gotcha, right? But this also happens, by the way, if a survivor gets down. So for example, let's say I'm very far away. If I down a survivor, the other survivor can kick me during my successful cooldown. Right? And she will be able to kick me. Remember, this doesn't happen if I attach to a healthy survivor. If I attach to a healthy survivor, there's no kicking me because I'm not on the ground. Right? So these are the moments when survivors can kick you. Because two survivors can kind of help each other constantly, it is a really good idea for survivors to travel in pairs. And what will happen sometimes, especially if you're far away, is that if you're chasing a survivor that is healthy and a survivor that is injured, what's going to happen is that sometimes the injured survivor will want to be going down. Hold up. Could you please get rid of him? Thank you. So say that I'm really far away, right? And I send Victor out. Hold up. You can stay injured if you want. Yeah. Let's say that I'm really far away, okay? Imagine that I'm really far away. The injured survivor might actually body block the healthy survivors, right? And then, I want to help. Oh, no. And then what happens is they kick me, and then they both heal. And by the time that I'm there, maybe they get the pickup, and I'm kind of wasting my time, right? This is one of the ways that they can outplay you. Now, what is one easy way to avoid a situation like this? You want to keep Charlotte near the center of the map. If I am in the center of the map, I will at most be half the map away from any one given point. But the worst thing that I could do is do the opposite, right? The worst thing is I could be on the edge of the map and then send Victor out. And honestly, this is awful. Because if I survive, if for whatever reason I miss an attack, or the survivor has endurance, and then I chase him, and 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 now they go down, I can't even get there in time. They might be healed. They can also do something really stupid. They can go into a locker, which maybe this Red Feng Min will demonstrate. If they go into a locker, Victor cannot do anything to them. The only thing he can do is hold the locker. If you hold the locker, Charlotte has about 12 or so seconds to get close. But look how far I am. By the time I am even halfway, they're going to break free and Victor will count as death. He's gonna be killed basically. And he's gonna restart very slowly again. So obviously this is a bad idea. Never ever have your Charlotte on the edge of the map unless you are really confident that you really need to get it down quickly. Generally speaking, especially with healthy survivors, you want Charlotte to be close to the middle, and then you send Victor on a little assassin mission, and then when you injure that survivor, then you follow them with Charlotte. They can't be that far, and then maybe you send Victor again, and so on. So we need to be quite smart about how we position ourselves. This is why this killer requires a slightly better map awareness and a little bit more strategizing than some of the other simpler killers that we've played so far. Now, if I grab a survivor into a locker with Victor and I'm close, all I need to do is come by and then pull them out, and that will be fine. And there's a lot of ways that you can play around survivors while they're blocking for each other. And don't worry, this is a very strong killer. As I've explained, if I'm in chase, there's basically nothing that Victor can do. Like, I'm gonna chase a survivor and I want them to play to the best of their ability. Let me find someone. He doesn't see scratch marks, by the way, so you need to be a little bit extra careful. But yeah, if I chase a survivor and they drop this pallet, like, obviously I could have hit her there, but let's assume she drops the pallet just to demonstrate. Like, I step back a little bit, bam, instantly hit, right? And if she was injured, she would have gone down. So what we're gonna be trying to do, as a general rule, is we're not gonna send Victor right away because it can be a little bit difficult to find survivor without scratch marks. And keep in mind that Victor does not have any perks. Any information perks, he doesn't see. Any auto reading, he doesn't get. Any insta-down, obviously he doesn't apply. The only perks that maybe he can get are perks that are passive, that sometimes make a noise, like discordance, without necessarily like being visible. So he can be a bit tricky. So the best idea is go into the map a little bit, see if you spot a group of survivors or some scratch marks, then you send Victor, and you hit someone as quickly as possible, right? Hold up, I thought we saw someone here. Now, sometimes what survivors will do, they recognize that if they get rid of Victor, you deploy him again quickly and maybe get another down or get another injury, right? So what some survivors will do, instead of getting rid of Victor, is they're gonna hang on to him. And for 30 seconds, I mean, yeah, it is a bit unfortunate, but this is fine. What you're gonna be doing during this 30 seconds is, I mean, if you can down them, great. If not, you're gonna get hits or pallets or kick a gen. You know, here in this situation, I wanna get as many people as injured, so I'm gonna get a hit. Excellent. And after 30 seconds, Victor becomes recallable. You can recall Victor, right? And he also becomes fully visible. So look, now it's 30 seconds. Look, I can see Victor. Before I recall him, I will always look. There's no point in instantly recalling him. Wait, have a second to look around to see where the survivor is, because information as a killer is power. But when I see where he is, 1 second after that, I'm going to recall him. If I hit her, I also recall him. And then I can send him again. Or maybe down this girl, and then send Victor on another girl, blah, blah, blah. That's the plan, really. It's really that simple. The complexity of this killer comes from being able to navigate complex situations and take a lot of perks into account. What do I mean by this? Let's say that I down one of these girls, and I have another girl injured. I need to ask myself, all right, can I get an injury quickly? Should I hook first? And will I do it later? Do these survivors have some perk or item that allows them to pick themselves back up? Have they already used it up? Does this girl have a medkit? She doesn't have a medkit. Maybe I'll injure her and leave her because she can't heal quickly and she'll be a bit of a dead weight for the team. She does have a medkit. Maybe I will commit to her so that she doesn't heal. You need to make all of these decisions, which will come with experience. But for the most part, that's all the complexity of twins. Keep in mind that because of their ability to do crazy leaps, you can actually do some really funny snipes. So if a survivor is on that generator, for example, I might be able to catch them with like a crazy leap from here. You know, stuff like that. You can do some fun stuff. You can really think outside the box and sometimes make Victor bounce out of things. So yeah, you can do like crazy things like this. And using elevation just to like, you know, just to get it on the map and get from platform to platform, it can be really fun. Just keep in mind that anytime your character glows red, like now, they are vulnerable to a kick. Also, one really cheeky thing that you could do with Victor is to put him on an elevated platform that survivors cannot get you on, like a little table, right? But this is something that the game has already thought about. So if you, for example, end some kind of pounce on an elevated area that you're not supposed to be on, like a rock, the game will automatically kill you. Now, I don't know if I can find one. It's a little complicated. But yeah, maybe try that. Here. Yeah, when you hear that little sound, wishy sound effect, that is the game telling you that you are in an illegal spot and Victor will immediately die. Sometimes you could even kill him on purpose to get him back quicker if you want. I guess that's something you could do. If that happens and you want to avoid the situation, just step out. You normally have a few seconds. There you go. Well, you saw that it flashed for a second, right? Yeah, very, very simple. Let's get a good build going on these two boyos and hop into a real match. And you'll see that this killer is very, very strong when played correctly. All right, so talking about their twins and their personal perks, Hoarder is a cute perk that makes more chests spawn in the game, and it lets you know when a survivor is either opening a chest or picking up an item from the ground. It goes well with the perk Franklin's or some kind of add-on that makes survivors drop their items. The twins has one called the Spinning Top, but there are multiple killers that have add-ons like this. So this can be a pretty easy way for you to find survivors. It's actually pretty nice, and on some killers, including the twins, it can be all right. I'm gonna not use it this time. Instead, we're gonna use Spies for more consistent information. Her perk Oppression is actually really dope. Whenever you kick a gen, other generators also get indirectly kicked. Now, unfortunately, you don't apply any crazy perks. So if you apply, for example, Call of Brine or Pop Goes the Weasel, that only applies, or Trail of Torment, Unforeseen, every perk that applies on a kick, that only applies on that one generator, okay? But other generators, if they are not being done, they will begin to regress, as if you kick them. But keep in mind that if a survivor is on that generator, instead they get a skill check. If they miss it, bam, minus 10%, like any other miss skill check. It's actually a pretty nice perk and very simple. Just because you have Oppression doesn't mean that you have to kick every single gen. You know, sometimes a gen at 1%, it's best ignored. But if you're a little lost and you don't know exactly where to go, it can be a nice perk, and it synergizes as well with other gen kicks. Personally, my favorite is Coup de Grace. Coup de Grace gives you tokens every time a generator is done. You can have up to 10 tokens in total over the course of the game. And with every token, you can have a longer launch. You need to learn how to play around it, but it can be really, really powerful. We'll show you how. On top of that, we're just going to have a bit of info, like we said, a little bit of slowdown, like we said. This perk has a different name if you don't own the Pinhead DLC. It's called No Holds Barred. And Sloppy Butcher. It doesn't apply on Victor, but it applies on Charlotte, and that's good enough. We could also go for Weeping Wounds / Gift of Pain. This also applies when you hook, so it could be a little bit more useful. But yeah, either or, I think it's completely fine. We're going to use Sloppy, which is maybe simpler. Add-ons. You almost can't go wrong with the simpler ones. Add-ons to speed up the transition from Victor to Charlotte, or the other way around, is easy. And the one that makes you ready up your pounce on Victor is also very simple. The speed add-ons, the two add-ons that give you extra speed, are really, really good. There is a collection of add-ons that only works when survivors get rid of Victor. They are typically green and some blue. Stay away from those add-ons. They really don't do a lot. Many times survivors don't even get rid of Victor because they actually want you to recall him so that you don't have your power for a while. So with that out of the way, let's play a match. Okay, someone asked me a really good question. Can Victor be blinded? The answer is yes, but when you play as Victor, your camera is not locked. You don't break or vault with Victor. So at any point, you can just look away. So you don't really get blinded, no. Okay, this girl is really far. I could go for a hit. I'm just going to send Victor and hit him, okay? And hit her, sorry. We're going to have to play around this pallet. Keep in mind that if you get stunned with Victor, you will go down. It's the same as if you get kicked. If you get stunned by head-on or stunned by a pallet, it will be the same thing. Hello. Notice that Victor is acting as a little beacon, a little radar. And it's revealing survivors. I see that there's a survivor there. Normally, with some killers, it's best if you just, like, get to a chase as quickly as possible and end that chase as quickly as possible. But trust me, with this killer, it really, really pays off. Hello, buddy. It really pays off to get everyone injured. Look, I'm gonna send Victor. I had information from spies from the shadows that some survivor was here. But it seems like they're actually gone, huh? Oh, is that them? No, that's just a reflection on the light. All right, I'm gonna go around a little bit. I think I saw an outline of a player. Who do I want to hit here? I'm going to hit the healthy survivor. I'm going to tell you why. I need to hook this survivor right here. If I down the other survivor, Claire will pick her up. But if I injure them, they can't heal so easily, right? Unfortunately, my hooks are really awful here. Claire actually did successfully like get rid of Victor. That's cool. I think you're gonna see Sable healed in a few seconds, but keep in mind, because we have Sloppy Butcher, if we have a heal that came from our attack, interrupting that heal interrupts all the progress. Oh, this is huge. Okay, let's see if they play this right. They need to run together. If they split up, this is death. Okay, bam. It takes a little bit of practice to hit survivors with Victor. It's very similar to how Blight does it. You kind of want to hit them when you're very close and when they're locked in animation. They have a boon. This is interesting. I'll explain why in a sec. She's in the kitchen. Victor is tense to... Oh my god, they're all dead, aren't they? They might have a totem that allows them to pick themselves up. I'll give them another chance. This is... Okay, please don't disconnect. Yeah, Victor, much like Demogorgon, hits quite generously to the side. Yeah, we have almost every survivor down. I'm just going to give them a chance to get back up on their feet. We'll have a long game to test. There is a boon, which is a perk that survivors can set on a totem. And there are several of them. One of them allows them to heal each other faster. One of them allows them to move faster. One of them allows them to be stealthy. They kick Victor. One of them allows them to pick themselves from the ground really quickly. So that's really good against Twins. We don't know if they have that. All right, let's pick up, see if they get the pallet safe. Nice, well done. We gave them a good chance. We get blinded here. That's fine. Give them a chance to recuperate, and we get to talk about some things. Yeah, as you can see, when everyone is injured, Victor can be a little gremlin that just downs, and especially with anti-healing perks, it is so difficult for survivors to ever get back healthy. If they had a medkit or some perk to heal, they often use it up, and it runs out. I'm actually gonna go the other way. Because Victor jumps a little bit up with his power, he also struggles to hit someone if they're going downstairs. If a survivor is going downstairs like this, my jump, look, it goes up. I will miss 100%. Even if they're going upstairs, because my jump will collide with stairs, look, it doesn't really move up very quickly. So for that reason, normally when stairs are involved, you want to be at the same level. Hiya. Yeah, as you can see, I can just look down, and blinding this character is almost impossible. So I could get rid of this boon if I want to. I don't need to. I could just kill them normally. They are so far behind. This game is basically unwinnable for them at this point. But yeah. Basically, anytime they're going up, do not try to hit them going up the stairs. Anytime they're going down, you will miss 100%. If they are on stairs and you cannot wait until they are in a more flat surface, what you want to be doing is get on their level and then hit them. So get on the same level and then hit them. Don't try to hit up or down. If it's a tiny staircase, it will be fine, but anything bigger, you're gonna get stuck. Keep in mind that the pounds from Victor is huge. It's really, really, it has a lot of lateral hitbox. Victor can be used as a bit of a radar. Remember, if they were anywhere nearby, I would hear a heartbeat. So it's not infallible. There could still be someone here, but it can be a nice way to know if a survivor is nearby. I could even hook there, and because I've already placed Victor, he can stay here as a little guardian. I can also recall him after it's been a while. Can I recall him now? Yeah, I can even press R2, sorry, M2 to recall him. You know why? He can just stay there for a little while. Okay, so they completed a generator. About time. We now have 2 stacks of the perk Coup de Grace. This perk means now that if I do a normal attack, I can actually extend the duration and the range of it. Look. I'll show you. Look at this. Wow! Do you see how long that was? Now, unfortunately, even if you only use a bit, you will lose a stack. So when you have this perk, you need to be a little careful, because if you don't use the full duration, the full lunge, you still lose it. Look, I'm gonna do a little lunge. And I'm still gonna lose it, even if it wasn't that long. So if a survivor is on you and you want to keep the stacks for the next stage, just do a little tap and you'll be fine. In a situation like this, I'm gonna put Charlotte on the left and send Victor on the side. Oh, Did he get kicked? Sorry, I thought I had him. In a situation like this, I will do similar to Spirit, right? Imagine that she's still in the car. I will be on the left, send Victor on the right, and then chase in this direction. And look, if she goes around, my own body blocks her. Now, I don't want to do the opposite. If I do the opposite, I don't know, maybe she could somehow drop the pallet from the same side and stun me. If Charlotte gets stunned by a pallet, she wakes up and Victor loses control. It's something that happens really rarely. You're never going to see it, but it could happen. So we don't want to give them that opportunity at all. So if we chase in the other direction and we use the body to essentially create a wall, that can be a guaranteed hit. Now, one of the biggest enemies for you as Victor, believe it or not, are trees. Little trees like this, if a survivor goes around them and around them and around them and around them, it can actually be really crippling because by the time you start using your power, they keep going around. They keep going around. And then if you are in a rush and you rush it, you're going to end up hitting the pole or the tree and you're going to get hit and you're going to die. And that's going to be really tilting and really embarrassing. So when a survivor is doing this on a tree, you want to be a little smart. And you want to kind of fake it out. Just charge it on the right side, then immediately turn to the left side. 90% of the time, they're going to run immediately into you and make it super, super simple. It is a little bit of practice, but it really, once you understand how Victor works, you'll never, ever, ever miss a pound. He is a killer that at high level, survivors don't even try to juke it because they know it's basically impossible to miss. We're going to fake her dropping that pallet. Does she do it? She doesn't. I'm going to charge that. Ooh, I am a bit too much to the left. I step back so that she wouldn't... Oh, does she vault it? This is basically unavoidable, by the way. She aimed all the way to the left, but I can aim at the center. And this, Victor covers the entirety of this little tight area between the car and the crate. Okay, in here, I have a problem. I don't have a chase power because Victor is doing nothing for me here, right? I have 30 seconds where I don't have him back. It's better in a situation like this to either get rid of the pallet really quickly and not do this stupid thing that I'm doing right now, or just to go for someone else. However, I do have coup de grace, so let's see if I can, I don't know, make her get greedy. Does she get greedy? Let's see. I think this is too much. Do you see that Victor is visible now? That means... Sorry, I wanted to show that. That's cool. That means that I can recall him. All right, so we've given them about 4 gens or so of head start. I think at this point, we can actually begin playing smart. Be careful not to have... Oh my god, I actually made a huge mistake there. I put Victor in such a tight spot. This survivor can pick themselves up. Oh, yeah. It is the perk that I was talking about, by the way. Let's pick it around facing this way. Otherwise, the Claire in the street is going to blind me. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do something funny. Hold up. Yeah, she thinks that this boon is gonna help them, but I actually think we can... Oh, that's unfortunate. I think we let her kick. Yeah, no, I actually think we're gonna lose this boon. Jokes aside. Ah, I think she's got her measure. Yeah, watch out, she's gonna pick herself up. Oh, she already has. You know what? Let's get rid of it one more time. And even though I feel like we had a great amount of like moments to explain a lot of common things, I now kind of don't have that much else to say, so let's have a look at our gens. We have 1 over there, 2 over there. They're not really together. I can't really hold them in one place, and I don't have anyone dead on hook that I could get rid of really quickly, so I don't have a shortcut there. What I can do is do what I did at the start, get everybody injured. Oh, hi, that was a cheeky play. Get everybody injured and then pick them off one by one. This is the guy that has the boon. I know because I saw him on a totem at the start. So if I keep him busy, I down him first, that boon is not coming back up. Alright, let's go. Remember, we can hit over a pallet, so we're not afraid. Okay. I am a little bit on the side. That was really weird looking. You know that oh, I see her right there. Remember, keep Charlotte in the middle. Oh, wait, she's got a boon too? Well, not anymore. Remember, we don't see scratch marks, but we do see blood. Alright, beautiful. Wait, did I hear the sound of another boon? Do they have 3 people with boons? What's with these people, man? Yeah. I think they actually might. This is fine. Oh, wait, they came here for the rescue. This is Claire, I think. Okay, let's do a big lunge from afar. Ooh, that was a big mistake. They missed a skill check while healing. Ooh, that sucks. I'm gonna use my second coup here to get this hit. She could have dead hard? Yeah, possibly. We waited out. You know, this hook is so close. Might as well just get it. The girl behind me probably gets picked up. That happens just now. Remember, when I'm on a hook, I cannot send Victor right away, but that's fine. We take a few steps, and now we can. We're gonna down this girl and keep her on the ground. She's like halfway down to bleeding. if you know that a survivor is trapped or doesn't have a lot of distance to dodge, you can actually lunge or pound, sorry, from so far. It's ridiculous. Okay, staircase. Do not use powered up. Once we're in the same level, easy peasy. I'm gonna actually... Oh! This is super easy, guys. Remember, same level. Perfect example. And this skill's gonna go down. I'm gonna let her go into a... No, I can't actually. Oh, that's a big mistake. I actually hit a doorway. This skill might kick me. Don't worry. Don't panic. Because there's no one on a hook now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Because there's no one on a hook, I can send Victor out without restrictions. I'm gonna use Ghoul, maybe. She cannot dead hard because she's out of the indie pool, so I don't even need to worry too much. And I'm just gonna swing because she's waiting at the pallet. And now they're gonna go bap, 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 and it's game over. So yeah, Victor and Charlotte working tag team like this can end games really, really quickly, as you can see. Now, what are some other things to keep in mind? There are some tricks that survivors can do, helping each other. There are basically the biggest deal with the twins, right? Is that there are a lot of perks that allow a survivor on the ground to pick themselves up. Either from a boon, like we saw in this match, either from someone healing them super quickly, maybe them picking themselves up with Unbreakable. And there are so many of these perks that you literally need to know all of them and what each of them does to be able to correctly identify them and do the appropriate thing at the time. And it's not super easy to summarize. And it's something that will come with time. And that's fine, hopefully. Just know that you don't need to leave people on the ground super long. Sometimes it's nice, and sometimes it's the only way, but you don't need to do it for super, super long. One thing that, by the way, that you'd be surprised is how often you can bait people. A survivor might hop into a locker, knowing that if you're far, they can't do anything. But one thing that you can do, by the way, is they hop into a locker, you do this, okay? You press left control, switch to Charlotte, and then you're gonna hear a heartbeat because their stupid selves came out of the locker to try to kick you, and bam, and now you catch them, and now you down them. You can do a lot of that. And if you're Victor, this map obviously is extremely open. We had great visibility, but you will often play maps that are very different, that are very tight, and maybe have a little bottleneck in the middle where survivors have to go through. So if that's the case, you can leave Victor there, someplace annoying, to serve as a little radar, and then between you and Victor, you can kind of cover a tight area or a semi-tight area, and between you and Victor, no one can get through you. So in maps like RPD, for example, between you and Victor, you can stay in a certain spot, and a survivor will have a very, very, very hard time sneaking past you. And I think that's basically everything you need to know about them. Other than that, it's just gonna come down to experience, and hopefully you'll find some really cool tricks and some really cool jumps. Hold up, before the final survivors bleed out, let's do a cool jump. Hold up. On the top ropes. Some maps have invisible walls. We've already covered this. It affects killers like Bubba, Billy, but some don't, and I think this one doesn't, so never mind. I don't know if this is one I can do. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Woo! Yeah! Oh no! Yeah, another thing that you need to be super aware of is that this killer is extremely prone to bugs. Every other patch they break, every other patch they become unplayable, so something to keep in mind if you're interested to become more invested with them. Alright, GG's guys, thank you so much. Alright, and that's it for the twins. Let's move on and do the killer coming afterwards, which is a darling to a lot of people. Disgusting Slugger. Sorry, homie. I mean, to be fair, they were prepared for that. Alright friends, it's time to talk about the Trickster, and this is a character that true to his name, is a little bit deceiving. On the one hand, if you look at his terror radius and his movement speed and his lunge and his everything, he actually seems like he is a normal basic attack killer. So he has the same lunge, the same speed, basically the same terror radius as Strapper, as Wraith. So he should feel like a basically equivalent killer to those. But in reality, there are a few things that set him apart, and especially if you misuse his power, he can be a little bit trickier to play. No pun intended. So, the first thing to know about this killer, despite having the 32-meter terror radius, he actually, on top of that, has an unremovable lullaby that starts at 44 meters and ends when he gets a little bit close to you. So, using stealth perks on this killer is completely fine. When you get close, survivors, they're not going to be able to zero in on your location. It's not like you need to know anything or change your builds completely. But just keep in mind that if you go in a straight line towards a survivor, compared to other killers, they will be aware of your presence a little bit sooner, and there's not much you can do about that other than running some stealth perks, right? So keep that in mind. And the other is that when we use his power, he's gonna slow down quite a bit. So if you keep using your power, you will lose distance. We will explain how to use this power, but first I wanna show a little bit exactly what that looks like. We're gonna ask our friend Feng Min to come to the middle of the map if possible. The power of the Trickster is to throw knives. When you hold the power, you enter the stance, which slows you down. And when you throw knives, you also slow down a bit more. Keep in mind that there's two ways to do it. You can tap, 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 or you can hold. Whichever is more comfortable. Now, I want Feng to please run a straight line towards Shaq. And I want you to see just how little I catch up, if at all, while I'm using my power. 1 second, I need to join a voice chat so that she can actually hear me. 1 second, I'll be right with you. Thank you so much. Could we please run to Shaq? Thank you. Right, so look, I'm catching up because I'm fast. I'm gonna hold my knives. And I don't know, I'm just gonna throw randomly. And as you can see, I'm losing distance. This is the reason why, with this character, you need to be very deliberate. You need to be very deliberate in your movement because of the larger presence of this killer. You might have survivors stealth you more effectively, and you will slow yourself down and use your power. So how do we use our power? It's very simple. Think of this killer almost like Baba, almost like Cannibal. If you catch a survivor in the open, they are going to be very, very hard pressed to make distance. You will damage them very, very, very quickly, and you will not lose as much distance as if you did a normal attack. If I do a normal attack on this survivor, I will injure them, right? But then I go through a cooldown where I'm very slow and they get a speed boost. If I use my knives, however, notice 1, 2, 3, it's gonna do up to 7, and then they will make a noise. Keep in mind that you can know when you hit a survivor with a knife because you see that little purple hit confirmation, and you can also check in the HUD. When you hit the 7th knife, that's your warning. You see that little scream and the red icon? That means that one more knife will injure. However, this killer has a built-in cooldown where if you don't hit a survivor with a knife for 15 seconds or so, they will begin to lose progress, and it's lost permanently. So in a situation like this, I definitely want to make sure to get at least one more knife in quickly. And now we're back to the point where one more knife will damage. So you want to make sure that if you're chasing a survivor and losing them on and off, get at least one knife in every now and then. So this will injure. Fong, could you please run away when I injure you? Do you see that I can still throw knives and I don't go into any sort of like cooldown like you normally do when downing a survivor? That is very important. Much like the Huntress, we are reloading from lockers, and much like the Huntress, we want to be a little bit smart about reloading, okay? If we've lost survivors and we have no idea where we are, do not go into a corner to reload, waste even more time, and then give them even more time to get away. It's okay to chase for a bit until you find some people and then reload in a more logical area. If you've only used one knife, like right now, no need to reload. If you still have 30 knives, no need to reload. If everyone is injured and you have 20 knives and you are pretty confident that you can hit half of them, no need to reload. Otherwise, do reload because not having a power is never quite optimal. So, one more thing that happens every 8 knives, on top of injuring survivors, is that this killer has a passive ability called the main event that builds up over time. As you can see, every knife, even if it was on different survivors, contributes towards this. And it's activated at 8 knives. Unlike laceration on survivors, it does not decay. So we're gonna wait 15 seconds, and you're gonna see that the knives on Feng Min are gonna start to bleed out and disappear, fizzle out. But don't worry, the main event, it does not go away. So thank you so much, Lafleur. Welcome back, by the way. I feel like you subbed the other day and I didn't thank you. But yeah, if we go here, and now we are 1 knife away from achieving it. When you achieve main event, you will have, if I remember correctly, 20 seconds to activate it. When you activate it, okay, be careful. If you get stunned at any point during this, you will lose it. So we'll try not to activate it, only to run into a pallet right away. You're gonna go through a short cooldown, okay? And you're gonna start throwing knives really quickly. And these knives are infinite ammo. So let's have a look. And look how quickly they damage. You can go through so many health states, and if you're accurate and survivors are clumsy, or they're in a bad spot, or if they're in the open, well, it's really bad news bears for them. And as you can see, it doesn't use any ammo. The main event ends when the timer has elapsed or when you press left control. In there, I pressed left control, so that was nice. I save a little bit of extra time. No need to stay on it, right? If you've already downed everyone you needed to down. Another thing that's not super obvious is that you don't need to activate main event from a neutral position. So, hold up. I'm just gonna get main event real quick. I only need one more knife. I can activate main event from this stance, or I can activate it while I'm already holding knives. So I'm just gonna wait for her to lose one more knife so we don't down her. In 3, 2, 1, about now. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Okay, let's throw one more knife. That's main event. So look, if I'm already chasing her, right? And I've already thrown knives, this would be an ideal situation to activate main event. Obviously, if I hit her with a normal knife, she's gonna start running away from the extra damage, right? So I could already press it, and I don't need to reset my aim to press it. I can press it while aiming. One thing that survivors can do against main event, by the way, is hop into a locker. You want to show us that? Unfortunately, when you go into a locker, main event, unlike normal knives, you cannot go knife, knife. It's automatic. It's rapid fire automatically. And the only way to deal with a locker is to just kind of get close and cancel. When they come out, if they're injured, you can probably hit them, or if they're very, very clumsy, even grab them. Now, the reason why I would block this way is because if she comes out, I want to make sure I don't make it easy for her to get the window, right? Like, if she runs that way, I want to body block it, and then I want to go again, blah, blah, blah. Now, you'll notice that, generally speaking, when I shoot at survivors, I will aim closer to their legs and to their lower back or their butt. Hitboxes on survivors are a little bit deceiving, and if you aim at their head, you're gonna be too distracted. Aiming at the lower back is a nicer idea when it comes to hitting them consistently. Here's main event again. Let's show you what it looks like. Sometimes you will get it just to get a few in there. And what I'm showing you right now are the bouncy knives. You see these bouncy knives? This is an add-on. Normally, the Trickster's knives only hit one surface and then they explode, and then they are useless. But with this add-on, which I thought it would be fun to show you, you actually have them bounce twice, which can be fun. He also has an add-on that makes the knives explode and deal damage like slightly around them, but it's half damage. That is the Edge of Revival. You see that little particle? Any survivor nearby would take half damage from that. So something to keep in mind. Now, that really is all there is to this killer. There are some intricacies and some things that we'll cover while we play a real match. But the basic idea with this killer is we probably want to have at least one information perk, or at least we want to pay a lot of attention, because we need to be very deliberate in our navigation around the map. Once we see multiple survivors, we're going to try to go for the one that makes the most sense for us to chase. How do you decide that? Well, very simple. A survivor in this loop is a good idea for me to chase. Look, they go around this. It's knife, knife. Okay, maybe they get behind this tree. Okay, maybe I fake it. Maybe I go here. Knife, they're down. However, a survivor that goes on a high tile like this, or shag, that's a different story. Here, it's not so simple. A survivor running me around this, I cannot shoot over this loop. So you want to prioritize chases that take place in loops that are short. Survivors will obviously try to do the opposite. They will try to take you to these places. Needless to say, because the Trickster can do so much damage per second, and he can interrupt on hooks and do all kinds of nasty things with and even without main event, it is a good idea for you to put people in basement if possible. And if survivors ever make the mistake of unhooking in front of you, you can punish it very, very, very severely. We're going to get a build going. Thank you so much, Hazer. Welcome back, friend. We're going to get a build going to explain some of his unique needs. And we're gonna play a real match to show you what he looks like in action. We'll talk a bit as well about some of the finer strategies with him. And let's sign this girl's autograph. All right. No need to see it. No need to see it. No need to see it. Okay, while we queue up for a match, let's talk about some do's and don'ts with his add-ons, his builds, and whatnot. The Trickster's perks, by the way, are amazing. Starstruck is a nice perk. When you pick up a survivor, you can insta on people around you. Works really well on people like Spirit or maybe Singularity killers that are really unpredictable and damage you with a basic attack. This killer doesn't focus on basic attacks, so not the best on him. Crowd Control is also a really nice perk that blocks windows passively, helps especially on killers with chainsaws and other insta-downs. We're not going to run it on him, but it's a nice perk and it's a hex. And No Way Out, I think, works really well on everyone. If you hook many different survivors, it is stronger, but even when it's not at its max power, it delays the endgame. So we're going to be pairing that with Know It, another really nice endgame perk. Because this killer really needs to know where he's going, we're also running Bitter Murmur. This shows us a little bit where survivors go after a gen is popped. And in the endgame, we see everyone. Seeing everyone with Know It, that's a really good combo, and these two perks are basic perks that everyone has access to. Another basic perk that everyone has access to is No Hold Bards or Deadlock, depending on your version of the game. This perk just blocks gens without dust doing anything. Keep in mind, this killer, for the most part, wants to damage people with his knives. You're not going to be applying many perks like Sloppy Butcher or Francilian or Surge with your special power. Having an insta-down perk here and there, like Know It, that's fine, but you do not necessarily want to build too much around it. Another thing to realize is that this killer has to reload between chases, and he doesn't have any great mobility. He doesn't teleport, he doesn't dash around the map rapidly. So as such, perks that work in the background, perks that work passively, such as No Way Out, such as this one, are a little bit more advised on him compared to other perks like Pop Goes the Weasel or Eruption that require you to go to a gen, kick a gen, and maybe not necessarily catch up to survivors as quickly. As for add-ons, one of the simplest and best add-ons are the Memento Blades that just makes all of your knife throw-ins faster. Super, super difficult to take off once you try it, but you also cannot go wrong with add-ons that increase your blade count. There are 2 of them. There's also several add-ons that increase the duration of your main event. If you're trying to get particularly good with it, try them out. They're all good. And I also am a big fan of the add-ons that increases movement speed when holding blades. This is also decent for beginners. Just because you have this add-on doesn't mean that you should be holding blades on and off all the time. But in some loops that are difficult to work with, you're going to be going around knife, knife, going around knife, knife, going around knife, knife. And I think this add-on helps a bit with that. If you don't have this add-on, you do lose the survivors around corners a little bit more frequently. And that's it. Avoid the add-ons that increase the combo. That is a very obscure feature that even Trickster mains honestly don't care about. Don't worry too much about that. And this should serve you pretty well. These are not the ideal perks, but hopefully it's enough to get us started. Okay, Topo Landing is a little bit of a weird map, and we spawn in the middle. Spawning in the middle is a little difficult because you don't know if they're all on your left or all on your right. I'm betting that they're all on my left. Oh, well, at least one here. Now, should you ever do what I'm doing right here, just go for one knife, you don't necessarily want to do that. When a survivor does an action in front of you for a long time, like a vault or something, you definitely want to put a few in. If the survivor honestly is giving you a hit for free, you can just go for the hit. However, similar to Huntress, if you damage a survivor with your power, they make far less distance, which makes it way more likely that you're actually going to hit them. And on top of that, it also gives you a main event, which we have right now, and I think I can use right now. That's perfect. Okay. Yeah. Using main... keep in mind that after one set of 8 knives, you've already injured the survivor and used main event. So many of your chases will go like this. Don't feel bad if you don't have an opportunity to use it. If you use it, you will save knives overall because it's infinite ammo. Right? But you don't have to use it every chase. Sometimes you can even down a survivor, save it, and because it lasts for 20 seconds, well, guess what? Okay, there I took some steps to get a nice line of shot, but I didn't take any more than I needed. One more knife there. It's very important to, even if you think you're not gonna down them immediately, go for a few knives here and there. Okay, so this survivor... Do you see that mistake that he almost made there? Okay, I might use main event here, guys. Because I have 3 knives, and with only 3 knives, I'm in a bit of a risk here. Okay, I see Bitter Murmur. I see a survivor going to the left. I see that that gen over there is blocked, which means it's the most progress generator left in the map. It might be at 0, but that tells me that there's nothing left, right? So either way, good stuff. I reload between my chase. Awesome. I'm now ready to go back. And ideally here, I could try to chase the Steve. So that gen is at like 60 or something, and this is even more done. So we go here immediately. We also saw the person with Bitter Murmur, so we know they're around. You know what would be an amazing perk right here? Nowhere to hide from the night. It would be so good. Just to know, because they're hiding here somewhere for sure, right? There's 2 gens here nearly done. But we cannot, like, lose our minds. Oh, okay. Anytime a survivor does something clumsy, like falling from a great height, and they slow themselves down, it is a really good idea. Here, if I pull my knife out, I'm just gonna be so slow. I'm gonna get a bit closer, and then I'm gonna start doing it. Much like Huntress, if you pull out too early... Oh, damn, that was real good. He's gonna go straight to the right, where I cannot shoot over an obstacle. Pretty smart. We're looking for a small opportunity to hit him here. Ooh, he's done this really well. He's done his homework. Oh my god. Okay, he's dead. Oh, what? Okay, I have main event for like 2 seconds. Never mind, it ran out. Hey, buddy. I'm just gonna take the hit. I'm gonna take the hit. I could have... If I was super confident that I can hit 8 knives out of 11, I would have used my knives, and you never know. Maybe I get main event after, and then I down him, and then I down everyone, and then they invite me into the White House, and they make me, you know, official trickster of the country. But sometimes it's completely fine to look at what's on the screen and know your limits. And I think that was a place where it was safe to know my limits. It would have been a good thing for me to look towards that gen that got completed, because I had Bitter Murmur. I might have been able to catch a glimpse of whoever was there. Luckily, this gen is blocked from our perks, so we're chilling. That person healed, which means they're close. They could be close to the person that popped the gen. Let's go over here, see if we spot anyone. I see absolutely no one. I know absolutely nothing. The one thing that I'm very happy though is that we got someone in basement. I don't hear that gen being done, but I could pop up the volume a little bit. If I play this very, very passive, it's not going to be good. Even though we have a perk that helps us in the endgame, we do not necessarily want to get there unprepared. Yeah, okay, that gen over there, I just did really not know about. Oh, they came in. All right, we're going to be practicing coming out of basement here. Okay. This is very dirty gameplay, but... Oh, that's so unfortunate. Chat, tell me, what did this guy do right and what did he do wrong? Okay. Oh, I lost him. Oh man, he's hard to see with that brown jacket. Okay. I know that if I pick this guy up, I'm gonna eat a decisive. Where is he? Oh, he's been crawling, dude. Careful, look away from where the other guy might have been. Yeah, he had a flashlight. You never want to risk it. Please tell me they don't pick up that quickly. Surely they don't pick up that quickly, right, chat? They don't pick up that quickly, right? They pick up that quickly. Damn it. Right, so we concentrated on that guy. That was fine. I think we can put a few knives in him. That's like 19 knives left. Should I commit to this chase? I could. I think it will work out. Does he run into me now? Is he a bit clumsy? Couple knives here and there. Ooh, hitting one knife now is really important just to reset the timer, guys. Even just one. There you go. Pretend to fake this way. Ooh, that should be a mistake unless he has life. He could have dead hard, so I'm scared. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay, I was scared he would do a dead hard. Now, the Renato of the hook did a dead hard, which is a perk that gives you endurance if you time it at the same time you take damage. However, as I'm sure everyone realized, he was already in Dipun. If you use Dead Hard while you're in Dipun, it doesn't matter, you do nothing. I should have tried to find out where this person was. He's the... Okay, I'm gonna use my min event here. It is wasteful. I'm gonna hit him like twice. But guess what? Hitting him twice for free is not bad. It's not bad. It would have been even better if I had duration or something. I'm gonna wait for my cooldown because I actually want to damage him with knives. Why do I want to damage him with knives? Because I want to have my main event halfway charged so that I can use it early on this guy. We wanna go for this guy who's dead on hook. If the last gen pops, that would be amazing because I would instant on him with Noed, my perk from endgame. But he could also have a Dredge, so... And we could also have a... Okay, now that's my type. They could have adrenaline as well. He should die here. He forgot to use Dead Hard or didn't have it or whatever. Maybe try to time it and fail. That's great. This is a good situation to have no it and no way out. Keep in mind, everyone is going to be locked in the game for a bit longer because of no way out. I have a person that on hook and Bitter Murmur will show me the others of everyone. Oh, and this is the one gen they might have progress and maybe they have nothing else. Ouch. This girl we have never hooked. If I hooked her one time, no way out would grow in strength. But you know what? I don't care. No way out of 3 stacks is still almost a full minute. With 4 stacks, it is a full minute. Might be an M1 so that I preserve my knives. She does have a pallet here? I am one. And go back to the pallet. Sorry, go back to the generator. Hopefully they're calling it out and they're going there in desperation and not thinking too straight. One thing that we didn't talk about a lot is that this killer's power, this is great, this person's dead on hook. This killer's power has a small hitbox, right? It's a bit like Deathslinger. It can actually go through small gaps. Should you try to go through small gaps? Not all the time, no. Okay, let's get super close and then go, 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 go. Awesome. Is it main event time? Main event time around the corner? Beautiful. Beautiful. Do we see Steve with a flashlight nearby? Hopefully not. Hopefully not. Okay, so my perks are gonna do 3 things. Reveal everyone's aura. There's a girl anyway. Hold the exit gets for a bit. There we go. And also grab me a bit of speed. And also let me insta down. Not that it matters because they're all injured, right? This person is stealthing. Pretend I haven't seen her. And bam, easy peasy. And if I want to get a little greedy, I can leave her on the ground and go straight for Steve, who should be around there. Beautiful. Do I use knives in this situation? No, I don't care. There's 2 things that can happen. Either I kill Steve and that's everyone, or by the time I get to Steve, Lara has some kind of perk to pick herself up from the ground, in which case maybe I only get 3 kills, but maybe I'll get 4 because the exit kits, remember, are taking a while. And the timer only begins to tick once they've touched it. They did have Unbreakable, which is fine. This person can have Dead Heart, but I think I saw him with... Okay, I'm gonna pick up facing the Lara because I want to see. You see that notification? That tells me that that gate has been touched. And now a 48-second timer begins. Where the gate cannot be open. Do I want to reload here? Honestly, I don't really care too much. Maybe they'll rescue Steve and they'll hide forever. It's really unpredictable. What could they do? I was so far, you really don't know. If I were... Oh, yeah, maybe we do know. Okay. Alright, I don't need to explain this, but maybe do not go into lockers against the killer that opens lockers to refill his power, but, you know... Don't mind the backseat. I know this isn't a survivor guide, but you saw her going in there? I didn't, chat. I didn't. I was looking at other things. I was looking at my ammo. I was looking at plenty of other things, I promise you. To be fair, this was a bit of a difficult endgame for them. You know, she couldn't even heal if she had some healing method because I would have insta-downed her anyway with no... It was tough. So yeah, do not try to throw through gaps like that super commonly, but it is a good idea to do it when a survivor is really, really close to being dead, or if you want to reset their laceration. So say for example that I get Steve to 7 knives and then he goes behind some obstacle that has a small gap. It's okay to try. Maybe I'll damage him. And if I don't damage him, maybe I'll reset. If the laceration is about to end, maybe I'll reset the timer and then I can catch him later. GG's. Thanks for the tunnel from basement and help from everyone. I'm so sorry, man. We do showcase sometimes the strengths of these killers, and sometimes survivors do not like it when you do something that your killer is good at. But hey, that's the name of the game. We're not gonna dwell on it very much. I hope that you enjoyed Trickster. He is getting a rework at some point in the future that could make the gameplay quite different. We don't really know what it looks like yet. So if you watch this video and you look at your game and your Trickster is completely different, it is possible that he's been reworked already and this information is outdated. Hopefully there's still some overlap and hopefully it was entertaining. All right, friends, it's time to talk about Nemesis. And you know what? Like, just realizing that it was time to talk about Nemesis, I had a smile creep up on my face. This is one of my favorite killers. He's actually so fun and he has great perks. So if you're a fan of Resident Evil, like I am, and you want to have great perks like everybody does, do buy this character. He's pretty great. The thing is, this character, for the most part, is a basic standard killer. Normal 32-meter terror radius. Even though he doesn't have a weapon, he has a normal lunge. Thank you very much, Thomas. Welcome back. Thank you for the 600 months. And normal movement speed. He really doesn't do anything different from a trapper, from a wraith. When you don't use their power, these killers all play the same. The one thing that is important to realize is that Nemesis is about approximately 17 meters tall. You, unlike Legion, unlike Freddy, cannot really hide behind small obstacles like this and maybe minding the survivor for like a split second. Like something like, for example, this rock right here, there's a chance that if you're playing one of the smaller killers, when you walk behind this rock, there's a chance they don't see you. And in a little moment of confusion, you show up from the wrong angle they weren't expecting. So the only thing to keep in mind, right, is that despite being a normal standard killer, he is pretty loud, his footsteps are pretty audible, and he's very, very tall. Now, on top of being a standard normal killer, you always spawn 2 zombies, a female and a male one, okay? The zombies passively find survivors. You can tell when a zombie is looking after a survivor because they have their arms raised. So the first thing they do is give you information. The other zombie, the male one, doesn't have his arms raised. Notice that if a zombie chases a survivor, even if they lose a survivor, they will continue searching until they stop in approximately now. There you go. So yeah, zombies find a survivor, bother a survivor, and if they lose a survivor, then they eventually go back to random roaming. If you kill a zombie with a punch, that is very quick. If you kill them with your tentacle, that is a little bit slower, but as you see, it gives you 1 point. A point, we'll explain what that is later, right? A bit more talk about zombies. Zombies go towards screams, go towards certain noises. Most perks that you can run don't, but certain perks can, right? And if they hit the survivor, they will infect them, and we'll talk about that. And they can be delayed by blinds. Any type of blind will make the zombie go, oh, and be useless for about 12 seconds. And they can also be killed by stuns, including pallet stuns most commonly, right? I'm gonna kill the zombie as well, and that's gonna give me 2 points. And what you need to understand, okay, is that this killer is a bit like Old Myers. He has 3 stages, and the nice thing is that he progressively gets stronger as the match goes. And once you progress to the next stage, you never go back. You don't lose your progress like other killers. So we're gonna be a normal killer, but we're gonna try to use our power to get stronger. You will see that your power gets stronger because your arm will mutate and you will see more pustulas and more horrible looking veins. You also see it on the bottom left. Right now we're at tier 1 and we can go to tier 2 very quickly. So how do you get to tier 2? To get to tier 2, you need 5 infection points. You get 1 point if you tentacle a zombie. You get 1 point if you tentacle a survivor that's already infected. And if you tentacle a survivor that is not infected, you get 3, which is awesome. Now, because I need 5, and I've already hit 2 zombies, when I hit the survivor, I should be at 5, and ta-da! You notice that my arm has this little growth on it, survivors can see it, and now tier 2, and also the whole map plays this sound that's like brum. Now, very important. Without tier 2, this killer cannot break pallets with his power. So, Fongling, could you please? Yeah. Oh, by the way, one thing. This killer spawns cases. If survivors open them, and you interrupt them, and you don't let them, and you chase them off, the case closes in 3, 2, 1. There you go. So that's a fun fact. And then they have to open it again. Cases are limited. There's only 4 of them in the whole map. Maybe less if you have a certain add-on. And what they can use is they get this little vaccine, they do this animation, and they remove the blue infection. The infection is basically a prerequisite to taking damage. So as you can see, if she runs into the zombie, she will take infection. And if she runs into the zombie again, this time she will take damage. And if I hit her with my tentacle, it's the exact same thing as a zombie, except I also slow her down with it. So if I hit her now, she will go down. If I hit her when she's healthy, which she's gonna be in a second, I will injure her. So think of it like an extra step before taking damage. The nice thing about tier 2 is that your tentacle, on top of damaging survivors and infecting survivors, can also break pallets and breakable walls. This is one of the most effective, or possibly the most efficient, pallet and wall breaker in the entire game. Let's kill this guy. Don't worry, zombies respawn. They respawn in hooks, and they respawn every X seconds. So what is the idea now that we're in tier 2? The idea, right, is that if the survivor runs into me, I'm just gonna whack them like a normal killer. Bam! But if the survivor is zoned, I'm gonna look to use my power, right? So the easiest way to use your power is to zone a survivor. So this survivor right here, we make them drop this pallet, right? Let's chase them in. We don't want to chase them in this direction. This would be a bad idea. Because if they stun me here, now I'm stunned and they run into the other side of the map, which is not ideal. Let's chase them in the other direction to zone them into the edge of the map, right? Like this. Even if we get stunned, it's not a big deal, because I'm gonna go this way and maybe hit her at the window if I'm lucky, right? But let's say that I was a bit smarter and I didn't get stunned. What could I do here? Look at my ability to zone here, right? If I was a normal killer, I would need to come here, drop it again, and I would need to break this pallet normally, right? And when I break it normally, she's gonna go for that window. But look at what I can do with Nemesis. Look, I can be here, drop it, and if she goes to the window, it doesn't matter where she goes, she's trapped. I'm gonna get the hit or a follow-up tentacle. So this killer is very, very, very good at zoning. The first thing that you should learn with him, before you even try to hit survivors, is when to use your power for zoning, right? So what's another good example here? Here, the pallet is a little bit closer. Say there was a pallet right here, right? I would choose in this direction, make her drop it, and then break it, and look, she doesn't make that much distance. The pallet is gone, and she will probably take a hit. Now, we talk a little bit more about how to hit survivors with your tentacle. Should you always go for the tentacle? As a beginner, it can be a little bit difficult because your tentacle has a charge up time where you cannot immediately like release it, and it also locks your camera. Look, even if I'm looking up, yeah, it locks your camera into place, right? The way the tentacle works, think of it like a long horizontal Kit Kat, right? Like a long bar. And when you attack, that long bar starts moving down. So what that means is that, for example, Fong, could you please be behind this wall? If I do this, I will hit her because it's going from top to bottom, right? But what happens if you crouch? I don't hit her anymore because it goes on top, doesn't find anyone, and when it goes long enough down, it hits the wall and it doesn't penetrate it, right? Now, what happens if I drag my tentacle? If I drag my tentacle, which is something that you can do by attacking and then strafing to the left or strafing to the right, like this. I know the blue part on the ground doesn't move, but your tentacle does move. Look, I can hit her. If I do this, do you notice? Did you notice that it took a little bit of time to hit her because the tentacle goes from up to down? But look at what happens if she crouches here. If she crouches here and I drag my tentacle just like I did before, it doesn't hit her. Why? Again, when it was up top, it didn't find her, and when it was below, it did find her, but there was a wall in between. So obviously, we didn't hit her, right? Now, very, very, very important. Should you try to hit survivors in the open? If you're not super confident, you don't have to. If I find a survivor in the open, it's completely fine to just hit them. If I want to tier up quickly, because I am in tier 1, and I have the opportunity to hit a survivor and it's kind of free, I will try it at least once. Especially if the survivor is in a bottleneck. What is a bottleneck? A bottleneck is a place like this, where the survivor can do nothing. No matter what they do, I am going to infect them. All I need to do is hit on the side and then drag it a little bit to the right. So I'm not going to do it here because I don't want to injure her, but basically if I do this, that covers the entire area. There's basically nothing they can do. So if I see an opportunity, I will do it. Bam. And that covers the entire area. It's also really easy to hit survivors if they are stuck in animation. So if I'm chasing this girl and she goes into a window, maybe she can find us a window or dropping a pallet or something. Then I can literally, as long as I find, you obviously cannot like bend your tentacle, but as long as you find the right angle and you guess the hitboxes a little bit, that will be a hit. So if I chase this way, maybe, hold up. I could even hit like this through the window, right? Not if she crouches. If she crouches, I probably will miss, but it depends a little bit on the window. It's a bit inconsistent, right? We're not going to try it. So we're going to be a little careful. So anytime a survivor is locked in animation or is in an easy place, or God forbid they are cornered somewhere, then go for the hit because it's basically free, right? And we tier up. What happens when you get to tier 3, which is what we're going to about to do right now? Another sound plays, your arm gets even more messed up. You can see it really ugly. I gain 1 extra meter of range. The maximum range of Nemesis is about this. Tiny little bit forward, tiny little bit forward. Tiny little bit forward, tiny little bit forward. Right about there. You can see that it doesn't, you don't need to be fully in it. You can break a breakable wall or a pallet even from the maximum range, which is ridiculous. Because look, I could just be walking here and go boop, break it and continue my chase. You shouldn't do it, but because you lose a bit of distance, but you can do it very, very quickly in between chases. You can clean up pallets that were broken. Against this killer, there are very few reasons. Like as this killer, you don't necessarily want to break pallets. You really don't need to. If she, for example, comes and drops this pallet over here, I will break the pallet when the chase is over. I will break the pallet at some point because it's quick, but I don't need to break it right now. If let's say that right now I know I'm gonna get the down, it's fine. I get the down, and if someone else comes here later, I'm gonna hit them. And if I don't, I'm gonna break them. I'm gonna break it. And if I don't chase here anyone ever again, then I didn't even waste any time on the pallet. So you don't need to prioritize breaking pallets nearly as much as other killers. Now, there's one exception to this. If the pallet is very good. If the pallet is Shaq, if the pallet is like one of the really, really strong ones, break it right away. If it's a pallet that has very little around it, this is like medium. This is like a little bit safe on the one side, not so safe on the other. This one, you can break, and it's fine. But if you find a really, really unsafe pallet, one that has like nothing on the edge of the map, don't even worry about it too much. Oh, look, the zombie's blinded. Get back on the job. So, our big idea is gonna be, get to tier 2 as soon as possible. We're not gonna obsess. If we can do it, great. If it's a bit difficult, it comes a bit later. Get into chases where our tentacle is good. Those are most chases. We need to close the gap and make sure that we don't spread ourselves thin. Our zombies are going to be giving us information, right? Survivors will eventually use vaccines to remove their blue infection, but we don't necessarily have time to chase every survivor. We don't necessarily have time to do everything, go around the map. We don't have any mobility, so we want to focus our efforts. If we get a survivor out of the way quickly, awesome. If we have the opportunity to chase a survivor into a zombie so that we are looping and they have to walk into the zombie so they get hit from me or from the zombie anyway, great. We look for small opportunities like that to have the most efficient chases possible, and that's literally all there is to it. There are some crazy tricks and some crazy things you can do with tentacles, and survivors will make it very, very difficult by dodging side to side because they expect you, right? When they chase around an obstacle, like for example, loop around this little rock, right? They know that you're gonna do this, right? They know that you're gonna do this. So what they'll do is, instead of looping tight, when they see you pull out your tentacle, they're gonna go whoop, and they're gonna step out, and then you're gonna waste time. So you need to understand the caliber of survivor that you're playing against. Remember that if you look at their face and they're looking behind them, they're looking at you. If they're not, maybe they're gonna be a bit easier to mind them. We will get a build going for him, and anything else that's important about this killer, we will talk about during a real match in about a second. High five. Okay, you might have noticed that there are 4 perks with the name Nemesis. Nemesis is a different perk, but it's not from the Nemesis. His own perks are pretty good. Eruption is great. You kick a generator. When you down someone, that generator takes damage. If anyone is on it, you also see their aura. Awesome. Goes well with Pop Goes the Weasel, anything else of gen kicking nature. Hysteria is his weakest perk. I don't think it's very good. If you injure survivors, anytime you injure a new survivor, everyone becomes a little bit oblivious, and they might have a harder time hearing you. Not great on Nemesis, almost not great on anyone. But yeah, it's a very mediocre stealth or confusion perk. You could run Hex Fortune's Full, and that would be way, way better and way, way simpler. Leave Pursuer, however, is a standout perk. This perk is amazing. It shows you this, at the start the locations of all survivors, unless they have some stealth perk, and that lets you know exactly where to go and how to approach your chase to bother as many people as possible. It also makes every other perk and every other add-on that gives you an aura for an X amount of duration work for a tiny bit longer. So an aura that would reveal for 12 seconds is now 14 seconds, and so on. So yeah, this is obviously awesome, and we will be running it. We will just run some other basic perks as well on top of that to have a rounded up build. As for add-ons, some of these killers' add-ons are a little bit unreliable. It's really hard to find anything that's reliable. A few things that do stand out. There are 2 add-ons that make it slower to consume the vaccines, the plant binds and the syringe. These are good. There are 2 add-ons that increase the detection cone of the zombies, so they more reliably find people. These are fine. There are add-ons that make zombies faster. These together with detection are good, and if you have to choose, probably go for speed. Faster zombies mean they cover more ground, they find people more consistently, they are a little bit more annoying. They're not going to get hits for you very often, they're not going to win you the game most of the time, but these are fine. And then you have a few other add-ons that have obviously good effects, like hindering survivors for an extra second, or the ones that increase the infection that you gain from survivors, Marvin's Blood being the best of them. Honestly, just go for the simple ones, and you can try some of the more advanced ones later. I think we're gonna stick to these 2 for the time being, just so our zombies work in the background. If your zombies help you get 1 hit or give you 1 assist once per game, that's good enough. You don't rely on them very much. They are there to just help slow down the game a little bit in the background. This killer does have the ability to punch survivors, but for the most part, you don't necessarily want to build a lot of perks into basic attacks. You want to use your power frequently. As a beginner, not as much, but eventually you want to use it more and more often because it is a good power. It is a good chase power that can hit around a lot of obstacles and get down really, really quickly at times. So for that reason, don't build too much into basic attacks or into insta-downs, but we will have one insta-down perk at least. Right, Rancid Avatar, let's go. Zombies do not spawn at the start, so unfortunately, we cannot use them to find survivors, but not that we need it. We have Lethal Pursuer. I want to interrupt that totem if possible. I want to hide my red stain so that I get a free hit. Could I go for an infection? Yes, but they have 4 medkits. If I leave this girl, she's going to heal. Hi, buddy. Oh, it's Jill. Beautiful. Canonical tunnel. Let's go. I think that's a hit. She dodges out of the way because every survivor does that at this level. There you go. I have a bit of experience knowing how to deal with survivors that do this, so I'm fine. Oh, damn, that was pretty clean. Oh, that was a miss by so little. That's good. Because she was on the edge of the map, I didn't mind going for the basic attack at all. By the way, one of my zombies hit a survivor, I think, because they're blue. And I didn't hit that survivor. There you go. As you can see, if you hit during an animation, it's pretty much a guaranteed hit. They have 4 medkits, so I don't think we're going to deal with a flashlight. I could kick this generator. It's very low percentage, but it would apply eruption. Personally, I'm not going to bother because I know this one has more progress. With eruption, you want to kick gens a bit more, but you don't want to kick them always. Hello. I am now at tier 2, and I want to chase in this direction. Remember, I want to zone survivors. I'm going to hit her. I'm not going to bother doing anything fancy. Remember what I told you, I'm a very tall killer. She sees me over this 100%. She's gonna drop it. Look at what I'm doing. I aim to the side because I don't want to hit her with my infection. I actually want to hit her with my fist. This is bad, but she's a little bit zoned, so she doesn't have a lot. She has to go to that pallet over there, and that's all she's got. I'm actually gonna, because she's so cornered, I'm gonna kick this. This could have backfired, but... And now if I down her, I've done some damage. Okay, that was a... I was showing off here. I did not need to do this, chat. I did not need to do this. They did a gen in the distance. That's okay. Maybe she drops this. She does not. That's a hit. I'll fake it. Honestly, she played that well. My zombie was here for the assist, but he came a bit late. That's alright. She does have a lot of pallets, but eventually they're gonna run out. Oh, that zombie could interrupt the heal? I think she's watching from this side. Oh, wow, dude. She read me so unbelievably well there. Props to her. She's going down here, however. Eruption is going to make that gen over there explode. It exploded, and then it got blocked immediately, so that's perfect timing. When a gen is blocked, you cannot damage it, and if it's being damaged, it will pause. So if it's regressing and it's 51, 50, 49, 48, then it will stop at 48, and then go 47, 46, but only after it is unblocked. So we don't kick it anymore. Alright, they did 2 gens really efficiently. We know they came over here. This is a good time for me to just... You see those birds? They've been here. Good time for me to just barge through this, see if I can find someone. If I find Jill, that's great because she's been hooked and I would get someone dead on hook. If I find Meg, that's great because she's injured. But I need to find someone, man. I don't know what they're doing. Yeah. We find Cheryl instead. It's not the best chase, but... You see how she fakes it? I see the medkit disappear. That's my cue that she's vaulting. I'm gonna fake go in there. Maybe she's a bit silly. I think she just had maybe lithe and run away. I see a zombie chasing someone right here. Okay, I did tell you she was 99. That's fine. I messed that up tremendously. That's okay. That's okay. I kind of got a bit greedy. Oh, hi. I don't mind. I don't mind. I kind of got a bit greedy. If a survivor 99 has their heal, they often have a perk called resilience. Oh, she should drop that. She doesn't? Why not? I knew she would go to the right. A survivor. It's very similar to any other range killer. This is not exactly a ranged killer. It's more like he has a spear that he chucks from a distance. Or that he extends into a distance. But the survivors all behave very, very similarly. Down here isn't incredible, but... Yeah, I could hear the coughing really well. That's another thing about injured survivors with the blue infection. They do cough. This is... If I miss this, it's gonna take me so long, man. This girl knows what she's doing. She's just bringing me here just to waste time. Look at the gens that are left. And just how long it will take me to get there. Don't fret. Look at our build. We do have one perk that goes a bit more hard towards the end game. We're fine. Having 3 people hook once is never bad when you have something like that. If I didn't have that, I would be sweating a tiny little bit. I expect this gen is gonna get blocked. So a zombie with his arms up means that a survivor is in the area. However, as you saw earlier, sometimes zombies kind of investigate a survivor even when the survivor has disappeared. So one way to know that a survivor is still in the area, very, very close, is if the zombie is switching directions. If you see a zombie with his arms up and they do a very sharp turn, that 100% means that the survivor is right there right now. I think this is a hit. Oh, that medkit disappeared. I saw that. I block it. She can't do it. Wait, 5 seconds. It's been 5 seconds. So what that girl did, she went around the corner. She was suspiciously close to us. I look at her hand. Her medkit disappeared. That means she used a styptic add-on. That add-on is going to be reworked. Might not exist anymore by the time you watch this video. But if I had hit her right there, she would have tanked the hit. Luckily, we noticed it. We blocked the window. She couldn't go into it. And after 5 seconds, the effect runs out. And we are chill. Survivor's going into a locker. That's a little odd. Oh, excuse me? I must have done that so horribly then. I can't... Oh, hello. Can I hit a survivor that far up? Absolutely not, unfortunately. I can do this, though. Oh, that was a big mistake. Yeah. She might have decided to strike is the thing, because she did get unhooked. Even though we have been hooking everybody. This is just part of the game, man. It's just part of the game. Like, the game doesn't care of what you've done in general. It just cares of what you've done right now. We're gonna zone her by chasing into the situation. Even better. So, dropping the pallet and breaking the pallet was good, but getting the hit is even better. One of the things that you can do as a more advanced enemy player is tricking survivors into running in front of a window, typically, but sometimes also in front of a pallet, and then doing that. Notice that if I had missed her, the pallet would have been broken instead. You cannot break a pallet and hit a survivor in the same stroke, but you can do one or the other. And because it goes up to down, it's gonna be normally the survivor hit first. Oh my god, that girl is in Narnia. I'm gonna get rid of this because it's clean up. I kind of want to bait them into unhooking the Meg, and then I want to kill the Meg, frankly. We cannot let them do this. This is insane, man. Crazy efficiency. Luckily for us, I think I make that. Luckily for us, we do have the perk Know It. What I'm gonna do here, chat, is I'm gonna go for Meg. I'm gonna try to kill her, get her out of the game, and then see what else I can scratch. I don't know where she went, is the sad part. Oh, that's great. Yeah, that girl's already up. I don't know, fellas. I don't know, fellas. Meg, my friend! Okay. She hesitated. I'm gonna kill her. She's at unhook. We look at the hooks. In the end game, there are no perks that can protect you after being unhooked. There's no decisive, there's no off the record, there's nothing. So, kill her. Then I go for the other girl that I downed, which just got picked up somehow. And that's at least 2 kills. Which is a, honestly, decent result considering that we have played this in the, honestly, nicest way possible with not the most insane of builds. I see that that zombie there is turning somewhat aggressively. You remember what that means, right? That means the survivor's nearby, or at least really, really close. This survivor's not infected, unfortunately. I think she pre-drops this. She doesn't. One thing that I neglected to mention is that in tier 3, your tentacle has extra range, but it also moves... You hold it faster. Right, that was a double tap. Survivor was not infected, zombie infected, and then I damage. It could have been the other way around. However, do be extremely careful. If a survivor... I should be hooking further from the hook, but it doesn't matter. Normally you want to hook far away from the exit gate so that the rescue is completely hopeless, but I think for the match it's completely fine. We know that the other survivor cleansed my totem, which was over there. That zombie's buggy and it looks like a Silent Hill monster. I'm gonna go for chases here, even though I know that I shouldn't, but it's fine. Do I go for an M1 here? Wait, I'm gonna do something that she maybe doesn't expect. I'm gonna body block the switch. She cannot take it now. I'm gonna use my power now. And, well, because I don't have insta-down or a chainsaw. Ah, unlucky. It couldn't be done. In this situation, if they rescue, we need to be a little bit careful. The survivor that is off the hook has a 10-second timer. During those 10 seconds, I cannot damage her. She also had sprint burst. She's still on the pallet. Oh, we miss. But because we miss, we hit the pallet underneath. Watch out for her medkit. She could have another styptic. Maybe a friend has given it to her. She doesn't have any other exhaustion perks. And that should be a hit. Oh, perfect crouch from her. Oh, wait, what? She already has her... Okay, something doesn't make sense there, man. I'm not gonna lie. Huh? I literally saw her use sprint. Oh, I get it. Oh, she made a horrible mistake there. Oh, her friend could have helped her by healing her. If you heal a survivor that is on the edge of the game, or the edge of the map like that, if the killer hits you, you both walk out. If the killer doesn't heal you, then you both heal, right? But I think she did it on purpose. I think the Cheryl on purpose messed with her. So she must be pretty unhappy right now. Oops. Thank you, Cheryl, for being on her side. You're a homie. Anyway, yeah, the survivor immediately had sprint burst. Then I think what she did, I don't know how. How did she get her sprint burst back so quickly? That was not even 20 seconds. That's insane. Blood rush? It could be blood rush. Okay, I don't get it. So it wasn't sprint burst, guys. It wasn't sprint burst. The reason this girl was so fast off the hook was actually babysitter. So she was moving 20% faster and it looked fast, but it was only babysitter. That is pretty crazy. And I didn't pick up on it, so that's shame on me. Then again, there are so many perks and they keep changing so often. Even for someone with a lot of hours, man. It has been difficult. Honestly, very, very happy to get 2 kills. And it was an entertaining match until the end, I guess. I hope that you enjoyed it. This killer has a bit more depth, but hopefully we've covered the basics, all right? Lots of luck. Don't forget that to get to tier 3, it's a few more points than to get to tier 2. It's not super important, but once you get comfortable with the range of tier 2, getting that extra range is nice. And being able to tap your power and cancel it and lose very little distance in tier 3 is also quite nice. Good luck with Nemesis. Okay, friends, it's time to talk about Pinhead, aka the Cenobite. Unfortunately, if you did not purchase this killer during the time that it was available, as of the making of this video, he is not available for purchase. You know, every time there's a licensed character, they have to renegotiate things on maybe a yearly basis, who knows. So right now, because of legalities and stuff, he's not available for purchase. Maybe in the future he will. I know some people like this license, and maybe if you look online, you will find codes for like hundreds of dollars. Don't buy them, please. Wait until he comes back to the game, and if he doesn't come back, it's not a big loss. This killer is cool, but there's nothing that he does that's incredibly unique that's worth buying a code or stealing an account or God knows what. So please, don't feel bad if you don't get to play this killer. Now, if you have him, or if you bought him at the time and you've never played him, let's talk about it. So the first thing that you'll know about this killer, right, is that this killer has a passive ability that is the box. The box is normally not visible, but I have an add-on that lets me see it, right? And the idea is that the box will try to find a spot far away from, guys, one sec. We're going too fast. The box will try to find a spot far away from both you and the survivors. Sometimes you can actually use this information to kind of guess what it is. So if I have the perk Lethal Pursuer and I spawn on this side of the map and the survivors spawn on this side of the map, I can kind of guess that the box is going to be away from the two of us, and maybe I will find it on the ground. So anytime the box is not being used or has spawned, look around. Sometimes you will hear the little sparks or you will see it spark in the ground. You will know that the box is active when you see the timer begin to cover. Right now, as you can see in the HUD of the survivors, there's like a chain, but it's not moving. It's inactive. It's in a period of rest. But in about 5 or 2 seconds, we're going to see it go. You're going to hear a little in the distance, and it will start to slowly fill up. There it is. Now, the box, as I said, normally not visible. I just have an add-on that has a weird effect just to show you. And as you can see, it's far from me. It's far from the survivors. Don't worry, survivors, don't pick it up this time. If you stay on the box and you try to body block it, it will disappear. By the way, that's like a new mechanic to prevent you from like kidnapping it. But the idea is that if survivors go the entire duration of the box without picking it up and they let it charge, the box will start messing with them. So they want to solve it. They don't need to solve it right away, right? They want to solve it when it's close to the time, or when you're busy hooking someone and you definitely cannot interrupt them, or if they are so sure that you're in a bad spot that they can do it, or if they just want to get your attention, they can also just pick it up early if they want to. So they want to get rid of it, because otherwise what happens is that the chain hunt begins. The chain hunt is a passive ability that works in the background, and when it's active, every survivor in the game is going to randomly be assaulted by chains at random intervals. These chains do not prevent you from opening gates. These chains do not prevent you from unhooking. And you can do these things very, very nicely. And you can even finish a heal or loop But because they slow you down and because they interrupt you, doing gens is very difficult. Healing is very difficult. Maybe finishing a gen a bit is fine, but doing a totem is basically impossible. And it looks like this. You see? It also gives the killer a bit of information. Because if you go around the map and you see these little particles, then you know, right? That a survivor's nearby. Don't worry, they can break it. It's not like they're stopped forever. But it is a bit game-changing. Survivors have to do something about it, right? Keep in mind that this does not affect the last survivor. If I right now injure and down this survivor, could we see the other Feng Min, please? I don't know where she went. Yeah, I don't know if she's here, but if I down this survivor and now there's only one survivor left, if every other survivor is dead, on the ground, or on a hook, the last survivor, thank God, does not have to put up with it. But if this girl is picked up, then there's now at least two, so it will go again. So in this situation, the survivors have to go and solve the box. Solving the box takes about 8 seconds, and they have to do it, and then the box resets, and it starts all over again. Now, there's a tiny little problem for the survivors. You get interrupted. Now, the first thing that can happen, right, is that you let them fix it, and then the box resets. The second thing that can happen, which is also not ideal for you, is that you can teleport to the survivors. You can teleport when you hear this heartbeat.
You summoned me. I came.
When you teleport, you will appear in some random area close to the survivor. Your camera will immediately be focused on the survivor, and you can even start using your other power immediately as well. Now, the thing to keep in mind is that even though it seems like a really good idea to teleport to the survivor that's doing the box, it's not necessarily the best one. In fact, it's not a good idea unless you really need to be in the area. If I really need to be in the area because, oh my God, I need to defend this kid, or oh my God, I need to pet this tree, or oh my God, this is the survivor that I've been looking for, the one that's really close to dying, I need to find them right now and I'm across the map, then teleporting is a good idea. But when you teleport, it is functionally the same as if they completed the box. So when you teleport, remember this, it's the same as if they complete the box. If you can, what you should try to do is interrupt the survivor with the box. Because if you interrupt the survivor with the box, it will be the same as if you pick it up. If you pick up the box, you automatically supercharge the box. The box respawns somewhere else, already fully charged, and the survivors have to deal with the chains again. So yeah, that can be really awful, right? So if I go and pick it up, and as you'll see, I'll get the problem, I'm gonna be able to do that. But the same thing happens if they pick it up and you steal it from them. So please. I'm right here. When the survivor picks up the box, they don't hear my terror radios, so they might not even realize that I'm close. They start doing the box like an idiot, and I go, hello, what's up? Aha. Maybe they go on a little chase, whatever, and I eventually down them. And as you can see, now they get assaulted by chains and the whole thing resets and so on. Because of a strange slit add-on that I have, it's not going to happen, but that's what would happen normally. So this would be awful. This would be awful because I'm getting a chase, I'm getting a down, I'm getting the box immediately again, and maybe I can guess where it is and go find it again and keep going, and the survivors will not know peace. So this is the macro gameplay for Pinhead. You want to find the box, you want to interrupt it, and you want to make it as awkward and as difficult as possible. That is an ideal situation. In a non-ideal situation, well, you go for survivor A and then survivor B fixes the box while you're busy. If I'm carrying a survivor and they're fixing the box, what can I do about it? I can't interrupt them. I can't teleport. I can't do anything. It happens. That's fine. But that's what we're trying to goal. That's the goal. Okay? That's the best ideal scenario. Now, in the 1v1, this killer is also pretty strong. Much like Nurse, when you hold your power button, you create like a gateway. It functions very similarly to Nurse. But instead of teleporting there, as you can see, you actually place a little portal from which a chain can spawn. When you hit a survivor with this chain, the chain that you use is going to stay, right? And then 2 more are going to appear. So that you see how this one has a round and this one has a square circle? Yeah, look, I'm going to use a chain from afar just to show you that the original chain that you use stays. You see? And then 2 more extra ones appear. These chains slow down the survivor a lot, force the survivor to walk. And the more chains on the survivor, the slower they walk. And if you run in a straight line, could you please run in a straight line? You in a straight line somewhere? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna see that it's really crippling. Like, they slow down a lot, and then I get the hit very easily, right? So you want to use them in chase a little bit, and there is a world of complexity. Unfortunately, if you walk into your own chains, they break. And also, if they walk into an obstacle like a tree, look, they break, you see? So these chains can be broken manually or very easily with obstacles. So you need to be a little bit careful. And there's also a little bit of randomness involved. You see what I mean? So yeah, it is a little bit complicated. But look, if I hit this girl with the chain, that actually interrupts the cube. So this is going to be a really good tool as well to interrupt the cube and then go and then hit them for real and then steal the cube from them. These are the basics of Pinhead, okay? It gets really, really complicated, but that is the basic. Now, keep in mind, a survivor running away from you, if you hit the chain, it could be disastrous if you miss, right? So because you want to minimize the time you waste, you don't want to aim upwards into the sky. You see also that there's a limit of how long you can hold the portal. If I miss a survivor and I aim up, look, all the way to the moon, you waste quite a bit of time. The chain is very hard to control because much like other things in the game, it accelerates over time. So it starts a bit slow, but then it goes, so it's really difficult to go out on obstacles, even though you can sometimes. You can sometimes go like, whoa, 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 and then hit a survivor, right? But it is tricky. 1 second. What? I lost my trail of thought. The chain is a little difficult. It can be manipulated. Chat, what was I talking about? Give me a second. I've completely blacked out. Yes, what I meant to say, the thing that I forgot about is that you want to generally aim at the ground. That way, if you miss a survivor, you immediately hit the ground and then you immediately go into a short cooldown, right? And you don't climb into the sky and waste even more time. So that's going to be a simple idea. Another simple idea. Let's assume that this is perfect. We're going to play this very similar to Freddy and very similar to Clown. When we get to a pallet and the survivor is silly enough not to drop the pallet and they play one of the sides, this is a medium side, this is a medium side, right? What the idea here is that we're going to chase him into one side, we're going to put the portal towards the other, and then we're going to chase them. Keep in mind that if I put the portal on the right side and I chase from the right side, look, I am breaking maybe one or all three of my chains. So as a general rule, we want to put the portal on the right and then come from the left, or put it on the left and then come from the right. So here, the way I would do it is I would do something like this, put it on the right, and then maybe go on the left, and bam, easy play. Super difficult for them to make it back to the pallet. Here, when she's on the pallet, I can also use my chain. She can drop the pallet, and she's gonna do it right now. But if you have a chain attached to you, you cannot fast vault it. You always are forced to slow vault it. And I'm gonna show you what that looks like. It's horrendously slow. Look, you see? Like, even if I'm really slow, I can go and bam, still get a hit very, very easily. So that's the general idea. Now, windows and doorways are a bit more complicated. Come here to Shack, please. If I hit a survivor as they are going through a doorway, look. That's worthless. My chains all collided with the door immediately. That's not good. We need to be a bit smart, and it's a little complicated, but if we try that again, survivor, please, can we try that again? What I would do maybe is put it inside, and then hit from the side, and look, these chains don't break, and I get to hit her before she makes it to the window, or the pallet, or whatever the hell is inside this place. So that's gonna be some of the basic ideas, okay? Beyond that, there are a lot of very small and specific complications and techniques and whatnot, but I'll try to cover them in the real match that we're gonna be playing. And I'll also try to get you a nice build to get you started with the skiller. Okay, so as I've been talking about through the entire video, if you own the Pinhead DLC, you get his 3 personal perks. But because he's no longer part of the game, his 3 personal perks to everyone else look like this. They are now Gift of Pain becomes Whipping Wound, Plaything becomes Fortune's Full, and Deadlock becomes No Holds Barred. But they are functionally the exact same perks, even if their icons are different or whatever. So these perks are actually really, really good. Luckily, you can use them or you can use whatever else you want. Sloppy Butcher is a great perk. Anything that delays healing makes it more difficult for survivors to get the heal done, but also do the box. If they do the heal, but then the box happens, they're going to lose progress while they're interrupted. So Sloppy Butcher is a great perk, and this killer, for the most part, downs you with his basic attacks, so that's great. No, it is a strong endgame perk. We're going to run it. It's been serving us well lately. Spice from the Shadows is an interesting info perk. We're going to try to run it. Keep in mind that a survivor holding your box is oblivious, so maybe they're not even aware that you're so close. This could give you information at a critical time, and then a bit of generator slowdown. As for add-ons, a couple things to avoid. This iridescent add-on makes it so that your chain injures, but it severely limits its usefulness outside of that first injury. I don't recommend it. Only use this add-on when you know what you're doing. There's also an add-on that's like a meme add-on that does the exact same thing. It makes your chain worse. Don't run this add-on. It's gonna ruin your life. The extra blood points are not even that big of a deal because when you hit the max anyway, it's capped. Add-ons that are good to run there are 2 add-ons that make the box happen passively more frequently, slightly more frequently. It's a very tiny effect, but if you don't know what to run, those are okay. There are 2 add-ons that decrease the cooldown of the chain that you possess, the possessor chain. The brown one is tiny. This is like 0.15 seconds. The green one is a little bit better. I'll be running it. There's also an add-on that increases your turn rate a little bit if you struggle with the chain. I would try not to use it unless you want to maybe make sure you don't get used to the unique turning. And then we have 2 add-ons, by the way, the blue layers remains and the green liquefied gore, that delay the time that a survivor needs to do the box. It gives you 1 or 2 seconds. This is awesome, because if they're doing the box, we're gonna get close, hit them with a chain, make it impossible to do the box, and if they don't finish the box, we're gonna chase them, harass them, get the box out of them, and blah, blah, blah. These are safe to go with as well. Other add-ons that are pretty good, the iridescent lemon configuration makes it so that they don't see the box as frequently. They will see it, but only when it's active or if they're close. This works in the background. You don't need to do much. It's a good background add-on. Don't think about it. This one shows you the audio of the people that you hit. This one will also show you the audio of the people that you hit in the next update. And this one makes it so that the chains that you send onto survivors, the ones that you possess, are a little bit harder to just break with the environment. They are a bit more insistent. Also another add-on to put in the background if you want. I'm going to be sticking with the very, very simple ones. And let's hope this build serves as well. Alright, unfortunately, we are a little bit cursed in this video. We keep playing indoor maps, which is wonderful for a lot of reasons, but also really difficult to explain some common things that you find on the maps. We're gonna be fine. In this situation, I'm not gonna look too hard for the box. I know it's probably over there, and I'm gonna see if some survivor is racing me to it. Look at the ground a little bit. The box spawns in places where survivors typically spawn. I look at the HUD and I see that no one's picked it up, because otherwise they will have like a little golden icon around them. I'm surprised he didn't drop that. He was very, very patient there. Okay, that looked really weird. I hit the survivor, but unfortunately I was boxed in a little bit. He's gonna hesitate. Beautiful. I am looking at the HUD to see if anyone's picking out the box, and I'm looking for an opportunity. Do you see that? That was pretty crazy, huh? I'm unfortunately not gonna do much. This map is very difficult. Everything here is doorways. Remember how I told you earlier that doorways are difficult? I'm gonna leave this guy. Not because I don't think I can down him. I just don't think I can down him and keep a pressure on this team. We're gonna look for 2 of them on a gen. Oh, I found the box. Even better. Right, so picking up the box, remember, it basically immediately supercharges it. On top of that, it makes everyone on the map scream. And because I know where they are, and I know where I am, when the box resets in about 5 seconds... What? They finished this gen? What ungodly toolboxes did you guys have? Oh my lord. Oh my god, she's gonna beat me to it. Okay, this pallet's gone at least. The one pallet that we've broken. That is insane. I can guess pretty reasonably where the box will be, which I think is over there, but we'll see. Could be somewhere else. This map is very unpredictable. I'm gonna try to get it down here because very few good things happen without a down. Right, when the... Oh, you're joking, man. I can interrupt that. Can I interrupt that? Let's try. No, too far. If I held my power fully, and I walk forward, I could have maybe done it. But unfortunately, I think it was a straight line. I should have been able to, but I was just too far. It would have been really, really good. I do know that he's there, and I'll use that information. I'm gonna come here, see if I can possibly find this injured survivor, get a second down relatively quickly. He's there on the jet. What? He's over here, but he's so quiet. Oh my god, he actually stopped running and left no scratch marks. That was really brilliant of him. I also didn't hear him, but maybe I don't have my volume so high up. Hey, buddies. Sloppy Butcher and Mangle Hemorrhage is making that heal take longer, and it also interrupts the heal. I'm gonna pretend that I'm tunneling the survivor to get this person with a flashlight to hesitate. I'm gonna pretend that I dropped that. Does he? Oh, he was very patient there. He's gonna drop it now. If he doesn't, well, no worries. There you go. At some point, when you are hit by chains, you're so slow, and you don't really get to move quickly from one side to the other. You will... Oh, did she actually sabo that? She did. Luckily for me, there is another hook right there. I don't want to risk hitting her because this guy's going to get away. I would rather get the hook guaranteed and then go for her. This is the same situation as before. Luckily, we're on point with our chains. Does she drop it? These guys are patient, man. My chain is back from cooldown. And remember, when you are chained up, you can only... Spikes from the shadows, let me know. It would have been great to hit the Dwight, but I could have been a tiny bit more patient there. Oh, that's a horrible mistake. What's going on? Okay, so this is difficult. If Nancy's not involved, then Leon has to heal, but if he heals, he loses his anti-tunnel. Nancy's not involved. She's doing the box. I'm going to let her do it. There's no point in teleporting. Nancy right now is a survivor that I care about the least in the world. I will just pick up and get this hook, and I have a person that unhook, 2 people hook, 2 people injured, you know. Assuming that this guy gets rescued, which he does. And it's completely fine to not harass the box here. Teleporting to Nancy here would have allowed these 3 to somehow run away with the game. Remember, if the box gets interrupted, wonderful, but that's only plan A. You have to have plan A, B, C, and all the way down. Right here, I'm going to try to use my... Remember, I'll use it from one side, then come from the other. Whoa, damn, that survivor was real good. This is not so simple. I don't think I navigated that so well. I'll cancel that. Okay. To be fair, he played that extraordinarily well. Props to him. He made a mistake here. Does he have life? We're gonna get our chain back. Oh, okay, what happened there? Do you see that it turned red for a second? Yeah, again? It happens. If you try to hit a survivor and spawn the chain on the same square that they're in, unfortunately, this is so stupid. The game doesn't let you put your chain there. And I literally just was robbed. I'm gonna break this. I'm gonna break this. It is humiliating to break a pallet that slows you down and goes blah, blah. That's a perk from Survivor. But I think I'm starting to realize all the inches that I've gained, all the territory that I've gained, I'm slowly losing it. Excuse me? Oh, they dropped this pallet, or they vaulted and they went this way. Let's try to cut them off. I'd love to kick this, but my build is more like do things in the background and don't bother too much. Hello. This Nancy I don't care so much about. I'd rather find anyone else. Luckily, even though we did get rid of not both survivors. Okay, looking at the HUD, this girl is going to try to heal and maybe not even finish it because the cube is going to harass them soon. For some reason, this guy is so confident. Let's see, is that hard? Excuse me? Okay, well, I don't even know what to tell you guys. I wanted to hit him last second, but he must have really good ping, and I think it threw me off. That's completely fine. That's all me. I could have hit him much earlier. I literally mind gamed myself. Why do I hear so many noises here, though? What's going on? Anything you want to tell us? I mean, this girl is dead on hook. Excuse me? Oh my god, the game collided with the pallet meteor. That was really strange. Don't worry about that girl, by the way. I could teleport, but I see no benefit to it. Yeah, even if I teleport, I most likely end up on the same floor. The game tries to put you on the same floor. Sometimes you could end up relatively close in the wrong spot. Ooh, that was a good one. Don't worry, she still has to shake those chains off. There you go. She's dead on hook. And even though they have been doing some things really fast, the pace of the game is too much for them to pick up. We're gonna see them try to go with a flashlight, I suppose. And fail because this map is all different rooms with walls everywhere. Spice from the shadows is going to reveal Nancy most likely. And we're going to pick up her trace. Oh, that's not Nancy. Or if it is, she's got a different haircut. She really doesn't have that hair, huh? Okay. So yeah, this has fallen off really quickly in terms of like action, and I feel like we are gonna have a bit of a quiet game where we can talk a bit more about things. There's a couple things that I don't want you to miss out on that are quite important. Right, hi buddy. Much like with Nurse, right? The big idea of this killer is that when you hold your power longer, it goes further, right? And you don't have a lot of time. Survivors are constantly running away from you, constantly getting distance. When you hit them with your chain and you slow them down, you're gonna gain it back. But especially if you miss, you lose a lot of distance. So the general idea is to put the portal right behind the survivor and then shoot them right in the butt. And remember, aim a little bit low, right? Oh, hi, buddy. Why don't we just leave him and go for this girl? Okay. Hit right there. Let's see, you're that high if you have it. No, you haven't been hooked yet. So the general idea is put the thing right behind them, and then hit them, and then catch up. If you're in a loop, you put it on the right, then you go from the left, as we've explained. However, there's one special situation where you actually can get a really beneficial outcome, and I'm gonna try to explain it. One of the downsides of this killer, as we've explained, is that you have to hold your portal, right? It's like, and to go further, you need to hold it longer. Normally, when you put a chain behind the survivor, and you chase from behind, look, you break your own chains. So it would be ideal to hit the survivor. You wanna come out, or? It would be ideal to hit the survivor from in front, right? Because normally, if you hit them from in front... Oh, what the hell's going on? Alright, second one, whatever. Alright. If you hit the survivor from in front, they run into it and they themselves don't break it. But there are some situations where you can get the best of both worlds. You can quickly... Okay, let me see if I can interrupt this. Thanks to my add-on, I think it might be possible. Can I do it? Can I do it? Can I do it? Yes, perfect. Oh, it was 1 second too late. The game kind of trolled me a little bit there. But yeah, if I had hit him a second earlier, or if I had my blue add-on, which would have delayed him by a second longer, then I would have interrupted it. And then when I down him now, it would have reset the box. And if they had any chance to win this, spoilers, they probably don't, it would have now gone to absolute zero. So yeah, this is the situation. Oh, never mind. He walked right in front of it. The situation is if a survivor is walking on the other side of a wall, you can very quickly do a little whoop and then whoop and then do that, and you save time because you're not sending the portal very far. But also, this guy, dude, what the hell's going on? But also, it's in front of the survivor, which is really good. This guy is so clean, and it's really annoying me. It's really annoying me that I can't catch him. Yeah, let me see if I can try to explain that in a more... I don't know. This is something you can do in a lot of maps commonly, and I think I might just go into one of those. I'm going to teleport this time. I'm going to teleport. Left control, teleport. This time, I don't care about the box, but I do care about finding a survivor as soon as possible. So I think teleporting is completely fine. It auto-solves the box, but who cares? I was gonna go to the survivor anyway, right? Huh? Alright. Is that how usable while chain? Right after the chain breaks? Yes. During the chain? Never. So if I hit a survivor like this, right now, she can't use it. But now, yes. Like, right at the moment where they become broken. So now, yes. Now, no. Hopefully that hopefully that helps you visualize, but no. Otherwise, they can't. There might be like some other actions that I'm forgetting, but yeah, generally speaking, chains interrupt totems, interrupt heals. If you're doing a totem, you lose all the progress, so you have to start from the beginning. It's really awkward. Talking about awkward. Yeah. You see why I'm so paranoid about Dead Heart on the Dwight? Because literally everyone else has it. Anyway. But yeah, my point is, right? If I'm chasing a survivor, like, let's assume that this survivor, right, that I'm chasing is running in this direction, and then they're gonna go to the left and go into this little forklift. If I anticipate that, one thing that I can do is, instead of putting the chain behind them like this, I am actually going to aim through the wall and put it right in front of them like this, and then hit them in the face. Boop! Immediately, bam! In the face. What that's gonna do is the chain is not gonna break immediately upon them going around. Instead, the chains are gonna be all here, and because the first one is so close to them, they're not gonna be able to run into anything to break it fast. So that is a trick that you can do. Other than everything I've just explained, what you want to do with this killer is simply get better over time, find more cool angles, become a little bit better at using it in Shag and other common tiles, and become better at juggling all of the elements. Chase survivor A, interrupt survivor B that's on your totem with a chain, down survivor C, see that survivor D is not too far, and hit them with the box to interrupt them. And then after that, down survivor D and get the box, and then guess that the box is gonna spawn there, and then guess that the survivor that was injured is gonna go for it, and then find the survivor. And on it goes, on it goes, on it goes. It's something that you'll do better with experience. So until you get there, I hope that these tips help you have a better time. This killer can be quite complicated, So don't feel too bad if it's a bit overwhelming. And don't forget that even though I didn't say it out, this killer is a normal basic killer. You don't need to use your power very much. If you're being tilted because the chain is acting stupid, just play him normally, use your power a bit less, you know. You want to take the box? No? You want to take the box? You can take it. If you run away with the box, I think it disappears for the rest of the game. It's kind of funny. Yeah. Oh, by the way, a survivor that's injured in the end game, I forgot, this is quite important actually. A survivor that is injured, if you chain them like this, the exit gates are blocked for them for a second. Look, it's like a mini block warden. See, she can't escape. We're nice guys, so we're gonna let her go. But just something that you know, they need to be injured, otherwise there's no point. But yeah, you can catch a survivor like that if they're a little bit cocky or silly. There are a few other killers that can also do this, and hopefully I won't forget bringing it up. But yeah, watch out, survivors. GG's, well played, everybody. It's time to play the artist. This killer also brings a smile to my face because she is really fun and I really like her. However, I have to warn you, even this killer is another one of those killers that is a little bit deceiving, okay? She has 32-meter terror radius, awesome. Normal movement speed, awesome. Big long legs that you can see if you go, wait, actually, look at her legs, they're not moving. Okay, that's not awesome. Okay, static legs, I guess. And normal lunge, normal stun, normal movement speed, normal everything. So, sorry, I'm just gonna end chase so it's not... Get away! Shoot! Thank you. Yeah, sorry, it's just driving me crazy. This girl does have a bit of a weird chase music. My point is, this killer, at first glance, looks pretty normal, pretty standard. It plays and feels the same as Trapper, same as Wraith, blah, blah, blah. However, you want to use her power, and her power slows you down, makes you lose bloodlust, and if you're not using it correctly, is very resetty. It resets itself, and it feels like you're doing something, but you're doing nothing. And before I even show you what the power does, I'm just gonna show you a little bit. Like, if I shoot a bunch of birds at a survivor like this, like, oh, look, she's got birds around her. Oh my god, that's good, right? That's good, right? Like, she's gonna go down, she's gonna get injured, she's gonna explode maybe? Nope. By the time I have my power back, and I can do something about it, the birds are already gone, right? And there's nothing you can do. And we're back to the beginning. And remember, I'm not getting bloodlust. I'm losing speed every time I set the birds. So my point, the reason I'm bringing this up is not to discourage you, is to inform you that when you play this killer, you need to be very deliberate as well. I'm gonna teach you how to start with the basics. And you are encouraged, I encourage you to start slow. Use her power a little bit, use it a little bit more, use it a little bit more, and don't get too frustrated if it doesn't work out. So, on top of being a normal killer, this girl can summon birds. You can summon up to 3 birds at a time. You hold your power. When you're in the state, you're a little bit slower, and when you set the birds, you'll be a bit slower. Fun fact, you can see in her hand that she's got 3 little orbs, one for each bird that you can put down. And you can make them aim in different directions, by the way. Whoop. 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 And these birds will actually cover the entire distance of the map. Now, one thing to know, the first bit of utility these birds give you is that if the bird flies close to a survivor but doesn't hit the survivor, you get a heartbeat. So, Fengmin, please stand still. Actually, that hit her. Huh. I thought these hitboxes were a bit smaller. Oops. I'll try to show you this time, maybe. This is maybe safe. You see that little killer instant? This is occasionally useful. Every now and then, as this killer, if you're kind of like, I just hooked a survivor, or I just started the game. What's going on? You can aim at a generator, aim at another generator, aim at some random place, and every now and then, when you send birds, you will get a little heartbeat, and it will let you know that a survivor's there. Fun fact, if a survivor is hiding in a locker, could you please demonstrate? You also, even if they are immune to the birds, you also detect them. So, in the end game, if you're looking for the last survivor, yep, it can also be a good idea to just send random birds or even send birds to groups of lockers to see if you randomly find people. That can happen. So that's the first thing that birds do, okay? They detect people a little bit. Now, the thing that's most interesting about the birds, right, is that if a survivor enters the radius in which you see the cylinder, you see this 8 or so meter cylinder, they get instantly damaged if you fire the bird. And that is huge and has a lot of implications in chase. When you heal, would you please chase us after? Most of the time, this is something that you can exploit when the survivor is, number 1, super clueless. Or number 2, completely zoned, completely corralled. So this loop right here is a classic of this map. It's very, very strong, right? It's got a little pallet, it's got a little window. A survivor can sometimes run it for a little bit, but it's in the corner of the map, right? So what I can do is literally put a bird right here, boop, and now chase in this direction, and look, bam! She either eats the bird, or she runs into me and I hit her. The one thing that can happen, of course, is that she can fool me and I can be premature. But if I place it well and I'm patient, she's going to eat that bird 100%. Right? So if I chase in this direction, wait. Now, bam! That's a hit. Not gonna do it, but if a survivor that's not her runs into the bird, that bird disappears, by the way. You wanna show us that, by the way? Run into this bird, for example, from behind or something? Yeah, if you run into a bird, it's the same as if the bird hit you from a distance. So what happens if the bird doesn't hit you directly, but instead it hits you from a distance? You get swarmed, which is kind of like Nemesis. The first swarm doesn't damage you, the second one does. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna send a bird from really, really far. And even though you can see that the cylinder ends, and beyond this little point, it's not gonna straight up damage, it will still swarm. Right? And they can remove it after doing an action. Now this removal, very important, takes about 8 seconds. And if you interrupt them, and if they drop a pallet or vault a window, they interrupt it, and then they are still in danger. Similarly, if a bird is behind an obstacle, or a survivor is behind an obstacle, even if they are really, really close, look, the cylinder, you see it doesn't push, this will still swarm. But it's not going to straight up damage. If it's the second one, it will though. As you can see. So that's a pretty big deal. Damaging with a bird is very, very, very inconvenient for survivors. It deals damage, it interrupts them if they're doing a totem, doing a gen, doing a rescue, it resets it, right? And they have to click on it again. If it's a totem, well, they have to start over from the very beginning. And yeah, you don't lose that much distance. It's true that if you're chasing, you do lose a bit of distance, but my point is that if I hit a survivor with my bird, say that I put a bird right here, right? And this survivor is healthy. I'm gonna put 2 birds just to reset the counter. And I chase the survivor, and they get hit by a bird by going into it. Look how close I am. Bam! I can immediately double tap them, which is one of the nicest things the artist can do. Now, survivors are not going to generally make it this easy, so don't expect this to go so smoothly, but that's one thing that you can do. So, what is your general plan as the artist? First of all, you need to be very good at knowing how to zone. We just explained to you that if I'm in a situation like this, right, I can put one here and chase into this direction, or put one here, right? But if I do it wrong, and I chase wrong, look, she's gonna run, and she's gonna run past my bird, and then into the rest of the map, right? And yeah, this could be a bit of a problem. You don't necessarily want to do the thing that every new artist does, where, could you please drop this pallet? They try to put a bird right on top of the pallet itself. This is super impractical, by the way. Like, if I do this, it's kind of easy for her to, like, trick me. Maybe she vaults it and immediately gets the bird, right? Sometimes it is a little bit easier to, instead of putting the bird right perpendicular to the pallet, you can just do this, you know? You can just do this, for example. Look at this. This bird, if she goes around this car, she's gonna get hit. And if she vaults the window, she's gonna get hit as well. Like, when I do this, bam, I send it, and she's gonna get hit, because the hitbox is pretty generous. So you can put a bird that covers a little bit of the side of the pallet, and it's easier to use as well. And if I put it here, for example, look. If she vaults, patience, bam, that's a hit. So be a little bit smart, and do not put birds that are a little bit too difficult to use, okay? Your main problem is that when you are in a loop, because you slow yourself down with birds, if you chase a survivor and you put a bird here, they're gonna keep running to the next loop, okay? And then, okay, you put a bird here, oh, they run into the next loop. Okay, oh, okay, I put a bird here, and they still run to the next loop. And, okay, I've wasted my time, I've chased them across the map, I keep resetting my bloodlust, and I have no damage, no swarms, no prospects of winning this game. So what you want to do in this situation is sometimes just step back a little bit, you know, get real, and just stop using your power. Just walk them down, get a pallet down, or get a hit, and that's fine. Another thing that you can do is be a little smart. Try to x-ray things. Here, I can put a bird here, right? And if she drops the pallet, or goes to the pallet, I will hit her. But if she goes to the next loop, I will also hit her, right? Not directly, but if she goes to the next loop over there in the street, let's say she goes over there, please, and she drops this pallet, I can just shoot the bird and look. And now, okay, now it's not so simple. Now she needs to worry about a bird that could damage her. So anytime you can hit multiple things, that's good, right? Needless to say, if you have a bunch of survivors coming into you, for example, out of basement, let's say basement's here, that would be convenient. You can also put a bunch of birds in like a fan pattern and go bam, and maybe try to get a hit as well, right? So what is the general idea with using our power? The general idea with using our power, and the most important thing to understand about the artist, is that if you use multiple birds, survivors have time to remove them before you can shoot another. So look, I'm gonna use 2 birds, right? And I want the survivor to get hit by them. Please start removing the birds right away if you can. Okay, she's removing the birds. Look at my cooldown. I'm waiting. I can't set them birds yet. No, I can't. Okay, waiting. No! Do you see the problem? I can't. Even if I use my power at the earliest possible time, by the time I shoot my power, she's already removed the birds because it takes so little time. So, and if you use 3 birds, even worse. Let's use 3 birds. Hold up. Right? So I hit her, and now I wait. Oh my god. Oh no, this is even worse. She has a locker. Survivors can hop in and out of a locker. Obviously, if you're close to them, they're not going to do that because then you can just yoink them. But if they're a bit far from you and they're feeling brave, they can go in and out of a locker and they remove it even faster. So your power from a distance sometimes can be good detection and good pressure, but it's not going to be insane. So if this girl is working on a gen here and I'm across the map and I send a big bird her way and I hit her, yes, I can get information and I can maybe push her off the gen, which can block it. But as you can see, there's nothing I can do. This is 100% uncomfortable. All I need to do is just get closer if I want to do something, right? But back to what I was saying. If you use 2 or 3 birds, you literally can never, ever get the hit on the survivor again, right? If they don't interrupt it. But what I can do is chase her. And now when I chase her, she's going to vault the window or whatever, or drop the pallet. And when she vaults the window or drops the pallet, that will interrupt the birds. And now I do have time to set another. So in that situation, you could, but that is very, very specific. So how do we actually use our power in a way that's a bit less specific and less niche? We go for 1 bird. 1 bird. We shoot 1 bird. Let's make it so that this bird hits that pallet, right? Or whatever. And then we hit her with that bird, however it is. And now she's gonna remove it, but my cooldown is very short. So now I can use 2 or even 3 birds. Bam, 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 and fire. Beautiful, one of them got it. So this is the 1 bird into shotgun bird technique, all right? The idea is that we use 1 bird. We try to be really accurate with it. If we hit, great. If not, don't worry, short cooldown, try again. And then when the survivor is swarmed, now we actually can afford to go with multiple birds to blanket an entire area. We make it an entire firing squad. Good luck dodging this. It's basically impossible, right? Don't forget that these hits can hit a little bit on the side and a little bit above, a little bit below as well. So yeah, it's really difficult for them to avoid that. Now, if you have some kind of auto perk and you hit a survivor and then you are 100% certain where the survivor is going to be, you can just go with 1 bird if you want, or even just 2. 1, 2, bam. And that has a pretty good chance of hitting them, right? So that's what we're going to try to do. It is a little bit complicated, very difficult in practice, but we're going to start with the simple birds. And don't forget, sometimes, actually, many times, what this killer does is it sets up a situation where the survivor gets afraid, and then the survivor runs out, and then you just hit them with a basic attack. So I put a bird near this pallet, the survivor realizes, oh shoot, I can't use this pallet, and they run out, and then I just hit them. And there's no shame in that. That is completely fine. The better the survivor, the more often you'll have to do this, unfortunately. One final thing to talk about the birds that you might have noticed. For the first 8 or so meters of their movement, birds actually follow gravity somewhat. You see? They actually bend up and down. They actually go upstairs as well a bit. But remember, that's only for the first few meters. After that, the bird's gonna fly in a straight line. Obviously, that bird is really useless. It's not gonna hit anyone unless ET is happening to fly by. So try to send birds. If you're just between chases, just looking for information, try to send birds that are useful. Here, there are 2 generators lined up. So I have a chance to hit maybe people on different gens or deter people on different gens. That's a good idea. We should do that. You can't aim birds to the second floor. You cannot aim birds at a second floor. However, sometimes you can be a little cheeky. You can actually be a little cheeky. For example, if there are 2 second floors, this map doesn't have that feature, but let's imagine that there are 2 second floors. You could go to the second floor and then go boom and do that. I could also set up a bird here. Like if I set the bird looking down, it's obviously going to go down, right? And then get dinner down there. But if I set the bird into an edge where it cannot find an easy way down, this bird will actually go in a straight line through the floor. And as I told you, birds have a bit of a vertical hitbox as well. So someone working on this gen would absolutely have their ankles devoured by that hungry raven. So keep that in mind. Maps with verticality, with a lot of different elements, they can be a little difficult for artists, but we've taught you all the basics. We're also going to give her a build in a second, and hopefully in the real match that we play in a minute, you get to see how that applies. The worst thing about artists, by far, is just how using her powers sometimes feels really good and sometimes feels really bad, and it can feel like a bit of a waste of time, but hopefully I'll try to teach you the basics. Oh, it's my doggy house fong. Perfect. Perfect. Just perfect. Let's get a build going. So, unlike some of the other characters that we've seen so far, the artist has some phenomenal perks. She probably is tied, or maybe #1, in best set of teachable personal perks. Pain Resonance is an insanely good perk that you probably see every single killer run. When you hook a survivor on the special white hooks, the gem with most progress takes a big chunk of damage, and this allows you to delay gens and trigger other perks without necessarily doing anything directly yourself. The best part is that then after that, you can walk away from the hook to block the gem for 10 seconds. Grim Embrace. If you hook everyone, it's 40 seconds. Not bad. Bit of info as well. Her final perk doesn't really work so well on her on its own, but you can put it in a build with a bunch of hexes, and if survivors don't cleanse the hexes, good, you have them up. And if they do, good, you relight them with Pentimento, and they're like special Pentimento hexes. And these basically, the more tokens you have, the more slowdown that you apply on survivors. A cute little perk, it can be quite nasty. We're gonna bring her 2 best perks, Grim and Painless, and have a bit of endgame and a bit of endgame information as well. We've seen this many times before. As for add-ons, stay away from the add-ons that mess with your timings and stuff. This add-on gives you an extra crow. Not as good as it sounds. This add-on removes an extra crow. Yeah, by 1. Don't run that. There's also the charcoal stick, which makes your crow visible to survivors when you set them down. That is horrible. Obviously, do not use this. The things that you can use pretty safely. The add-ons that make them take longer to remove, or longer to remove the birds, or you are faster selling the birds. These are always good. Add-ons that apply status effects, they're pretty safe. Add-ons that shows you auras or hits multiple survivors, that's pretty safe. The slowdown one is pretty safe. You can't go super wrong with that. All right. So hopefully that's enough to get you started. Let's go. Let's ready up. All right, so as we mentioned at the start of the game and in between chases, it might be tempting to send birds out. Just remember that the survivors see the trail of the birds from a distance and they hear it. Obviously, they hear it in the distance. So maybe it's not the best idea to always use your power immediately. Here's a survivor. Here's a survivor. I think this one's a little bit easier. She's in a worse spot and it's 2 people. Do I get an M1? I don't think so, but I can do something better, chat. I'm going to put that there and... Unlucky. This kill was unbelievably smart. So she hit in the middle of the pallet. She didn't go back and off. I'm getting double blinded here, or maybe it was duration. I'm gonna put that on the door. If she vaults, she doesn't want to vault. She knows that if she vaults, she's going to eat the bird, and I'm gonna quickly hit her again. Instead, she decides to take the M1. That is a good disciplined play by someone that has played against artists before. We're gonna put this here, but she knows that, so she's probably gonna leave. But look, as I told you, survivor leaving is not necessarily a bad thing. I do need to be very mindful because there's another survivor with a flashlight, and she's gonna be right here. We're gonna hit her, and then look away, and she might try again. She's dead, possibly. Hold up. No, this loop is too different. I think we scare her off for good now. Let's hope. The chase is not ending. She's still here. The chase music ends when a survivor is far away from you. But if it's not ending, it is a clue that lets you know that the chase has not ended yet. Okay, this is awful. And I mean awful. I should have picked up the other girl first, but honestly, I didn't want to spend any time whatsoever deciding. I'm going to leave the other girl. Instead, I'm going to chase this girl instead. We know... Ooh, that was a really bad sprint burst. We know this pallet's over here. I'm going to get this girl. Wait. Hold up. I thought this was DMS. No, that's fine. I thought there was a survivor above me and I knew where everybody was. The truth is, I don't. I'm gonna use my bird through here. Oh, this is fine. I'm gonna pick up. They could get the rescue, but I'm sure they'll mess it up. Beautiful. Okay. I want to go for this painters. It's a little bit further, but it's gonna hit the generator done by Feng Min. And it's gonna give me a chance to fight for it. Beautiful. There it is. And it's gonna get blocked as well in a few seconds by Grim Embrace. Amazing perks. Okay, so here I'm chasing a survivor that's healthy. This is the other girl. Not gonna try to use my power too much yet. She's not playing into this pallet. Beautiful. I'm gonna put a bird right there and try to hit her when she goes across. Does she go across? Does she go across? Now? That was pretty lucky. I see the auto of the birds. She's not removing it yet. There it is. Keep in mind that survivors need to actively remove the birds. If they don't actively remove the birds, you see the aura that they have from the little swarm constantly, which is basically infinite wall hacks. Let's put that there. And bam. I'm gonna kick this generator because there's a chance I don't have a pain dust here. And it's gonna be blocked, so I know they can't quickly do it. I could go to the generator on the right, which would activate pain rest. Or I could just hook nearby just to keep this in taps. I'm gonna keep this in taps. It's 5 gens. Well, yeah, it's fine. I see Bitter Murmur. It's giving me information. Great information. In fact, and I'm gonna try to use it. Oh, this girl did not do a good job. I don't wanna let them unhook. I don't wanna let them do this gen for free. I'm gonna put a bird there. Now. Ooh, she actually went out of the way. I hit someone else. Beautiful. Let's do shotgun, baby. Shotgun. 1, 2, 3. No. Oh, I missed, but it didn't matter. She knew that if she dropped the pallet, I would have sent the birds out and she would have eaten birds for breakfast. And she is vegetarian, so she didn't want that. Instead, she went into the open. The survivor that just got unhooked got the pallet rescue. We love to see that. That's completely fine. This girl might have a perk that makes her fast, but we have a perk that gives us not give an F. We're gonna go back. If she goes through the window, she gets birded up. Unfortunately, she didn't allow me to demonstrate. Keep in mind that windows that are really narrow are difficult to use because if you send the bird through the window, there's a chance you will hit through the window, but sometimes it gets stuck on the window and it counts as hitting an obstacle, and then the bird only swarms. It doesn't damage. Oh, they're working on that gen. Hold up. They just got on it because there were still sparks. I'm gonna put this. Hold up. I want to X-ray things. I want to block that pallet, but also that one over there. Instead, she runs somewhere else entirely. That's okay. Could I kick that gen? Yeah, but I want to stay active. Ooh, that was a goddamn good vault there. Jesus, great guess. Ooh, that was a good play, but it was risky. I'm gonna send the bird back to the hook. Maybe they're stupid and don't move away. Are they stupid? They're a bit stupid. Do they move away now? Can I have a shot at hitting this girl? 1, 2, 3, bam, wow. Unfortunately, I missed. A survivor could also take a hit for a teammate, but that's all right. We know what this looks like. This is a hit, 100%. Very clear pathing. Ooh, it could be Lithe. Hold up. It wasn't Lithe. She's still trapped in here. Oh, ah! Ooh, that was gonna be a sprint burst. I need to look very carefully at the HUD to determine which chases I can and cannot afford. I'm gonna do a little bit of multitasking. I don't recommend that you do this very much in your normal gameplay, but because I know that this... Oh, Bitter Murmur is perfect info. 1, 2, 3. Bam. Let's hope for the best. I got it down from a distance. Awesome. The best part is that I can chase this girl. She's gonna drop a pallet over here. Oh, I'll go for her. I don't care. She's dead here. The other girl was next to literally someone else, so... Oh, damn, this girl's doing the thing where she just keeps running. And that is the one counter to artist. I'm gonna pretend to put a... I pretended to put a bird. She thought I put a bird, and I didn't. That's it. Sometimes when you have a power that works against you a bit, sometimes the best play is to just pretend. She thought that I was gonna do the same thing a third time. And maybe once, maybe twice, but not 3 times, right? This is gonna be a painters because we didn't get it earlier. Bonk. We don't know which generator, but we saw the 2 survivors with Bitter Murmur run to this one, so... Don't hit anyone. Doesn't mean there's no one there. They could have dodged it. They could be around. They could also be over there. I don't think this works yet. Does it give me heartbeat? Sometimes if you send a bird from a different floor, you will not necessarily hit the survivor, but you will hit a heartbeat. You get some info. Anyway, in the 2 steps that I took, this girl has been unhooked, healed, and probably giving a little lunchbox or something. What the hell, man? How are things happening so fast? This game's not going necessarily super bad. We do have endgame stuff coming up. But damn, dude, I just haven't seen anyone in a hot minute. Just gonna put a random bird there to cut off someone. But it seems like they are interested in playing. That bird I'm not interested in using. I'm just gonna let it die out normally. Oh, wait, what? That was stupid. Yeah, this girl has not been hooked recently. She wants to take chase. I'm gonna entertain it just because why not? Just to mess with her, but I don't want her. I want literally anybody else, and I'm just not finding them, dude. I don't know what they're doing. Oh my god. Yeah, we're gonna go to Shack. I'm gonna shoot this bird just because I want my cooldown to start sooner. When you have put one bird down, it is not a bad idea to just drop it. To just, like, shoot it. If you put 3 birds down and you shoot them, that's a bit rougher. Did I guess? I did not. She should drop this. She didn't for some reason. Okay, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna put a L-shape thing. She's dead here. If she doesn't play this really well. Okay. Unlucky. A teammate ran into the bird. That's okay. The Nancy was also really smart. Instead of going into the pallet or the window, she went around the shack, which worked out because remember, you slow yourself down every time you use your power a bit. Oh, this is a massive mistake though. She knows she can't use this pallet. Oh, where is she? I hear her, but I don't see her. Oh my lord, dude. This is gonna be the most... We're gonna have to work so hard for this. Okay, we're gonna try something new? Okay, we're gonna try something new, Chad. I hit her with that. Unfortunately, because it's 2 birds that I use, she will get rid of these birds by the time I have another one ready. But with my add-ons, maybe not. Hold up, let's try. Nope, even with the 2 add-ons, man. You saw, she got rid of them immediately. That was 1 bird, so we're good here. Yeah. They're gonna body block. I'm gonna put a bird just to damage here. This kill is so smart. She actually ran back and knew exactly what to do. I'm gonna pretend to put a bird down. It's over, man. It's so over. Yeah, these people, they just know how to play against this, man. It's completely fine. It's completely fine. We just need to do a bit more of the basics and that's it. She's gonna go for locker. We're gonna try to stop her. She actually went for the window. This guy's insane. I don't know. I think you're gonna learn more how to play against this killer than how to play against the killer itself, actually. But that's okay because we are fine now. Okay, M1. I'm gonna fake it. Maybe she goes through. Bruh. Okay, dude. She wanted to die under the pallet. So this survivor, why is she so... Excuse me? Why is she so valuable, right? Why are people so interested in saving her? Because she's dead on hook. And the other 2 girls here are not dead on hook. So they want to trade so that they're not in a 3v1 early. Understandable. But also, we are the killer. We gotta kill people. Oh, wow. Good fake here. Where the hell did she go? Yeah, lots of things happening. Hopefully the pace of the game is not too difficult to follow. Right about now? No, we missed. Heartbeat? Because it was close? Oh, that is a down. Dead heart? Do you have it? Doesn't seem like it. Alright. Well, this girl's on second hook, and that's fine. We haven't used painters on her. We've only used it in the top 2 girls. So this will hit a gen. Maybe the last one. Maybe 1 pops in the time it takes me to hook. Let's find out. Grim Embrace will trigger, however, because... Will not trigger, however, because we've already used it. Any hook here is good, as long as it's quick. Especially on Fong. That one, even if it takes a while, would be worth it. I'm not going to use my power. I've already tried quite a bit unsuccessfully. I'm going to put it on this pallet, see what she does. She has to walk through it. She eats it. We're going to chase her down. If she drops the pallet, she resets the bird, so we don't care. If she doesn't drop the pallet, she takes a hit to the head. That's completely fine. Shotgun coming up. Left, right. Good night. Bam! One of them got him. Perfect. Remember, if you're going to force a survivor to vault a window or drop a pallet, it doesn't matter if the birds take a little bit longer because it resets their action. Aim there. Oh. Right about now. Beautiful. She's going up. Are we gonna let that bother us? Oh, she went into the locker. She's insane. Last survivor's right here. And if I am counting right, that means this person said she uses sprint burst. And hello, beautiful. What's up? That's Bitter Murmur showing me the art of a survivor near a gen that's completed. And I'm gonna show you something really cool if I can, chat. Something really, really cool. It's called a slingshot bird. I think it's impossible. Yeah, I don't think it's possible. You cannot use hooks next to a survivor that is close to the hook. You just can't. The game prevents you, right? When you're close to the hook. But there's one thing that's incredibly out there that I haven't explained. And maybe now is a good time. If I send 2 birds back to back, shouldn't theoretically the second one damage? Theoretically, yes. If you send a bird, right, and then you wait a little bit, and you send the bird, then the first one should injure, and the second one should damage, right? That was that hard. Wow, that was that hard. I think that was that hard. But in practice, when a survivor gets hit by 1 bird, they have what's called a little bit of immunity, basically. And that makes it so that unless you space out these birds very significantly, you're not gonna get anything, basically. If you space them out a lot, or if you have a certain add-on that helps you bypass this immunity, as you can see, a survivor, even over a pallet, the bird will still hit. I might have decisive strike, though. I'm not too sure what perk just happened. Oh, it's not. Okay. So yeah, that's what some people call the staggered birds or the slingshot. There are some crazy advanced tricks that you can do with this killer, but I honestly don't think you need to worry too much about that. Think about putting birds that cut survivors out of options here. Like, let's go back to Shack and analyze what happened, right? My idea here was to put bird here, and chase one survivor into Shack. If they go inside, they're basically dead. If they vault, I fire. If they vault, I fire, no matter which way. If they don't do anything, I hit them. What the Nancy did, which was pretty smart, was go around. And then what I had to do, which worked I think one time, is I shoot the bird, and it doesn't damage because it's too far, but it did swarm her. And now, if I was really close to her, I could force her to vault, and even though I used 2 birds, if I force her to vault or drop a pallet, then it resets, and I have a chance to down her, but I didn't because I was too far. It's a constant game of math in your head, and it's honestly a little tricky, man. We are here for the drama. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Great job of being absolutely garbage as useless as a teammate. I actually think Tari did pretty good. She probably had a quirky bill and tried to help. Huh. Let's be for real for a second. I think everyone sees their own point of view and they think they have it right. They don't see other people's point of view. The truth is, if you're playing solo, you're like, oh my god, it's so obvious that you should have done this and done that. And the survivor that you're talking about has limited information. They did their best. Maybe they don't have the same hours you do. It's frustrating sometimes, but it's maybe best not to have like long arguments over this and just say GG's and move on. Now, let's move on to the next killer. Okay, it's time to talk about Sadako. If you're watching this part of the video, I'm sorry, in 7 days you will die. But by the time you die, you will be pretty good at playing Sadako. So, how does Sadako work? She's a killer that has been reworked a few times, and it's very difficult for survivors to know what to do against her. Sometimes it's difficult for me to even remember which version we are playing. So we're going to start with the simplest ones and say thank you T-Dog for the sub. So this killer on a mechanical level works very, very similar to a basic standard killer. In many ways, she's an enhanced version of a basic standard killer. She has an even smaller terror radius than usual, only 24 meters. She has the normal lunge, the normal stun, the normal movement speed. Everything is normal. And she's also one of the shortest killers in the entire game, which means that if you are behind a wall like this, it makes no difference obviously, but behind little obstacles like this, believe it or not, you can sometimes go unseen and make it a little bit harder for the survivors to know where you are. And then on top of that, she has a stealth mode. Mechanically it works similarly as the Wraith. Even though it's called Manifested and the Manifested, I'm going to be referring to it as Cloaked and Uncloaked. Very, very similar to Wraith, right? You hold your power and you're cloaked. You can tell that you're cloaked because you have no terror radius on the right and your hands are like flickering and stuff, right? And there's a different sort of static on the screen. And then you manifest, which is kind of like uncloaking. And again, you're like a normal killer. Now, there is one major difference with Wraith. In the case of Wraith, when you cloak, you move very, very fast and you have collision. Both of these things allow you to run in front of a survivor to body block them. But that doesn't happen here. This character doesn't move any faster when she's in stealth. In fact, she doesn't even have collision, which means that you can actually face through survivors. This seems like a downside because you cannot block, but it's actually a really nasty trick. Many times survivors will try to help each other in chase. One survivor that is healthy and doing good wants to take a hit for a survivor that is injured and maybe about to die. So if you girls could go to this door and body block, we can show exactly what would happen. So normally, like the yellow Vong Min here is gonna body block me, and as you can see, normal killer would struggle. But with Sadako, Onryo, if you are the Manifested, boop, you go right through them. While you are the Manifested, you are also immune to pallet drops. So if you want to drop this pallet on me, we will see it. I will appear on one side or the other, but I am immune. You hear that little static that lets you know that you avoided the stun. This does not have any crazy implication in chase, but every now and then, if you manage to be demanifested at the same time a survivor drops a pallet, you might end up on the same side as you. And so what you can try to do, right, is you can try to manifest, like I'm now cloaked, right? You can try to manifest and end right as they drop the pallet. And if you get lucky, you might be on the same side and get a quick grab or a quick hit, right? So that's basically all the basic things that you need to know about the manifestation. When you are the manifester and you're cloaked, you are stealthy, but you have a somewhat audible lullaby. Survivors don't hear terror radios like normal. They don't know exactly where you are. But if you do get relatively close, they do hear like that little cling, stringy sound. So you're not purely stealthy, but every now and then, especially survivors are distracted, like watching TV, they will sometimes give you a free hit or a free grab, who knows. Now, let's talk about the other things about Sadako. Where to begin? Do we talk about the TVs? Do we talk about the teleport? There's so much. I think before we do that, we're going to talk about a few more advanced things about the manifestation, and then we're going to stop talking about it completely, okay? Now, while I am cloaked, you will see that my hands flicker on and off. This is very similar to the passive phasing from the spirit, but unlike the passive phasing from spirit, it's not completely random. It happens on intervals, and when it happens, you can see it. When my hands are invisible, the survivor has stopped seeing me. In other words, if I do this, the survivor has seen me appear from one way into another. This is something that you can use in chase. If, for example, I take this Feng Min and I'm chasing her around this pallet, right? Let's say that we're in the common situation where I am on the pallet and the survivor is looping me around the tree, right? And we have this tree over here, please, which is easier to see, just for demonstrations. And we have the usual back and forth, right? If I chase from the left, she's gonna mirror my movements. If I chase from the right, she's gonna mirror my movements. And no matter what I do, she's gonna go around and drop the pallet and stun me. And I'm not gonna get the hit. However, if I time my power perfectly, and I am pretty smart, and I go here, and then I disappear, and then I walk this way, look! Aha! And then I remanifest, and now I can hit. While I am demanifested, I cannot hit survivors, look. No matter what I do, even if I click really hard, I cannot hit them. So I first have to manifest. Again, very similar to Rift. So this is something that you can try to use in chase, okay? There's two ways to use it. The first one is passively, like this. And the other one is a bit more actively. When you become uncloaked, you also, look, have a second of losing it, and then a second of losing it, and then a second of losing it. And it can be extended with some brown and green add-ons. So you could be on a pallet and do something quite similar, right? Where you cloak or uncloak and then whoop, change directions. It can sometimes catch survivors off guard. It's not foolproof, but it can catch them off guard. That's basically all of the basic stuff you need to know about cloaking and uncloaking. Now, on top of this, Sadako has a passive power. There are 7 generators in every map. The survivors only have to do 5, but in total there are 7 generators. And next to each generator, there is a TB, okay? Next to each of them. There are some exceptions, however. For example, if a generator is out of the, like, a bit too far away and there's not a spot, it might spawn, like, next to that hill or whatever. But generally speaking, there are 7. These are places that you can come out of. And anytime you aim at one of them, if you are the manifested, you can press left control to project. When you project, you automatically come out of stealth and then get a big speed boost to help you catch up to a survivor. But more importantly, every time you teleport to a TV, every TV that is actively on will have an effect on its area, where every survivor will gain 1 stack of Condemn. You can see that the survivors have at least 1 stack of Condemn, because if we look at the HUD, they have a rotating circle. Now, how do survivors fight this Condemn? Well, the first thing that they can do is pull up a tape, and then this turns the TB off. And when they have a tape on them, you can see that their HUD is a bit different. Do you see the top Feng Min? You see she's got some like staticky lines from side to side, and the bottom one doesn't. That means she has a tape. This tape for me makes no difference, but basically what she has to do when she picks up a tape is she has to deliver it somewhere. Can you show us where it is, please? Okay. So the game will decide 1 TB at random, typically not the furthest, typically not the closest. And when she puts it in, she will lose much Condemn progress, 3 points of Condemn, and reset both TBs, right? They turn them off. And because they're turned off, I cannot teleport to it. Look, my teleport goes away. So they have, it's basically like a side objective, very similar to the pig. It's most of the time not going to be enough to kill people, but it's something that can waste their time. Now, just like the pig, it can actually kill people. And we're going to explain how. So let's assume that this Feng Min is really careless and she's next to this TB. Notice that the TB plays a videotape if a survivor is nearby. But if they go far away, it just plays static. So if you see a TB with actual TB imagery, that means the survivor is within 16 meters, I believe. But if she goes far away, it's going to turn into just white static, which not a lot of people know. But let's bring her back. Bring her back. Come on. Come back. Come back. Look at the HUD. Right now, they have no condemn. Right? I'm going to teleport, and they're going to gain 1 point of condemn. Boop. I don't really see anything, but there's a tiny little bit of particles around her. And if I do this more and more, it's going to be more and more pronounced. Let me show you. So I've teleported a few more times around the map, and this Feng Min has been really careless. Look, now she's really, really close to being fully condemned, which is 7 stacks. And you can actually, when they're close like this, you can actually see visual glitchy sound, glitchy visual cues, letting you know that this person's pretty close. This person's close too. All right, let's make them walk to a TB. Keep in mind that when you teleport to a TB, it goes on a bit of a cooldown. Same if they turn it off. If they turn it off, it's even longer. But let's see what happens when we do it 7 times. I think we're on our 6th or 7th now. Okay, that must have been our 6th. Let's do it one more time. When a survivor is fully condemned, you're gonna get Killer Instinct, very similar to Legion. And this is gonna let you know that this survivor is really messed up. Oh, do you see how the bottom one got lit up? The ones that get lit up after teleporting are the ones that gain condemn. Let's look at it again. Uh-oh. This is letting me know that the survivor has reached maximum condemn. This doesn't do anything immediately. What many times will happen is that all the survivors are going to try to protect this survivor, but remember, you can go through them if you're the manifested. If I down this survivor right now and they're on the ground for whatever reason, I have the option to instantly Mori them. This is called Inexorable Stare, and it's very similar to the Pyramid Head Mori. It's like a mini Mori. It's much faster than a normal Mori. Look. And they go, ah, and they die. And it takes 2 seconds. And she just watched her sister die. This is really, really insane, because if you think about it, I haven't even hooked these girls, and they are already this close to dying. This is the danger that happens if survivors do not appropriately, you see how she gained points, you see how her HUD lit up? If they don't appropriately manage TVs, and they have to mine a few things, you will do this and be able to kill them early. Now, should you play exclusively with this idea in mind? I'd recommend not, especially as a beginner. Try to play normally, try to get hooks. Every time you hook survivors, if they have a bit of condemn, it gets locked in and they can't remove it permanently. 2 at a time. So you generally want to use it more of a plan B. And if you see that survivors are really clumsy and they're all getting condemned, you can start spamming condemn a bit more, spam the teleport, see if any of them becomes red. When they become red, you can try to single them out and kill them. But that's something that's going to be a plan B, all right? For the most part, we're going to start using TBs in a very simple manner. When we hook a survivor, we're going to teleport to another TB far away so that we can cover distance in the map. And we can also even use it in chase a little bit. Especially with some add-ons, when you teleport to a TB, you do lose your stealth. But look, you get a big boost of speed. You can even do a lunge at the end of it, right? And remember, this survivor is fully condemned. The only thing that will save them now is if they deliver this tape. But look, I'm going to teleport out of the tape. Ah-ha-ha! You can't put it in anymore, buddy. Ha-ha-ha-ha. Nope. No, I ain't letting you. Well, maybe they will be able to do it, but yeah. If you can, and you notice that the survivor is very desperate, and you notice that they have particles or they are fully red like this, you do want to mess with them. But can you show us what happens if you put the TB on? If you put the tape on the TB? It will remove it. Sometimes you can't help it. Sometimes you're just too busy. And yep, she got rid of it. And now, as you would see, we cannot Mori her anymore. Or we can because she's the last survivor, but normally we wouldn't be able to. And it wouldn't be the mini Mori. So that's it. That's all there is to her. We use a bit of stealth. We use a bit of the flickering disappearance mind games. We teleport a little bit for mobility. We teleport a little bit to mess with survivors. It gets complicated, but those are the basic building blocks. Luckily for you, Sadako has some great starting perks to get you started. Let's make a build and hop into a real match. But okay, so when it comes to her own perks, they're actually pretty good, especially for beginners. My favorite perk from her is Merciless Storm. This perk makes it so that anytime a survivor is about to finish a generator for the first time, they get a bunch of difficult skill checks. This, at the beginner level, is really, really powerful because people are not so good at skill checks yet. It is not so good when you are an advanced player because every survivor is good at hitting skill checks. It is still decent on Doctor because he naturally makes skill checks happen randomly and in reverse order and randomly across the map, across the screen. So this is really good on Doctor, and even at higher levels. Call of Brand is a simple perk. You hit a generator and the generator regresses a little bit faster. Boring. I think there's better regression perks, but hey, if you have other gen kick perks, maybe you want to stack it together. And Floats of Rage is a special Scorch Hook perk. You hook survivors on a Scorch Hook, and when they get rescued, everyone in the map other than them gets revealed to you for a while. Honestly, pretty good on a variety of killers, not bad. I'm gonna go even simpler on her. A little bit of information from spies, a little bit of a healing slowdown, always good on stealth killers. She attacks with her basic attack, so works perfectly. Little bit of gen slowdown from no holds bar / deadlock, and no it at the end because it's scary. As for add-ons, you cannot go wrong with the add-ons that decrease the TB cooldown, and this one right here makes every TB have a bigger radius, so it's even easier to condemn people. Those are simple ones. She does have one or two that has unique downsides. Avoid those. Other than that, do whatever you want. Let's hop into it. Okay, oh, we're playing in the same map that we were practicing on. Beautiful. While I was loading into the match, some of my viewers had some very insightful questions and pointed out some things that are really important. First of all, if you teleport to a TV on a second floor, don't worry, it hits it's kind of like a cylinder, it hits everywhere. So don't worry about that. And you can only hit survivors that are available to move. You cannot do it on survivors on the ground, that would be cheesy. You cannot do it on survivors on the hook or anything like that. But I bet that was quite obvious, right? Another thing that is maybe not super obvious is that the TVs at the start of the game are off and only turn on now, about 30 or so seconds into the game. I'm gonna try to do the technique that I showed you earlier. I become invisible. Look, I told you. Unfortunately, I didn't do that so well. I should have ended my... Oh, but he made a mistake. We're fine. I should have manifested right on his side of the pallet, and there might have been a chance, just as I explained earlier, that I could have been on the correct side and hit him. Luckily, it didn't matter because he made a blunder afterwards and was, you know, maybe paralyzed by analysis. I'm gonna teleport to this TV. It's right here, but it's gonna get me the second floor and hit everyone with condemn. Bam, everyone, look at that. All 3 survivors, except the one on the hook, obviously, became a bit condemned. Awesome. Could I teleport more right now? Yeah, I could, but I don't need to. I'm gonna get a... Wait, he just sped up. I think he just had a perk, like Dramaturgy. It could be an insta-down. Oh my god. So Dramaturgy is a perk from Survivor. This is Attention, where you run for a bit, and either you scream, you get an item, or you run for even longer. And he didn't do any of those 3 things, so I figured maybe it's the 4th effect, which is you become insta-downable. That's really good for me, but it's got nothing to do with my perks or her power. Hi, buddy, what's up? Need a moment to... Okay, just do your thing, man. No worries. Anyway, we're gonna choose someone else because it seems like Vittorio needs a bit of a me moment here. I was tracking a survivor, but I really lost them. It seems like they started running over here. I'm going to teleport to this TV, perhaps. You can see that I hit all 3 survivors again. That means that they are within range of one of these TVs. Which ones? We don't know. Maybe all 3 are on the same one. We don't really know. That the game doesn't tell you, unfortunately. Someone finished the generator, and I didn't see where they went afterwards. They're nearby because I see the TV on. So I'm gonna check the edges of the map, maybe. Did I find them? I'm gonna check the TV. They're still nearby. Just gonna check a couple more places. If I don't find them, I'll open a locker. Ta-da! Oh my god, dude, this is almost scripted. Like, we are going almost checklist through all the things that we learn. Isn't that cool? That's so cool. We don't really have many games like this, but we've been so lucky today. All right, I don't know what's going on. Seems like the server is unstable. We get some weird icon. Let's teleport here. It's never a bad idea to go back to a generator that you know they were progressing. And if you don't see them, maybe you'll see the next thing they're working on. Hey, buddies, what's up? He's using the same perk again. He got a map this time. Okay, so we know he's not insta-downable. I could be a little cheeky and teleport to this TB right next to him to try to condemn him. But as I said, that's going to be our plan B. It's not going to be our plan A. That's something I could do if I think that he's super, super condemned already. He's probably not. I hit him with my condemn. Beautiful. It doesn't do anything right now, but it could build up to something. Maybe I can kill him prematurely. All right. I don't hear him very well. I see him perfectly here. And I manifest myself. And bam. Now, did I need to wait for a possible death hard? No, because he's already exhausted. Remember, when you keep track of who is using what exhaustion perk, you know that 99% of the time, they're not going to be able to use another one. There might be some exceptions where a survivor has some weird item or perk that lets them recover from exhaustion. But for the most part, if you've seen them use life, they cannot use balance landing. And if they use balance landing, you don't need to wait for that hard. And if they sprint burst it away, you don't need to expect anything else. Maybe a second sprint burst if they have some perk, right? To recover it fast, but that's it. All right, this hit only the Vittorio, and I have no idea where they are. Oh, they're right there. This is gonna hit him again. These survivors have not been picking up tips very much, except for Lara, I think. And that could come to bite them in the butt. Okay, so Vittorio does this thing that some survivors do, where they just refuse to play the game, and if you leave them, they'll do gens. But if you chase them, they'll just give up and ruin the game for everyone. Because this is an educational game, I guess I'll leave him and just respect his wishes. I'm gonna teleport here. Closes the gap a little bit, maybe hits her. It did hit her. Okay, she's now at 1 condemn. Not a lot, but that's okay. Maybe we hit Meg in the background as well. Can we teleport here as well? Is this within range? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, she got hit again, and Meg got hit again. No problem. You know what I can do? I'm gonna do this. It looks like I'm breaking the pallet, but in reality, I was just tapping the cloak button. This is a really stupid thing, but it works surprisingly often. If you pretend to break the pallet by holding the power button, survivors see your animations of like moving your arms and they think you're breaking it. Even though there's no sound, they fell for it. Funnily enough, when you do it for real, there's a very loud sound and it's super obvious. Oh, there's a pallet, there's a window there. She doesn't take it and we see that she's looking behind, so we don't fall for it. So it's all good. Let's pick her up facing a wall to avoid a potential flashlight. And remember, when we hook, some of that condemn is locked in and she cannot remove it. Some add-ons also have different effects based on condemn. Right, I'll teleport here. Oh! Okay, I thought I heard someone, but that was just Lara's cries. Oh, wait a minute. Alright, dude, I'm so sorry, but you gotta do something, man. You gotta do something. Okay. I'm just gonna hooking. If nothing else, just to make someone else waste time, I guess. Alright, so we had a survivor be unhooked here. We could try to see the scratch marks, see if there's any blood, pick up the pace. Wait. The Meg has a tape, but she hasn't delivered it. Is this Meg? Oh, wait. No, worse or better, it's... Yeah, I'm gonna teleport to that TB. I think Meg is gonna be right here right now. Oh my god, I read her like a book. That TB that I teleported to, 99 chance that it's the one that Meg has to go to. Because I teleported out of it and I was taking up the space, she couldn't deliver her little tape. That means that this girl is in trouble. If I see her walk to a white TB that is active, I'm gonna teleport on it and inflict condemn, and she's probably gonna be ready in 2 seconds. Let's see. Oh my god, she must be so close. But remember, she wants to go to that TB. That's probably her goal. We are gonna catch her going there. Yeah, we are. Hiya. Alright, we ended up not condemning her, but guess what? Getting back on the hook can still be good. Hi. Bye. One thing that you could do, by the way, is put her next to a hook that's far away from that TB to delay her. And when she gets on hook, we could teleport to that TB and mess with her again. There's only one thing they can do to save her, and it's someone else should go to that TB and turn it off for her so that I cannot teleport to it prematurely. But I think this team, as you can see, is falling apart quite a bit, so I don't think they're gonna do that. Could I teleport here, see if anyone else gets condemned? Ooh, no one yet, no one yet. We might not have a condemned this match. That is okay. Let's teleport here. Oh, Steve got condemned. We see the heartbeat. We see that he's over there. We could go and kill him if we want to. No need to, but we could. I'll chase him for a bit. If it seems like it's taking long, I will teleport to that TB. Let's see. Where is he? Actually, I don't know. Alright, let's wait like 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3, and thank you, Zigo. Welcome in. And she's gonna be here again. Maybe? No. Oh, hi, Steve. What's up? Okay, dude. So yeah, this is what it looks like when someone's red. You just hold control. Bam. Dead. Thanks so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're teaching folks how to play Sadako. In case you wanna learn. There's so much more to this killer, man. There's so much more. You need to juggle a lot of information. And it does get a lot more complicated. But I think we've covered pretty much all of the basics. What were some other things that you guys mentioned that we should talk about? Let's teleport here, why not? Meg successfully delivered her tape. You can see that she has lost the static-y sound. That's good. Hi, why is everyone coming to see me like I'm giving out candy? It's not Halloween anymore. Unlucky. Yeah, I think these guys were kind of friendly and goofy. Have you done Spirit? Yeah, we've been playing the killers in order, so... Any killer before this one, we have done. Any killer after will come next. The tape gets destroyed on the hook? I think you're wrong. I think that used to be a thing. But not anymore, guys. Not anymore. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't blame you, man. I almost believe you for a second. That used to be that was the previous Sadako. No, that's the thing now. Wait, no, wait. Right? Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh well, goes to show, even I don't know. I'm so sorry, that's quite embarrassing. Apparently if you hook, the tape gets destroyed and they have to grab another. That makes some sense, I guess. PDB, thanks so much for the 2 months. But yeah, that's it. That's fine, maybe I didn't know that. Maybe I didn't know that. It also locks in their condemn. Yeah, they do lock some condemn, which means that it's a little bit more of an issue in the next following matches. I think the biggest part of this killer that is going to be difficult is just getting really used to the idea of like how to use the condemn and whether or not you should lean into it a lot or just a little bit. It's difficult. I say try to achieve a balance. If you see it, go for it a bit as long as your normal game plan is still there. Don't go full condemn. And do try to use the manifestation to mess with survivors. But if you see that a survivor is too good and they don't fall for it, or too stupid and they don't even pay attention, it might not be worth it. Just play like a normal killer. At the end of the day, this killer is very basic and can be played like a normal killer. So just playing them with their stealth and their little side power alone should get you some good results when you start with them. Alright friends, we're playing the Dredge. The Dredge has a passive ability that happens over time, and I'm gonna use an add-on to make it happen immediately. This is called the Nightfall. It is the easiest and simplest of his powers, so I think it's the one that we should see first. Normally, it only happens after like 5 minutes of waiting, but I brought a little add-on that makes it happen at the start. It's a good add-on as well. So, what is the Nightfall? The Nightfall is a period of time that affects all survivors. You can see that it affects all survivors because all of them have the timer on their HUD. And the idea is that during these 60 seconds, or a bit more with add-ons, they have 60 seconds of darkness. The map is like in lights out mode, okay? They don't see very far. It's like, it's really foggy. Now, if they have perks to highlight palettes and windows, they can still see them. But for the most part, it is a little bit spooky. You also are completely undetectable, as you can see behind my webcam. You do make some noises and you're bright white, but you could get relatively close and they wouldn't hear your heartbeat like they normally do. And on top of that, if a survivor is a little bit new to the game and they don't know the layout of the map, because you don't see the things from a distance to find as a landmark, it can be confusing, right? So if I was a new survivor and I know more or less the main buildings over there, but I only see this part of the map, it can be a bit confusing. So don't worry too much. This is something that is in the background. We will do some things that will make it happen faster, and it does have some active benefits. We'll talk about them in a minute, but it's something that when it happens, I mean, it benefits you. It doesn't hinder you, okay? Now, on top of that, this killer has 2 more abilities, kind of. We're going to talk about the simpler one, okay? They both work by holding your power button. Without using your power, by the way, you are basically a normal M1 basic killer. Terror radius of 32 meters, movement speed of 4.6, launch of whatever this is. Everything is the same as Trapper, everything is the same as whatever. Notice that whenever you attack, you make this little wah noises, but other than that, and being a relatively tall killer, normal stuff. So he's going to feel really good to play. However, when you hold your power button, all of the lockers in the map are highlighted to you, even the ones that are really far away. Keep in mind that these lockers will have some crosses on them if they're next to a survivor on the hook. So if there was a hook right there, these lockers would be temporarily unavailable, and that's fine. The game doesn't want you to go back to a hook immediately after unhook or during the hooking period. That's okay. Just keep it in mind, okay? Now, if you press left control, you will teleport to whichever one of them you are highlighting. Let's try this one over here. Notice that this is a little bit interesting. Every locker in the game can sit by itself or be in a small cluster of normally 2 or maybe even 3 lockers, right? But the thing is, when you teleport to them, you don't have control over which one you go to. If there is a survivor inside, you will always come out of the one that the survivor is inside of. So whichever one it is, go in. Yeah, let's say the survivor is inside for whatever reason. If you teleport, don't worry. You'll immediately come out of the right one. And that will be really, really good. Because look, it's an insta-down. I can already go on hooker, right? Let's demonstrate how survivors, how lockers get blocked next to a hook. Let's see. Let's wait for our power to have its little cooldown. Oh, this one's far away. Perfect. But if it was any closer, it would be blocked. Now, another thing that can happen is if a survivor locks a locker. This is an action that they can do only against this killer, okay? And they go around the locker, and they do this, and they... If you teleport to this locker, right? You will always come out of the lock one, and you'll have to struggle a bit to break it. However, if there's one thing that survivors can do to try to extend this, right? Look, they could lock both of them, but they're not going to because they're really smart. Look at what's going to happen. I come out of the one that needs to be broken. Okay, it took me longer to come out, and that was bad. But look what they do now. Now they're going to lock the other one. And look at this. Instead of coming out of the free one, I'm always going to come out of the one that's locked. You see the yellow aura? That means it's locked. God damn it. Now, there's a reason why doing this is the smart play. And there's one way that they can kind of mess it up. Could you please follow me, you beautiful survivors? Could you please go to these two lockers over here and lock them both? Oh, wait. These are separate, aren't they? Yeah, we need to find a cluster. This one. Yeah, this is only applying to clusters of lockers that count as one. What happens if survivors are a bit stupid and they block both of them? Well, obviously I'm gonna come out of a block one, right? But look what I can do. Now, instead of waiting, if I don't have anything better to do, I can actually attack this and break it myself. You can do this anytime you see a locker with the orange little highlight. You can just go and whack them. You don't need to do this in chase because you could lose a bit of distance. Maybe it's not ideal. Maybe you should just get it down. But in between chases, and if you have a bit of downtime, you can just go bam. And it's the same as coming out of them. Once a locker is locked, it's broken. Once it's broken forever. So that's good. As the game progresses, more and more get broken, and it's going to be harder and harder to slow you down. Look how quickly come out without any locks, right? So that's pretty good. So that's how it works. Now, it's very important to remember that if a survivor is in a locker, you will grab them if you teleport. But that also includes if they interact with the locker in any way whatsoever. If they touch the locker to activate a perk. If they go in and out quickly. If they use even Elodie's perk, Deception, the one that makes you fund the locker. All of those will get you a grab. So look, if I have an aura perk or if I see a survivor visually, for some insane reason, go touch a locker, and they, even if they lock it, look what I can do. Please lock it. Let's see if I can time it right. Ta-da! Yoink! You can actually kidnap them. And then immediately hook them or drop them or whatever the heck you want. Right? So survivors need to be really careful. And you have the opportunity to sometimes get down like this. Now, another thing that I haven't mentioned is that I have 3 tokens on my power. This allows me to chain teleports. Look. Obviously, I can go to any place that I want. But what if I use my power to check on generators? Let's check on this one. Listen, listen, listen. I don't hear it. I don't see it, but normally I would hear it. So let's assume the generator is at 0. Let's check on this one now. Boop. Okay, I see the pistons are moving. It's not making any sound. This one's not being done. Let's go to that one now. This is my last one. Oh, what is that? I hear the generator, and because I am right now in Nightfall, anytime that I'm in Nightfall, whenever I teleport, I will hear the heartbeat of nearby survivors within 60 meters. Like so. So this is a great way of finding survivors. If you're in Nightfall, your teleport is faster, your recovery is faster, and you have this detection. So look, in Nightfall, I can go, wow. Do I hear anything? No. Wow. Do I hear anything? No. Wow. Do I hear anything? Yes. Okay. And find people doing gens, healing, and so on and so forth. Right? There's one more part of his power. This will also work when we teleport into a remnant. Okay, this ability also works like that. We will show you that later. So what we just saw there is the final ability of the Dredge, and it's the trickiest one. The one that gets you the most value in your chases, but also the one that's easiest to mess up. So when we hold our power while we choose a locker, right? We actually leave behind a little shadow called the Remnant. On top of being able to teleport, we also have an alternative power, which is to teleport back to our shadow. If I click it, boop, boop, I go back to my shadow. Now, this has very obvious implications in chess. Let's ask this Golden Fong to please go on this palette right here. Let's imagine the classic scenario of I chase a survivor and they go on the left side towards this towards that side of the loop, for example, right? They don't drop the pallet, they just keep running. And in this situation, they are kind of screwed. Because look, I can put my Phantom here and then go through here, and no matter what they do, they're screwed, right? If they run into me, I hit them. And if they run into my Ghost, I teleport to it, and boom. Careful, if you teleport too late, the survivors can kind of phase through you because you don't have collision. And also, any survivor can run into your Ghost to dispel it. So, yeah. If you're too late, boop, it disappears. Don't worry, you can still teleport to lockers, but you lose the ability to teleport until you reset it again, right? This is something that a survivor can do for a teammate. So in this situation, where a survivor is in a loop, and I put a Ghost here, and I'm trying to get the red Fong Min, then the yellow one can maybe run into it and get rid of it, right? You also need to be a little bit smart, because when you use the Remnant, you move significantly slower even than survivors. So much like with the artist earlier, what I don't want to do is make it super obvious that I'm using my power, and then what the survivor's going to do is just run into the map. So we need to make sure that we zone survivors and that we sometimes fake our power and stuff. So here she can't really run anywhere. She's gonna die. Look, I cancel my power, bam, hit, no problem, right? But if I was chasing in this direction and I use my power badly and the survivor just runs away, I'm gonna be constantly wasting my own time. So I need to be a little smart, right? So what are some simple ways to use our Remnant? We've already explained that if a survivor is on a loop, you can put it on one side and then you can go and chase through the other. And unless a survivor runs into another direction and puts themselves in danger and takes their chances to run away, you're fine. If they run away, just cancel, right? If they run into you, cancel and hit them. If they run into the Remnant, you're gonna teleport. One very important thing about the Remnant, whenever you set it up, it remembers the direction that you're looking at. So, I am right now looking at the light pole, and I'm gonna set the Remnant, okay? The vertical direction doesn't matter, but the actual orientation, the north-south, does matter. So I'm now gonna look away from the light pole. And when I teleport, ta-da, I'm looking into it. There's one add-on to change this if you don't like this. So as a general rule, you wanna put your Remnant looking into the place where the survivor will be coming from, right? So let's do a bad example so that you understand how not to place the Remnant, okay? Let's go back to the same idea. Right, I'm chasing Red Fong Min or whatever in this loop. Now, what I don't want to do is put the Remnant like this. Because look, if I now teleport... Oh, Jesus, that's not good at all. That's really not good at all. You also don't necessarily want to put the Remnant right on the pallet. Because if I put the Remnant on the pallet like this, silly as it sounds, like, if I chase a survivor, they can kind of like just stun me when I teleport. And then... that was clumsy. It could have been easily avoided by putting it a little bit further in, right? And yeah, if a pallet is already down, don't worry. You can still do some place. You can put it here, and this is pretty good. Think about it. Right now, I'm putting it, I'm looking half of the pallet, half on the right side. And this is perfect, because no matter what she does, I'm going to have good view of her, right? Look, if I hear her vault, I will teleport. And if I see that, bam, perfect. Super easy hit. And if I saw her or her bolt, I would have just turned my camera a bit. So remember, when you put the Remnant, you want to be a little bit mindful of which direction to put it in, okay? There are a few other situations that you can use it on. If you anticipate an insane movement from the survivors, sometimes, while you hold the Remnant, you cannot vault or attack or anything, but you could sometimes be a little tricky and just put it near a window, then chase a survivor into the window if it's the only way out, only to then catch them, right? In situations where survivors only have one way out, and then the other one that you go through, this is really, really easy, and I think... I don't even need to explain it to you. I think it's very, very, very common sense. If a survivor is looking at you, they do see the Remnant, especially if it's not nightfall, and they see you hold your arm. But some survivors don't pay a lot of attention. So that's all there is to Dredge. That's what we're looking at. We have a passive nightfall that makes survivors confused and enhances all of our abilities. We have the ability to go into lockers faster when we're in nightfall. We have the ability to teleport back to our Remnant faster or with faster cooldown when we're in nightfall. Also, the Remnant itself also has detection if it's in nightfall. Now, how do we make the nightfall happen faster? Look, anytime you injure a survivor, not down, look, downing doesn't do anything. But anytime you injure a survivor, you get a bit of nightfall. Every time you teleport to your Remnant, you get a bit of nightfall. That sound indicates that it's getting closer. And also, every time you hook a survivor, you get a bit of nightfall. You also get a bit of nightfall passively. And the more injured survivors you have, the faster this passive buildup is. In other words, hook and injure survivors and keep them injured and have anti-healing perks, and Nightfall will happen more and more. Okay, as an example, I'm going to teleport to my Remnant to remind you that there is heartbeat whenever I teleport to my Remnant or to any locker. Also, you might notice that sometimes your Remnant is bouncy. Look at my camera. Bonk. That bounciness is an anti-camp feature. You are allowed to use the Remnant next to the hook, right? But you have a bit of a slowdown compared to the normal. And don't forget that this is not a good idea, because if a survivor runs into it when you're not looking, they're going to destroy it. So what's even the point, right? This is not something very viable, but I mean, there might be a situation where you need to do it. Maybe there's a situation where you want to do it. But yeah, for the most part, that has covered almost everything there is. Our plan is to injure as many people as possible, make the Nightfall happen, take advantage of the Nightfall to enhance our powers, and get as many downs as possible, and maybe have an information perk or two to find survivors across the map so that we can teleport towards them. If we don't have any information perk, we will need to teleport a bit more to find them. That's all there is to it. Super, super simple each element, but it does get complicated, and using them all requires a little bit of finesse. Let's get a build going that will help us do our best. Alright, the Dredge's perks are not super remarkable, but one of my favorite ones is Darkness Reveal. Whenever you open a locker, it doesn't count if you're using your power, but whenever you open a locker or pull a survivor out of a locker, you see everyone else around lockers, and it's a nice way to find people if you got nothing else. Personally, I see this perk used a lot with Hunters and Trickster. Those killers open lockers to reload, so it's kind of like a nice synergy. But don't worry too much, you don't even need it. It's not super necessary for those killers or anything. Other than that, basic stuff. Insta-down in the endgame, very good on a teleporting killer. A little bit of gen slowdown and a little bit of heal slowdown, which obviously has natural benefits on this killer, because the more people injured, the faster you get your Nightfall. As for add-ons, as a beginner, you cannot go wrong with the Malthinker Skull. This makes it so that the people injured contribute even more towards faster Nightfall. You also cannot go wrong with Hadis Calendar. If you have this add-on, just put it on. Whenever you break through a locker that has been locked, the animation is a little bit shorter, and it's going to feel a bit less bad breaking them when you teleport. Automarian Writing for faster teleports for faster cooldown is always nice. Any of the easy add-ons that give you your Nightfall at the start of the trial, it's pretty easy mode. And there's also maybe caffeine tablets, which highlights which lockers are locked, and Worry Stone to give a bit of info. If you don't have any info perks, those are options. But other than that, we honestly are set. We're gonna put some blood point offering from some time ago and ready up, and I'll do my best to walk you through the hoops and loops of this killer. All right, Chapel, beautiful, beautiful map for him. Now, remember, much like other characters, this killer cannot... he begins with his power on cooldown. So unfortunately, for the first 10 seconds or so, we cannot immediately use her power. But look, we saw a survivor right away, so that's beautiful. Wow, that's a free hit. Getting a free hit is so difficult in this killer sometimes, because the main weakness of this killer is survivors just chaining different loops together. You play one loop and... oh, this is a... I thought it was a pallet broken. She's not in the right side. Yeah, I think this new loop here is confusing. Right, we went away from the gens that they spawned in, which is not ideal, but we got it down so quickly that who cares, right? Doesn't matter. And remember, whenever you hook someone, it's not as important to try to be super efficient, because you will teleport. Let's hold it and maybe go... let's listen to the gen on the right. Okay, maybe this one. Oh, bingo. All right, we found 2 survivors. Can we go for... ooh, I think this is a hit. Ooh, really close. Awesome. There was a survivor left back here. I'm going to try to injure as many people as possible. If they don't play this right, this will be a hit. Oh, they went to the edge of the map. That's a little bad. Let's see. Oh, wow. She went right around me. Kind of cheeky. This killer is really good at not being run around. Oh, that's a really bad mistake. I'm just going to grab her. Right. I'll put her in basement. Oh, there's no basement. I'll put her here then. Kick this generator real quick. Even though I'm not sure if that's gonna do a lot. Kick it anyway. Nightfall is gonna happen really quickly, no doubt, because we got so many hooks and so many injuries. Let's teleport over here, close to the hook that we did before. They finished the heal, but I'm sure they're nearby. In Nightfall, survivors are highlighted in white. They're really easy to see. I don't want to hit this girl. I want to get it down on this girl. Let's force her to drop the pallet. She drops it, put a remnant down. She teleports. Does she teleport? Okay, I wanted to see if she would vault back in panic, but there she was basically in a lose-lose situation, right? Stand still, and I teleport and hit you, vault back, and I grab you by the throat. Like, it was GG's. We're gonna teleport back to the hook over there, because they are definitely trying to hurry it up. Okay, remember, you cannot go to a locker next to a hook, but after the hook happens, yes, you can. Okay, because we have Sloppy Butcher, that heal has been reset, so it's great to interrupt heals. I'm gonna get a hit on this girl if possible. Maybe she drops it. Okay, she tried to kind of have a mind game back and forth, back and forth. Ultimately, we, I guess, got lucky or were precise enough. And we got the hit there. Beautiful. Oh, hiya. This window can be really strong. But I don't think it's so difficult against with this killer. Yeah, if she goes to that window, I will teleport to the locker next to it and cut her off. Oh, she's in trouble here. Okay. So what I did there was a little bit risky and I don't recommend it. You typically do not want to put a remnant in such a close proximity to the pallet. Hi. Because when you teleport, there's a chance the survivor beats you to it and stuns you. However, I kind of guessed that she was going to do that, and I put a remnant only to teleport to it immediately. And that is something that I think a lot of dredges know catches survivors off guard. With a lot of survivors, you want to be slow. You want to put one on the left, then go, then slowly, then slowly. Aha, gotcha. Right? But sometimes, because you know what the survivor's mind is at, you can get away with... You actually will only catch them if you do something a little bit more unexpected. And that can be an insta-deploy, insta-teleport. There, I put it a bit far. That's completely fine, completely fine. She probably will not want to play this pallet. Let's keep chasing, see what transpires. We're doing great. We have a lot of hooks on a lot of people. She's going to lose us a bit of distance here from the fall. Does she make it back to that pallet? Very possibly. What can we do about it? Oh, this is the window. Oh, this is not good. I think she's dead here. Don't overthink it. I just swing. And she goes down. I did see the silhouette of someone else, so... Hiya. Oh, okay. Let's put the remnant. Looking at the left. Let's... Wait. She leaves the loop. That's very common. We're ready for it. No problem. Hit her. Free hit. Awesome. Do I need to do anything else right now? No. Let's break this pallet. Get this hook. And now we have progress. One person injured means next nightfall is going to happen faster. Next hook means this next nightfall is going to happen faster. That bright of light, I don't know what that means, but okay. Yeah, let's hook over here. There's plenty of lockers around her and it's so open. I'll find them easily. I haven't used Darkness Revealed yet, but I don't think it matters. Right. How about I use it right now? How about I open a locker? I'm not going to find anyone, obviously. And now I'm going to see people. Oh, wow. There's one right there. Beautiful. Oh, they finished healing. Oops. Sometimes if you see the auto of a survivor, by the way, try to be a bit cheeky. Like sometimes you can wait and see if they go into a locker and then teleport to an insta grab them. Right. This is a window? Damn. All right, dude. This one's locked and it's facing outwards. Does she make a mistake? Yeah, she kind of does. Okay, hold up. Hold up. This pallet's not so good. It is pretty strong. Okay. She just leaves? Okay, I respect that, man. I respect it. A double pallet here? Okay, I've never seen this in my life. Well, yeah, that is the state of DBD right now. Let's put this here on the left. If she bolts, I'll hit her. If she goes around, I'll also hit her. But she probably run back to me now. Yeah. Now I teleport. Survivors, especially the ones that know a bit how this killer works, which are going to be the majority of them when you play it, you know, at higher MMR, which is the hidden matchmaking. They're not stupid, right? They're going to try to make it look like they're going to do one thing only to do a 180 last. And, oh, she made a bad mistake. This is a down because she took too long. Right, so what we did during this nightfall wasn't ideal per se. I committed to the survivor because I thought we had some opportunities to learn. And there's nothing wrong with that. If she was dead on hook, that would have been a really good idea. We would be in a 3v1. But during nightfall, it's generally a much better idea. Get a pallet out of the way, get a hit on someone else, go for someone else that's healing, and then interrupt them. If you go around because of the detection, you are very likely to just find people and just get much easier downs. You don't need to commit. Sometimes in this game, you have a chase that's bad, and every other chase could possibly be even worse, right? So sometimes you do need to commit. But sometimes you don't. Here I teleported because it was faster. Do I get this hit? I think I would have if I played that perfectly. Oh, awesome. Wait, why is that girl coming in to help? I don't understand. Could I teleport here? Because she's going to wait next to the window. Yeah, she's going to this window. I'm going to break this breakable. It's kind of annoying. Okay. What is she doing right now? Trying to play this. I will teleport to this locker. Oh, no. Okay, it's fine. We have even more pallets here. I'll pretend to... She's gonna drop it, and no matter what she does now, she's dead. Wait. Now. Beautiful. Oh, she connects it to another one. I'm just waiting for the cooldown on my power. Chat, I'll be honest. She has a window there. This map is so busted, man. She's gonna vault back if we're lucky. Nice, okay. This is the second to last survivor. Let me put a remnant right here. There's like 5 people. I have my choice here. I should go for the A3, the girl with the funny clothes from Dungeons and Dragons, because she's dead on hook. She should be my priority. But it's okay. Let's pick her up before she's under the pallet. Otherwise, they can pallet save. Okay, what do we want to do here? Let's hook over here and kick this gen. Hi. Oh my gosh. The survivor disappeared. What was that? Alright, let's kick this. You heard that noise? That means nightfall is approaching. You can see in the HUD that it's like 80 or 90%. Let's open... Oh, I can't open it. There can never be a survivor if a locker is locked, by the way. Lockers need to be empty to be locked. Do I see anyone in the map? Oh yeah, one person in main. Okay, this is not a perfect locker. A lot of the maps, by the way, are missing lockers in a lot of areas. So you will find that in some places, it's generally really difficult to like cut people off because there's so many limited spots. This one is not a bad one. The problem with this map is just there's so many pallets, as you've seen. All right, here I should be able to get a relatively free hit. Let's turn around. Oh, very crafty. She pretended to go underneath me and then do the 180. Luckily, we've seen that kind of play before, so... I'm gonna not make the same mistake I did before when I commit to the one survivor when I really shouldn't. Wow, this survivor was like, I'm looking out for myself. I don't care. Fair enough. This is nightfall. I don't know what she's thinking. I really shouldn't be doing this, but let's try to get a pallet out of the way. Sure. Let's get out. That survivor on the ground has been hooked once, not twice, so it would be better if I go for someone else. Hold up. Let me just... try to detect people here. Yeah, of course. This is Feng Min, I think. Now that we left her, she's in a worse spot. And look, this might be a short chase because of it. Instead of committing and committing, sometimes it's better to just find them a bit later, right? Let's see. Do we have a free hit on her? Oh, damn it. I wanted to pull her out in a fun way. That's all right. They probably finished that jump, but that's fine. By then, this girl's going to be dead. I have some information to find people if I struggle to find them. I have a perk for the endgame that we haven't even used yet. Yeah. This is also maybe a good time to break this. There are some other small things that you can consider doing with this killer. For example, if you're gonna hook a survivor and nightfall is about to end, you could wait like 1 second so that you can get a little bit of points towards the next nightfall, right? You can try to hold the gens that are in areas with better lockers. That will happen naturally. Let's break some of these. Not that we have to. And also, while you... I forgot to mention this. While you are teleporting or while you are waiting inside a locker, you also build up faster nightfall. So teleporting frequently is also a good way to speed up or make the game harder for the survivors. One thing to remember, this is locked, so it's not gonna work. If it wasn't locked, I would have been able to come out quickly and cut her off from this window. Cutting survivors off is quite an important thing, and I'll show you at least one place later to do it. Anyway, we're gonna learn from our mistakes and put a slightly better remnant this time over there. Let's see what she does. Hit. I knew that it was a little bit past the pallet, so I turned 180, hit her really easily. You need to have a good short-term memory. I'm gonna teleport to... No, she's not going shack. I could teleport to this shack locker. She's gonna vault back. Oh, okay, easy peasy. Let's wait for a dead heart, possibly. There it is. Let's go. No. Lovely. These two survivors are most likely going to the main building, but it's okay. If they finish it, who cares? We're not playing a tournament. I don't need to open lockers. I'm pretty sure they're there. Let's teleport to the second floor. We're most likely going to see them both here. I'm going to drop down from here, even though there's like this weird, ugly bench. And if they finish the shen in my face, you know what? That's great. You want to do it? Thank you. Insta down. Oh, my locker's right there. This one's not locked, so this is really fast. And 3, and 2, and 1. She said, I am a little bit faster now. And that speed also applies to when I'm holding my remnants. So yeah, this kill is quite messed up. The only thing she could realistically do... Oh, we did break this, didn't we? Is maybe last long in chase for her teammate to pick herself up if she has some perk to pick herself up. But I suspect that they don't. So, yeah. How do I know that they don't? Because we left her on the ground before and she didn't use it. How do I know that we left her on the ground? Because I look at the bleed timer and I see that it's 1/4 gone. Which means she's been on the ground for like a minute and a half or something. Ish. So, yeah. Mind you, in the future, they are introducing a feature that will make it so that leaving a survivor on the ground for a long time, like this, is kind of riskier, but it's not here yet. Let's teleport in place. Heartbeat? No heartbeat. You do detect survivors on the ground, I'm pretty sure. So... Oh! While I teleport, I hear things around the environment, and one of them happens to be the hatch. So we could come and close it right now. Bonk. You know, plan B, let's break this and open a hatch, open a locker. Hi, Entity! What's up, buddy? Do I see anyone? Sadly, no. I'm so sorry. The survivor might die in slug heaven. I am not gonna be able to find them, am I? They do shine brighter on the ground when it's nightfall, but we'll try to find them. They've just been crawling somewhere. I'm sorry, man. It'll be fine. Hi, Lefty. We love you, buddy. Thank you so much for the raid. That's real sweet of you. But I think that kind of wraps up Dredge. One thing that's important. Let's actually talk about it. In this loop right here, right? I could have broken this pallet a while ago, but... So, we had a problem. The first time I used my power, I think I put it here. And the problem that if the pallet is here, this is thinking in 2 dimensions. This is thinking that the survivor is either going to vault. Wait. That bird flew off. Oh, never mind. It's thinking that the survivor is either going to take the pallet or go around the loop. In reality, what the survivor is likely going to do is just run off. So instead of hugging the tile and putting the loop right here, which would only help me in this very binary situation, what I did later, what I adjusted because I realized my mistake, is put the remnant in a place that serves a similar purpose but also covers for the survivor running away. Now I cannot put it right here because if I put it right here, the survivor just beats me to someone else. But I did an in-between. Not right here, not right here. Instead, I put it somewhere like here. And now, if the survivor vaults, they're screwed. If they loop, they're screwed. And if they go into the open, I teleport and they're screwed, right? So that's kind of what you want to do. Try to cover for as many different things as possible. As you play more and more games, you will get better at dealing with multiple things strung together. For example, Shack, if it's... Oh, hi. 1 second, I'll be right with you. Shack, if it's at the edge of the map like this, you could do something here. If the pallet is not... is out of the use, you could put a remnant here, right? Chase from this direction. And if they go through the window and you hear it, easy peasy, teleport and hit. And if they don't and you see them, teleport and hit them, right? And it could even work with the pallet up if they are a bit clumsy. This obviously only works if it's the edge of the map. If there's a bunch of stuff there, they're just gonna run away. Oh, damn. Anyway, well played. Hopefully that covers it. This map, this killer is very map dependent. Every map plays a little bit different. And if you notice that the map that you're playing is a bit more indoors, look for opportunities. When the survivor only has one corridor leading to one way, look for opportunities to teleport somewhere where you cut them off and you push them back into the area where the pallets are gone, where the pallets are dropped, where the gens are still there, you know? Try to play a little bit like that. And don't forget that this killer ultimately downs with his basic attack a lot, which means that any perks that apply on basic attacks, including insta-down perks, are not necessarily a bad choice. They can be quite strong as well. Things like Friends Till the End, for example, work really, really well on him. I hope you have a lot of fun with him. Thank you. Okay, friends, it's time to talk about Wesker. Wesker doesn't have the absolute best perks, even though they're not bad. It's nice to have his perks. But he's just a really cool license, and he's a really fun killer. He used to be the most popular killer in the game for a long time, and he still is in a lot of ways. He's really, really fun, and he's a cool license, so I can totally see why you would want to play him. Good taste. For the most part, this killer plays like a normal standard killer. He does have the normal lunge, the normal stun time, the normal breakdown, the normal movement speed. His terror radius, however, is a little bit larger than the normal. He has a 40-meter terror radius, similar to Blight, similar to Billy, because similar to those killers, he has a bit of a dash mobility. Now, it's quite important to address that unlike Billy and unlike Blight, who make insane quick work of a map's distance, Wesker is not a mobility killer. He is a killer with burst mobility, okay? Which means that if you see a survivor in the distance, you can go, wah, and close the gap really quickly to them. However, in terms of like raw mobility, considering that he goes through lengthy cooldowns and his power doesn't go infinitely like Billy or anything like that, he doesn't get around the map that quick. But because he can go from one point to another really quick in a short period of time, he does have a bigger terror radius. This is both a positive and a negative. It's a positive because with some perks, you can apply terror radius effects over a bigger distance, and that can be quite annoying. But it's also a negative, which means because it means also that if you go around the map aimlessly and you're like, oh, where are the survivors? Oh, where are the survivors? Oh, let's check this tree right here. Oh, that's really cool. Where are the survivors? Survivors are going to have an even bigger warning than against other killers. They will begin to run sooner. They will begin to hide earlier, and this can make it a little harder. Keep that in mind, okay? Outside of that, this killer is perfectly standard, perfectly normal, which means that everything that you've learned on Wraith, everything you learned on Trapper, they're all going to translate very, very, very good in this killer. His power can sometimes set you back and hurt you a little bit if you use it at the wrong times, but it's one of the easiest powers to understand in the game, okay? The big idea with this killer's power, I have an add-on to make the cooldown a bit shorter so that we can wait a little bit less, is that when you hold it, he prepares a dash. Now, mind you, during this whole preparation, you are slowed down. Okay, so if I run after a survivor, right, in a straight line, for example, that way, like, I will noticeably, like, lose distance. Not a lot, right? That is very significant, however. In the open, this doesn't matter because I have a dash, but if the survivor is looping me around something round, that extra speed is kind of bad. Like, if I am going like this, like, I'm just not gonna catch up. It's gonna be awful. So we need to be a bit mindful of when to use our power, okay? Unlike Clown, where you can just hold the power, you want to bring it out when you really want to use it. It's not as bad as Huntress, but it's also not zero like Clown. So, knowing that, when that power is fully charged, or at any point, you can let go to cancel if you decide, okay, this was a bad idea. Or you can press the attack button to do one big dash. Wah! Notice that your first dash is a little shorter, and then you have a little period where you can do a follow-up. You have 2 tokens. This is incredibly similar to Nurse. If you were watching the Nurse segment earlier, it's almost the exact same thing. You have 2 dashes, 1 waiting period, 2. The second one is longer, and then they come back. If they come back and you have 1, look, I can use 1, but I cannot use the second one because I need to have 2 tokens. Each of your dashes requires 1 token each. So right now I need to wait. Ah! Keep in mind that if you start charging your power, unlike many other killers, the cooldown is paused. So if you ready up your power when your second bound is about to be ready, this is a very easy mistake. I make it all the time. You don't get to use it. So in a situation like this, for example, let's just waste 1, right? I am waiting for my power. You can even get a hook and still wait for your power. And I messed up. I only have 1. I need to cancel, try again. Right. So using 2 dashes for mobility is not a bad idea. It's not incredibly fast, but it does get you around the map. The first thing that you can learn to use with this power, very, very simple, is mobility. So just go around the map. And if there are some obstacles, you can go left, then turn, then right. Keep in mind that while you are traveling, you can move your camera, and this has some implications that we're going to get into. Because the other thing that this power does, other than make you move a little faster, is grab the survivors. So when you grab the survivors, as you saw earlier, you drag... There are 2 periods, okay? For the first period, you're going to drag them a little bit. And then for the second one, you're going to throw them into something. Notice that if you throw them into an obstacle, you will deal damage, and if they're injured, you're gonna down them. However, if you throw them into the air, and sometimes the game can be a bit funny about this, you will not do anything. Look, they shrug it off a little bit. You gain a bit of distance, but it's ultimately not damaging, okay? So, what happens if while you're dragging the survivor, you slam into something? That is also good. Hold up, I'm going to demonstrate, okay? I'm gonna grab her and then slam her against that brick wall. Bang. That also does damage, and it's really, really good. So, your idea as a Wesker, right, is there are 3... okay, this is very simple. Really? This is very simple, okay? There is a 4-stage priority of what you want to achieve. When you injure a survivor with your power, they become infected, much like with Nemesis. But unlike Nemesis, this infection grows more severe over time. If it gets to the point where they look orange, you see how their HUD is orange? That means that they are 4% slower, which is nice, and they're also insta-downable, okay? But, very, very important, if they're insta-downable, you have to slam them against the wall. So look, if I slam her against that hill, insta-down. So anytime that you have the opportunity to insta-down a healthy survivor, always do it like this, because this is insta-down. However, if you throw them into nothing, or even into a wall, it will do only damage. For you to get the insta-down, you need to fully fully slam them. So what I would want to do is maybe not aim into the open, but aim a little bit to the side so that I slam her against the wall. So remember, most important thing, when a survivor is healthy. If a survivor is injured, it's almost always better to just M1 them or just to slam them against something because it transitions into the pickup, right? Look, if I hit them into something, there's no chance to pallet save. Well, maybe there is if they're lucky. There's no chance to pallet save mostly. There's no chance to flashy save. So I can immediately go and hook, which is really fast. So if they're injured, go for the slam. If they're healthy, try to go for the slam if they have full infection. Because again, insta-down. However, what happens if they are healthy and they are not fully infected or they're only partially infected? Then it actually becomes a little bit better to toss them against something. And I'm going to show you why. Much like with Nemesis, survivors find sprays that they can use on others and on themselves. Each spray has 2 uses. They have a lot of them. You can't really make them run out, but that's fine. Now, why is slamming a survivor against the wall sometimes beneficial? I'm going to show you why. Come over here. Let's imagine that I find the survivor in this part of the map, and I manage to do this. If I slam them against the wall, as you could see, I damage, but then I go through a cooldown, and then my power after a while begins to charge back, and then they get a speed boost. But look at what happens if I slam them against the edge of the map like this. This is damage, and look, where can she run? My power's already coming back. She can't run anywhere. She's against the edge of the map. Before she can beat me to anything, bam, I can now knife her down, or even get her with my power again. Bam, easy peasy. Now I can hook her, and on to the next. Super, super, super fast chase, right? So, remember, ideally, you want to insta on a survivor if fully infected or slam them against an edge of the map or against a good opportunity if possible. If not, you just slam them. The one thing that you want to avoid at all times, no matter what, is hitting them into the air. Oh, but what happens if there's 2 survivors? That's an interesting one. If there are 2 survivors, by the way, and you hit one, this can happen during an unhook, right after the unhook. Look, bam. You damage one, and then you put the second one in deep wound. And if they're injured, they get reset into deep wound as well. And this even happens if you slam them against each other. So yeah, if survivors group up, look for opportunities to do this. It can be really devastating because it can get rid of like 3 health states or 2 health states at once, 2.5 health states at once. So that's a pretty big deal, right? Now, a couple other things to talk about when it comes to Wesker's dash. It has the property of vaulting vault points. That includes windows and pallets. For windows, it's very simple. Keep in mind, even if I have 2 tokens, when I vault something, window or pallet, it immediately ends my power. So look, even though I have another one, immediately ends my power, right? And for pallets, it's going to be the exact same thing. Now, just because you can do this doesn't mean that you should. It's not always a good idea. If I vault this, the survivor can just, they cannot go through you unless they abuse some kind of bug, but they can just go around, and I'm kind of slow, and this is, you cannot just play this mindlessly, right? Like, yeah, look, this is a little bit of a silly situation, but you get the idea, right? This is not an appropriate idea. However, if the pallet itself is very, 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 very safe, it's one of those pallets that once a survivor vaults it, they kind of go around it easily. This can actually be really, really good. Same thing with a window. If I chase a survivor into a window like this, go for it. I can vault it, and they can't really run back into it. Say that I'm late, right? And what now? It's a really fast vault, right? And it can also be really, really powerful if a survivor is vaulting from a window on a 2nd floor. When you vault on a window from a 2nd floor as a survivor, you take a stagger damage that slows you down. But Wesker doesn't. So I could chase into a wall, into a window, and while they're slowed down, I will fall with full speed and almost immediate ability to get my full speed back and gun them down. Right? So that can be really powerful. Look for opportunities to do that. As for pallets, you need to be a little bit smart and understand that many pallets you cannot just follow them. You need to see which ones you want to vault and which ones you don't. And I will help you in a real match later find out when it is a good idea or not. So what is the other thing that you can use with this power? This killer, because he has the ability to do a 2 dash back to back, allows you to do certain mind games, right? So for instance, right now, if I don't know where the survivor is, if I chase from this side, she will drop the pallet. And if I chase from this side, she will drop the pallet too. But I can try to make it a bit confusing and be like, what? And what? Not so easy now. Unfortunately, chat, I made a mistake. I did grab her and I did infect her, which over time is a good thing, and the shield getting to get rid of it, but I didn't get damage. Now, one way that you can guarantee that you will do damage to someone is to do a tech that's called, it's a very simple one, it's not fancy, it's called Urobend. You will be bending the direction of your Ouroboros dash. I'm gonna show you how to do it. So we have a survivor right in front of me, right? It's right there, perfect. Now, if I grab the survivor, I'm gonna toss them into the air. And we've already explained that that is not good. So what can I do? Very, very simple. As I well, obviously, the other thing that I can do is get really, really close and then just aim at a wall. But you don't always have the opportunity to do that, right? Survivors are live creatures. They run away from you. I'm going to use my dash, and as I get close, I will... You know what? Let me use my second dash. As I get close, I will bend my camera to the right and show you what I mean. So look, I'm going to bend my camera. Bam. You see? Once you've already hit the input of going into one direction, you cannot change it anymore. It's not like Blight where he can change, but you can change your looking angle. And this allows you to sometimes aim for specific things that are more valuable. So I could aim for another survivor, I could aim for this barrel, I could aim for this wall. Just try to aim away from open dead space, right? Now, the way Wesker's bend works is... The way his dash works is very complicated. And basically the idea is that when you press the button, the game already has decided on that exact moment how far you're gonna go. So that means that if I choose a survivor who drops a pallet, and while I was using my power would have taken me past the pallet, the power thinks that I should go further. But the pallet has come down, so I'm gonna actually slide. Could you please come from here, and whenever you go past the pallet, drop it? I'll see if I can show you. Just pick it up if you can, and just drop it in a moment where I can kind of react to it, so it's not completely random. I'll try, but yeah. Yeah, just go and drop it, whatever. Just go around and, yeah, just go around and drop it if you want. You see? You see how I bound that? Normally, that wouldn't happen. When a survivor drops a pallet, it still doesn't count as a pallet that you can vault. You need to wait a tiny little bit, okay? This is also quite important in Windows. In Windows, there is a period where if you teleport too early, it's good because you'll hit them, right? Let's go to Shack, which is really, really common. And I'm going to chase a survivor around this side, which is they're going to try to make you chase them like this. And now they're going to go for the window, right? Now, I need to be really careful because what a survivor can do around the window, right, is bait it and then dodge, and I'm like, oh, shoot! And you cannot help it. This is very frustrating when it happens. But I'm going to be smart. I'm going to look at her item. If the item disappears, I know she vaults. And I'm going to wait for the perfect moment to see her animation, okay? I'm going to try not to mess this up. Hi, Javier. So, very important. Now, if I teleport too late, super late, I will follow her, which is not ideal. If I hit it just right, I will hit her. But if I am unlucky and I do in between, I'm going to bounce out of her. So, I'm going to show you. If a survivor is already past the window, but not done vaulting, you will simply bounce out of it, and it's another very frustrating thing. You need to avoid to time it this way. You either wait a bit longer if you want to follow them, or do it a bit sooner if you want to hit them. Could you please show us what it looks like, just to vault it? Okay, let's see. Like, this is good. Oh, they're kind of getting in the way of each other. No problem. Yeah, go for it. Whichever. Like, this is going to be late. Oh, no, actually, like, that was too late. That was too late, so I followed her. All right, let's try to do it again. Oh, the window's blocked. Don't worry, it's fine. It's the same. It's honestly the same on a pallet. So why don't we drop this pallet and demonstrate it here? Yeah, on a pallet. If I go for it, that's still a bit too late. I just don't want to hit them. But yeah, basically that is about as much as you need to wait in order to follow them. But if you teleport a tiny bit earlier, you're just gonna bounce out of it, and it feels really bad. Go for it, you guys. Go for it. Go for it. They don't know which one I'm talking to. Like that. See, there I bounce, and now I can't do anything. So I have to wait it out and then break the pallet, and I wasted so much time. So this is a situation that you want to avoid, right? Now, as I was saying, there are a lot of little tricks that the weird coding of this killer allows you to do. And most of them are pretty high level. They are fancy ones and you don't need to really know, but I'm going to teach you the one or two that are super reliable and super easy to use. Now, let's go back to this situation where I want to hit a survivor in this loop, right? The survivor is not stupid. They're going to wait in a situation, in a position where they can see me with a third person, but I can't see them. And if I make it too obvious that I'm gonna go, if I go to the left here, I'm gonna overshoot it, right? If I make it too obvious that I'm gonna do this, they're just gonna go to the left. And by the time I can follow them, too late, right? So one thing that I can do here, seeing that I have a little flat wall, or in this case, a pallet, I can actually kind of bounce off the pallet. When you bump into a wall, Wesker has a bit of a gentle bounce, and it's something that you can, we call it the rebound. It's something that you can use to your advantage. By bouncing here, I'm gonna be right on top of her by doing something like this. Look, right on top of her, and now bam, easy peasy, right? There really is no secret to this. All you need is a wall that has a bit of a bounciness to it, right? So I could also do it from this side, even though it's difficult because I need to find the right angle. If I do it here, I'm gonna bump into the rock. If I do it from here, I'm already stepping too far back. Maybe they're gonna run away, right? So you need to find the appropriate side. So for example, here, this could work. If there was a pallet here, I could do this and kind of bounce off. Look how far I am. When you move during your in between bound period, you're very slow, but since you carry some of the momentum in that time, you can actually get hits really, really nastily. Another simple thing that you can do is force a survivor into a 50-50. I chase the survivor into this pallet, which is otherwise pretty strong, right? And they drop it right away. And I'm gonna do this, and they're gonna panic. What did they do? Pretend to do this, they panic, bam. Easy peasy, right? If I mistime it, maybe I'll miss, but if I do it well, it's a hit. And it's quite difficult to avoid if you do it well. You know? Oh, they keep running. Okay, here I made a mistake. I only have one bound. But you know what? I only need one bound for this. Oh, they faked it. We weren't born yesterday, buddy. Whoa, bam. You see how quickly a chase can end with Wesker once you are in the right position? Honestly, there really isn't that much more to it. The one thing that you need to remember is that if you hook a survivor, their infection, forgive me, I'm gonna take her if that's okay. If you hook a survivor, their infection will reset to basically 1%. So we don't see how infected the survivor is. That's something only that they see. The only thing that we know is that if they're fully infected, they're orange. If they're partially infected, they're white. And when you put them on the hook, when they come out, they are at like 1%. Over time, if you notice that survivors are infected, you can try to incorporate that into your decision making. Chase the one guy. For example, let's say that it's been a while and I'm chasing these two survivors. This one, if they become orange, they're going to be slower in chase and they're going to be easier to insta down if they're healthy. So you might want to prioritize that sort of survivor. But outside of that, that's it. That's this killer. Let's get him a build that takes advantage of some of his quirks and covers for some of his weaknesses and play a real match with him. All right, so for Wesker, his own perks are all niche and not bad. Awakened Awareness shows you people around you when you are carrying a survivor, helps you avoid altruism, helps you avoid sabotage. It's maybe outclassed by some other info perks, but it's not bad. Superior Anatomy makes you vault faster, which on a few killers is quite good. However, keep in mind that this does not work with your power. This does not make you vault faster with Wesker or with Legion or with any killer that vaults with their power, like Chucky. It's just normal vaults. It can be interesting, not super hot on Wesker because he does have his unique vault sometimes, which is enough. Terminus is not super good on Wesker, but it's good on a few other killers that can play the endgame well. It forces everyone in the endgame to, if they get injured, be injured forever until they open the gates. And with some perks, like the Trickster's No Way Out, that can take a while. So it can be a bit scary. We're not going to use anything fancy. We're going to use insta-down for the endgame from Noed, a little bit of slowdown from No Holds Bar / Deadlock. This perk looks and might have a different icon depending on whether or not you have Pinhead. And a perk that I don't think we've used so far before, Plaything or Fortune Fuel. If people don't hear your massive terror radius, Wesker is, outside of his terror radius, Wesker is otherwise a pretty quiet killer. So this can be nice if they don't hear my terror radius. And Dear Stalker shows me their aura every now and then. And if someone's seeing my aura, I will see theirs. So it's kind of like a reverse Uno card. As for add-ons, you cannot go wrong with the add-on that increases your recovery. The Egg add-on gives you more time to do your second bound and also makes the momentum be preserved a bit better. It's the favorite of a lot of killers. I'm not going to run it. I'm going to recommend that you run the Tendril, which makes pulling out your tentacle slow you down a bit less, makes it a bit less punishing. The Medallion is a good add-on that makes your first dash a bit longer and your second one a bit shorter, evens them out a bit. The Walkie-Talkie is the opposite and it's kind of a meme add-on. I don't recommend it. The Jewel Beetle makes you throw survivors earlier, can be good for throws, but there's a bit of risk. And almost everything else is somewhat usable with a few exceptions. Maybe stay away from the Iridescent add-on that makes you insta break pallets. That's something you can mess with later. Don't go with anything fancy. Go with one of these simple ones that I mentioned. And try not to depend too much on them. Wesker can be used without add-ons. He doesn't need them super bad. Let's hop into this game and see how we handle it. Okay, we have a small, beautiful map. This is wonderful. Right, remember, we have a bigger terror radius. We cannot waste time around the edges of the map. We're gonna look for the most... This is something you need to do with every killer. Thank you, Satya. But more so with these. You wanna definitely check every line of sight. Look for... Oh, I see a survivor's aura. Or their outline. Beautiful. Let's chase them. 2 survivors here at least. One that misses kill check and whoever this is. Pretend to go this side, then go the other. Is someone a little bit lost here? What's going on? Oh, they went upstairs. I've never seen survivors go up here. That's cute. Are they still up here? I think they dropped just now. Oh. Okay. Oh, they're still here. Damn. I had never seen that part of the map since the P2B. Oh my lord. I am chasing ghosts, man. I am chasing ghosts. Dude, these scratch marks look like they were so close. Unfortunately, this is the sort of palette that... I think this is a down. No, this stalagmite is on my way. The shape of the loop, the more round it is, works against you. The more straight it is, it's good. Here, she kind of overthought it, and that worked in our favor. We don't need to use power in every chase. Definitely not with Wesker. Oh, you're still there, buddy? Oh, I think he might... No, that's not good. It was close, right? But the geometry of the map was not so hot. We made her panic and drop that. Good effort. We didn't really showcase our power very much here, but that's okay. We got plenty of time. Deerstalker is going to show me the aura of the person that I've chased the least, which happens to be that person over there. Lucky me. I'm going to go here. They could sabotage. That's a bit risky, but I want to hook next to the Shen so that we can bother both at the same time. Oh, please tell me they don't finish it in my face. Okay, do we kick it? It's going to get blocked while I kick it. Damn, whoever was here has begun a stealthy campaign. I'm not gonna lie, man. I could take so long. Oh my god, they have 3 gens nearly done. I could take so long to find them. I should see their aura, but I didn't. So, are they in a locker? That would be insane. I have no idea where these folks are. I don't want to give them a free unhook into finishing that gen, but it seems like I don't have any choice. So, yeah, I know. I'll chase you. Don't worry, buddy. Been looking for someone my whole life, man. All right. Do you see that this gen made a sound as if someone was repairing it, even though it was... This is an amazing one. Look, I'm gonna toss her into the corner. Oh, she didn't go as far as I thought. And there's a pallet right here. Do I get my second bounce back? I'm gonna vault this. This pallet is actually really good. I wait a little bit until I hear the clunk. To be fair, she played that well and I played that not so well. Never mind. The situation reversed. Then she played it bad and I played it well. So this is fine. That gen gets done. The gen above me will get done as well. It's been a fast match, but that's okay. We're not looking to win. We're looking to learn, hopefully, and teach. So that's fine. After finishing that gen, they heal in that side, most likely. I saw the aura of a survivor here, and this gen, I know is close to being done. So I'm gonna look here. I didn't really explain this, but Wesker's dash typically does not let you go. It's not like demos where it launches you into the stratosphere. You cannot go into the air. There are a few spots where if used correctly, you can kind of like project yourself, but that's another one of those little advanced tricks that you cannot just do everywhere. This is so unfortunate. Wait, this girl doesn't know. Notice that I creep up to this. I'm gonna pretend that I go through here. Does she drop the pallet? No? I crept up to this girl, and she had no idea I was behind her, because remember, Wesker is a very quiet killer. He doesn't have big stomps like some of the other ones. I'm gonna pretend to do this, then she's gonna vault, then I'm gonna hit her, and beautiful. Do you see what I did there? I baited her into vaulting the window, and when I dragged her with my tentacle, I immediately moved my camera to the right. That's the Uro bend. In order to... I know I'm not gonna get her here, but... Oh, she made a huge blunder. Oh, that was like last possible frame. That was super badly played by her, but we take it. I immediately slammed her against the wall so that she wouldn't go into the open or something. Okay, the situation is escalating really quickly. But yeah, here we want to either go for the girl on the hook and kill her completely, the V Bunyasa, or go for Nia, who's one hook. Oh, definitely not for this girl, but you know what? We'll take it. After this hit, I leave her. She can do whatever the hell she wants. I want someone that I've already hooked. We're at the price of the game where we need to. It's really unfortunate that we are playing against her so aggressively. Just keep in mind, they did 3 gens in 2 minutes, and they didn't even really care about my feelings. So if I do 3 hooks on the same person in 1 minute, I'm not gonna feel extremely bad about it either. Beautiful. Any earlier than that, I would have had her, but any later, I probably would have missed. Now, what happened there was really interesting. Did you notice that instead of grabbing her, I slapped her? I didn't really cover that at all. Oh, what, really? Excuse me? I didn't realize they got everyone up except Rebecca. Let's get a hit on this girl. Let's not overcomplicate it. It would be better to use my power so that I get her infected. So I'm gonna do that. But it's completely okay to just do normal attacks. You know what? I think I can hook this girl and be fine. What happens is, if you hit a survivor with your power, and that survivor is in the middle of an unhook animation, or a vault animation, or some other animation like that, that cannot be easily interrupted in a visual way, instead of grabbing them, if the survivor is in these animations, you will instead whap, slap them with your big tentacle. And that is fine. Functionally, it is the same. I cannot grab her here. She's got some obstacles. It's okay. We waited out. Pallet came down. She's gonna vault back. If she does go, I'm gonna fake it. She'll run into me. There's a... Okay, wait. Now! Oh, unfortunately, I think we weren't quite far enough. We're gonna fake the faking of the fake and see if it works. I get my 2 powers. If she's got Dead Heart, she's gonna use it now. There it is. Goodbye, B. You did a good effort, but I'm sorry, you gotta die, man. This game's going by fast enough. You've already had a second chance. Hi, Nia! What's up? Injured person out of the hook once. Love it. Fake this. Ooh, do you see what happens when you're too late? I wanted to do the same thing that I did to Kate, but I wasn't sure it would work. I'm gonna move my red stain. She thinks, yeah, Dead Heart as well. Let's see it. No. So what I did there, by the way, this is a super killer basic. Survivors see a red light in front of your camera, right? And you can manipulate your camera to make them think certain things. What I did there was like, I walk towards the doorway, I show my red stain, and then I do a very suspicious like, whoop, 180-degree turn, and it looks to her like I am changing my mind and maybe going back to the window. But it's a little mind game. It doesn't always work. It's quite basic. Sometimes you do a mind game of like doing something interesting. Sometimes the mind game is just to do nothing at all. Right. Generally speaking, because you lose a bit of distance when holding your power, you want to start using it when you know the survivor is really cornered, or she's dead, or when you are a little bit closer to them. If there's nothing for the survivor to use, just wait a bit, get a bit closer. It will be easier, right? A couple other things to consider. Your first bound doesn't always get a survivor, but that's fine. Much like every other killer that has to mine hitboxes, you want to aim not at the head of the survivor. You want to aim a little bit at the lower back or their butt, because that is a little bit more accurate to where their actual center of the hitbox is. You can sometimes hit like their legs, and it's easier to do it that way. And there's a couple more intricacies about this that I can try to talk about. There's a couple more things. I just don't know, like some of them are honestly quite stupid, but you know what? I'll tell you about it. Sometimes, if you know that, oh my god, they're in locker, they're in basement. Haha. If you know that you need to have a shorter bound than usual, you can on purpose bump on something to make your animation shorter. I'm gonna aim in front of the pallet so that I very, very clearly vaulted, pretend to go to the right, then go to the left. Does she have Dead Heart? Doesn't seem like it. You notice that because you have quite a generous time between bounds, when I was chasing the Kate, I wasn't sure if she had Dead Heart, so if I'm really close to her, sometimes I will wait to see if they panic press the Dead Heart key. Dead Heart is a perk that you see more and more when you get more experience. If you're a beginner, you're not gonna see too many of them. Maybe expect them on David's, because they start with that perk. But yeah, anyway, I lost a little bit of track. Oh, my perk is gonna show me the auto of someone? Where? How? Huh? Maybe it's the person on the hook that it showed me. Either way, they don't have too many gens down anymore. And the game has really slowed down to a crawl. Anytime a survivor gets unhooked, by the way, you can if you're nearby and they're careless, you can threaten to hit them both. In this situation, I would want to go past the survivor, right? And then hit them back to slam them against Rebecca. If you do it too early, the survivor of the hook will have immunity, and you need to wait until they kind of are capable of moving. So you need to time it a little bit. There's a bit of subtlety to it, but it's something you'll figure out. Anyway. We do have a perk that every now and then is going to show us on the auto of a survivor randomly, so yeah. It's just a little boring. Maybe they are in shock again. Let's check it. It's every 30 seconds we see the auto of the survivor with least chase right here. So let's wait around here and see if someone's revealed. Oh, they're actually doing this one. Damn, I really don't see them, dude. Are they just in a locker? It's just the auto of the... Is the survivor on the hook the one that's being revealed? This makes no sense, but... I mean, we'll kick it, I guess. Bit of an awkward situation. Sometimes the survivor expects the other one to die so they can get hatched, but then none of them are doing it. Hiya! Beautiful. And we found the perfect place to slam her against. Wow. She was injured, so immediately grab. Beautiful. I didn't really see her, no. I did see someone in basement. Oh, is that her shadow? Oh my god, you've been betrayed by my graphic settings. Oh, damn, I tried. So there, what I tried to do, I tried to slam into the wall with my first bound so that I could get the second one off sooner. It's a trick that you can do. Is she even here anymore? Hi. It's a trick that you can do, but yeah. It's I'm not an expert on Wesker. There definitely are amazing resources and guides out there and amazing Wesker players that maybe you can learn some more advanced stuff, but this should definitely be enough for now to get you started if it's your first time playing him. Okay, can we get her there? Oh yeah. If you have a chance like this, you can immediately tap to go for the second bound right away. It didn't work out. It wasn't enough for me, unfortunately. That hard? No, I don't remember. But yeah, don't forget, you can just go like brr, brr, and do them in a burst. Just because you can wait in between doesn't mean you have to. And sometimes waiting is the play. Sometimes a survivor will do really stupid things while you just wait there, so... Yeah, try different things, see what you like. Don't forget, the second bound is much longer than the first one. So if you go for a survivor and you miss, you can sometimes send yourself so far off. It can be, you need to weigh the risk of reward versus potential time lost there. Hi, who's that? Oh, it's One Pump Willie. What's up? Hi, Zelzy. Well, she doesn't want to get it, so... Thank you so much for the raid as well. You guys are real sweet. The South Sea, I'm not familiar with. Sayoto, thank you for the 4 months. Crushing Tech, thank you. One Pump Willie, we are good buddies with. So, yeah, I hope you guys had an amazing stream. Unfortunately, I think we're going to leave our DBD here for today, but I'll give you more attention in a minute. Have fun with Wesker, everyone watching this on YouTube. GG's. Alright, friends, we're going to talk about the Knight, God willing, and explain what makes him a little bit unique. The first thing that you need to know is that this killer, for the most part, is a basic standard killer. That means that he has a normal terror radius, normal movement speed, normal lunge, normal stun time. Everything is the same as, for example, Trapper and other killers that are similar. So he's going to feel very similar. Even if the animation is very different, this is exactly the same as a Trapper or a Doctor swinging, so he's going to feel very normal. You don't need to use your power a lot. You can just play him like a normal killer and use your power more and more as you feel more comfortable. His power, however, is definitely worth using. It can do a lot. He has 3 guards that he can swap between. And as you can see on the bottom left, the icon changes, and you can even see it on your arm guard to know which of the 3 guards you have active. They all do different, they do the same things, but each guard is better at doing a certain action. So you want to use the right one at the right opportunity. It doesn't really matter right now, so let's focus on talking about the things that they all can do. And the first and simplest one, the one that you can use very simply, is breaking things. So if I could get one of my helpers to please drop this pallet for me, that would be super wonderful. So in or out of chase, you can use your guards and send them to break something, okay? Normally, when you summon a guard, it needs to be summonable a little bit far away from you, but when it comes down to breaking something, it doesn't matter. So we can be here, and we're gonna tap the power button. When you enter the power button, you become like a little spirit orb, right? I'm gonna cancel it. You don't see the survivors don't see you after like a second, and you kind of have to guess based on cues. Very similar to the spirit. But right now, that doesn't matter. We're just gonna go here, and when we want to break something, we just press the attack button. And now that pallet is unusable by both sides, and after a couple seconds, my guard's gonna break it. And then the guard goes on cooldown. But doesn't matter, we switch to another one. You can do the exact same thing on breakable walls. You can do the exact same thing on a generator as well. And while the generator is being kicked, it cannot be attacked or done by a survivor. It will take 5% damage and then begin to regress. The exact same thing as if I had just done a kick myself, right? It's the exact same damage, the exact same regression. The only difference worth considering is that if I have a perk that applies on gen kicks, it does not apply on my guards. So I cannot apply things like Pop Goes the Weasel or Nowhere to Hide or Eruption. Unfortunately, that only works if you kick it yourself. But yeah, let's kick it with my guard. Look how quick that can be, right? Now, keep in mind that when you use it to break things like this, you can do it at any range, even from really close up. The only thing that you need to be aware of is that you cannot summon a guard if it's really, really close to a wall. Look, here I can summon, here I cannot. Here I can summon, here I cannot. You need a little bit of space in front of you, okay, in order to summon. So that means that if I'm looping around this, I cannot summon like this. I need to maybe look to the side a little bit before I do it. So what is the most common way for you to use your power outside of breaking things? You're going to send out a guard to the location of the survivor. And what the guard does, it basically you draw a path and the guard is going to go back and forth for the duration of its patrol, which is a set amount, in the path that you drew. You see, it goes back and forth and it has a detection circle around it. If you draw a very, very long path, it probably won't even have time to do it multiple times. So if I drag a very, 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 very long path, I also get a speed boost, by the way, for doing this as a way to reward me for drawing long paths. As you can see, this guy is basically just going to do it one time. And after that, if it doesn't find anyone, it's going to just disappear after a while. You can also hit them to make them disappear early. This is not something you need to do pretty much ever, but if you send a guard and you're like, you know what? Yeah, this was bad. You can just hit them to immediately end them and then get them to go through the cooldown faster. They also go through the cooldown fast if you just summon another guard. So if I summon a guard and then I can't summon the same one, but then I summon another one, the first one is gonna disappear. So yeah. Remember that. Now, if a survivor enters the visual radius of this little, you see that little circle, they will be detected. One thing to keep in mind though is that the survivor needs to be within visual sight of the guard. If they are behind some obstacle, like for example this, it might not work. Let me show you. So here, oh, the survivor on the right was detected, I think. Yeah. Oh, we found someone else. Yeah, we found someone else. But normally, if you're behind an obstacle, you will not get detected. Unless the survivor makes a loud noise notification. If you make a loud noise notification, even through a wall, you can be detected. So for example, this survivor that's doing like this, yeah, vaulted back and forth. Back and forth. Like that, you see that little noise? If they do that inside the range, even if it's through a wall, the guard will immediately zone in on them. Okay? Now, what happens when a survivor gets spotted? When a survivor gets spotted, the guard is going to take a couple seconds, go into the place where the survivor was seen, and then they're going to start chasing it. Okay? And a few things can happen. Let's do it like this. The survivor is going to try to run away, and there's going to be a timer where the guard disappears. Right? After a timer, the guard disappears. However, what is the problem? You do not want to be close to your guards because then that will make that happen faster. Could you please go in a straight line in that direction and just run away from me? Let's just pretend that I'm chasing the survivor, right? And I send a guard. I more or less guess that she's going to be here. Oh, it worked. Not too far. Hold up. Let me try that again. Let me see if it worked this time. Okay, and now I'm chasing the survivor. And I'm right next to my guard, right? Look at my guard. Look how quickly he's disappearing. And because he's so slow, he's barely any faster than survivors. By the time I catch up, look, he's gone. You don't want to do this, okay? When you're chasing a survivor, the better idea is to try to do a pincer attack. How do we do that? Very simple. Let's assume that I catch them here, right? And then they go around shack. I look at my guard. I see him go on the left, and I take the right. And I'm going to wait here. Oh, and no matter what she does, she's going to get hit here. She doesn't have collision with me, unfortunately. It seems like here the better idea would have been for me to body block the pallet. I cannot do that. A guard that is chasing a survivor gives them no collision with the killer. You can use this sometimes as an advantage to go through a survivor that you don't care about to get a survivor that you do care about. But the idea, right, is that we're going to try to pincer. They come from the left, I come from the right, or the other way around. If I see an opportunity to do a double tap, I might take it. If the guard is about to hit the survivor, I could wait and then maybe after they get hit, I can double tap them. But that is really difficult if the survivor is smart. Another thing that can happen is that if a survivor takes damage from me or from any other source, and that happens, the guard will disappear as well. This also happens if the survivor touches someone on the hook. Let me demonstrate that really quickly so you see what it looks like. We're gonna down the survivor. It is sometimes okay to put guards near the hook or blocking a bottleneck near the hook just for detection. You might do that, but generally speaking, this is not a viable way to defend the hook. Because if I am very far and I send a guard out to a survivor that's running to the hook, look what's gonna happen. Like, the moment they touch it, look, the guard disappears immediately, okay? So that's not something that can happen. There's also one more way in which a guard can disappear immediately. And that is if the survivor grabs the flag that spawns when a guard begins the hunt. When a guard begins the hunt, there will be a flag that's going to be inaccessible for a few seconds. But after a while, if the survivor grabs it, they get a speed boost, they dispel the guard, and they also get endurance. So let me injure the survivor. I'm going to ask the survivor to just run us in a little loop around this little pork pig pen or whatever. Right, so we see the flag there, right? The flag is still not accessible. Whenever it's fully done, you're gonna hear a little horn, right? It's not quite there yet, not quite there yet. I think horn now? There you go. If they grab this flag, they get a speed boost, and if I hit them, look, they don't even go down. So the flag is a way for the survivors to get rid of a guard earlier without having to run out of time. Keep in mind, if you can prevent them from hitting the flag and then hit them after, hit them before, awesome. And if they get the flag and you hit them and they go from healthy to injured, that's fine. But if they're injured already, you don't get the down. So it can be a little rough. You need to be a little bit smart. Sometimes it is completely fine to send the guard out, chase one survivor, and then just go for someone else. And you don't have a power for a bit, but that's fine. Now you're busy, you're getting two survivors busy, and that's more than most killers can do, right? So that's the very, 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 very basics. Keep in mind, each guard, as we mentioned earlier, does things a little bit different, okay? Hold on, let me end the chase, because this is just so loud and annoying. Thank you. So let's talk about the Carnifex. The Carnifex is the big guy that has a massive cleaver. The thing that Carnifex does better than any other guard is just one. He's very fast at breaking things. So if a survivor drops a pallet, and I want to get rid of it as quickly as possible, look at this. It does it so quickly I can walk through it. This allows you to do a certain tech or a certain trick, which is the insta pallet break with Carnifex. I'm going to chase the survivor and ask it to drop the pallet the moment they get to it. Oh, I was on cooldown, of course. Each guard has his own cooldown. I'm so sorry. In this situation, by the way, I'm just going to go and chase, and maybe when I have a minute later, I'll send a little guard out and break it, right? But yeah, let me try it one more time. You want to come here so we make it look a bit more natural? Yeah, go for it. And drop the pallet immediately, and if I time it well, bam. It looks really, really weird, but the idea is that you need a little bit of space to summon the guard. So as the pallet is coming down, you summon it, and then, bam, instantly break it, which is something that you can do very reliably. The only thing that needs to happen is the survivor needs to panic. If the survivor correctly guesses that you're gonna do this, it's not gonna work. So they're just gonna keep running straight. You wanna do that? You wanna just go to the pallet and keep running straight? Yeah, let's see. Like, I'm gonna be like, what happened? Just, if you notice that this happens, just really quickly press Control to cancel the summon, and then just keep chasing, and you will be fine, right? Another thing that can happen is that you do it too late. If you do it too late and they drop the pallet early, like, now I'm screwed, because unfortunately, I'm so close to the pallet, I don't have enough space to summon anything. So what I need to do in this situation is walk back, maybe send this back, and now no matter what she does, maybe I still can get a hit, right? So that's what happens if you are a little bit too late. So the Carnifex is really, really good for this, and we're gonna be using it in these situations, and also if we're desperate. If we are desperate and we don't have any other guard, then we can use the Carnifex for whatever. But this is what the Carnifex is good for. If you want to hit a generator as quickly as possible, you can also do it with Carnifex. Even though sometimes it's better to use one of the other guys, which is slower, just to keep the gem blocked for longer, right? So yeah, that's what the Carnifex is good for. That's it. The next is the Assassin. The Assassin is possibly the weakest of all the guards. He doesn't chase for very long. He doesn't do anything special. The only thing this guard does is he chases a little bit faster than the others. Not for longer, but a little bit faster. And if he hits you, he applies Deep Wound, which we're going to demonstrate right now. Which, if you're injured, it's worthless, right? But if you're healthy, look, this survivor is now gonna be Deep Wound. Hold up. You see? So now, I was afraid he was gonna disappear. So now this survivor cannot heal immediately, and has to mend first, which is a big waste of time. Now, in my opinion, there's one situation where I think the assassin is very, very good. You can use him as a filler if you have no one else, but there's one situation where the assassin is actually really, really good. And it is if you suspect that the survivor that you're gonna pick up is going to be saved by a pallet, by a flashlight, or even by their own perk, Decisive Strike. Or even if the survivor has already wiggled and you think that you don't have a pallet and you think they're gonna wiggle off, right? So let's go to, I don't know, a little pallet over here maybe, and demonstrate this, okay? So what can happen, right, is that because this guard is so fast with his movement speed, if a survivor saves himself with Decisive Strike, can we pick this pallet up real quick, guys? Otherwise, we can't really demonstrate. Nope. 1 second. All right, now we're in the situation that we want to be. In a situation like this, where you look around, you're like, damn, I think there's someone here, maybe with a sprint burst ready, they're gonna get the pallet save. What you do in the situation is you send the guard out, right, about this distance. By the time you pick up and they go for the save, the guard is already gonna be back in my position, and that's what I'm gonna try to do. Now, it's possible that they get the pallet save, but look, either they get the pallet save and someone goes down immediately, or maybe the savior gets a hit immediately. And it's a save, it's a hit immediately with deep wound, which means that it's even more damaging to their ability to heal shortly after. So in a situation like this, it is pretty good to use Assassin. If a survivor is in a really, 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 really bad corner of the map, and you're super sure that you're gonna hit them very, very shortly, Assassin can also be the best. So if someone was in this corner of Shack, Assassin here is perfect because I'm gonna detect them, right? They're gonna chase them left or right. I'm gonna see immediately where they come. And because it's faster, bam, between the two of us, we're gonna get one hit one way or another. So that is another way in which Assassin maybe is a bit better than the others. Now let's talk about the Jailer, which is considered to be the best guard all around because the Jailer has a bigger detection radius. Look at this. Compared to the other guards, his circle is way bigger. And that means that if you're trying to guarantee that you catch a survivor and they don't just barely miss it, this is the best character for it. He also has a longer patrol time. This is not super important most of the times, but if you're ever in a situation where you don't know where a survivor is, but let's say that, I don't know, I'm really defending basement, right? And I want to be on the left side and I don't want him to come from the right side. Well, I could just put this guy here and he would be going back and forth for like 20 seconds, way longer than the other characters, right? So that could be good. So he's really good at detecting people. He's really good at staying in an area for longer. And the most important part is that he chases survivors for longer. If a survivor is pushed out far away and they cannot go back and get the flag, the Jailer takes a long time to shake off. And his flag takes longer to spawn too, if I remember. He chases you for far longer than the other ones. He's not faster. He doesn't do deep wound. But it is basically the best time waster. That means that Jailer is the best character to send out if you just want to mess with survivors. If I just want to mess with them and then do other things and chase other people, look at the timer on that. That is so long. That is like 20 seconds where they cannot do anything. And then I can maybe kick a gen down, someone come back and they're still busy. And I still can get this down, you know? Or this injury. So that's it. That's all there is. If we want to make sure we grab someone, Jailer's the best. If we want to break something quick, Carnifex's the best. If we think a pallet save or we are down on the other two, Assassin's probably your best shot. That's literally all there is to how to use them. There are some more intricacies that arise from all of these moving parts, right? But most of the time, Knight is about a character that needs to multitask very well. Chase a survivor, disrupt another, break this between chases, hook a survivor, use a second to break a pallet. You know, doing all of these things and knowing when to do what thing, that's the most important part. So maybe you'll learn a little bit more if I go and play a real match and hopefully show you some of the do's and don'ts in practice. Before that though, let's get a good build going for this boyo. Okay, so the Knight perks, quick work on them. Nowhere to Hide is an amazing perk, one of the most popular perks in the game. Anytime you kick a generator, you see the autos of people around you. That means that you can chase whoever was being a little rat and make sure that that generator doesn't get touched again and it keeps regressing. It is good in a lot of small maps. It's good in big maps as well. It's just good on its own and good in builds that have more gen kicking perks. It's just really, really nice. We're going to be using it. Hubris, I don't recommend on the knight himself, but it can be an alright perk. You give it to a few killers, you get stunned, maybe with enduring, and you can get an insta-down on that survivor if they end up on the same side of the pallet as you, or if they are really, really unable to. I made a video some time ago explaining, if you want to look it up, Hubris odds or something, explaining the 2 or 3 killers that are best users of Hubris, but it's not too bad. Face of Darkness is a weird hex. It's a hex that doesn't start at the beginning of the game. It only appears after you injure a survivor, and it makes the other survivors that are far away from you or outside of your terror radius scream. Screaming is really inconvenient because it reveals your aura, and it also interrupts totems. So this can be a perk that you can give to someone like Pig, and people will scream while they're doing their boxes, and it can be pretty annoying. It's an alright perk. It's okay, especially in stealth killers that have a smaller or non-existing terror radius, so it's more consistent. We won't be using it this time though. Because this killer, for the most part, downs with basic attacks. Basic attack perks like Sloppy or Noid are great, and a little bit of Gen Slowdown is never bad. As for add-ons, you cannot go wrong with longer guard hunts. You cannot go wrong with Call to Arms, which lets you send out your guards further. You cannot go wrong with any of the add-ons that reduce your cooldown. You cannot go wrong with the Sharper Mount, which makes it so the standard that they have to, the banner that they have to grab takes longer to appear. And even this one, which makes the detection range a bit bigger, maybe to help you out while you're still not being super, super, super accurate, right? Some of these purple add-ons I would stay away from. And for the most part, this should be enough. If you want to spice things up, you can also use the Town Watch Torch, which makes you undetectable. When a guard is chasing a survivor, you can go for someone else and be a semi-stealth killer. Can be pretty fun. But we're going to go with the no BS, super, super standard stuff. This is really good and very, very, very common add-ons for night players to run. Let's get into a game and see how we can do. All right, great map with lots of visibility. Might give us some chance to show how our power works. Unlike some other killers that have to wait, this killer can use their power right away, but I don't recommend it. Survivors kind of hear a sound cue when you're using it. You don't want to give it away, so we just do the normal thing of chasing survivors, trying to find someone in a bad spot. And if a survivor's in front of you, by the way, keep in mind that you mostly use your power to corral them into a hit. So you start walking here, or yeah, you did. So hitting them normally is completely fine. I think this is a hit. There's a window there. She's gonna fake it, but not take it. Why did I know she was gonna fake it? Because if she did take it, she was gonna get hit anyway, so. Was that overcome? She made it pretty far. This might be a situation where we want to maybe think about using our power. I recommend that by default, you always have the con effects on. I run into a tree there. And I'm gonna use Assassin here, I think. Ooh, does she drop it right away? I messed up. I should have been able to break it faster. Unfortunately, I was on the wrong target. Alright, we're gonna look. Alright, what do we want to do here, guys? Let's just put him there. She's going back, that's fine. We have other guards, but then to go to the left, maybe she hesitates. Oh, she did. I want her to drop the pallet, but I want to have my con effects back. There you go. That's the trick I told you about. Perfect, she fell for it. Nice. Body block the window, just in case. Beautiful. Do we have a hook here? I think there is a guaranteed hook here, no? Yeah, it's just behind this. When a hook is behind a wall, if it's super close, you don't see the aura, by the way. Which can be very confusing. I'm gonna kick this just in case anyone's near, but I doubt it. We look around, do we see any auras? Don't really see any of them. I imagine those gens in the far distance are being done. Let's check on this one. Let's... Oh, no. Okay. Something really bad happened. When you go up a stairs or up a hill, by the way, you lose the ability... I cannot believe what just happened. You lose the ability to go through, like your guard cannot go. So you can sometimes get a little bit stuck. I think this girl used some perk to make a lot of distance. Remember, pincer attack. I go from the right, my guard goes from the left. And between the two of us, maybe we get a hit. Okay, don't get too close. And yeah, that's gonna be a hit. Only from me, but that's fine. Let's hit her now. I'm gonna have to send another guard. Guards can go through windows, by the way, but they cannot do the thing where... Yeah, let's damage it. It got blocked while it was being damaged, so it didn't take the damage. Alright, we hit this girl and we see some very faint scratch marks, some very faint blood. Oh, okay. I don't know why that worked out that way, but that's fine. I don't know why the blind failed there, but that's okay. And this might be a great opportunity to just break through this really quickly. Normally, a regular killer would have to waste quite a bit of time there. Luckily... that wasn't the case for us. I imagine these girls are healing each other and next to the Shen, so why don't we do this and see if we catch someone? Sending a guard out like that into the distance works better when you have a perk to let you know what a survivor is, but sometimes you can just kind of YOLO it and just guess that a survivor's in a particular spot. If it works, that's great. Oh, I heard footsteps there. Let's see if we catch someone. We do. It's Nia. Wonderful. Remember, when you send a guard out in a long distance, you do get a bit of a movement speed boost, which here, for example, it helped me catch up to this girl a little bit faster. If I was afraid of a certain flashlight, I could send a guard near me, like I showed you earlier, but I don't think we need to be worried about that right now. We know that gen has some progress. Nia took a hit. Awesome. Puts her in deep wound because it was assassin, right? And can I now send a guard just to guarantee that this gen doesn't get done? Remember, if the gen is 99.9 and I send a guard, for that duration where it's being damaged, it cannot be touched, so Survivor cannot finish it. It's a nice way to save a gen that's nearly done, to send out a guard like this. There's a window here. She has light, so she's trying to save it. We want to corral the Survivor as much as possible here. I can't tell if they went this way, but I'm guessing they did. Okay, here's what I want to do. I don't want to hit that girl. I'm going to send this guard here, so what happens? Awesome. That's so lucky. That heart? Okay, whatever. So the big idea here, right, is that if the Claudette gets detected, she loses collision with me. Even if Claudette had been right here, I would have gone right through her if she was in chase. I'm going to look at the guard to see where the Survivor is. And I'm going to assume that the Survivor is going a straight line and catch her with the second guard right here. Let's see if that works. Beautiful. No, it didn't work. That's fine. Let's go for these two boyos. Hi guys, what's up? Remember, we have anti-healing perks, so if we interrupt their heals, that's always good. There's also more blood on the ground thanks to it. I'm so sorry, dude. How am I struggling this much to find someone? Hello. That might work. I'm not too sure. She's gonna get detected. Let's just wait. Let's just wait. All right. Well, works, I guess. I think she might have an anti-tunnel perk, so I'm gonna put a guard down just in case. She didn't. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, I'm stupid. Okay, I see what happened. So it took me a second to understand why that damage didn't come through. Basically, she didn't have an anti-tunnel perk. The friend of this girl, the Ace, sorry, Barmar, looks like Ace, he was in the locker with Head On, which is a stun perk. And if they time it right, then they can save each other. They saved each other, but they took a hit. They didn't quite take a hit. Instead, the guy went into the locker, and maybe he forgot that if you're in a locker when the guard searches for you, they pull you out. And then you take damage or something. And then we just did a double tap, and he was fine. Okay, we're gonna try to cut them off here, both of them. Put it on the right. Going a little bit over is not a bad idea. That way, if you overdo it, it's fine, because the guard comes back to you anyway. Just, if you're gonna be short, you can miss it, but if you go too long, that's typically better to go past the Survivor. All right, we're gonna have, as usual, we're gonna have Carnifex as the one guard. She's probably gonna fake it, but that's fine. We'll go right through. Just end it and break it, whatever. It wasn't ideal because she kind of like knew what we were up to, but that's fine. She most certainly wants to use... Oh, fair enough, fair enough. She read us pretty well there. You know what? I think in this situation, it's gonna work out just fine. Let's just give this to Claudette. And this is gonna be second dead hard. Right about now. And, oh, she's dead. I didn't realize. Well, Claudette's not being detected. You know what? Why don't we just do this again? I think I could have just picked her up right away, but... Oh, she had conviction. That's fine. I think I know what I'm chasing. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's look at my guard, see if he goes left or right. He's going left, so I go right. No matter what, she's gonna go down here. She's out of the use her dead heart, so my guard's gonna disappear, but that's okay. So Conviction is a perk that basically allows you to pick yourself up very quickly. It's very fair and very balanced. I just want to show you an example of Assassin being good at helping you. I could have just picked her right away and that would have been better, but that's fine. Okay, well, they kind of messed up. Well, I didn't hear any of that, but fair enough. There you go. There you go. Even in a situation where I generally on purpose mess things up so badly, I still walk out with a hit. The pallet here is gone, I'm pretty sure. So I only need to make sure I chase very well into the window and mess up because she is still fast. Situation like this, what I'm going to do is... Oh. Okay, she's too smart. She walked out. Wow, because... yeah, because it was... Oh, shoot, dude, what's going on? Because it was Jailer, though, big detection range, it worked just fine. He's dropping that. Ooh, she's making a mistake here. No, she's just going a straight line. Yeah, she's making a mistake here. She will get hit by me or by the guard. If you have to choose between you and the guard, I mean, just let the guard do it. In a situation like this, just let the guard do it. Hiya. Alright, sorry guys. I want to entertain your BS, but that's good enough. Why? Because you can pick up faster and you don't have to go through the animation cooldown, right? Oh, you're going up here? Okay, pallet's there. There's no pallet here. In this building, there's a pallet at the top, and it's on either side, but if it's one, then it can't be the other. The only thing she might have is balanced landing, maybe. Maybe she does have balanced landing? I don't know, maybe she'll try to juke me by the edge or something? Alright, let's see. Bye-bye. Alright, well, we can start killing them now, I guess. What else? There are a few more subtleties to this killer and how the guards work. If a guard detects someone in a balcony, they still fly all the way up, which can sometimes really, really be good if a survivor's on like a second floor on a hill. If a survivor walks into a window, like a vault or a pallet that is dropped, one thing that happens is that the guard will not chase in a straight line. Okay, they think I'm stupid, I guess. The guard will not go in a straight line. Instead, I'm gonna leave him for a sec. Instead, the guard will follow the survivor to the window, which is something they can use to try to waste the guard's time and juke them a bit. Hello, where did you go after this? Hiya. Right, remember, if I send the guard to the hook, if the survivor unhooks, it doesn't do a lot. Here, I'm gonna send it into this corner really quickly. That should detect. Beautiful. And remember, I'm just gonna look at the guard. Left, right, left, right. Okay, where's she going? She cannot get this flag right away. Oh, she had lithe. Okay, fair enough. It did force me to walk into my own guard, but she did a really stupid play there, so... Like, what she did was good to avoid the guard, but obviously she walks into me. And now I just need to find the other guy, and this game is wrapped up. Look for opportunities to improve the map in between chases. Especially if you haven't been using your guards a lot. Like here, I can just do this, bam, and go someone else. You know, if I don't need card effects in the next 2 seconds, I can do that. Look for opportunities to do little things like that, right? Now I'm gonna show you a little bit of what I meant. So I'm gonna drop this survivor 3 times. This is gonna be almost the same as if I got pallet stun or something, right? When you drop a survivor, they gain like distance. And that should be it. Now I'm gonna send the assassin out like this, and by the time he wiggles off, the assassin's gonna be right on top. Look at this. You see? The extra speed from the assassin in this situation makes all the difference, because the survivor gets spotted while they are still falling off from my shoulders. So in many other situations, right, because the guards only chase you at like 102 speed, 102 speed is nothing. It's basically nothing, right? The assassin chases at 110, if I remember correctly. Because the survivors have a smaller hitbox and the guards are a bit stupid, a survivor can just loop in a rock like this forever and never ever get caught. Especially if it's not assassin, right? But because they get caught and they don't get a big head start, that difference of speed there does make a big impact. Oh, these guys were all flashlight pranksters, weren't they? Well, GG's. I feel like there might be a few other things, but honestly, I think most of your enjoyment with this killer will come with understanding how smart the survivor you're chasing is. For example, we saw some survivors in this match that dropped the pallet immediately and we could break it, and some that expected the Carnifex play and they didn't quite do it. And also be very, very aware of your gens to be able to damage them as much as you can, save them when they're like 90%. The nicest thing about the Knight when it comes to generators is that he can sometimes keep them from popping in situations where very few other killers can. And yeah, get really good at predicting where survivors are and using info perks to catch them from a distance, which is always really, really fun. Alright friends, it's time to talk about the Skull Merchant. You will notice that this part of the video has been recorded off stream. There's no chat above me, no notifications. This killer got a recent change and we needed to redo it so that she is accurately portrayed. One thing to keep in mind about this killer, she is heading for a possible rework in a few months or maybe in a year, who knows. So it's possible that if you're watching this video in a long time, she could be different. If you watch previous videos of this killer, she has a really bad reputation. She had to be reworked because she was really difficult to understand for survivors and really boring to play against, even boring to play as sometimes. So she's quite different from all their videos. I'll try to teach you what makes her fun and I don't know, maybe make you understand that she's honestly not in such a bad spot right now. The first thing to understand about this killer is that she is a basic killer for the most part. She has the same movement speed as Trapper and plays just like any other killer. Keep in mind that if you're using your abilities a lot, you slow yourself down a bit and you lose blood loss, so maybe don't spam them mindlessly. But for the most part, she plays like every other average killer. Now, on top of that, she comes with some abilities. The main one is that she has 6 drones that she can deploy around the map. You deploy them by pressing the mouse button, the mouse 2, or the power button. But keep in mind that you need a bit of vertical clearing. Like, I cannot put one right here because there's not enough space above me. But in the open here, that should be no problem. Let's press it. The first thing you'll notice is that putting a drone down gives me a few seconds of stealth. I cannot put drones next to each other really quickly. I don't have the ability, right? And I cannot spam them. I need to have a bit of a cooldown. And I cannot put them next to people on the hook. But for the most part, that's the only limitation, right? Everything else you can do. You can sometimes even put drones really close to one another. And they kind of overlap, right? And this can make going through certain areas difficult. If you ever notice that survivors are really desperately trying to do one gen or going for one person in basement or something, if you want to like really double up a few drones in one area, that can occasionally be good. But for the most part, we're not going to be doing that. For the most part, we're going to be looking to do 2 things with our drones, right? Outside of chase, just in chase, we'll explain that in a bit. Number 1 is to catch people off guard. Now, imagine that there is a generator right on this pallet. Now, I don't want to go to the generator in the open and then press my power button and think that that's going to do something. That's going to do nothing. The survivors can see me. Using stealth here is no good. And even if it was a little bit blocked, even if I approach from like behind a wall, my turret radius is pretty large. So putting a drone 3 meters away from the generator is going to do nothing. However, for a generator like this, if I approach and I put a clone maybe around here, by the time I get close, my turret radius begins to shrink. They might not hear it anymore. And there's a good chance that if I hide myself a little bit, I catch a survivor off guard, right? So you need to be a little bit sneaky, but also find a good balance of not trying to stealth the whole time if survivors are a bit too smart. Another thing to keep in mind is that survivors do not want to be scanned by these little lines that the drone puts up. So it is a good idea to put them in choke points, to put them around places that are fairly strong. This is shack, so putting one in the middle here could be all right, okay? And keep in mind that they do go through gaps really nicely as well. So even though it is a little unlikely here, if this scan hits a survivor right during that, it can actually scan them and hit them, and we'll explain what that does. So that can be really, really good. If you find a place with little gaps like this, do not be afraid to put a drone right here, for example, because it will hit through the gaps really, really nicely, and that is very consistent. Another trick that you can do, if you see the opportunity, you don't need to go out of your way, is to put drones in places that are elevated like this. As we will see in a minute, survivors can actually go to the drone and disable it, like temporarily break it. But if you put it in a spot like this, they cannot do this quickly, right? They actually have to go out of their way a little bit. We could even find another spot right here similarly. Again, don't waste your time doing this too much, but if you see the opportunity, you can do this. And now this drone is basically really difficult to quickly get rid of unless the survivor does exactly what I just did. Now, let's show first what happens if a survivor sneaks up to one of these drones and disables it, okay? If they sneak up to one of these drones, do not get touched by the laser and just disarm it. At this point, if they miss a little if they miss a little minigame, or if you interrupt them, it will be the same as if they get hit by it. But if they do it right, and most of the time they will, the drone becomes disabled and will come back after a few seconds, 45 seconds or so. Now, one thing that you can see is that from a distance, this is different from a normal drone. A normal drone looks red to you. And you can even see the scan lines. When you are holding your right radar, you can even see the scan lines, right? But look at that one. That one looks white. That's letting you know that that drone has been tampered with. And believe it or not, this is a good source of information. If you see it turn white immediately, it means someone just disarmed it. And if you see it white after a while, you mean like, okay, someone was here a few seconds ago. It could give you a hint and a little bit of information. We can actually recall the drones. Remember, if we place 6 of them, we can't place any more. So throughout the match, you will sometimes be recalling them, just to get them back in your inventory. And let's do it again. This time, we're going to show what happens if a survivor gets hit by the drone. But keep in mind, a survivor that is crouching never gets hit by the scan lines. They are completely immune. And if they stand still, they also are completely immune. If they get hit by a scan line, they also are immune for a second, so they cannot be hit like 3 times, okay? So those are the times when a survivor is immune. Another thing that can happen is if you run into your own drone, it goes up and it disappears for a second, right? This is something that's important because if you are using them in chase, for example, let's say I'm chasing the survivor around this loop, right? And I put this drone here for whatever reason. If I walk into it, I am constantly disabling it, and this is not ideal. So be sure to use space effectively. Do not hug drones next to things. Maybe put them in places where they cover multiple loops, right? Now it covers this one, it covers that one. Cover as many pathways, as many crossroads, as many loops, windows as possible, so that each drone is as annoying as humanly possible. And if it's a bit further from the loop, it means I don't walk into it accidentally. But let's see what happens when a survivor gets hit by one of these drones. Follow me over here, will you? Let's put one right here. When you get hit by a drone, you're gonna get a stack, okay? And it's not gonna do anything immediately, but I am going to detect the survivor on my radar and see them on my little radar. Notice that if it's a square, it means it's on the same level. If it's an arrow pointing down, it means the survivor is below me. After a few seconds, this is gonna go away, okay? And then I don't see them anymore. I think the survivor is now at 1 stack, okay? I don't know if they're at 2. It's really difficult to tell when they're at 1 or they're at 2. If they're at 0, they don't have anything. If they're at 1, they have this little yellow circle with triangles, right? And if there are 2, it's the exact same thing. If there are 3, don't worry, we'll see that very clearly. Can you get hit one more time? Okay, that's 2. We know it's 2 because we counted it and because she still has the triangles. The third one, however, is very important. The third one is the one that really, really matters, because the third one is going to immediately injure her. Can we see that? Boop! Immediate injure. If I was behind her, I could immediately tap her. On top of injuring, this also gives her a claw trap, which is going to stay on her for about a minute or a bit less. With a claw trap on, could you please run away a little bit? Just show us a little bit. With a claw trap on, the survivor is permanently visible to your radar, which makes them really easy to track. And any other time that they get hit by a radar, by a scan, forgive me, they will be slowed down. And if they're already injured, they're also going to be put in deep wound. So can we show that a little bit? Let's put one over here. Okay, and you can see that her icon is a little bit different, right? It's now like 3 circles as opposed to the triangles. She's also broken, which means that she cannot heal at all. Okay, now let's wait for her claw trap to die out. It will die out over time. 3, 2, 1. Come on, go away. Come on, go away. Oh, you see the lights are starting to fade off? It's going away now over time. I think we just reapplied it, so it's gonna take a few seconds. But anyway, if you hit a survivor with a claw trap that's already injured, instead of taking the injury, they don't get a speed boost or anything, they just become deep wounded instead. Just to let you know. Now, this can be pretty good in chase. If you have a survivor that's like this, and you put a drone down, and then they keep getting slowed down, this helps you a lot. Also, whenever you're using your power actively, and they get scanned by a line, you also get a small speed boost yourself. So the two things together can compound and make it really difficult for a survivor to loop you in places that they normally would be safe in. Another thing that you can do with drones, by the way, which you might have noticed the prompt for, is that if you hold your radar, you can actually change the location. Doing this doesn't really slow you down or have any massive downsides. When you hold your gadget like this, you do slow yourself down a tiny bit, I believe, and you do lose blood loss a tiny bit, but yeah. But you can change the rotation. Now, this can be really good, because if you notice that a survivor is running around and they're gonna dodge it, like, can you please run around it now? Like here, for example, they're gonna, yeah, run. In whatever direction you want. Yeah, like if she's running around it, I can hit it and bam, now I hit her again. And come on. And yeah, there you go, bam. Easy peasy, right? It's not every situation is going to be this clear, but there are some situations where it's really easy to tell when a survivor is not going to get hit, and you can catch them by surprise by doing a surprise rotation. And that will maybe give you the third stack that you need and put them into injury, and then you can follow it up with a basic attack. Keep in mind that your drones themselves will never down a survivor, right? They never have that power. So for the most part, this is all helping you achieve a situation where survivors are injured, and your stealth and your own normal chase, maybe with some perks, will help you get downs. So our idea is very simple. Throughout the match, place drones in places that are annoying. Try to put them strategically to catch survivors off guard a little bit, especially if it's indoor maps. This can be really useful. use the drone in chase wherever we can, and try to keep in mind how many scans survivors have, right? This survivor is at 0. Am I right? Because I don't see anything. Chase in a straight line, please. Keep in mind that when you put a drone, that drone is always aiming first at the place. Oh, why was that? Do you see it? This survivor was running in a straight line, which sometimes they will. And if you put a drone maybe aiming a little bit to the left of them, the line begins there. So you can kind of close range hit a survivor. You need to be very, very close because the time the drone needs to deploy, the survivor's going to make distance. Can we please run in a straight line? Let's imagine the survivor's in a really tight area, right? And they cannot help it. In a straight line. Yeah, I aim a little bit to the left, get really, really close, and boom. That's the second one. So now we need to remember, one is attack. The second one is attack. The third one is the one that will damage. So in this situation, what I could do if I'm really cheeky is I could chase this survivor, or I could just leave them. They have no way of removing this unless they go down, which they typically cannot do by themselves. So I could now go and do other multitasking. And if this girl at any moment messes up and gets hit by another one, it's going to immediately damage and she can go down. Now, survivors are unfortunately not stupid. And if they notice that you're doing this, all they might need to do is just, when they see you do this, they can just crouch or stand still. And then they won't fall for it. But you'd be surprised. Survivors sometimes do make mistakes. And looking for opportunities to do the most damage is a good thing. You'll try to keep a mental note of which survivor is a 1 stack, which one might be a 2. And if you pay close attention to the HUD and your little radar, you should be able to figure it out. So we'll try to use those dirty tricks. But for the most part, we are a basic killer that has to go around and earn her downs in the most honest, old-fashioned way. Just go and hit them with your claws. So let's hop into a match and see how all of this works in action. Before that, though, let's get a build going for her. And we have a pretty good build going for her. Okay, a quick word about the Skilled Merchant's own perks in case you're not familiar. Thwack is a tracking perk. Anytime you break a breakable wall or a pallet, you see people around you. It is a little bit more complicated than other simpler perks like Barbecue or Lethal Pursuer. I personally like it. I think it goes well on killers that quickly break things like Hillbilly, for example, or Nemesis, which breaks breakable walls with his tentacle really, really quickly. It's cute. It's not bad. Game of Foot is one of the more complex and more strategic perks in the whole game. It allows you to change the obsession strategically, and it also gives you haste when you break a pallet or kick a generator mid-chase, normally the pallet, right? Not bad, but maybe not the most beginner-friendly perk. It can go well with some obsession perks in the endgame and stuff like that. Probably not something you're super interested in. Now, leverage, on the other hand, is very, very simple. When a survivor unhooks somebody else, that survivor cannot heal them quickly. They will have a debuff, and this debuff stacks with other forms of slowdown, such as Sloppy Butcher on the heals, or Weeping Wound / Gift of Pain. This will stack together. So this is such a simple perk, especially if you don't see everyone with a medkit. It is a really, really strong perk. We're going to be stacking them together. When they unhook, they're going to have the 30% slower, and then they're going to have the Mangle status effect, which is also a similar amount of slowdown. So basically, survivors healing each other is going to be very, very nightmarish. We're also going to pair together 2 other perks. Plaything or Fortune's Fool. Remember, they have different names if you own the Cenobite DLC. If you don't, it just looks or has a different name, but it's the same perk. This makes survivors oblivious, which on a stealth killer doesn't seem so good, but it is really nice on her still. And they'll have a harder time removing the totems because Thrill the Hunt makes all totem cleansing slower. If they are too distracted by these totems and the healing is slower, hopefully that will give us time to focus on what we do best. Some really simple and beginner-friendly add-ons. You could go for the remote microphone. This makes it so that when a drone gets disarmed, it comes back on its own a little bit sooner, allowing you to maybe focus on replacing drones a bit less. And the adaptive lighting, you cannot go wrong with this add-on. This add-on, you put it up, you put a drone up, and you have longer undetectable. I've been told that this add-on is bugged in this update, and it actually does the opposite, so I'm going to take it off, but hopefully by the time you watch this video, this has been corrected. The ultrasonic speaker is also a good alternative. It makes it so that when a survivor gets hit by a drone, they can be hit again by the same or a different drone a little bit earlier. But there are some other add-ons that you can consider. For example, this combo is really fun. The expired batteries makes everyone start with the claw trap at the start of the game. They're not injured, they don't take damage, but you can immediately see them on your radar. You pair this with another add-on like the brown nose generator that makes everyone with the claw trap oblivious. That means that at the start, every survivor is visible in your radar and you don't give off a heartbeat to them, which is really fun. An even simpler set of add-ons is the geographical readout. Every time you put a drone up, for the next few seconds, you do actions faster. Like breaking a pallet, you do it faster. So you can do it in chase without thinking much, and it's kind of like a mini brutal strength. Not bad. Battle targeting processor is a little bit rarer than some of the brown add-ons and green add-ons that we've seen, but it's also really good. Whenever you hear the heartbeat, that's when a survivor is slowed down. That is going to make that slowdown a little bit more brutal. It's only a small percentage, but believe it or not, when the survivors are slower and you're faster, it does add up. It is pretty nice. We're just going to go with simpler stuff though, right? And use this build and hopefully get a really, really good map for this killer. Okay, so loading into this lobby, I noticed that 2 survivors have medkits and 2 survivors do not. If I ever at any point have a good opportunity to choose between a survivor that has a medkit and one that doesn't, I'll go for the one that doesn't have a medkit because this is a strum breakable. I'm just gonna get rid of it. I'm gonna put this right here. Get a bit of stealth. Maybe I run into a survivor because a survivor without a medkit has maybe a better chance to be the kind of survivor that needs a little bit of help healing, and then my anti-healing perks are gonna be a lot nastier. Can we get a hit? Awesome. Okay, so this was a really early hit. Can I change the rotation of the drone? I don't think it matters. Yeah, it doesn't matter very much. Ooh, she puts that down immediately. I really don't need to overthink this. I'll place this here. Nice, she gets scanned once. This doesn't do anything. It does give me 5% haste though. Ooh, is that gonna make a difference? Ooh, she actually went this way. These loops are very different. Yeah, they've changed quite a bit. Nice, she made a mistake here. Yeah, one consideration, when you chase a survivor that is so far away from like the other survivors, probably away from you, if you chase them at the place where you started the game, where you started the match, the gens are not going to be interrupted, right? Which is something that we do want to keep in mind. It's always best to chase survivors that are next to other survivors and try to push them into other generators. So ideally, I would chase this girl into another generator. Even if I don't actually get a hit on another survivor, just being able to displace them and make them less efficient is always a good thing. She's waiting at the... No, she doesn't wait. This is awesome. She's doing so good. Is this a hit? I think so. Yep, simple hit. Not gonna do anything complicated here. Could I put a drone down here maybe for the future? Sure, it slows me down a little bit, but I just hit a survivor, so it's not a big deal. Could I put another drone here to cover for this? Yeah, I could. I might just put it in shag, actually. Ooh, she played that a bit questionable. Put it in front of the window. I'm gonna go this way. Remember, I don't have a terror radius. She wasn't looking behind her, so... This is interesting. This loop is not that powerful. I think I can mess with her. Put this here. Ooh, damn. She actually found the one way to avoid us, huh? Let me change that. Oh, wait a minute. Remember Plaything / Fortune Fool? Letting me know when, you know, making the heartbeat disappear for survivors. Oh, that's unlucky. I could have rotated that. Ooh, damn. Okay, my bad then. Do I hit that? I think I would if she vaulted. This is fine. Hold up. Let me change the rotation now. There you go. That was an example of changing the rotation to guarantee a hit. This survivor seems really confident. Hold up. I'm going to change it one more time. That's going to hit her. Ooh, there's a deep one. There's a deep one. The best part is that if she had dead hard or something, she would be unable to use it. Okay, it's really not such a hard idea to chase a survivor that you've already hooked if it's sort of really, really long chase like this. I'm gonna recall that one, place it around here, slow her down a bit. Okay, okay. Remember, if you hear that heartbeat, it means they're slowing down. Ooh, she's trying to avoid this, but they slow down and... Yeah. Hello. Hello, what's up? I'm gonna put this here just to make it really annoying. That totem over there is her totem that's preventing her from hearing my terror radius. Oh, the Nancy ran into that. Awesome. So now we can kind of guess that she's a one totem, one token, right? One stag. But if we hit her again, it will be 2. And if she runs into another one again, it will be 2. So we're gonna try to keep in mind and be super mindful. Okay, change the direction. Oh, beautiful. Change the direction of that one. Change it again. Ooh, one more and she takes damage. Let's try to force it. Let's see if we can. Can we do the thing we explained? Hold up. I'll just hit her. There's no point. I didn't place that one so good. Let me recall it real quick. Mid-chase. Hiya. Let me put this here. Ooh, hold up. She saw me. Ooh, actually. Oh, this goes scanned as well. Let's switch the direction. Is this a hit? It is a hit. We're going to be in a situation where we have a lot of people injured. And maybe the way we win this game is by getting Feng Min out. But, I mean, that's a little ugly. We'll do it if we have to, but it's a little ugly. She had Lithe, used it on the window just to make distance. That is a-okay. Wow, look at that. Nancy got hit and has a claw trap, which means I see her on my radar now. And she is here right in front of me. Hello, pretend to break? Actually, I'll put this down. Just to slow her down. This loop is just not very good. They've changed these maps quite a bit. This is quite shocking. Where's that person? A little bit close, but not too close. If they were too close, you would see them a little... the radar doesn't show you exactly how far they are, but if they're close, you can see them towards the center. Now, if we look at over there, this is a massacre. They've disarmed all of my drones. Let's put one right here on this loop and a little bit far away from the gen. I'm gonna break this because they have Lithe and stuff. I kind of want them to not have a place where they can use it for free. This is Claudette. She's kind of in the open. Does she have a bit of safety here? She does have a bit of safety, but only a bit. Ooh, hold up. Easy peasy. Okay. Big question. Do I want to pick up? I don't think so. I don't want to pick up. I want to get a hit on this girl. Change the direction. Nice. She stood still. Oh, nice. She tried to stand still mid-run to avoid it, but because we kept like hitting her like a sprinkler, it was really difficult. Either she stood still and gave me a hit, or let's change the direction of this one, see if we catch them off guard. Change the direction of that one. Okay, one more time, one more time, one more time. Oh, someone's doing this. Hi! Excuse me? She dead harded. That's insane. Okay, well, that girl is on deep wound, and she's not going to be able to do anything for a bit. Let's chase this girl, because this girl is dead on hook if we catch her. Okay, can I change the... Nice, nice, nice. Let's hit her. Remember, right now I'm just buying time until I can kill Feng Min, possibly. That's why I left Claudette on the ground, just to get the whole team a little bit busy and stupid. This girl got damaged by a claw trap, and I see her aura perfectly. Oh man, I don't even think she makes that. That's huge. Okay, ooh, I would have liked to pick her up before she was under the pallet. Luckily, we get away with it. Okay, awesome. We got somebody else on a claw trap. Hold up, let's check our minimap. They are right there. Okay, you know what? Let's not chase in a straight line. Let's try to cut them off, because we know where they're headed, right? They're gonna go for this gen, which we can tell because they disabled that round, because it's white. We can tell it very easily. Let's put it right here in the middle. Wow, that's everyone. Let's aim right here. Maybe we hit them through the window. Pretend to go this way. Pretend to switch directions. She drops it. Can I get Nancy? Yes, I can. Blinding's no good there. Chase the direction right now. Nice, we got that girl. She's got a claw trap as well. Which means that no matter what, after I hook this girl, I will know at least where one of them is. And I don't know how many stacks... What? That's crazy. I don't know how many stacks Claudette is in, but she's 1 or 2. Okay, so this girl is over here. I don't know how they've managed. I guess I ignored this gen too much. The problem is if I chase her, Claudette's just gonna go for the rescue, and that's unfortunate. Wait, is she insane? Is she just going for the gate? She is insane. Okay. Watch out for a possible death heart here. No. I will leave her on the ground, I guess. I'll put a drone here just to make this area inaccessible. To be fair, if they went on the gate and started opening it immediately, I'm not a mobility killer. It's just gonna take me so long to catch up. They just probably get out. Yeah, they're probably out. Aren't they? No, they were a bit late. They didn't even try. Yeah, wait. I see scratch marks. There is someone here. This one's recall that. Okay, let's recall one of these drones. Let's do what we practice, guys. That would have been really cool if we could have done that, but... Wait. Oh, wow, she goes this other way. So the other 2 girls are basically up and running. She uses Slithe to create distance. Put another clone drone here. I keep saying clone. Playing too many killers, man. You get the terms mixed up. And it seems like the best we can do is just 2 kills here. That's alright. I mean, it's not bad, considering... we didn't really defend those gens so well. In this situation, by the way, there's absolutely no reason to do what I just... Whoa, where do you think you're going? What? Okay, dude, that distance is insane. Okay, we slowed her down and put her in deep wound, which is great. Slow her... Do you see how you can hit through the cracks? Yeah, very important. Now... Oh, I was gonna say, because the survivor is on her first hook, there's a chance it might come for the rescue, but I guess not. If you put a survivor on their first hook, there is a chance they have a perk or a luck offering that allows them to escape the hook. If it's in the basement, they even have a perk that allows them to escape 100% of the time. The thing is, it's really hard to escape basement without a lot of help. Even if I'm not an insta-down killer, what I can do, right, if they come out here, is I can just kind of body block their way out. This is something you can do with any killer, by the way. I can body block, they go to the right, I go to the right, they go to the left, I go to the left, right, left, right. And then the 15 seconds of protection that they have coming out of the hook, you basically make them run out of it. Ooh, hold up. I think I might have seen a survivor here. Did I? Oh, yeah. Change the direction? Did I not change the direction? Oh my god. I'm stupid. What the hell? Alright, let's try this. Okay. Looks like I get an opportunity to show you. Nah, that was too early. Looks like I get an opportunity to show you. Nice, there we go. I do get a speed boost. I think they need to make it all the way to that gate. They haven't opened the other one. Maybe Claudette will try to. Can she do it before she bleeds out? Possibly. Let's hit this girl. She cannot use Death Heart or anything, remember? Because... let me just go. Because she is out of the independent. Yeah, she's trying to open it. No, she's not. Maybe she's going to the other door then. I don't even need to pick up. I think they just died to the bleed out. Not the bleed out, sorry. The entity endgame collapse. Yeah, I can just sit right here, can I not? If I want to be nasty, I could even put one of these down. If this girl's standing still, it might be because she has Unbreakable. Watch out. Oh, yeah. Claudette's right there. Do not get distracted. Do not get distracted. They're both dead. Yeah, they misplayed this, I'm afraid. Does she pick herself up or something? Oh, no. GG's. Well, you know, props to them for trying. It's just so dangerous. And as you can see, smart survivors, they kind of like, when you put a drone, they kind of crouch and stand still. But that's not a complete get out of jail card for them, because they have to stand still, which means if you get a hit, then they're gonna take damage, and then they're gonna get the slowdown, and then you're gonna get the speed up, like kind of what happens. So yeah, it's a little dangerous for them, as you saw. GG's though. I hope you learned a lot and that you enjoyed this killer despite her really bad reputation. Oh, so what is my favorite killer? I think out of the ones that I've released recently, it's probably the Unknown. But this one right here, the Singularity, is also one of my favorites. He's really, really fun. Now, the Singularity has normal killer attributes. He's the standard killer. 32-meter terror radius, 4.6 movement speed, normal lunge, normal stun, normal everything. That does mean that if you play this killer, you can play him like a trapper without traps, and he will feel right as rain. He will feel very, very normal. However, the nice thing about playing a killer is to use their power. And this killer's power is one of the most complicated ones in the entire game. You need to understand how, because this killer puts cameras around the map, you need to understand maps really well. You need to understand survivor rotations very well. And you need to understand a bunch of things that are very unintuitive and are really hard to explain. It's not super cut and dry. In this situation, do this, in this situation, do that. It is a little bit more complicated than that, okay? Let's begin by just explaining our Biopods. The Biopod is essentially a camera, okay? It's a camera that I can put by aiming and then shooting. I hold my power button and then I shoot. If it's red, it means there's nothing to put it on, right? If I have already put a camera, you'll see that I am not allowed to put another one really close to it. It's red. It even tells me which radius the camera has so that I need to aim outside of that. Right? And obviously I cannot put the camera on a survivor. That would be really, really cool. They could be my little slaves, but I cannot do that. So, because you have a limited amount of them, similar to Hag, if you put too many of them in one spot, you're not utilizing them very well. You don't necessarily want to cover the entire map, but you want to make sure that you cover the important parts, and certainly, chat please, don't derail me, and certainly the parts with more traffic. So for example, this right about here, this is a pretty good camera because it can cover one side of Shack, it can cover at least part of the other part of Shack, and everything in between, right? Whereas if I put one here, if a survivor is going around the corner, I lose them immediately, right? So try to use common sense and put these things in places that cover the most ground possible. Maybe instead of this camera here, I could put it right here. And it would cover everything around Shaq really nicely. And look, if I put another one on the opposite side, say here, now I have covered this side of Shaq and this side of Shaq, right? Easy peasy. So this is a very simple idea on how to cover Shaq. With Shaq specifically, you can also, especially if it's not as simple as this setup, you can also put one camera inside that helps you cover everything inside, and maybe another one outside like this. And now basically you have a camera for the outside of window and the outside of palette, and one for the inside. That's also a quick one that you can do. Now, what do these cameras do? Well, the first thing that these cameras do is show you information. You can press control to go through them. You can also switch between them, but we need multiple for that. There are some things that allow you, for example, here, if I go to that camera and I press left control, I will control that one. And now that I can do the same, or I can also press right click to go to the previous one. Don't worry too much about the controls, okay? Most of the times you will be chasing a survivor, or you will see a trap in the distance and you'll be like, oh, I want to check through that one. And you tap it and you see through the camera. Now notice that if I look at, for example, myself, and then I go into a different place and I take control of the camera again, the camera will look at whatever place I left it looking at last, where I was, the hook, right? So there's a way, there's also another way to use cameras, but this is kind of important. So as a general rule, when you're done with a camera, right, leave it in a place that shows you quite a bit of stuff. Do not leave the camera like this, because the worst thing that could happen, right, is I'm chasing a survivor in this area and I want to catch them with the camera. We'll explain why in a second. And then I do this and it's like, oh shit, there's a frog tree up there, you know? So be a little bit logical with how you leave the camera and try to aim at a place that makes sense. Another thing that you can do, by the way, is hold the power button, the control button, when you are taking control of it. If you hold it, the camera will try to automatically snap onto a survivor that is within range. So could I please ask for a survivor to come to this place right here? Yeah, I want a survivor to come to this place right here. Right here. Perfect. Now I'm gonna look away, right? Look, I put the camera in a bad spot. But if there is a survivor within sight and I hold left control, look, it immediately automatically locks onto a survivor. Now, as you can see, when a survivor gets hit by a camera, they become slipstream. This is basically like an infection, right? It has a little orb that is attached to them. And this is very, very, very important. They can get rid of it by finding a special item. This item disables cameras and gets rid of the infection. If you see a camera like this disabled, you see it has a timer, very similar to the Skull Merchant. There's two ways to deal with this, by the way, other than just waiting it out. You can go to a camera and shoot it. This gets rid of it and refunds it to you, and then just put it again, right? And if you're very far and you don't care about this camera, you can also hold the attack button, the M1 basic button, to automatically remove a camera, and that also refunds it, right? So if you're walking around the map and you see a camera that's bad or that's disabled, you just do this, and you don't lose any distance. You don't slow yourself down. So that's quite important. So why is it a good idea to infect survivors? I'm gonna ask the survivor to come again. If I infect a survivor, the next time my camera locks onto them, instead of infecting them, it will teleport me to the survivor. So yeah, let's do that. So now she's infected, right? So let's say that I'm chasing her into this place and I lock onto this and boop, I appear right behind her. And now I could probably hit her, right? And another thing that's really important is that even though you don't have the ability to infect survivors with your gun, if they're already infected, you can also aim at them directly with your gun. So if this survivor is really far away and I do this, look, I also teleport right in front of them, always looking at them as well. Right? So let's see. She goes in a straight line, right? Somewhere. Let's just go in a straight line. And once again, I can do it. And unlike other killers, this doesn't run out unless they get rid of it. And it's something that you can... They basically can never hold forward against you. You're always going to be one step behind them, right? Oh, what is that? Do you notice that? My pallet breaking speed is really fast there. Why? When I teleport, this killer goes through a small phase of what's called overclock. During overclock, you are unstunnable. Not only are you unstunnable, if a pallet gets dropped on you, it will immediately burst into pieces. You do get slowed down a bit, but it's still a really good deal. And you are faster at vaulting and faster at breaking stuff as well. So could you please go through that window just to show us this? Yeah, so if she goes through this window, for example, let's imagine this is a strong window. Look how quickly I can follow her. That is much faster than a normal killer vault. And it does allow me to, bam, hit her before she makes it back, right? So this is really, really important. As Survivor, when they teleport, when you teleport behind them, their best idea is to drop the pallet early. Look, drop the pallet early, right? Let's say that I'm here, and then just keep running, right? If she drops the pallet on me, that actually will backfire terribly. I'll show you why. Thank you. I'm gonna teleport to, I don't know, one of you, I guess. Yeah, come to me, please. Come to me. Otherwise, it's not gonna work. Yeah, run to the pallet. There you go. And let's say that she tries to stun me. This is the perfect thing she can do. I'm gonna break it really quickly, right? That is the best case scenario for the Survivor. They drop a really good pallet that you cannot just go around and hit them, and you break it really quickly. It's the best case scenario for them. Everything else is worse. All right, let's chase the Golden Fang. She's gonna do something similar, right? But she's gonna try to stun me. Look what happens. Nothing. I do get a bit of a slowdown, but if I wanted to, I could have swung through that. Let's do it again. Let's do it one more time. Luckily, there are a lot of pallets in the map. Look, I'm gonna swing through the pallet, and look at this. You see? I didn't even feel that. As long as your screen is flashing green and you have that overclock, and you see the timer, you can basically just ignore pallets completely and swing through them if you want. Survivors want to drop them early or just not drop them at all. Otherwise, they waste them. And you don't even, like, you saw what happened, right? If the pallet comes down on you, you break it automatically. Now, this is something that the survivors have to be really careful about, and you can exploit. But you need to understand how the teleportation works, okay? The teleportation from a camera or from your gun is the exact same mechanic, okay? It happens differently, but it's the exact same thing. Okay, I'm gonna remove this. Basically, when a survivor is moving around the map, they drag behind them like a shadow, okay? Now, I want you to think that this survivor's walking in a straight line. I want them to stop now, right? Imagine that they're dragging a chain ball, like a prison chain ball, right? When they stop, the ball stops. So if I teleport to her, I'm gonna be like a meter behind her. Ta-da! But now I want her to go in a straight line and then stop and then walk a little bit further back. Yeah, now walk a little bit further back. Yeah, walk a little bit further back now, please. Tiny bit. Yeah, now what do you think I will be? I'm gonna be right inside her. Pretty much, you see? This means that, for example, there are some things that you can take advantage of and some things that you cannot, right? You almost never want to teleport to a survivor that is vaulting a window because you'll always be behind them, no matter how long it's been. So, for instance, can I find a little window here, maybe? Can we find a cute little window? Yeah. Let's imagine that I chase a survivor and they go... Let's imagine this is an amazing window, right? And they stand still. What's going to happen now is that because her chain ball is still behind her, obviously I cannot spawn on top of the window, right? That's not allowed. So, look. I'm going to be on the wrong side. And I'm going to be on the wrong side even if I wait. It's not about waiting. It's about whether or not she has moved. So here, if she's vaulting this window and she just stands still the way she is... I mean, if I can't hit her, I'm just gonna have to vault it or go around and move her. If I make her move, then now I am on the correct side of the window because she took a step forward. You understand, right? So this is really, 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 really important. You don't want to teleport to a survivor that is about to vault a window. Teleporting to a survivor that is about to drop a pallet is fine. That's fine. But a window, you want to make sure that you do it a little bit after or way, way before so that they don't even reach the window. And if you teleport way, way before, maybe you will also have the faster vault and you'll be able to follow them through the window. And that will be fine as well. So, what is our general... Oh, by the way, if I teleport to a pallet as it's being dropped, it will automatically burst, by the way. Just, like, if a pallet is... Like, for example, come to me real quick, right? And now go to the pallet and drop it and be on the other side. Yeah, so here, normally, yeah, you can drop it. The game would spawn me where the pallet is. But... I cannot be on a pallet, so I'm going to automatically break it. Look. And I will be slowed down. And if she's running a straight line, I'm not going to catch her immediately, but shortly after I'll catch up. So that's something that can happen as well. And that's fine. I mean, yeah, it's not a hit, but it's a pallet out of the way pretty quickly, right? So what is my plan as this killer? My plan as this killer is to put several pods around the map that cover big distances. One here is perfect. Look, it covers all of this clearing, right? It even covers this hook. But there's something important to remember about hooks. Hooks have a bit of an anti-camp feature, okay? If I put a survivor on a hook, even if I have like 25 cameras pointing at the hook, it is not very efficient. Like many other killers, there's like a built-in prevention. I don't know if this camera is good. I'll show you what happens if you're using a camera when someone's going for the unhook. Can we show it? Yeah, go for it. Normally this would be really quickly, right? Look at this. You see how slow it is? It gives them so much time. They could even get away or get rid of the thing, and I wasted my time. So is it an okay idea to put a camera by a hook? Yeah. Maybe if they unhook and they linger on and they try to heal, you can punish them. But it's not a plan A. That's more like a plan B or a camera that's there for the future for other chases or things like that, right? But you don't use your power with cameras too aggressively. Now, what you could do is if you chase a survivor into the hook, you could teleport to them directly with your gun. There's no penalty there. But yeah, so basically we're looking for opportunities to put a camera that will cover a lot of distance, right? If you put a camera in a place like this, by the way, this is insane. Because look, this camera has basically 360-degree view, right? It's kind of like a sniper's nest. Maybe there's like a spot there where I cannot hit a survivor, but other than that, it's really, 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 really useful. So look for opportunities like that. Don't worry, if you place the camera really high, they can still break it with their anti-EMP, right? So it doesn't matter. There's not like a limit. It's like a cylinder that goes up, but don't worry. Yeah, you want to break it and show us what it looks like? Yeah, they got rid of it. No worries, we replaced it really quickly. Bam. Right, or wait out the distance. Now, where do they get these little fun little EMPs that they are shaking at me? They get them in a bunch of chests that spawn around the map. It's very similar to Wesker or Nemesis, which you saw before. Now, these chests spawn them every now and then. It's not always available, thank God. Can we see one, maybe? Maybe they can show us? Oh, they'll show us? But yeah. It's not something you need to worry too much as a killer. However, if you see an opportunity to trap one of them, I mean, take it, right? For example, if I put one here, every now and then I could just check between my cameras, right? I could just check and maybe I catch a survivor trying to get one. They typically don't allow survivors to get one at the start of the game. They have to be charged up over time. So our idea is to put as many cameras around open areas of the map as possible. And then when we infect a survivor, right? Maybe use the auto thing. We want to immediately hit them and then use our enhanced overclock mode to break pallets, vault windows really quickly and get as many hits as possible. We will look for opportunities to stick around the areas of the map where our power is very good. Areas of the map where our power is really good. Open areas, areas with lots of poles and trees, you know. Places of the map where your power is not so good. A place where you don't have any biopods. So, for example, if I've never gone into the main building and I don't have any biopods here, this is going to be a bit hard, right? Because if I hit a survivor here and they go into this main building, I can't do, like, I can't be like, oh, I already have a camera here. And then when they're infected, I already have a camera here. So I 1, 2, right. You know, ideally you chase survivors into your cameras. So no matter where they go, you constantly have eyes on them, constantly can teleport to them. And they never do the thing that they love to do against most of the killers, which is to hold forward and just create lots of distance. Okay. Now there are massive, massive, massive complications to this killer. And each map needs to be played a little bit different. But I feel like if we try to understand absolutely everything in a tutorial, we're never going to get there. So let's just play a match and get a build going for this killer. Yeah, you like shaking that, don't you? The Singularity's own perks are not super good on him. Genetic limits is simple. Anytime you injure a survivor, they become exhausted. Some killers don't like exhaustion perks too much. But this killer doesn't really mind them as much. If a survivor makes a lot of distance, you teleport to them and catch up to them anyway. Not super important on him. Force hesitation is good on a few killers. You down a survivor, and if someone was protecting them and they were nearby, or if they were protecting someone else, maybe you slow down the other person. Can be okay on a few killers. Not super hard. Machine learning is a new type of perk that we haven't seen before. This is a perk that's like a trap perk that compromises a generator. When you kick a generator, it has a special sound effect and it makes a sound and visual effect that survivors can hear. And if they finish that generator before another one, you get the effects of this perk, which are pretty good. You get undetectable and haste for a minute. That's pretty good. Not the best on him, but I guess we'll run it. We're just going to run it with some other basic perks. Know it for insta-down, sloppy pusher to delay heals. I'm so sorry, put life. Give me just a second. This obviously applies on our attacks, right? We are a basic attack killer. We do attack with basic attacks, even though he has so many other things on top. And a little bit of gen slowdown is not bad. Add-ons. There are some that are really small effects don't really do much. You cannot go wrong with higher range. This makes each of your cameras be able to detect survivors from even further, and having 2 extra biopods is almost never bad, and they are super accessible beyond rarity, right? You also can't go wrong with like increased overclock mode, but I personally think it's maybe best not to. If you want another add-on that is really simple, this one makes it so that your cameras can infect 2 survivors or the same survivor twice, infect and then teleport with a bit less of a cooldown as well. They're not bad. Some of the other add-ons are nice, but those are really simple ones. I didn't mention this, but survivors that are infected, if they come in contact with other survivors and they are within proximity, they actually infect one another. And there are a few add-ons, like the Android arm, that make this happen faster. They're not super worth it. This doesn't happen super commonly. So yeah, we're gonna go with this really simple stuff, get some extra blood points, and queue up because the queues are very long. Ooh, okay. So indoor maps are a little bit special. You do not benefit from being able to just go to the middle of the map and put something there, right? Let's put that there. Hopefully it covers. We can still do it. It's just gonna be a little bit trickier. This map is gonna be a little difficult. I'm still trying to put pods around corners so that I don't see just down the hallway. I can see a little bit both ways. So for example, one here can be all right just because it covers both ways. That one wasn't so well placed actually. But yeah, this should be difficult. I did see a survivor down the hallway. Let's chase them because we got nothing else. Oh, there's 2 people here. Wait, this is really bad for him. Okay, so I'm gonna do this. He's gonna slow himself down using the EMP. Oh, he made a horrible mistake. That was a bad idea. He got rid of the infection, but look, I just replaced the clone and I do this and now he's dead. He did that pretty well though. I'm not gonna break the pallet because he basically has nothing here, I think. Oh, wait, why is he so fast? What do we want to do here? I'm gonna fake it. Trick it. That is a bit silly, but it does work. Basically, you get on a camera, you make the survivor think that you're gonna teleport to them. They're like, oh, I need to go in a straight line because... Right? Because I'm gonna be teleported to, and then you just cancel it. That is something that you can do when survivors know a little bit how this killer works. I'm gonna shoot it to make that disappear. I'm gonna hold this. I see nothing. Remember, if I... Oh, hi, you guys, what's up? Can I get a quick hit here? Oh, this kill made another terrible mistake. Let's put a camera there. I'm going to break the camera because I don't need it anymore by holding M1. I think she made a mistake in positioning. I think this is a down. Let me check. Yep. Beautiful. Do I break this breakable wall now? Yeah, why not? Right, we're gonna kick the generator. Notice the different sound that it's gonna make. Yeah, that little thing survivors can see it. So if you can, try to hide it. Maybe don't make it too obvious. But it's alright. Who cares? Right, they haven't unhooked up there yet. I'm gonna go up the stairs or the hidden ramp. And if they don't... Hold up, let me take control over this camera super quick. No scratch marks, no nothing. Take control of this one, no nothing. Oh, hi guys, what's up? Okay, I got the Dwight. I'm gonna remove this camera because it's not so good. Let's go for Dwight. Let's teleport to him. Pretend to go one way, maybe go the other. That was a little clumsy on my side. Does he drop the pallet? He does. I'm gonna teleport to him. I spawn on the pallet, so I instantly break it. Oh, I have this. Beautiful. Hold up. Amazing. I'm obviously still gonna be behind him. Oh, he should have dropped that pallet earlier. Wait, I'm gonna swing here, maybe? He was quite smart there. I think I catch him up. Oh, they finished that gen, so I get the speed boost. Awesome. Do I have... What do I have here? He's in a straight line, so I should be able to teleport. Awesome. Because of the extra 8% from my perk, look how quickly I'm gonna catch up to him. Beautiful. Oh, hold up. Can I... Oh, lucky me. I figured that a survivor was in that direction, so I just held the control button, and the camera automatically locked onto that Nia. Now, what did that accomplish, really? I didn't really injure her or down her or anything, but now she is infected, which means that she has to be a little bit more scared when going around the map. And if I find her, I can teleport to her immediately, which is even faster, right? Oh, someone broke this camera. Let's replace it. Were they nearby, maybe? Or in a different floor? Oh, found them. Wait, this is someone else. Let's put one here. Teleport. Pretend to go one way, go the other. Okay. Yeah, she's dead. That hard, maybe? No. Right, remember, if a survivor does a little bit of a zigzag, because they run back on their steps, when you teleport to them, sometimes you end up right on top of the survivor, much closer than normal. This doesn't happen if the survivor just goes in a straight line, right? Because of what we explained. Okay, I mean, we could put a camera there just to put pressure on them and make it a little bit nasty, so they cannot immediately... let's go... They cannot immediately go for the heal upon unhook. Wait, where did the survivor go? They both went inside. Seems like so, yeah. In this situation, just get the pallet out of the way, honestly. Yeah, look, she even mind game herself. Beautiful. If I teleport, I lose a bit of distance. She's just gonna keep looping. Why? Wait. Oh, damn, I'm really... I could have just downed her with a basic attack, but I feel like that's not gonna teach you anything. So let's give her another chance. I slow myself down when I instantly broke the pallet. She hopes into a locker. I do a 363, 720. Bam! Get her out of here. Yeah, this match is not going super well for them. Would basement be a good idea here? I could. I think I might make it. One thing you can do, by the way, in most basements is put a camera right here to cover the entrance and cover the retreat. Or here, if there's no wall nicely. You know what I mean? Just cover the stairs down. Maybe when they unhook, even if you're across the map, you can maybe, you never know, like get an infection on someone. I call it infection, but it has a different name. You know what I mean? All right, let's try to find a gen and kick it. So you can hear through biopods, by the way. Let's just put this one right here. Yeah, sometimes the survivor can be behind a generator and you might not be able to, even though you can physically see them, you might not see enough of their body to actually infect them. If that happens, try to aim a little bit behind them. Sometimes if you aim to the space next to their hitbox, you will have an easier time getting them. Okay, so I don't know if these guys are just being like stealth gods. Okay, I found someone. Awesome. Oh. Okay, so you saw what happened there, right? I infected him right after he removed it. He's gonna maybe dead hard. Watch out. Go on. Nope, he doesn't have it. Okay, pick him up before he crawls under the pallet. Oh, looks like we're gonna actually put them in basement and showcase this. That gen over there, that's blocked. That's the one with most progress. We could go and check it. If it's at 0, then we know that every other gen is basically at nothing. I'm going to remove that one because it's kind of a little bit redundant, but whatever. Yeah, let's go and check this. See what it's like. When there are fewer and fewer gens, it's not that crazy of an idea to just put something that controls the area and controls this gen. Unfortunately, like, this isn't feasible in this map because there's so many rooms, right? Like, how can I put a... I mean, I can do this, but... Yeah. Oh, hold up. Oh, beautiful. He made a mistake. Let's break this for more navigation between the two gens. And I'm gonna check on this thing in like a second. Hold up. Beautiful. Does he pre-drop it? He should have. I'm gonna swing at this pallet, I think. Yeah! Beautiful. Look, he dropped it and still got hit. And I teleport right after. And rinse and repeat if possible. Right. Might have needed to be a bit more subtle there. Okay. Alright. He's dead here. Unless he has that heart. Can we fake it? Nope. Wait, let's check on this gen real quick. Okay. It's not being done just yet. They could rescue him, but I don't know if anyone's near. Nope. Where do I hook him? Let's do this room, I guess. Yeah, this room works. I got 450 hours. Just wanted to thank you because your videos have made me come a long way as killer. I'm sure you would have made it by yourself, but if it gave you a bit of confidence and you enjoyed the game more as a result, that makes me very happy to hear, man. Thank you. All right. They obviously have started some of these other gens. Oh, hi, Dwight. Remember, you see a little bit of heartbeat. Follow it visually to maybe get a sense of where the survivor's going. Is he going to run into me? Ah, almost. Try it again. We have him trapped there now, so we could try to find him. Yeah, he's trapped in one of the classrooms, possibly. Hi, Red Darren. Thank you for the biddies as well. Oh, he actually made it into the bathroom. Hold up. Wait, could I wait here and maybe he makes a mistake? I don't think he's gonna make it. You should almost never do this, by the way. You almost never... I think he's just playing it really simple. He's just hiding here. Yeah, you almost never want to play the waiting game. Oh, this was so bad for him. Notice that if a survivor gets rid of the infection, it's kind of fine. Oh, he's so dead. Because you can just put a camera really quickly and infect them right away. There are maybe a few places in the game where it's difficult to infect the survivor because there's too many walls or too many things. But for the most part, it's super, super easy to deploy a camera, infect the survivor, and then get rid of it right away. How do you get rid of it? Take control, hold M1, takes you a second, you get rid of it, right? If you're super pressed for time, maybe you don't want to do it, but... Hi guys, what's up? Uh-oh. Oh no! Oh, they infected each other, and not only did they infect each other, they body blocked themselves. That's so funny. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, I kind of want them to drop the pallet and waste it. Wait, do I have a camera nearby? No need to bother, honestly. Hold up. Yeah, he didn't really find anything. Fair enough. Well fought. There's one more gen that they might be able to finish. I don't care if they do, but... Yeah, the only thing I would need to be a bit careful here is if I chase the girl that has not been hooked. That could be bad. Okay, so now we have 3 gens. We can maybe start playing this a bit different. Dude, this generator is extremely rare, by the way. You almost never see it. Hold up. Alright, so we're gonna have an exit. Does this cover the exit gate? Yeah, good. I hope it does. Let's just do something that the Singularity is uniquely good at. Let's just trap exit gates, basically, with our power. You cannot shoot at the exit gate itself. But you can put it on the wall nearby. Oh, found her! Beautiful. She's healthy, but we have Noid, which will insta-down her, so yeah. After I down her, I'm not gonna pick up. I'm just gonna check on the other gate real quick. And it seems to be at nothing. Check on this one again. Oh, found her. Right there. Right here. Oh. Okay. Did she go up? No, she's still there. Hold up. Beautiful. She's gonna use her thing to get rid of it, maybe? This is the worst thing that you can do as a survivor. You wait on top of a pallet and he teleports, you drop the pallet immediately breaks. Yeah, there will be a massive difference when you play this killer. Going from survivors that have never played against him and don't know what the hell is going on, and playing against survivors that constantly are using EMPs for their teammates, constantly using EMPs on the 1 or 2 gens that you're trying to defend, right? Abusing the teleport logic so that you end up on the wrong side of a loop, etc, etc. But there are so many mistakes that you can make that survivors can... there's so many mistakes that you can make as a survivor against this killer. Keep in mind that when you use an EMP, you slow yourself down a little bit as a survivor. Which means that if you use it in chase, you will catch up faster. Normally, it's best to use it to help a teammate. Use it because it breaks everything in the area, right? And man, I honestly think we've gone over most of everything. This killer will require a lot of patience. It will only get better as you learn the maps more and more. Just try, because many of the maps don't change and the main building doesn't change. If you see that you put a trap that works really, really well in a particular match, remember it and do it again in the next one, right? Some gens, like main building gens, always are there, right? So if you see a trap that works particularly well, add it to your mental list of, I'll do this again. And if a trap doesn't work out at all, remove it as soon as possible and add it to your mental list of, okay, let's not do this type because these are not so good. Okay. This is definitely not the second attempt of me recording this. Nothing bad happened in the first attempt. We are playing as the Xenomorph, aka Alien. And this is a killer that, for the most part, shares normal stats. Movement speed of 4.6, same as Trapper. Normal lunge, normal stun, 32-meter terror radius. It even gets smaller when he goes on all fours. So yeah, normal killer, he's gonna feel, even though it looks different because he's not using a weapon, it does play the same as your other basic killers that are in like Nurse. So that's great. That means you can play this killer without using his power very much. But you do want to use his power because it is good. It is a little bit complicated and it does have some hitboxes that are not super easy to understand. For you to use your power, you need to go in crawler mode. Crawler mode happens automatically at the start of the game. And the only way to lose it is to either pick up a survivor and then you lose it and it's reset back to 75%. Or if you get burnt by a turret. Now I'm going to show you what it looks like when a survivor places a turret. And if I walk by, okay, I lose it. When you hear that sound effect, everybody in the map can hear it. That means that you lose your power, okay? If you hook a survivor, you also lose it for a bit, but don't worry, you get it back really quickly. So how do we get our power back faster? Do I have to wait like 40 seconds for it to come back? No, actually. If we use one of the many tunnels, while we are in a tunnel and moving around it, look how quickly we get it. So the tunnels are a fantastic way to guarantee that you get your power very quickly and you can immediately start using your tail, right? If you lose your power or if it's the start of the game, you can get into a tunnel. In fact, the tunnels are so good that you should almost always go into them at the start of the game. If I start my game, thank you Ashbury for the 42 months, and there's a station right here or a little bit further, I'm gonna walk to it and I'm gonna check on the furthest chance. And what might happen is that I might hear footsteps. Now, if a survivor is within a certain distance and they're not crouched, if they're like walking or running, you will hear footsteps. And I'm gonna see if I can get our helper to show you what it looks like. Hold up, we're in the middle of the map. Maybe we can ask him to come through here. Call up, can we wait? This is a lot easier when you have 4 survivors. Yeah, they need to be, they were carrying something, that's okay. Yeah, you wanna put that thing away? If a survivor is crouching or not running, you might not see them, but that's all right. Yeah, just to show what footsteps look like. They're like orange, yeah, little bit like that. If you see this near a station, you should definitely come out of it because you are gonna find someone, and this can be a very effective way of finding someone when you're desperate and you don't have a better plan. And it's also really, really good to find someone in between chases or at the start. When you come out, you also hear a heartbeat, but that's only if the survivor is nearby. Also notice that when you come out, you are immune to turrets. I don't know where he put the turret, but when you come out, you're also... Where's the turret? Right over there. Yeah, when you come out, you're immune for a second, so don't worry, coming out is typically a good thing in real life and in this game. Now, there is one thing that you can do with stations that does not seem to have any sense, which is the left control. It says highlight station. If you highlight a station, it literally just turns yellow. Why is this important? Why do I want to do this? Well, very simple. If you want to go to a specific station, sometimes when you go down, it can be, oh wait, which one was it? Which one was it? Oh shoot, I don't know. If you highlight one, it will always be highlighted in yellow, and the game will give you a little GPS to tell you where to go. So even if you're a little lost, it will tell you the right way. And now you will come out of the one you want. So basically, the way to take advantage of this is if I know that I want to go into that one over there, right? What I'll do, right? Well, here it doesn't make a lot of sense because they're so close. Let's say that I want to go into that one. I will mark it, and then I will enter, and then I will go towards it and follow the little trail or just go with your gut. And that way you guarantee that you come out of the one that you're really, really interested in. Right now, it doesn't matter because obviously there's no survivors here. But yeah, we want to use this to detect survivors and to make sure that we are in crawler mode as often as possible. Crawler mode has no downsides. It makes your turret smaller. Your lunge has different animation, but it's exactly the same. And overall, it's really, really good because the tail attack is very powerful. This tail attack, basically, you need to think of it like a spear. Like you stab with a spear that goes over your head, right? So if I hit a survivor over this will connect, right? And if they drop a pallet in front of this, like a doofus, I can hit them very easily, right? Now, unfortunately, unlike Nemesis, you cannot drag, okay? If you hit an obstacle, the drag ends. You can only drag in the open. This is what I mean. I'm gonna ask the survivor to stay next to this little obstacle, right? And look, if I do a drag from the open to the right, I can move my tail a little bit, right? But if I do it from this way, this will never hit. Look, I just want to show you. Like, if I hit an obstacle, the tail attack ends immediately. Even though I'm going through the survivor, it ends the moment I hit an obstacle. But if I do it the other way, it does work. Ta-da! So you want to make sure that when you're chasing a survivor, you know you don't hit an obstacle first because it will end your attack immediately, right? So my idea is to chase a survivor. If they're in the open, I'm not going to bother doing anything special. I'll just attack them normally, right? But if I see them go over an obstacle or vault a window or whatever, I will hit them with my tail. And if they find themselves in a really, really tight corridor, I can also hit them with my tail. Let me show you what I mean. So, yeah, chase music, please. So say that the survivor has to go through this tiny corridor, right? And I'm chasing them. Here, I can just aim at the corridor and it's going to hit them 100%. What about a corridor that's a little bit less narrow, like this one here? This is also pretty much a guaranteed hit. Only thing I need to do, right, is do this and then drag my tail as I chase them. So, can we demonstrate that, Dresco? Can we go ahead? Yeah, run in front of me. Oh, yeah. Yep, thank you. Yep, let's go. And I can just do this. And you see how I drag it from the right to the left, or from the left to the right, and it's a guaranteed hit. Now, what I don't want to do is accidentally hit the wall, because if I hit the wall, like this, that drag doesn't work, because I already hit something, right? So in a situation like this, look, I'm going to aim from the left and move to the right, guaranteed hit. Super, super, super simple. And because I didn't have to physically get there and whack her with my basic attack, I saved a bit of time as well. And now I can go and pick up. And your tail is a little bit faster than the recovery from your basic attack. So it is really, really, really good. However, what is the most common way in which you're going to use your tail? Probably at loops. You don't typically hit survivors in the open. Most of the time, survivors are going to try to run around some window, run around some pallet. So let's see what that could look like. This map has very unique loops that are very unlike everything else. But we'll do our best. Right? So remember, one thing that when I'm carrying a survivor and I hook them or I drop them, my power is at 75%, but after a few seconds, or if I go into a portal, I immediately get it, right? So when you get to a loop, what the survivor will typically do, right? They're going to try to crouch. Crouching is very effective. If they crouch behind this, I will not hit them. Behind a pallet, they cannot crouch because the pallet is too short. And I'm going to ask him to drop the pallet right now and try to hide a little bit. And I'm gonna show you what you can do about it as a killer. Yeah, hide behind that part of the pallet. Okay, maybe not that far. I don't even think you need to be that far. Yeah, this is perfect. So unfortunately, if he was there, it would be really easy. I would hit him really easily, right? But unfortunately, the survivor is pretty smart, and he's actually hiding behind the tall part of the pallet. If I hit too high up, I'm not gonna hit it because the hitbox has been lowered because he's crouching. What I can do is try to find the angle like this, and then hit it. Even this, it doesn't seem to work, right? So what I'm gonna do, chat, is I'm going to attack through the pallet, and when my attack is out of the path, I'm gonna drag it to the right. This killer has an interesting property where you can kind of throw the attack and then move it afterwards. Think of it like a stone attached to a rope. You throw it and then you move it a little bit, right? And I'm gonna show you a little bit what it looks like, and this should hit. Oh, never mind, I am too low. Like something like that. You want to do it very subtle like this. This is very difficult because, as you can see, he's very... a little bit. It's hitting the pallet. I think I can do it. Yeah, something like that will hit most of the times, but... honestly, it might actually be too much. Don't worry, don't worry. I might get it. I might get it. I think if I find it perfectly. No, that's hidden. If you hear that little bloop and you see that particle, that means you've hit something and the attack immediately ends. There you go. Okay, that's really, really out there, and it looks like, okay, it took you 5 times. Was it really worth it? Yes, it's worth it. Because in most situations, the hitbox will not be that difficult to hit. You will actually hit them. Most of the times, when a survivor drops a pallet, they will do this, but because of latency and movement and their own being locked in animation, they don't have that much time to get as properly hidden there, right? So you want to do that. You want to hit around something, and then drag it and get that hit. This is something. This is something that you can do in a variety of loops, and we will be showing you more examples later. What happens if I get burned out of my power? While I'm being burned, I lose a lot of speed. So sadly, if I'm chasing a survivor in a straight line and they walk into a turret, I need to do something about it. If I just try to power through it, most of the times I'm going to be slowed down a lot. Right? And then they're gonna beam into whatever. If they're in a corner and they're already injured, okay, you know what? Ignore the turret, down the survivor, and then go and break the turret. Right? If you see it super kill it, it's okay. But for the most part, you want to immediately break it. There are 2 ways to deal with a turret. Either you hit them with your tail, or you hit them with your power. Oh, sorry, with your basic attack. However, when you hit them with your tail, the game considers that to be a missed attack. And missed attacks on Demogorgon have a pretty long cooldown. Not only are you like unable to attack, look. Can't attack. Now, you're also very, 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 very slow. So if possible, as a general rule, try to hit turrets with a basic attack. If they're not too far and it's not too out of the way, just go and whack them. You should always be able to break it before it burns you out. So if I'm using a survivor and this happens, I'm just gonna get close and swing. Bam, look at that. I got close, but I didn't get broken, right? If you are not sure that you can reach it because it's elevated or something, you're fine. Just hit them with the tail, and that is completely fine as well. As long as you don't get broken out of your power, the fire damage will disappear really, really quickly, right? Now let's do some chases. Let's show you some examples. A survivor vaulting into a window like this, you can hit very easily. They will try to crouch, but most of the times the hitbox is gonna be in your favor, right? And remember, they cannot use short loops like this because you can hit them over it. Now this survivor was really smart and he crouched right as he needed to, right? Hold up. Here I'm a little bit far. Don't try to use my power. Wait to see if she drops it. She doesn't drop it. Here I should be able to hit through this little gap. The survivor was really smart and crouch. And not only did he crouch, he also crouched and moved to the left to avoid it. So this is perfect. That's what they should be doing. If they drop the pallet, most likely I will be able to hit it unless it's really, really early and I'm really, really far. So let's see what we do here. This should be almost unavoidable. That's so good. Amazing. Well done. Hold up. Let's see what happens here. So here, survivor, this would be one of those situations where we can just do a drag on the side and it would be a hit. If it's a window where there's a drop afterwards, it's not going to be so good to use my power unless I'm really close. Because look, gravity is kind of helping them, right? This would work if I'm really, really, really close. But remember that your power is not going to follow them down, unfortunately, right? Their hitbox falls down really, really quickly, especially if it's a fast bulb. So for the most part, you chase normally. If you can get a basic attack, get the basic attack. If they get stuck in animation and you're a bit far, you go for the pallet. Here, I don't think she makes this. Bam. Now, one thing that we didn't mention is that when you attack with your with your tail, the attack doesn't come out immediately. It has a small, but not insignificant delay. So what that means is, in this situation, since I know that this is very narrow, I'm not going to go around the corner and then attack, because by then the survivor has already gone around. Instead, since I know it's going to happen, I'm going to press the attack button right here, look. And then by the time I go around the corner, my attack is ready to go as quickly as possible. So if I want to hit this window, for example, I'm not going to come around and now hit. I can do that way, way earlier, right? I can do this, bam. The obvious downside is that this window, I don't know if the survivor's going for it. Maybe the survivor ignores it and goes to the right. But here, I had a pretty good idea that the survivor was going to go for the pallet, because what else are they going to do, right? So here, very, very safe to just bang. Now, there are a lot more complications to this, okay? If you see, for example, if they open this lid and there's a fire turret, you can break it here, which is possible. This lets you know how many fire turrets are available. The lower the number, the more turrets they have on the ground. If it's 0 or an X, means that they have none. If it's 1, means they've used almost all of them. An interesting thing to do, right? And keep in mind that the turrets have 2 functions. They burn you out, but they also are radars. So if a survivor lights a turret, they hear a little beep, 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 as you get closer and closer, even when you're underground. That means that even though this killer can use undetectable perks and he has a smaller than normal terror radius, survivors are going to be somewhat aware of your position. So if they have a turret in this building and I come by, I'm never going to be able to grab them out of a generator, because they're going to be at least warned, because they're going to listen to the turret, right? They can also put 2 turrets next to each other, which can make it really difficult. And there's a lot for you to break them both without being burned out. And there's a lot of complications that go with it. But we now know the very, very basics. So let's get a build going on Xenomorph and then go into a public match, which will probably let us put all of this to practice. So the Xenomorph's perks, I don't think are super, super important. They are a little bit of info perk, but there are other perks that you probably have for information. This one right here is a bit special. It takes away your bloodlust, which is the extra speed that you get when you're in chase for a long time. Thanks so much, Luther. But it also, which is a really bad thing, but it does make you faster when you do a basic attack. Do not use this on the Xenomorph. It's not great on him. He doesn't typically, or she doesn't use basic attacks mostly. It's good on a few killers, but unless you know what you're doing, I recommend you stay away from it. We're going to be using Alien Instinct, which is a decent barbecue-like information perk, and have some simple perks to help us. No holds bar / deadlock for some slowdown. And I want to try this. I want to try Monster Shrine and Whipping Wounds or / Gift of Pain if you have the Cenobite. This will make it so that they take longer to heal. You can also use an add-on, by the way, which has a similar effect as this. Either way, you can't go wrong. And Monster Shrine lets us have this effect in the basement. And if we leave a survivor after hooking them, and they're in a white hook, they start dying sooner, which means the team has to hurry up. And we're going to be doing that. We're going to be hooking survivor and not being territorial. We're just going to be going all over the map. While you go all over the map, some add-ons that are really, really helpful are the serial rations. This shows you when a turret is above you and you can see the turrets. And if you see a turret, you know a survivor was there. So it's a really easy way to know where a gen might be getting done. And the crew headset is a personal favorite of mine. I like it for its rarity. It makes it a bit more likely that you'll hear footsteps above you. Now, those footsteps could be far away. Maybe you come out of a portal and they're not immediately on you. But that's okay as long as we find someone and we're not completely lost, right? So I like these. Another great add-on for beginners is, not this one, is the Obomorph. Yeah, this one makes it so that if you get burned off a turret or you hook a survivor, you get your crawler mode a little bit faster. Also at the start of the game if you don't find a station. So any of these add-ons would be safe. Let's put some extra blood points and hope we find a lobby really quickly. All right, so normally the best idea at the start of the game is to go into a portal right away. This map can be a bit weird and sometimes you can spawn so far. Sometimes if you don't see one, it's fine. Just start chasing someone. Here we got lucky. I'm gonna go to the far away ones and look for footsteps above me. Do I hear footsteps? No. You almost hear someone. I very rarely encounter... I'm gonna come out of here. I very rarely encounter gamers that just never ever do anything. Oh! That's so unlucky. I took a damage there, but that's gonna be fine. I tried to hit both the turret and the survivor, which you can do with your tail. But unfortunately, I somehow missed both of them. Because I lost my crawler mode, I know that a chase with this girl is going to be very slow and unproductive. And I know that because everyone else... because everyone else is seeing a chase, they're all going to get on gens. So I'm simply going to... Ooh, that's a turret. I'm simply going to leave that girl, go for someone else. Okay, I'm going to break it with my tail because it was a little far here. And chase the survivor right here. Hello, how are you? Unfortunately, they had a pretty big head start, so... might take a while. There's a survivor on this gen. Let's go for them instead. Hi, cuties. What's up? Oh my god, that's a visual bug. Oh my god, I hate that visual bug, man. It's been in the game for so long. Survivors? Okay, she's definitely trying to... Oh, this is horrendous. That's fine. I'm going to use the tree to kind of, like, ignore it. And it worked. It worked. I could ignore it. If you have any obstacle, like a little tree... Okay, that's... not ignorable. I need to break it. If you have any obstacles like that, use them to your advantage, okay? This skill should go down here if I play this well. Okay. I was ready to sweep her from left to right. Everyone in this lobby has a medkit, so I don't have to worry about flashlights, but you never know. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This kind of sucks. My white hook is on the edge of the map, but that's okay because we're gonna go far away and this survivor will start dying quicker on the hook. Or not dying, but like getting sacrificed. And I don't need to guess where the survivors are. I know they're going to be on this gen, so yeah. I see the number 2. I know they have 2 turrets on the map. I see one over there. Let's come out of here, see if we hear a heartbeat. Oh, we do. Can we catch this guy a little bit off guard? I'm trying to use the heartbeat to know... Oh, hi! Oh, that was really good of him. I panicked, and I should have just basic attack. The survivor correctly guessed that I would use my power there. And instead of dropping it, which was the natural panicky thing to do, actually crouch into me, which as I showed you earlier, is very, very effective. That's so unfortunate. I didn't even hit him because I would have missed regardless. But yeah, we're going to look for an opportunity to hit him here. And if it doesn't work, beautiful. I had to hit around the corner there. That was so, so close. We want to trick him a little bit. Let's make... This is absolutely... Yeah. I had to do the thing where I deploy the attack before I go around the corner. Otherwise, it wouldn't have hit. Hooking in the basement will still trigger my perks. And I think we want to do that. The gen up top, I don't think anyone's on it because I've been here a while, right? But this gen here, probably someone's doing it. Oh, well, I can't kick it. I don't think it's maybe worth kicking anything right now. Just go and get into a chase. All right. This girl, is it the same Sable as before? I think so, but it's hard to tell. Hello. Are you? Yeah, no, she's not actually. Different. Hello. This is going to be a difficult loop because I cannot hit over it like most others. That was so brilliant. I body blocked it though, and she messed up a little bit. That was a really good play. She just kind of messed up the follow-up to it. I think she goes down here if she drops a pallet, and she knows that. Ah, very well. She hit right underneath. They are really showing us a masterclass of like what to do against this killer. And I'm all for it, but don't worry, your survivors typically will not be this on point. I hope so for your sake. Oh, wow. What is this tree here? I've never seen this. Yeah, this type of gym wasn't part of this. Okay, I wanted to show off a little bit. So almost every loop, even ones that are tall, has a small V shape like this that you can hit over. Now the problem is if you let the survivors know with your body language that you're gonna do it, it's too obvious. So you don't want to telegraph your movements. Ideally, you want to be a little bit smart about them. He's seeing me right over there. This sucks. Wow. This is a hit though, I think. Nice. Wait, what? Oh, what was that? Okay, I'm gonna hit this with my basic power. Did he go out? He did. He's going into this corner for some reason. I don't know why. He dropped a pallet here early before I even showed up. Vaulting this pallet should be really hard, but... Yeah, no, it is hard, but this loop is actually kind of ridiculous. Let's pretend to break it. Maybe he falls for it. I could not even tell. Let's wait for that heart. It's always that hard. And now that he's done it, we can wait it out and hook him. He's dead on hook next time we catch him, which is awesome. I could break this pallet right now, but honestly, I'm very interested in interrupting this heal if possible. It's not possible. That's all right. I see the aura of the injured survivor thanks to my perk Alien Instinct. I actually kind of want to kick this because I'm scared this game is going a bit too fast. And we don't have a lot of common loops, I feel, where I can show you stuff. I definitely do not want to chase the Hari, because she's the one survivor I haven't hooked. And it's normally a rule of thumb to never hook 4 survivors if the game is not going super, super, super well in your favor. Obviously, if she gave me a free down, I would take it. Oh, okay. Yeah, now I feel like beggars can't be choosers. I see a survivor in the background. She's moving really fast as well. Means maybe she's exhausted by now. Okay, let's take that free hit. This girl is gonna give me another free hit. Because she was in a bit of a bottleneck, I was very comfortable taking that hit there. And because your tail attack doesn't slow you down as much as other killers, you sometimes have the situations where the survivor makes a small mistake and then you get a second hit really quickly. Remember how the survivor on the hook is dying quicker? They really need to hurry or he's gonna die on the hook. I can't believe Monster Shrine is gonna help us here. Oh man. Alright, they get him. But is that a free hit maybe? Not quite, I was a bit greedy. Alright. Let's go for him. If they want to protect him, we let him. That's completely fine. Remember, you lose less distance attacking with your tail, so if they give you free tail hits, take them, why not? I could be nice and go for this girl though. Yeah, I think we'll be nice and go for this girl. Alright. Hari must have some fun, interesting perk that's allowing her to heal passively. I mean, you know what? Sure. While you're carrying, you can lose a bit of power, but only very little. You don't lose a lot. As you can see now, it's like 66. Oh, Alien Instinct is showing me where survivors are. Awesome. I'm gonna chase this guy, who, don't forget, has Dead Heart, the perk from David that allows you to tank a hit. And we're not gonna let him use it, right? So when we get close to him, we're gonna bait it. See if we can make him waste it. Oh, well, I mean, don't know if that counts as a bait. Oh my god, he must be so tilted by that. I hit the edge of the edge of the edge of his hitbox. That's why I tell you need to find those angles. Oh man, yeah, basically what happened there, if you didn't catch it, is I attacked. I'm sorry, dude, what's going on, man? This is so bad. Oh my god. I barely make this. Alright, let's focus. Sorry, I thought I saw a hook, but it was just the tall light of the generator there. I attacked, and he thought I was gonna hit him, so he pressed E, but I didn't, so he kind of wasted it. Let's go here now. Because... Yeah. Because this gen is the one with the most progress, I kind of want to keep an eye on it. But I do expect the other girls to do the gens by shock. Let's look for scratch marks. Hello. Where are you, darling? Dude, this tree here makes this loop so much bigger. It's actually kind of gross. Look at this window. It's insane. I will catch her here, I think. Oh, you see the problem? I pre-fire the window. That's so bad. Well, chat, I'm sorry, man. I don't think this loop is meant to be like this, man. Okay, man. Let's just leave, shall we? I imagine they're doing this one, but... No, it's at 0. Oh, they're definitely doing this one. What am I doing? Yeah, 100%. In fact, it might just pop in my face here. Okay, I'm gonna go for this kill because they're dead on hook. At this point, I honestly don't care about the gens. I just want to kill someone quickly. She's gonna take me to the... Remember, from left to right, right? She's gonna take me to... Oh, wait, she's doing that wrong, actually. Okay, there I had to be a bit precise. I cannot face my tail through the window. So I kind of had to get close, get close, get close. And then at one point, when I'm a little bit far away, tap it and then keep moving my camera so it hits through the window. If it hits through the window and connects with the survivor, great. That's a hit or a down or whatever. But if it hits the window frame or hits anything else on the way, it will never damage. All right. Let's go here and try to find the Hari now, maybe? I imagine she's finishing this last minute. Oh, found her. I'm going to attack with my tail because I was pretty confident, but normally there, maybe just attack with a basic attack. I just wanted to make sure she gets the least amount of this. She is using and abusing this, isn't she? Okay, so what I did there is a little bit complicated and it must have looked super fucking weird if you don't know exactly what was going on. But it's very, very similar to what Nemesis does. Nemesis, because he can hit through windows, or even Slinger, any killer that can hit through a window, every now and then is going to try to do what I just did. The survivor vaults the window, and if you go left, they go right, and if you go right, they go left. So what you do is you go to the left, pretending that you're going around the window, baiting them to go in front of it, and then you go, ah, blah, 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 and catch them with your tentacle, your tail, your chain shot, whatever it is, right? So yeah, even Pyramid Head could do something similar like that. So luckily it worked out, and that's something that you can do. Most of the things that you can do with this killer that are impressive involve hitting survivors over obstacles. Some obstacles, very similar to Huntress, you can actually hit in really, really, really disgusting ways. And because you can make the tail go above and then sink slightly, you can actually hit survivors behind things that you would never, ever, ever expect to be hittable through. And I'm gonna see if I can find an example to show you in a private match. So you look out for things like this. This will come with experience though. Don't freak out trying to use this. If you use your tail and you see that you're failing multiple times, it's fine. Let me just show you an example to show you what I mean. Okay, so one thing to consider, by the way, is that if a survivor is like much lower than you, sometimes, especially if they crouch, it's so difficult to hit them. Like if I'm here, I'm not even sure I can hit her. Yeah, do you see what happened there? Do you catch it? Look at my camera. I am looking really far down, but there is a minimum angle that the game immediately locks you into if you attack. Look at the camera. Yeah. This is why it's so effective for survivors to sometimes crouch and run back into you. The way to deal with this, just do a basic attack. Or just hit them from the side. And then it's fine. But I'm here to teach you some of the crazy things you can do here. And they include things like this. Oh, I'm sorry, the hatch is here. So normally here, right? Look at this. Look how short I am, especially if I'm not moving. Like, how exactly am I going to hit a survivor there? Well, you can actually, Chad. Because remember, when it's kind of like throwing a stone attached to a rope, right? Are you on the pallet itself? I'll show them. You can do that. So if you catch a survivor in a loop like this, you could do this and then aim a little bit down and hit them. You would be surprised how much higher you need to aim sometimes. You need to aim like, yeah, even that isn't good enough. How did I do that right the first time? I don't know. I think it's maybe because I was like, yeah, you'd be surprised. But cars in Badham, things like that. Wow, I really do suck. Maybe I need to aim a bit lower. Is that the secret? Yeah, difficult, man. Difficult. But I've hit some survivors here, and you can as well. Just don't forget that if a survivor runs back into you, you can always take a little step back. Like here, for example, if a survivor runs back into me, I could take a little step back to make the hit a little bit easier. And don't be afraid to just use basic attacks. Hitting with tail is really, really, really good. When possible, you get more points. They don't get distance. You don't apply insta-down or any other basic things, but let's assume that you don't want to run that, right? But it's completely not worth it, even if you miss a single time. If I have two survivors in front of me, right? And I'm 100% confident that I can do a little drag and hit them, I will do it. But if I miss, I go through such a long cooldown, those survivors now make it to the next loop, make it to the next thing. It's really not worth it. Oh, one thing that's also worth mentioning, by the way, is that sometimes if you want to stay in an area or bait a survivor into coming back to a gen and you don't have your power, you can go into a portal and then literally do this. WS or AD. This builds it up. Believe it or not, if my power was like 50%, I would already have it. And then you can come back out and you will hear a heartbeat and you will find a survivor. They almost never expect you to go into a tunnel and then come back up. It's something that you can do if you're just very, very desperate to get your power back up, but you don't necessarily want to go to any of the other stations. Something to keep in mind. Hope you have a lot of fun with Xenomorph. He's a little bit complicated, but fun to play nonetheless. All right, friends, it's time to play as Chucky, which, by the way, maybe I want to turn off the dialogues so he doesn't get us demonetized with his swearing. Chucky is not a basic standard killer. Unlike Trapper, he doesn't move at 4.6. He moves at 4.4, which is similar to Hag or Huntress. So he's a bit slower than other killers. And I mean, I guess I don't need to say it out loud. This killer has third-person mode, right? His launch is basically the same, even though it looks so different, but it's basically the same. But the fact that he moves a bit slower and he has third person is massively, massively different. Luckily for you, even though he is a unique killer, and you do want to use your power often for him to be good, much of this killer's strength just comes from the third person, right? In a lot of situations, when a survivor goes around a corner, you have, like, if I lose a survivor right around this corner, right? I have to be really careful, right? And if I come over here, I will see the survivor, but then they will see me and my redstone too. The thing about Chucky is that Chucky can wait around here, and I can check without showing where I am. And many times, survivors mind game themselves. You can literally chase a survivor into a corner, right? And then just wait here, and then watch them literally turn back, and then you go and hit them. So one of the simplest things that you can do with this killer, starting immediately, is know when a survivor is kind of stuck in a place and let them outplay themselves. Now, for example, would I do that here? Would I just look for a survivor here and see, oh, maybe they come back, maybe they come back, maybe they come back? No, because a survivor has a lot of options. If they don't see me behind them, they're just gonna run into the open. So in this situation, I wanna be ready, right? But especially when a survivor is a little bit cornered. Let's see, maybe we have an example. I'm gonna use my power. I'm gonna use my power from ability here. Especially when a survivor is a little bit cornered, it is always a good idea. So here, if I see this survivor drop a pallet, I'm going to check, without showing myself, I'm going to check what they're doing. Most likely, they're going to run in a straight line and make distance, right? But what if they take this path and they go back here because they're scared? Well, if they do that, I'll take advantage of it and down them, right? So use your third person as much as possible. And I will try to show you some of the common places where survivors kind of get a little bit scared and sometimes run back into you. This is something that if you're patient, you'll notice as well. Now, on top of the third person, what is Chucky's power? Chucky's power is the hidey ho mode. When you enter hidey ho, it's kind of similar to Ghostface, okay? He changes the stance of his knife. He becomes undetectable, which you're going to see behind my webcam. But you're not completely stealthy. Survivors, when you're in this mode, they hear you laugh if you're close. They also see like fake footfalls. You see these little footsteps that I leave behind me? Well, you cannot quite see them from the killer point of view without an add-on, I just remember. But they see little footfalls around them. This doesn't really tell them where you are. It just lets them know that you are in stealth mode, and it makes them a bit more alert. Let's switch to the survivor point of view and see what it looks like. Okay, so I'm gonna ask my helper to turn on the stealth mode, and I'm gonna show you what it looks like from the survivor point of view real quick. Yeah, when you see, this is what survivors see when you're in stealth. Basically, if I'm working on a gen or something and I see these little steps, it's gonna let me know, yeah, the laugh is also really loud. There's also one more thing that Chucky has, and that is a certain mechanic that prevents him from being too difficult to see in small tile loops like this. Like, do you see that I see his footsteps when he moves? Show us. Yeah. Yeah, this is a way that survivors can see you. Why is the chase music so loud, man? Yeah, basically, if the killer is behind a loop where you would normally see their head, you will see their footsteps. But if they're behind a loop that is too tall, then you don't see the footsteps. So don't worry, as Chucky, you don't necessarily have your position revealed at all times. This only happens in small loops. And even though I am supposed to see his footsteps, it doesn't really help because I see them with a delay. So if I'm trying to guess where he is, it's never going to be helpful enough. So the thing to remember as Chucky is that behind walls, you can use third person very well. And in short loops like this, they do see more or less where you are. But if you switch directions and you're unpredictable, like, it's really hard for a survivor to really mirror your movements, okay? Okay, so we've explained a little bit how it works when you are behind an obstacle like this. They see your little steps, but don't worry, you can use third person and then bam. And they also see the steps when you're using stealth. Thank you, Normad, Kidra. But what else is this stealth mode good for? This stealth mode, whenever it's lasting, allows you to perform what's called a slice and dice. A slice and dice is basically like an Oni or Billy charge. You hold it, and then you go forward, and at the end, you attack. The first thing that you can use this for immediately is just for mobility. Now, because the power has a cooldown, you don't necessarily want to be using it for mobility all the time, otherwise you won't have a power. But in a situation where you don't really care about using your power immediately, let's say for example someone's on this exit gate, the exit gate's about to be open, and I need to get here as quickly as possible, use my power, use it for mobility, and then maybe at the end, yeah, maybe I can hit the survivor, right? So that's something that you can use maybe between chases, maybe at the start of the game, but they will hear the sound effect. And maybe if you really need to get to a place early, right? And if you have an add-on or something that helps with cooldown, there's one or two, that helps a little bit as well. Now, what else is this useful for? This will damage survivors. It's much faster than a survivor, catches up to survivors really quickly. But keep in mind that if I hold the attack power, I do not hit the survivor. Unlike Hillbilly, look. Sorry, I expected them to stand still. There, I hit them at the end, and it worked out perfectly, right? But if my power, if the survivor is standing still, or if I catch up to them really quickly, if I hold my power, which I'm gonna do, look. I run right past them. This means that you have to be a little careful. And you want to end your power when you're already touching the survivor. Sometimes, you will want to hit them, let go of the power immediately as you get close. So I want to let go right now. And then that's an immediate hit. And sometimes that might not be the best play. Sometimes you'll want to take advantage of the fact that at the end of the attack, you have a bit of a turn rate. So for example, we have a 90-degree turn right here, right? This is a 90-degree angle. So what we can do, let's say that I'm coming from really far, is I can end my power and then, whoop, do you see that little 90-degree turn? You can sometimes use that to hit survivors around certain corners. So you can also let go on purpose to do that, even though you can also just run into a tile. In fact, that's what you will be doing for the most part. So here, I don't need to wait to go around the corner. I can just run into it. You see? And then attack, for example. Very similar to Pig. Unlike Billy or Bubba, you don't bump into obstacles. So it's completely fine to kind of glide across the obstacle. Okay? This is something that works extremely well in loops, for example. Sometimes there's a pallet here. Imagine if a survivor has a pallet here, right? Oh, look, we have a pallet right here. I could show you. So right here, if I chase a survivor and they drop this pallet, with most other killers, I would need to break it, right? Because if I chase around, the survivor's gonna run, and then they're gonna chain it with the window that is guaranteed to spawn there, and it's gonna be troublesome, right? But with Chucky, we actually have an answer that will give us a hit no matter what, unless the survivor mind games the hell out of us, right? So let's wait for a helper to come here. Right, so let's assume that the survivor drops the pallet, right? If the survivor drops the pallet, what I can do here is kind of use my power, if I hasn't already, and if I see that they vault, I can like, just go over here, and look, I hit them. And even if they're mid-vault, I'm most likely going to still get the thing, right? And the other option that they can do is very limiting as well. They can go into the place, into the tile, right? But then if they do that, I'm just going to follow them and bam, hit them around the corner or whatever it takes. So in a situation like this, if you play well and the survivor makes a mistake, you're basically guaranteed to get the hit, right? The way the slice and dice works is that it goes for a little while and then it ends either with you releasing or with the end of the timer. However, there's one more thing that Chucky can do in this mode, which is to scamper. Scamper is basically like an automatic vault that happens when you are slicing and dicing into either a pallet, which you'll go under, or a window, which you'll go over. And you can actually chain them. I don't know if we have close enough. I don't think so. But the idea, right, is that you can go through. And then when you come out... All right. I didn't want to bring this up, but if you enter a window or a pallet from slightly on the left, the game has a bug that immediately ends your power. So we're going to try to play around these games' bugs, which might as well be features sometimes, and try to do it for a bit more from the center, all right? So we'll do a bit from the center. And now I go through, and it completely resets it. It's very similar to Legion. When they hit someone with their power, it resets your power entirely. So, for example, in a situation where this girl is running in a very, very, very straight line away from me, around the main building, I can use my power, right? And then follow her, and bam. And if there was another window, I could chain it. Now, for the most part, survivors are not going to run a straight line. They're not going to be stupid, right? When you come out of a pallet, you cannot immediately turn sideways, right? So, for example, could you please come with us? Yeah. If this survivor drops the pallet and I use my power, she can just step on the right side, right? And I can't hit her. So that doesn't work. But you can still use this for mobility, and you can use it if the survivor is out of position. So say, for example, that I chase a survivor into this loop, right? Or let's say, for example, this survivor on that gen over there, which is pretty far away, but I know that they're working on it. Well, here's what I could do. If this pallet has been dropped earlier and I didn't... Yeah, could you come here, please, and drop this pallet for us? Over here? Yeah, we could do some crazy, crazy stuff here. Like, let's say I hook a survivor here, right? And I could do this, and then connect it with this window, and then keep going, and then, bam, hit someone here, or hit someone on the gen. So you can use these campers as, like, little mobility boost pads. Like it's a racing game to get across the game, and sometimes get really, really nasty hits as well. Just remember that if a survivor is smart, you're not going to catch them unless they're panicking. Because if they vault the pallet and they just go on the side, you just don't hit them, right? Like I cannot hit that survivor. I can try some tricks and it can work a bit, but that only really works if the survivor goes in like a 90-degree angle in front, or maybe a little bit more, right? But remember, the idea with Chucky is that you're going to use your third person, trick them into vaulting, and bam, hit them, right? The idea is always to use your third person. And if you see that they run away from the pallet because they get scared, then you go and hit them. Use all of your things together to force a survivor in the open and then catch them. One thing that's also really, really simple and has basically no counterplay is when you are in a small loop that is really short and you have perfect view of the survivor. Let's see if we can find one maybe right here. Is this a good example? Not quite. Actually, yeah, this could be a good example. I mean, I think here a survivor will most likely run away, but let's imagine that this loop is super isolated. It's corner of the map and there's absolutely nothing else, right? What I can do here, if the survivor does not drop the pallet, is literally use my power, pretend to go one way, then switch up the other way, right? To mess with them a little bit. And the idea is that I am going to start charging my power, and by the time I let it go, it's going to be basically impossible for them to avoid me, right? So I'm going to push them this way. I'm going to charge my power. I'm going to run into it, and bam, hit them at the end of it. Maybe there's a simpler example here. Damn, dude, these loops are all very silly. Yeah, I mean, this pallet is really bad. I think you would get a hit here regardless. But we can test it here. Dracula, you want to show us what it looks like? He's trying to play this pallet, right? If I play this normally as a 110 killer, there's a chance that if I chase normally, I could be stunned or something here, right? But if I use my power, especially if it's a bit longer, I'm just gonna do this. And I guarantee you, even if the loop was quite longer, it is basically impossible for the survivor to outrun you. So that is the first and easiest way to get hits with this killer. You're chasing the survivor, let's say that the pallet is here. You're chasing the survivor around something, fake them out a little something, charge maybe, and bam, and you hit them. That's going to be one of the bread and butter ways you get hits in loops like this. What this will eventually make the survivors do in response, the survivors might pre-drop the pallet. When a survivor is pre-dropping a pallet, like imagine that this pallet comes down. If this pallet doesn't come down, this is guaranteed, by the way. Like the fact that I have third person here, all I need to do is just go left, right, left, right, and at some point they're going to run into me. And if they don't, I'm just going to charge power and bam, hit them, right? So they're going to drop this pallet early, 100%. What I want to do when this happens is make sure that I zone them into an edge of the map and break it into the direction where they don't get the rest of the map. This is the correct direction. If I break this, she can go into the corner or she can go into the jungle gym, but she's probably not going to go anywhere else, right? Like if she tries to go, I don't know, let's try to go to the pile of whatever. Like if she tries to go somewhere fancy, I'm going to use power right away. And look, she doesn't even make that pallet over there. You see, it's not easy to hold forward against Chucky. What I don't want to do is break it in this direction, because then she would beat me to the main building, and then she would vault this window, and maybe then she would go up with balanced landing, or then use this pallet, you know. So you want to make sure that you zone survivors as much as possible. This is true with every killer, but particularly important on Chucky. So that's literally all there is to it. There's not that much else going on. We're going to use power for mobility sometimes. We'll look for opportunities to chain multiple dashes to get the most out of them. Unfortunately, if it's this far, you don't quite make it. And then use our power in chase and our passive third person in chase as much as we can. Don't forget that when this killer goes into pickup mode, he does switch to first person event. Survivors have a hard time blinding you because they need to aim at your little eyes, but when you pick up, you become a ghost, and then they can just aim normally, and it's just like every other killer. Let's get a good build going for this short king and play a normal match to showcase all of this in action. Okay, so Chucky's perks. This one here is really funny and might make you think that it's really good. When a survivor stuns you with a pallet, eventually they get blinded as well. And if they blind you, they get blinded back. This is such a bad perk. I think at lower levels, you can get away with running it, but I personally don't think it's very, very, very good. Survivors know how to do certain things, even if they don't see their screen for a moment, and it's not that big of a deal. And they can just pre-drop the pallet, and then you don't get to use it. I don't think it's any good on almost any killer. Batteries included is a cute one. Whenever you go to a gen that's been completed, you move a little bit faster. In the end game, that's almost the entire game, and it lingers for a bit. It's all right. It's not super, super good. Not super necessary on Chucky. Friends till the end is good. This is a perk that anytime you hook someone, either someone is going to be revealed, or they're going to be revealed and exposed, depending on if it's the obsession or not. This killer doesn't necessarily attack with basic attacks very much. This is a killer that doesn't use instant on perks super, super well, but it doesn't matter. Even the information from this is really good. Friends till the end is even good on Nurse, just because the information is good. And it also switches the Obsession, which for some perks can be useful. We're not going to be using any of them, but that's fine. On top of that, we're just going to have a bit of slowdown from Deadlock / No Holds Barred. A little bit of endgame threat. Know it goes well with Friends till the end, because if people hide or are looking for the know it and we make them scream, that could be pretty good. And Dear Stalker to show me the auras of people every now and then. And it also, if they have an aura read on me, it will backfire on them. As for add-ons, there's not too many add-ons that I wouldn't recommend. Most of them don't have any downsides. Some of them are a little useless. Add-ons, for example, to make Mangled and Hemorrhage are good. This is just working with your power. This add-on to see auras is fine. Personally, the two most inoffensive add-ons that you can run are the Drill, which makes your cooldown a bit shorter, and the Jump Rope, which makes your range a bit longer. Both of them really, really good. There's a couple other add-ons that change other parts of your cooldown as well. They're pretty welcome. Just maybe don't use the add-ons that have downsides. Like, don't use maybe the Silk Pillow, which has a downside and changes your charge power, because when you take it off, it's gonna mess with you. Avoid those and you'll probably be fine. Let's get some blood points and kill these nerds. Oh, beautiful. Ormond Lake Mine is a great map. Now, unlike some other stealth killers, we can actually begin to use our stealth from the beginning. So we could, but I'm probably not going to, because they're going to hear the footsteps and then they're going to start hiding. So instead, I'm going to use it a little bit when I step into the middle of the map. If I see a survivor, I'll go for it. Do I see it? Oh, yeah. I have a bit of a limited time, otherwise... Oh, my power bugged again. My power bugged again. That's completely fine. We'll just break it. I wanted to see if he would make a big mistake. I see his shadow there. Does he come back? Ooh, that was good. I think we will catch him before he makes it around. Don't worry. He faked it, but don't worry. He knows that he's not going to get it. Again, use third person as much as possible. I think I might make it here. That's unlucky. Do you see that he had no falling animation? That is a little... it's a little telltale that in his screen, he actually dropped the pallet. But in the server or my screen, the game doesn't agree that he dropped the pallet, so he goes on immediately. He played it a bit too dangerous, got a bit greedy, I guess. I see his aura. I'm going to try to cut him off from Shaq. Do I make it? I think this is a hit. Ooh, damn, that was so close. Oh, the slowdown there is so brutal. I might have needed to hold my power a little bit longer. I could see his jacket with my third-person camera. And because I knew he was in a bad spot, I just swung through it. And yeah, that worked. I got my power back. I'm gonna... Okay, he made a mistake here. I think this is a hit. Now, the only reason why I could get that hit is because he went in a straight line. And then I did the trick that I told you about, where I turned my camera slightly at the end, right? That was really simple. However, if he had gone somewhere else, it was pretty much over. I would have not been able to. Those type of hits are really easy if you have some perk that tells you the art of the survivor so that you don't have to take a crazy guess, you know? I saw someone scream over here. Hiya! Wait, cancel. Oh, that was unnecessary. I could have just gone for a basic attack. Alright, she put herself out of position. She's gonna take a big drop here. Ooh, that was close. My power is coming back. Alright, try to use third person as much as possible to see where she's headed. There's a pallet there she could go to. Did she go to there? Maybe. She dropped the pallet. I'm gonna use stealth and see if I can drop down from the other side and surprise her. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna use it for mobility. I know I'm not gonna catch up with this attack, but... Okay, again, abusing third person. Do you notice that you could see her at the corner and she hesitated? She didn't want to go blindly around the corner. So when she reached the corner, if you go back and watch it in slow motion, you'll see it very clearly. She kind of waited there, but I didn't stop. I kept going. And that made her think, okay, he's really committing. But we didn't. We went back, we swung through it, and we got lucky, honestly. She could have read our bluff, you know? Either one of these boys is fine. They've both been hooked one time. Unfortunately, they see me really well here. And that pallet is... Wait. The pallet is down, but they both can't vault the pallet at the same time, so... Okay. I'm gonna... Oh, he's making a mistake, possibly? Come on, buddy. Let's vault this. Ooh, I think I got power. I think he's dead here. Let's see. I think he's dead. We'll see. Okay, so what I did there is absolutely insane, and I don't recommend you do it. I basically got to Adam, and then I kissed him for like 2 seconds to see if he would dead hard. Sometimes you can bump into a little wall or something, just to, like, maybe see if they waste their dead hard. He didn't dead hard. He probably does have it, but he didn't do it. Because he has decisive, which is way better. Now, technically, I am tunneling here, so, yep. That's so unfortunate. He outplayed the hell out of me there. I don't think there's much I can do here to catch him off guard, sadly. You see, I'm using third person to play with it. Excuse me? Oh, you're joking, bro. You're absolutely joking, bro. Okay, man. Alright, this game, I swear. That's new. We should get a hit here, but... Okay, he doesn't have dead heart, thank God. Or if he does, he's wasted it. So that's pretty lucky. Oh my God. That was awful. That was so bad. Okay. Someone's gonna show me their aura. I think that is the girl that we've already hooked one. H3. Let's see if we can find her. I want to break this pallet, by the way, at some point. But I don't know when. And that gen's being done. Oh, this is difficult. I'm going around to see if my stealth gets me close to any survivor, but I can already tell these guys are not stupid. Let's look for a deer stalker. It might show me the aura of the survivor with least chase, which would be Sable. I don't see her. I don't see her. Maybe she has distortion or something. A perk to block out auras. Okay. Did this girl see me? Has she noticed me? She's not looking behind her. She was maybe behind the gen. That's so... I forgot there's a trail there. Wait, does she vault the pallet? No, she's quite smart. Wait. She might be right beneath me. Either way, this chase is really bad. Yeah, this chase is really bad. I cannot have... Like, we're out of the end game, bro. Okay, this is good. Your hitbox, by the way, at the end of your attack is so much larger. It can hit survivors. Okay, we've already explained how to deal with this. Wait. Oh, she made a mistake. She needed to maybe go left and then immediately get out of the way. Remember, if you stay in front of a pallet, then I can do that. But that's a mistake on their part. If they play that right, I would never get this. Okay. This girl is insta-downable, but I don't see her aura. She's over there. I might actually just... No, she's running away. She knows she doesn't want to get insta-down. This is bad, chat. I'm losing that gen over there, and I'm losing this one over here, and there's not much I can do about it. Yeah, I'm gonna kick this, hopefully. Nobody touches in a while. I'm gonna look around, see if anyone's coming for the rescue. No one seems to. Oh, they've started another gen. I don't see a lot of opportunities to use windows or anything here for extra mobility, so that's fine. Excuse me? Okay, that was so weird, man. I think that was just strange hitbox on the snow. It almost looked like we got the hit, didn't it? Hitting that girl is good, but it's really not ideal. Adam would be a better target here. That was really, really close. We ended the thing a little bit early. They made a big mistake here. I don't know why they didn't go straight for the pallet. So Adam can be killed if I find him, and this kill might have decisive as well. She didn't, thank God. We have a maybe small window of opportunity while the last gen is blocked by our perk to find Adam and possibly get him killed, and then that's 2 kills, and maybe with Noe we can get a 3rd or a 4th, or who knows. Okay, they got a bit greedy. Finish it. Oh, no? Okay, then. If he finished it, I had Noe, and if he didn't, I was fine either way, so. That's unfortunate. Oh, wait, that's Adam! Hey, buddy! Let's go for him! Where do you go? Okay, I did that blindly. Don't sing victory yet, though. Oh, that was really good of him. Wow, he used that little gap really well. If Sable has Unbreakable, she can pick herself up and finish that gen. Either way, I think we'll be fine, but... remember, in situations like this, the speed of this killer is gonna hurt a little bit. Because you are slower than a survivor. If they know exactly where you are... I shouldn't be able to hit through there. Oh, he made up! He made a mistake. Oh, he didn't run away. He actually went for the win, though. Okay, that was really, really silly, man. That was a hectic game, man. That was a really, really hectic game. Hopefully you've seen what this power can be used like. Like, essentially, the thing that you need to develop first is a sense of how far your power goes, right? Normally, if a survivor is anywhere near you and they don't immediately have a pallet or immediately have a window, if they're anywhere near you, they're dead or they're injured. The only times where you might not want to immediately switch on your power is if you think they're about to use a sprint burst type perk, or if they are really far and they have access to like some strong pallet or window. But if they're anywhere near you, like for example that green barrel in front of me, like if they run a straight line, doesn't matter. You begin charging, you will catch up so quickly. It's almost hopeless. And honestly, even some exhaustion perks you can catch up to as a killer with this power, if they, you know, if you were already close enough. Wow, they got a little greedy on that gen, didn't they? But do not be afraid to play this killer in a more normal way and get rid of pallets, and don't try to use your power absolutely everywhere. It will ruin you as a beginner. He has a lot of power that just comes from being occasionally stealthy and seeing people and seeing things in third person that other killers don't see. So start with the simple, start with that. Why are they all suddenly boss? When the last survivors are on the ground, they can press the abandon button to move on to the next game a little faster. It's nothing bad, it's nothing disrespectful. I say GG's just in case they rewatch this, but yeah, no one's there. They're all left. Alright friends, we are playing as the Unknown. This is one of my favorite killers, as I said earlier. And he is a little bit difficult. There are some things about this killer that kind of punish you if you don't know exactly what you're doing. And for that reason, I don't recommend you jump straight away into him as a killer if you are a little bit of a beginner. But don't worry, if you know about them, he's fine. He's not super, super hard, and he can even be pretty strong. The first thing that you need to remember is that he is a normal standard killer. 32 meter terror radius, check. 4.6 movement speed, check. Normal lunge, normal stun, normal toenails, check, 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 possibly check. Everything is very normal. Then on top of that, he has a few powers on top. The first one, you hear a little sound effect when he charges, and it lets you place a clone of yourself. It's called an hallucination. You know, there's one very easy way to know that it's about to happen. If you look at the bottom left, you'll see that there's like 3 different timers. The one on the right, that's for your hallucinations. You can place up to 4, and they happen kind of when it's also close to happening, the little pink visual effect on the side will begin to fill up to let you know that it's happening. There's also a sound cue. One thing that you can do, by the way, is just tap your attack power, which does something that we'll explain in a second, to delay it. So for example, it's about to place another. If I place all 4 and I place a 5th, then the first one that I place, aka this one, will be replaced. So it will be replenished. So right now it's about to happen. I'm gonna tap my power. You see how it's like filling up? I'm gonna tap it, or hold it if I want to. And I wanna place it somewhere really good. How about here? How about right here? This is a pretty good hallucination. Because if you think about it, anytime a survivor goes into shock, if I'm chasing them like this, I now can threaten to teleport. That's what hallucinations do. Survivors can disrupt them and get rid of them, similar to hack traps. But if they run in here, I can just teleport. I will be looking at the same direction that I was looking. So that means I need to do a little 180. Whoop. And no, bam. I can immediately or almost immediately either hit the survivor or pressure them and then eventually get something out of them, right? So you have the ability to teleport to these. Now, this ability, much like other teleports, is on a cooldown. And that is your middle cooldown. That's your middle one. So right now, I cannot teleport. But now, I'll be able to. Whenever you place an hallucination, you also cannot teleport to it for like a second. You cannot put them too close to hook survivors. You cannot put them too close to other ones. You can see that it's paused. But the moment I step a bit far, look, I can place it right here. Now, I cannot teleport to it immediately. But after 1, 2, 3, now I should be able to. And now, for example, I can use it in chase, right? So again, if I'm chasing a survivor, I could teleport here and hit them. Now, survivors are not stupid. When you have an hallucination here and they see it, if they're not clueless, they're going to bait you into it. So a survivor could vault this, pretend to run this, and then just run a straight line and maybe you'll waste time. So you need to be a bit smart. Don't think that survivors don't see them, right? In fact, survivors can even remove them. And that's what we're going to show you. If a survivor walks up to an hallucination, right? And they do this action, they don't see behind them right now, so I could creep up to them, but they can get rid of it. And don't worry, this is fine. You also place your hallucinations faster if you use your active attack, which is this thing right here. This little projectile. If you hit survivors with that, you also place them quicker. So what does this little projectile do? On its own, it doesn't do a lot, but when you hit multiple times, then it begins to damage survivors. One thing that's really important is that this projectile, it does not explode on contact. The first time it touches something, it's going to bounce. And then the second time, that will explode. So let's aim at something like this. You see how that works? This is the UBX. You can use it, I think, every, what is it, every 8 seconds or so? Or every 7.5 or so seconds? And it explodes. That explosion, by the way, can hit any amount of survivors that are inside it. So if, I don't know, if someone's coming out of the basement, how would I want to hit these survivors? Well, I mean, if I aim down, unfortunately, you can aim all the way up, by the way, but you cannot, oh, that was really effective, but you cannot aim all the way down. You cannot aim at your feet. So if multiple survivors were coming out, what I might want to do, believe it or not, is not aim down, instead aim to the side, and when they walk by me, you see, I hit the wall, immediately bounces into the floor or one of these beams, and then it explodes, right? So that would be really, really easy. Another way that you can make an explosion happen really, really easily, let's say, for example, that I'm chasing the survivor around shack, right? And they drop around. I can aim at a corner like this. And because corners, you hit right and then he hits the left, or you hit the left and then he hits the right, it is really, really quick way to make your thing explode right away. And as you might have noticed, the explosion hits survivors through walls. So if I'm chasing in this direction, I can aim in this little corner, for example, and if they're a little stupid, maybe I'll hit them through the wall, right? If I'm chasing a survivor into a window, obviously, I don't want to hit the survivor. Hitting a survivor with this power doesn't do anything. It slows them down a little bit, but it's not going to be effective. Look, I'll try. Like if I do... Hold up, I just don't want it to bounce on the wall. If I hit the survivor with my power directly, look. Like, I heard a little... that lets me know that I slowed them down, but it doesn't do a lot, right? However, what I want to do is aim at the bottom part because I'm going to hit the floor and then the window frame. And that's pretty much instant, right? So that's what I'm going to be aiming at. You constantly want to be aiming at things where the explosion will happen very, very rapidly. That is the easiest way to use it. Sometimes more advanced players can, I don't know, Like, for example, you'll be at a car and you know that the car is bouncy, so you're gonna aim and then, you know, try to make it so that it bounces on the car and then goes on the other side. You can do more advanced things, right? You can also be on a loop like this, right? And aim all the way up. Wait, hold up, this is true. Aim all the way up and then keep chasing and bam, the survivor runs into the explosion about 2 seconds later. So you can do some fancy things, right? And maybe we'll have an opportunity to look into some of that. But for the most part, you aim at things, at corners that will break your explosion as quickly as possible to make it as manageable as we can. Another thing that you can do as well, if you know that a survivor is around a corner, you can also aim at a window frame, for example. Let's see if I pull this off. Yeah, sometimes the collision in this game really does not help you. But for example, here, if I knew a survivor is on that plant over there, I could try to catch them off guard by shooting like this. This catches survivors pretty often. We'll probably pull it off in the match later. But for the most part, that's how we're gonna hit survivors. Now, what happens when we hit a survivor? We don't damage it right away. When we hit a survivor, they're going to get a new status effect named Weakened. Okay? Let's remember, I don't want to shoot them directly. That's gonna go right through them and not damage them. In a situation like this, right? Probably what I would do is, I don't know, aim at the closest wall and do something like this, right? When a survivor is pink, that means that they are weakened, okay? Or rather, it's the other way around, sorry. When a survivor has the little halo on their head, that means that they're weakened. And if you see it in the HUD, you'll see that they have a little pink or purple effect, right? Now, if a survivor is in this state, the next one will damage them. Let's check that out. That damages, right? And if I do it again, I will down them. But there's one way that survivors can remove this, and it's by looking at you. If they look at you, you will see them glow pink, and this is your cue that, hey, this guy's looking at you. And after 8 seconds or so, it goes away. Bam. Wait, there you go, like so, right? So basically, a survivor wants to look at you as much as possible, and you sometimes don't want to make that happen, right? So if I hit the survivor, and for example, I know that I want to leave them, I might just go behind something or teleport away so that they don't follow me around and remove it, right? And at this point, I know that they're gonna remove it, so I don't even bother using my power because I already know that it's too little late. Also, if a survivor is interrupted while dealing with one of your clones, they will immediately become inflicted with weaken. So for example, let's wait for her to get rid of it. Can you please mess with the clone? Let's say I teleport. Immediate weaken. In this situation, just hit them. Just hit them. And then we're gonna look for an opportunity to hit them like that with another one. A tricky one here and there. Let's see, let's chase. Oh, this is why I was being funny. Yeah, and then you either follow it up or hit them with your power and it will work. In this situation, why didn't she go down? Because she removed it exactly when I hit her. So here, let's try it again. This will probably be a down if I hit her, but let's say I miss. And, oh, too late. That's fine, that's fine. Do we have an opportunity to go for an attack? Maybe I can teleport? Oh, ooh, the survivor was too smart and ran off. Okay, lesson learned. You know, we're gonna try to play that a little bit different. So the basic idea is, if we can get a normal attack, we go for a normal attack. Always. No problem, right? But if we are confident that we can hit them with our power, we try to do that. If we cannot end the chase, because I hit them and then I have to go away, we try to not let them follow us so that they don't get rid of it. After I hook a survivor, I typically will look at my clones and try to teleport somewhere where I can immediately pressure a gen or get rid of more resources or go into a chase or something like that. And that's basically this killer. It is quite a lot of things, really. You have to mine the teleports. Are going to be different each match because you're not going to live in the clones every single time on the same spot. Survivors are going to get rid of them sometimes, and sometimes you know them completely. Sometimes you will be very accurate with your range attacks. Sometimes survivors will go in places that are really difficult. For example, in a loop like this, it's actually pretty difficult to use my power, and I'm going to tell you why. This is a very round loop, right? Like if the survivor is on that side and I shoot at this expecting it to bounce, look, it can even bounce outside of the loop. So in this situation, I probably don't get to use my power very effectively. Maybe, if the survivor is a little stupid, I can aim at the pallet, make it bounce onto the rock, and immediately blow it up, like this. But let's be honest, survivors, when you pull out your attack, when you pull out your little spitting tentacle thing, they see it. And they know that doing this slows you down. So when they see you do this and they see you line up a shot, they're just gonna run away. And now you're gonna keep chasing them, you're gonna keep chasing them, you're gonna keep chasing them, you're gonna get to another loop. And this is a difficult loop as well, because like, how exactly do I blow it up? If I do this, they're just gonna run away to the next one. My point is, not every loop you need to use your power. In some of these loops, if you're not sure, just try to do a mind game, go for a basic attack, right? Or, alternatively, pretend that you use your power and then don't. And when the survivor runs in the open, then you just chase them down and you hit them with your axe. When you tap your power slightly like this, you don't actually lose any distance. It's only when you hold it now that you slow yourself down a tiny bit, right? So tapping it a little bit can actually make a survivor go, ooh, they try to dodge, they try to spin, and then that actually works out in your favor. So we will try not to overcomplicate it. In round loops like this, where my power is kind of hard to make bounce, like what's the rhyme and reason? It's so hard to tell where that is gonna go. You try it 3 times, every time it's gonna go a different way. We're not gonna bother too much. In places where, like this is a really good loop for my power. Because if I chase a survivor like this, right? Let's say, for example, they run in front of me, they go for the window. Look, here I can, look at that. That was really hard to avoid, right? If she went into the open, I could just cancel and then follow and get a hit. If she keeps looping tight, I can aim at this corner, right? And then I can do something like this. Ooh, that was really well played by her. She actually ran a little bit out of the loop, right? So in places like this, look, I use my teleport here to get a free hit. Awesome, right? So in places like this, we use our power. In other places, survivor there was really, really smart by running back. In other places, maybe we keep it simple, right? Here, I was a bit too late, so it's not gonna work out, but that's fine, you know. You also need to remember that every time you use your spit, you go on a relatively long cooldown until you can use it again. If you use it again, the survivor typically doesn't have enough time to get rid of your power, but if you miss one time, that person's probably gonna get rid of it before you can do it again. So if we miss our power, we understand that we need to start over again, and we maybe even consider leaving the chase altogether. Let's get this bad boy a good build and play a normal match, see what it's like. So the Unknown has a few perks, all that start with Unforeseen, Undone, Unbound. Undone is supposed to be a perk to help you in skill check builds. It's garbage. Honestly, never use it in its current form. Unbound, when you damage a survivor, if you vault a window, you move faster. It's not bad, but honestly, just run Bamboozle or Superior Anatomy from Wesker. Superior perks to Unbound. Unforeseen, however, is a pretty good perk. And if you're going to play this killer, you might want to unlock this perk by prestiging him and give it to other characters. When you kick a generator, the generator keeps your terror radius, and then you don't have any for a while. This is really good on chainsaw killers. You kick a gen, go around the map as a stealthy chainsaw killer. That can be pretty spooky. We can use this perk, but for the most part, we're going to be using some of the other perks that you've seen a lot of. Sloppy Butcher doesn't work on our explosion, but when we hit with our axe, it will work, so good enough. Know it, believe it or not, inside down perks and basic attack perks, they work okay on this killer because even though he downs with his power, many times survivors end up giving you a basic attack anyway. And Bitter Murmur, I think, will be useful in the endgame. We want to make sure that if there are multiple survivors spread, we can maybe use our teleport to catch them off guard. What are some add-ons that you can use? You might have some add-ons that sound really strong that don't end up doing that much. Like, for example, exhausting survivors is kind of useless. Don't bother. There are some add-ons that have downsides as well. This one, for example, has a really strong effect, but it makes your clones spawn slower. Don't use any add-on that has a downside. Start with the simple ones. You cannot go wrong with, for example, Blur Photo. Makes your teleports feel a bit smoother. Sketch Attempt makes the survivor not hear a terror radius when you hit them with your power. If you leave them, they're going to be confused. If you stay with them, they might be confused still. Do not sleep on this add-on. Anytime a survivor looks at you and removes their weaken, you see their location briefly, which can help you a little bit. So if you try something like that, something simple like that, that can be good enough as well. Any of the add-ons that make your hallucinations happen more frequently are good. This one, to make survivors broken, is also pretty good. It has no immediate downside as well. So let's run something like this and ready up. Okay, this is awesome. This map has it's a really open field. I don't know if we're gonna have a great time using our power, but we will do our best. At the start of the game, unfortunately, you don't spawn a hallucination right away typically, so we're just gonna play this like any other normal killer. Go around the map, look for long lines of sight, see if I see a bird fly off, some scratch marks, blah, blah, blah. Typically try to sweep as you go to the furthest 1 or 2 generators. The truth is, if survivors hide very well, There's nothing you can do, but... Oh, damn, that's unlucky. That's very unfortunate. She had a perk to evolve faster and then a perk to move faster afterwards. This gen did not have anyone before. Hello. Okay, so we blew that up by making it bounce somewhere. I'm just gonna break this right away, I think. I don't think I'm gonna use my power for him. He's gonna dodge to the side or something. Okay, we got him. Beautiful. He actually wasted so much distance trying to dodge that he's probably dead here. We got very lucky and he stayed in front of the pallet. I didn't want to stay here as I did it because that would be a little obvious, right? I wanted to hide my... And of course he disconnects. But that's okay. That's fine. We just pretend he didn't do that and we just try to play a normal match. That there was a little lucky, but that's the risk that survivors have. If they try to do really, really smart pant thing of doing really, really unusual movements... If it works, it's great. If it doesn't work, they lose a lot of distance, and then the second hit can sometimes come a little sooner, right? Oh, wait. I'm so sorry. I thought this was a variant with where the pallet was there. Let's put a clone here and go around. If she uses this window again, we can use the clone to cut her off. I'm going to hit her right now, maybe. Sometimes I will wait to hit a survivor until they're right at the pallet to see if they make a mistake. I recommend, as a general rule, that you don't do what I just did. The survivor was looking behind her just now and then she ran into something. It's really funny. The reason why I made that shot is because I looked at the character and she was looking dead ahead. You can tell when a survivor is looking behind them because they do this motion, right? So she wasn't looking behind her and that's why I did a shot from a distance. But then she started looking behind her and then she ran into this and that's why she was clumsy there. So she kind of messed up in both ways. Normally, if a survivor is looking behind them, doing a shot like this from a distance is a little risky because your shot itself is kind of slow. It doesn't have an insane... It's not like super, super fast like Deathslinger's shot, which is really, really quick. It travels really slowly and it bounces. It doesn't explode immediately, right? So what a survivor can do is literally react to it. A survivor can see your shot mid-air and just literally get out of the way or dodge accordingly. This is a bot, don't forget. Oh, let's teleport here. No, actually, I can't. Oh, he saw me through the gaps. Damn, this bot is playing better than the original ace that he took over. Oh, wow, dude. What the hell was that? Well, either way, let's down him. And pick up right away. We're gonna put him in the basement. Keep in mind that you cannot leave clones next to a hook survivor. And if you have a clone that's really, really, really close, it will disappear. So what we could do is maybe hook on this hook over here to make sure that that one's not too far. That one's pretty good. I'm gonna teleport right away to save myself time. Oh, a bit of member showing me the auto of someone. Awesome. They didn't realize I was this close. That other person over there is Feng Min, who I've already hooked one time. Oh, I was pretty confident that we'd hit her there, but no luck. That's fine. Where'd she go? Oh, she's on the pallet maybe? Shoot at the wall. My teleport is on cooldown, so I don't get to use it. That's fine. Maybe she drops this. She didn't. Okay. Haha. I'm going to take advantage of her being clumsy there. I'm going to teleport right away. I'm going to tell you why. It's not because I need the teleport. It's just because I don't want her to reveal me. Oh, unlucky. Now she's going to reveal me most likely. Nice. She messed up. Okay, she would have revealed me, but it didn't matter. If you can hit them with the axe, that's good enough. My teleport, unfortunately, is on cooldown, but that's okay. When he comes back, maybe we can hurt those people coming out of basement. Is it back? Is it back? Yes. Oh, hi, girly. She wasn't touching the hallucination, sorry. But if she had been, she would be infected right now or weakened. Let's try this. Because she couldn't dodge to the left, I am a bit to the right. That is a principle that works with a lot of ranged killers. And this is no exception. I'm going to try to do something a little... Oh, wow, she did that so well. No worries. We still have normal movement speed. I'm going to try to do a little mind game here. She runs into me. She did. And in a situation like this, by the way, there's no reason why you need to use your power. You know, just for style points. Maybe if there's two survivors and you want to hit them both and you're super confident. But basic attack on an injured survivor is completely fine. If it's a healthy survivor, it is kind of tempting to use your power. Because when you use your power, you don't go through the normal, slow... you know, swipe my blade animation. So if I hit a survivor like this, bam, and then I damage them, sometimes I can follow up the next hit so quickly, right? Kind of like a huntress using her hatchets. So, wow, they actually made it to the end game. I wasn't paying the most attention, to be truth be told. We do have Noed though, so we'll try to salvage this. Alright. I'm gonna pretend to use that. Maybe... Wait a second. She's gonna run into me? No, actually, she was quite smart here. I think I leave them, chat. No, actually. Yeah, you're giving me that? Nah, I don't care, man. Let's go for the survivor on the hook. Oh, so this survivor I haven't hooked at all. So if I down them, I might just kind of leave them on the ground. Ooh, wait, this survivor I have hooked very much. Right, so my plan right now is I'm not gonna get greedy. I'm gonna hook this guy. That's 1 kill. Then I do have a teleport on that side of the map. Kinda. Where is my Noed totem? Just so I can check. Over there. She might have seen it. The other girl might be on it. I mean, to be fair, if I just go for this Feng Min right now, that's 2 kills. So we can cut our losses. Where is she? Uh-oh. I'm just gonna hit her with that, just in case. Alright, that's not bad. Do they get the other gate? We'll check. The other survivor is healthy, so they should be fine. Yeah. Nah, they found they opened the other gate, I think. Can we see it from a distance? No, they actually made it all the way around. Still 2 kills, considering we didn't really focus too much on any particular survivor. This was fine. Yeah, that was sad. This ace player, man. I swear. Okay, we're moving on to Vecna, aka the Lich. This character is quite complicated. Luckily for you, he does have the normal terror radius, the normal movement speed, the normal launch, the normal everything. So he's an average killer. You don't need to play his power super well in order to enjoy him and to play him like you would a trapper, for example. He has 4 spells. And in order to switch between them, you have to hold the left control and then move your joystick or mouse to select which one you want. The best part is that if there's one spell that you're not very good at, you don't need to use it very much. Whenever you use a spell, it goes on cooldown, right? So you cannot spam it. You're encouraged to use spell A, spell B, spell C in each situation where they shine, right? But it's okay if you don't use them all perfectly. Let's begin with perhaps the simplest one, which is flight. Flight, you need to hold for a bit and you get into the stance. Fun fact, while you do this movement, you can actually go through survivors. So if you ever have a survivor body block a tight doorway to protect a teammate, you can sometimes like do this to go through them and then hit the survivor they're trying to protect. But, oh, thank you so much. Yeah, normally a survivor would not allow you to do this, like if you don't use that. But the main point of flight is to cover distance. When you hold this and click the button, you start flying and you go really fast. Your FOB also goes, oh. So this is a really good thing to use at the start of the game, or when you see a survivor that is really far away and you need to close the gap, or maybe when you hook a survivor, anytime you have a bit of downtime, use flight, especially if you know where you're going. It will save you a bit of time. Now, flight can be ended prematurely at any moment by pressing a certain button. You'll see it on screen. But the thing is, it also ends prematurely if you vault over a pallet or a window. A pallet obviously needs to be dropped first. So doing this will immediately end my power. Look. You see, it ends it. Now, why would you want to do this? Because the survivors, for the most part, unless they get a little bit unlucky, for the most part, can outplay this. If I fly over this, the survivor can just go around and just whoop and go on the other side. This can still be really useful, especially if the pallet or the window has a drop underneath. There is one place in this map where that happens. So let's go there and show you. There's also a lot of pallets that have a drop when they fall, when you vault them and fall in maps like Gideon, right? But this one has a pretty good example, and it's right down here. So this window right here, right? This is a window that you cannot vault it back. The survivor literally cannot vault it back because you're gonna drop into a platform. So here would be an amazing time to fly, and look, what is she gonna do, right? She cannot immediately go back, so now she's stuck here with me. So using flight on windows like this or pallets like this can be really strong. Sometimes even on normal windows, and we have, yeah, this is another window like this. If a survivor was running through here, I would try to fly behind them, right? But even on normal windows that can be vaulted both ways, flight can still be a little bit useful because it can save you a bit of time vaulting it if the survivor is running a straight line. And even if the survivor is trying to vault it back, you can sometimes kind of like end your flight a little bit early and make it difficult for the survivor to know exactly which side you're gonna end up on. So there can be a moment of panic where you end your flight and you body block the window enough that the survivor tries to run into you, realizes they're not gonna happen, and then you down them afterwards. It's not super consistent, right? And it depends on the survivor messing up. Go for it, vault it. But it's something that you can try to do, right? Like here, the survivor beat me. That's fine. But if they don't, they take the hit, and that can be pretty good. That's pretty much it for flight. There's really not that much else to it. You use it between chases, and it's really, really that simple. Now let's go for another spell that's also really, really simple. This spell, I mean, in order to understand it, we need to understand what magical items are. Fawn, could you please take us to a magical chest? These chests are not like normal chests. They're not affected by any killer or survivor perk. They are a magical treasure chest, and survivors will have, like, I think 6 of them at the start of the game. When they open one of these chests, they have a chance to find a mimic, which is going to try to eat them and maybe even do damage. Find a magical item, which is what she got. You see in the HUD that she has, like, boots, and you can see visually she's got boots. These boots give her a counter spell to my spells. So, for example, if she had the cape or whatever, that is a counter spell to my fly. So anytime I fly, she's going to see my aura. And this one is going to make it so anytime I use my hand on a pallet, she's going to run a bit faster. And this one makes it so that when I send that, she's going to see that, you know, blah, blah, blah. So one way that you can disarm and disable these items is by sending this bubble, this selling sphere. This sphere lets you know when a survivor is inside it, so it's a good way to find information and find survivors. And because you see in the HUD that they are affected by a purple status effect, which is the dispelled status, you know who is who. So right now, if I was across the map, I would know that there's a survivor here, and I know that it's Feng Min, right? And for this whole duration in the HUD, their magical items are disabled. You see that she's got them, but they're like grayed out. They don't work. They don't work at all. So basically, this is a bubble that we're going to be using every now and then when we're looking for people, right? So I hook a survivor. I think someone might be on that generator. So you know what? I'll send the bubble and maybe I'll go somewhere else. And oh, what do you know? There's someone there. All right, let's fly there. Wow. There you go. Now I've used 2 of my spells in conjunction, right? Now, one thing to remember is that survivors on the hook cannot be hit by the bubble. But survivors on the ground can, and survivors in a locker can. So you could even, if you think there's a survivor in a bunch of lockers and you don't want to check them, you can send a little sphere and see if they get spotted, right? But I want to show you another thing that you can do as well. Could you please come out of the locker? Psych. When you down a survivor, by the way, one thing that you can do, if this survivor has, oh look, we can see which item he has. Do you see that he's got the flight item? When you hit them with the bubble, you see exactly which item they're countering. So she's countering my flight, which means she sees my aura. Most of these items, what they do is, if you use it, they see your aura, or they see the aura of the thing you're throwing, the ball or the skellies. And the only exception is this one. This one holds pallets. We'll explain it. They get a bit of a speed boost. So one thing that you can do when you down a survivor, by the way, if you want to disarm their items for a while, is after you down them, you step behind, you aim at some generator, let's aim at that gen, and then you do this. And then you immediately hit the survivor. And now, if they escape your grasp, or if they get unhooked right away, for a few seconds, they're not gonna be able to use their items. So that's something you can do as well, if you want. So we've now basically understood fly and the Dispelling Sphere. The Dispelling Sphere, honestly, anytime you have it up, send it. There are also some add-ons that make it have extra properties, right? So, for example, with a certain add-on, I can make survivors exhausted when I hit them with my sphere. So if I have that add-on, maybe I want to use it a bit more offensively. I'm chasing a survivor in this loop, I'm gonna go and they're gonna be exhausted and I'll know where they are. So it can also help you track a little bit mid-loop or apply status effects. But for the most part, you use it just in between chases. Now let's go for the 2 spells that are a little bit more aggressive, that actually get you hits, not just close the gap or find survivors. The first one is Mage Hand. The first thing that you should remember about Mage Hand is that when you have it out, it highlights the auras of pallets. Any pallet nearby is going to be highlighted in white. For that reason, if all of your spells are available, it's not a bad idea to default to the Mage Hand to see and understand the location of the map a little bit better, right? Or to default to the other one, which, you know, maybe default to one of the aggressive ones, right? So what does the Mage Hand do? On a pallet that's already up, if you cast it on it, it will hold it. Now, this is not long enough that you can pick up a survivor and then be safe. Unfortunately, if you hold it, by default, if you hold the pallet and you pick up a survivor, by the time they drop the pallet and stun you, the mage hand is not enough. So this is not something that you use between chases. This is something that you use exclusively in chase, okay? And the big idea is that if I'm using a survivor and they run to this loop, I can hold the pallet up and then they won't be able to drop it, right? And then I will just walk them down and hit them. Let's see what that looks like. Normally this would be a pallet drop, right? But if I'm close enough, I can now hold it and that will be fine. Now there's one problem, okay? And that is if you use this spell and you're too far. If you use this spell, you kind of want to be relatively close to the survivor, right? If I'm this far away and I use it early, the spell simply lasts too little. What the survivor will do is they're gonna do one loop around and then they're gonna drop it. Can we demonstrate that? Could you please come here? All right, let's, yeah, I'm a little bit far and I block it. Okay, that seems like such a good thing, right? But look, by the time we're back, pallet in my face. That's not good. You want to be about, it's hard to explain, but you want to be about this close to a survivor. You want to literally be this close to a survivor, right? So that when you pick it up and now it's held, now you can walk them down. You don't want them to have enough time. If it's one of those pallets that the space around it is humongous, super big, then it doesn't matter, right? If it's one of those god pallets where like you hold it, the survivor runs, and then it's like a fence super large, then it doesn't matter. But in most loops, you need to be a little bit closer. Now, what happens if the pallet is already down? If you cast Mage Hand on a pallet that's already down, you will instead pick it up. And this can be pretty powerful. Like if I'm choosing a survivor in a straight line, let's say, come over here and run into the pallet, right? Let's say typical scenario, right? I can just pick it up and then keep chasing and hit them. Again, this has the same problem as holding the pallet. If I do this and I'm too far, by the time, if I pick it up and I go through and I'm too far, by the time I catch up, they will have gone around and they're just gonna drop it again. So you wanna be close. You don't wanna do this. Also, picking up pallets is typically a bad idea because it allows the survivor to use it again. So you only wanna do this if you're certain that you're gonna get a hit, if you're certain that you're gonna get it down, especially, and if the pallet is really bad. There are some pallets in this game that are really bad, right? They're just so bad. Like, it doesn't matter that they can use it because it's super unsafe, right? Yeah, here, for example, like, who cares, right? Like, this pallet's dropped, and I decide to pick it up. Who cares? Like, okay, well, what are they gonna do? Like, loop me for 5 minutes in this horrible pallet? So I wouldn't think about it twice, right? But generally speaking, you don't wanna do it. One thing that happens, by the way, is that when a pallet is being picked up, the survivor is unable to vault it. So you can be a bit of a 300 IQ player and sometimes pick up a pallet that you don't necessarily want to pick up just to deny it to the survivor. So in a situation like this, where imagine I see the survivor, I don't know, imagine I see the survivor healing and I have some undetectable perk, I catch them off guard and I know they're gonna vault this. I can literally do this. Never mind, the survivor is the smartest player I've ever seen in my life. I can literally do that, and if they don't have their the reaction speed of a StarCraft player, I should be fine because it will basically block it. I have a long cooldown, so I'm not going to show it. Just take my word for it. If you block it for the second where the pallet is being lifted, they cannot vault it, and until the pallet is fully lifted, they cannot go through it. So it's something that you can do. Let me show you. Okay, I'm going to block it, and look, they cannot go through it, right? That's something that you can do, especially with a particular add-on. Just remember that generally speaking, lifting pallets is risky. So unless you are pretty sure of what you are doing, I don't super recommend it. Especially if it's a bad pallet, just, you know, just play it, do normal mind games. You are a normal killer, you can still do it. Right? So we know that the key to using the lifting hand is to just be close to the survivor. Now, what is the other spell? The other spell is the Flight of the Damned. This spell is going to send out 5 skeletons. There can be more or less with add-ons. And these skeletons spawn at, like, I don't know, shoulder level for survivors, right? And you already have a preview. If you hold your power, you have a preview of where they're gonna go. So this one should hit a survivor, but as you can see, she's crouching. And they go really high above. So this is not something that is going to get you a guaranteed hit in a flat surface. Survivors, if they're paying attention to you, they will know that you're going to cast it, and they will be able to crouch. Even on reaction, they can crouch, unless you trick them a little bit. One way that you can make a hit pretty much guaranteed is by abusing the difference in elevation between you and I, between the survivor and you. This is an example of this, right? In this situation, the survivor can maybe dodge, like this. It would dodge it because it's going between the skeletons. But even here, if she crouches, this will probably still hit her because she's on a slightly elevated platform, right? So as you can see, that's unavoidable. This is something you want to constantly take advantage of. Anytime I chase a survivor and I notice that they go up on elevation, I will pull up my skeletons because I know that if it's close enough, their chances to dodge it are really, really low unless they manage to get super, super lucky and get super, super crazy, crazy lucky, like in between the skeletons, right? So anytime you have an elevation like this, that can work. If you're absolutely insane, you can also do the opposite, right? Where you purposefully lower your elevation. So for example, let's chase into this pallet, right? The survivor's gonna play this pallet, and what I'm gonna do is instead of waiting for them to go up, I'm literally gonna go down myself and do this. And even if they crouch, because it's hitting them in the shins, it's not gonna work. And that is really, 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 really nasty. What are some other things that you can use, that you can do with your skeletons, even though they are a little bit predictable? Keep in mind, they fly pretty damn far. The further they go, the more they spread out, so it's going to be a little hard to, like, guarantee a hit. But, for example, if I saw a survivor going for an unhook, I could try to use the skeleton. There's a chance I might interrupt it. And another thing that you can do is basically put the survivor in a lose-lose situation by aiming at a certain window or pre-drop pallet. So, for example, right, let's say that this window here is amazing. Let's say that this window leads to the main building, which has 69 pallets, and it's the only thing in the area. Let's pretend that there's not another window right here. Let's pretend there's nothing else, only past this window. One thing that I can do, right, is aim right here. If I shoot right here, a survivor that is vaulting the window, because they are locked in animation, vaulting the pallet or vaulting the window, they can't crouch. They can't duck. So this will 100% hit a survivor that is going for that window. The only way that they won't be hit is if they dodge it. But then if they dodge it, they're not going for the window straight away. So they're going to lose distance, and then I'm going to hit them with a basic attack. So that is the principle. I'm going to ask my helper to come here and pretend that we're chasing into that window. Oh. Okay. Okay. All right. They are pillaging the artifacts of the heirlooms of my family. So they're a little busy, but they'll be here in a second, I bet. Right. So let's go. Let's say that we're chasing into a window like this, right? And what I would do in this situation is I would aim at it. And if she goes for the window, she takes a hit. And if she dodges out or crouches, I keep going to the window, body block the window if necessary, and then hit her. And no matter what, I am going to take a hit. So that's how you use the skeletons, right? You use them in elevation differences. You use them to deny when there's just one window or one pallet to basically guarantee a hit. And there's one more time to use them, which is around corners. Obviously, if I chase a survivor around a corner, they lose sight of me for a second, right? So the big idea is that if I use my skeletons, she's gonna crouch. But if she's going around this corner, right? And I'm really close to her, I can do this. And look, she didn't react to it because she didn't see it. And now I'm gonna block the pallet. And she can't drop it. And now I'm gonna down her. That's a big deal. If we go back to this moment, right? Most killers here could get one hit, but that's it. Most killers here, they would catch up, get a hit, and then the survivor can use the pallet. And that pallet is very strong, even against some really good killers like Blight or Spirit. This pallet is typically something that they have to break. But we don't even care. We can literally just hold it, and it went from one hit into another so quickly because we used two of our spells so close together. Now, there's one more important thing. Now that we understand how to use our spells, that's the basic idea behind each of them, there's one more thing to worry about, okay? And that is special items. Anytime a survivor goes to a magical chest, they can, I told you, they can basically loot items that counter your spells. If they get very unlucky, they'll spawn a mimic, which is going to try to eat their head off. If they miss a skill check, they take damage, which is really funny. But if they get very, 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 very lucky, they can spawn an item called the Eye of Vecna or the Hand of Vecna. These items can only be used when they are healthy. They are special items, and they do not get disabled by your this spelling sphere. You can see that they have the eye because, I mean, they have an eyeball with an orange thing. They also get like a Thanos gauntlet on their arm, if it's the arm or the hand of Vecna. And you also hear a voice line where it goes, wow, why are you doing this? I'm gonna kill you, blah, blah, blah. Now, how do these items work? These items both do the same thing, basically. You go into a locker when you're healthy, and they'll take damage. The survivor will take damage. But what they're gonna do is, if they have the hand of Vecna, they will teleport to a random locker around the map, typically pretty far away. So that can be huge, right? Because imagine I have an insta-down perk, I chase the survivor, they go into a locker, and bam, they disappear, and then I hear a heartbeat, and I know they're somewhere far away. The Eye of Vecna is different. The Eye of Vecna makes them invisible. He needs to come out fast. Oh! Shit. Oh, they were there. But as you can see, unless they're running around, it's a little hard. You really can't tell. A survivor can do this to lose you, although in my opinion, the Eye of Vecna is really, really bad. The Hand of Vecna is much better, because if this survivor had got into this locker, they could have teleported somewhere, I don't know, down there, and I would have never been able to down them in a million years in a timely manner. So that's how this works. However, these items have a downside. If the survivor is dead on hook, you can actually have a mini Mori, very similar to Pinhead, very similar to Sadako. This mini Mori can be done if they're dead on hook or if they're the last survivor. And it's like a Mori, but it's super, super fast. And the best part is that because it's so fast, you save time hooking. You don't have an opportunity to get pallet save or flashlight save, or this survivor cannot be rescued. They have decisive strike, doesn't matter. You just do this and bam, immediately dead. So that is the downside of holding one of these items. Once they attune the item, they can never take it off. So yeah. We now know the spells. We know how the special items work. You won't see them every match. They're pretty rare. Let's give him a build and play a normal match. See what it's like. All right, so at the end of the day, sometimes this killer will damage you with the skeletons, but for the most part, he does attack you with his basic attack. So inside-on perks are okay. Other perks that apply with basic attacks like Sloppy Butcher or Surge even are okay and even really good. But we're gonna look into some simple things. He has a perk named Dark Arrogance that makes you vault a little faster, but he has a downside of making your pallet longer. When things like Bamboozle exist, I think this perk is not a high priority for beginners. Languid Touch makes it so that anytime a survivor messes with a bird, with a crow, that there's many of in the map, they'll be exhausted. It pairs really well with Spies from the Shadows, because if you see someone with Spies, you pretty much can guarantee that they are exhausted. Not exactly, but pretty much. So we're gonna pair these two perks together. And with Attunement is okay as well. It makes survivors drop their items sometimes, and if you make them drop their items with an add-on or a perk, like Franklin's Demise, you see around, which on some killers can be cute. This perk used to be a little bit stronger before they nerfed it. We're just gonna have simple stuff, a little bit of healing, anti-heal delay, a little bit of gen delay as well, and this combination to exhaust survivors, but also to find them. As for add-ons, some complicated ones, I recommend you stay away from the Evanescence, which they change the spells a little bit. Run the simple ones. There are two add-ons to have shorter cooldown, so you're less punished for using your spells. There are some add-ons that make your spells have extra utility, like for example, this one, Exhaust Survivors, it's never bad. And there's add-ons to make your fly go a bit longer. This one's completely fine. You don't need these two. These two, they make spells reach further or last longer. Not super useful, but that's fine. And yeah, anything that looks simple is okay. I personally really like the Lantern of Revealing. I think it's maybe a good beginner add-on as well, because it will show you when you miss your skeletons where the survivor was, so maybe you understand a bit better why you missed. Sometimes you have to miss, you have to take shots, but it can help you understand maybe in the next time you're in that situation, you can actually hit them. All right, let's wait for this match to load on. Okay, one lovely thing about this character is that you actually start with all of your spells available. This wasn't the case when he came out. So what I can do immediately is send a ball towards one of the furthest gens. Oh, we find someone right away, okay. I want to have my skeleton ready. Ooh, seems like this is a free hit for me. Awesome. And I hit a survivor. I'm going to use Fly just to catch up to this girl that I just hit. And I'm going to press M1. Ooh, sometimes you can body block a pallet or something. Oh, this was really bad play by her. I hope she doesn't give up. It's okay. I see a survivor over here. Hello, cutie. Okay, let's just bet a normal hit. Why not? And keep in mind that the cooldowns of your spells are not the same. The two offensive spells, the hand and the skeletons, last a bit longer in cooldown. Whereas the flight and the ball are pretty short, so you can spam them a bit more without consequence. I'm gonna go for this survivor. Where did she go? Okay. That was a really nice flashy save by Neo. Wonder what we could have done to avoid and maybe pick up sooner. This survivor, unfortunately, made the mistake of dropping the pallet. Dropping the pallet, like anything else that you press space around, it locks you in animation. So she had to eat that skeleton. She couldn't crouch while dropping the pallet. Alright, this main building is interesting because it has a lot of elevation differences, right? And we have the opportunity to maybe hit multiple survivors. By the way, the skeletons can hit multiple survivors. I didn't say that, but I hope it's obvious. Let's maybe do this here. There you go. Exact same problem as the other girl. She dropped the pallet. And because she's blocked in animation, she couldn't do much. And bam, she hits that. Nice. Can I hold this pallet open? Oh, I mean, I could, but she was smart and didn't really drop it. You know what? Let's hit her with the ball. I've used too many of my spells. I'm on cooldown on anything that's good. I misplayed that a little bit, and that's completely fine. For a little while, I could use my flight only, or just chase normally. There's nothing wrong with it. Right. That's surprising that she would do that. Ooh, yeah, I think this is a down. Oh, wow. I'll go right through. Ooh, my pallet pickup is on cooldown. Okay. I could maybe do it right now. She's gonna loop back into this window. I'm not too sure what her plan is. I think with this, I have the opportunity to hit her. But... yeah, this is just a normal hit, guys. I think we just built Bloodlust. You know what? Maybe for the best. I think there was an opportunity back there. A perfect opportunity where the survivor ran in front of the pallet. And if I could have picked it up right there and then, that could have been a hit. But guess what? That would have been a hit. Oh my god, do I really have nothing here, man? That would have been a hit, and it would have reset the pallet, which could have been recycled. So maybe it's better than we just got rid of it normally. Okay, this was awful, man. We wasted so much time. I'm gonna immediately use flight, because I don't even care where they are, man. Okay, found someone right away. Oh, this is possibly a mistake from them. Remember what I said about elevation? Oh, she didn't actually go there. Okay, she has balanced landing. I'll tell you why I know. Wait, does she? She normally would make a falling sound and she didn't, so... oh, that was really badly played by her. I'm gonna send that ball there just to hit the two survivors off hook. So I know if they're there or if they're moving. Yeah, they're still there. We got rid of this pallet earlier, did we? Yeah, we did. This girl, she's not playing this very well. That's fine. Oh, hi! Wait, no, this is good for us, Chad. Wait, watch out. She didn't want to stay and find out. Alright, let's get a normal hit. I'm gonna take my chances, Chad. I'm just gonna send some skeletons, why not? I'm probably gonna get a hook and it's gonna take me a while, so... Hi. Wait, what? Over here. Let's kick this real quick. The Nia's gonna try to go for a flashlight save. But, I mean, how can you get it here, honestly? Yeah, if you know that you're gonna be busy hooking someone, in the time that you hook and go for someone else, even your longest spells come back, so... in a situation like that, it's just YOLO it a little bit. Sometimes the most fun you can have with this killer is not trying to find the perfect moment, and just trying crazy things, you know? I'm gonna try to body block the window if she stays in front of it. She didn't, that was really well played. You see what I mean here, right? She was absolutely screwed there. I think that I aimed that right on the window. So she tried to crouch and then maybe vault last second. But it is a very difficult game. If you vault at the wrong time, you get hit. If you crouch for too long, I can just whack you with my normal attack. So yeah, that's the kind of situation I was trying to show you earlier. Okay, a survivor's going up. Where exactly? They are on that. Do you remember those windows that are one way? Yeah, okay. Well, seems like a very busy window. I wanted to show you that flight is really good in this situation. Because look, I can fly, end it, and bam. Look, I'm right on top of her, right? And she can't vault the window back because it's a one-way. So that's kind of what I wanted to show you. But unfortunately, this entire team of survivors, literally the entire team of survivors was here. The only person that wasn't here was the one that was on the hook. So yeah. Never a bad idea to send a little bubble over to an unhook just to see if they're still there, get a bit of information. I'm just gonna fly around. It's really satisfying when you hear a heartbeat of like 3 people, isn't it? By the way, if there are multiple survivors, do not be afraid to use your skeletons. Because sometimes with a lot of panic, like hits that normally wouldn't happen, they do. Wait. Oh, this girl is absolutely screwed, isn't she? Actually, she went left. Ah, she still got hit. Oh, that's so unlucky. Oh my god, that was a fat skeleton, man. That skeleton had so much calcium. Oh my god. I did not think that would hit her. Oh, thank you, Mimer. Welcome. All right, these guys are a little screwed around there because they were on this side of the map and they have to go for this. By the way, this thing, you see how that sphere is really opaque? That's a bug. That's a visual bug. Don't mind it. All right, let's fly after this girl. One of the best things you can do... Oh, she's got that heart. No? Okay. One of the best ways that you can use flight, and I never thought of this before, is to make it look like you're not going to go through the window, right? So I think that's kind of what I tried to do here. The Nia was here and was looking behind. I made it look like I was flying here so that she would go in front of the window, and then I end my flight right at the window and she could be in a bad spot. So if you trick a survivor into thinking that, I don't know, let's imagine Shaq. Let's imagine Shaq in isolation, right? Let's imagine that a survivor vaults this window and they're over there. I can like pretend to go here and then whoop, look, I'm right here. I'm right here. And if they're out of position, bam, that's a hit. Unfortunately, none of these is a guaranteed hit. The survivor could have a speed perk, or maybe they know what you're doing, or they're seeing your aura through some perk or whatever. And then, you know, if they are well positioned, then that shouldn't work, period. But hi, what's up, guys? Oh, wow, you have a speed perk. Wow, me too. Let me catch up to you. You see how quickly you catch up to survivors? Oh, man. Okay, let's hold this. Ah, okay, so what happened is that I did it a bit too late. And by the time my hand was gonna hold it, it just turned into a pickup because she got already adopted. But it didn't work. It didn't matter. It worked out, right? So that's completely fine. That right there is a variation of what we saw earlier, where I use it around the corner. One thing that really throws survivors off, right, is if you do the spells really quickly. Sometimes I've seen people even do something where they kind of like tap their power like this just to kind of mess with survivors a little bit. And then when they do it for real, the survivors are not aware. Hi. Thanks. What's up? What you want to show me? All right. Well, yeah. Remember elevation difference? What's up? What are we doing? What are you showing me? Okay. We have some cute survivors today. That's probably gonna... Oh, that's not gonna hit because she falls too quickly. Oh, you wanna... okay, yeah. We're playing a game. Yeah, that's fun, actually. It's kind of like dogs playing with a slide. Yay! Alright. I'm gonna let this girl go. She's funny. Let's go kill the other ones. What else are we forgetting, friends? That's about it, right? That pretty much covers most scenarios with this killer. Again, we have elevation difference coming up, so we're going to immediately do this. Oh, and... Oh, I got a double! Whoa, that's huge! That's so funny. Each skeleton hit a different survivor. Oh my lord. I think even the same skeleton can hit through survivors, so don't forget that. And remember, if they body block, you can cast flight. There's also a perk named Deerstalker, which I didn't use, but maybe I could have. Anytime they see your aura, you see theirs. So if they have a bunch of magical items, you could use their aura reading against them. I haven't used it this time. I haven't used it a lot, but I heard from some people that it's decent. It's a basic perk, so maybe you want to try it out at some point. Anyway, remember, survivors in a locker, you don't need to check locker per locker. You could try to do something like this to maybe hit multiple lockers and find them. You could even send it into basement or something if you suspect they're there. Other than that, this killer doesn't have any crazy tracking or anything like that. Hi, Ice9, thank you for the 16. You mentioned pushing people holding, not casting flight. Yeah. We did talk about that. And yeah, I think we've showcased most of the things. I think the biggest deal, right? The biggest complication. Flight is pretty simple. Ball is pretty simple. Holding pallets and stuff is pretty simple. The biggest deal is catching survivors around corners like we just did. Survivors that are smart, they're gonna see it coming. They're gonna move side to side. They're gonna crouch. You're not gonna catch them with skeletons. So being unpredictable with skeletons, I think, is the #1 way to get better at this killer. Like, that's the thing that's going to separate the beginner from the intermediates, and the really, really advanced Vecna players are devils, man. They really catch you everywhere. Jeez, sorry. Hello, we are back with Dracula, and this killer is really, really fun. Not quite as complex as Vecna, which we just saw, but also quite complicated in terms of like having many different moving parts, and you need to use each of them in the right situation. Now, luckily, much like Vecna, even though he's really tall and he floats above the air and he's pretty easy to spot, for the most part, if you don't want to use your power at all, if you're just intimidated a little bit by it, or you're not super sure of what to do, you can play this killer like a normal basic killer. He has normal lunge, normal movement speed, normal terror radius, normal basically everything. So he's gonna feel very, very similar to Trapper, for example, if you're used to that. But then, on top of that, he has 3 distinct forms, okay? The way it works is that when you hold control, you get to choose between the other 2. And when you are in Wolf, you're gonna have Bat and Human, or Vampire. And when you're in Vampire, you're gonna have Wolf and Bat. And when you're in Bat, you're gonna have Vampire and Wolf. And you're gonna be able to switch between them. Now, the developers made a very funny graphic that explains how to switch between them, but it might be easier for you to remember it if I explain it this way, okay? When you press M2, you become more animalistic, and you change your form more. When you press M1, you become more human and more bipedal. Right? So that means that when I'm Vampire, obviously the more animalistic one is Bat. So M2 is gonna make me Bat. And if I'm Wolf, M2 is also gonna make me Bat. Right? And if I'm Bat, M2 is gonna make me Wolf, because that's more animal than human, right? So basically, you most of the time you press M2 to become a Bat, unless you're a Bat, which turns you into the Wolf. And most of the time, you press M1 to turn into human, unless you're already a human, in which case it turns you to the closest thing, which is Wolf. Does that make sense? I started understanding it that way, and it helped me a lot, okay? But before we even switch forms, let's explain just the basic form of Vampire, okay? Vampire just has one simple power, which is Hellfire Pillars. The way it works is you begin to charge it, very, very similar to like Wesker, very, very similar to, I guess, Pyramid Head, except you don't need to drag it. Yeah, it's kind of similar to Wesker. You drag it, right? And when you can cancel it as well by stop holding it. And when it's fully done, you are ready to fire it. Now, you don't want to walk around like this, and you don't, generally speaking, want to like wait too long. You generally want to use it right away because you're slower. Sometimes if you use it and you realize a bad idea, cancel. And if you use it and you realize, wait, I'm going to change my mind because I see someone here, you change directions and then you use it. When you let go, a bunch of pillars are gonna go ahead. Much like Pyramid Head, the pillars hit closer to you a little bit first. So, and they can hit through multiple survivors, which means that if I line up my Feng Mins a little bit, I will hit the blue one first and the golden one second, right? They're so close it's not gonna make a difference, but just so you know, all right? Oh, they're gonna let us demonstrate, awesome. Yeah, do you notice that? It's very imperceptible, but you do hit a little bit faster. What this means, by the way, is that if you hit someone really, really close, say for example, that I chase a survivor, I wait, like every range killer, or every projectile or projectile attack killer, every killer that projects their attack, hitting a survivor when they go in a tight space where they cannot dodge sideways, right, is almost always the play. So if I do this, I'm gonna hit the survivor right away. However, if I'm being a little cheeky, and I'm trying to use my maximum possible range, that tiny little bit of difference means that I need to be, like the survivor can kind of juke last moment. You'll notice that this power has a very thin hitbox compared to, for example, Pyramid Head, who is much, much wider. Doesn't matter though, because many times survivors are in animations, or they run forward into it as they try to escape, and the hit can be really easy. The first thing I'm gonna show you, right, is how to use this power. Beautiful. I knew she was gonna go around the corner, so I heard that. I'm gonna show you how to use this power when an unhook happens. Much like Pyramid Head, if you're close, you need to wait wait more, and if you're far, you need to wait a bit less. I'm gonna do something really nasty, okay? Let's imagine that this is a hook, an unhook that's happening last second, and they go for it. I can hold my power. Wait. Now, do you see what I did there? go back and rewatch it if you need to. Wait until the person that is rescued has their feet planted on the ground. And when you see that they planted, wait a second, and then go. Maybe you need to wait a little bit less if you're right on top of them. Maybe you need to wait a tiny bit, a bit more if you're really close, and maybe a little bit less if you're out of the far like this, right? The idea by doing this, by the way, is that you hit both survivors, which is huge and super, super unfortunate for them. This is something that you don't need to like try to do every match, but if the situation comes, this is a really, really easy way to get value out of your power. Now, another simple idea is to chase a survivor, and when they are locked in animation, like for example, let's go to the window in main. Let's imagine this pal is already gone, right? I can just hold my power here, right? And now, okay, so I could have just hit her with a basic attack here, but let's imagine that I was a little further, right? The Feng Min is really smart. She doesn't want to get hit, so she just fakes it. But guess what? When she fakes it, I keep getting closer. I block the window, and now I can just slap her with my attack, right? I could also pay attention to her medkit. She has an item. If she vaults, the medkit disappears. And that is a really easy way for me to know that I can do the hit. Look. Yeah, if I see the medkit disappear or whatever item disappear, I don't even doubt it, because that means that she's pressed space. She cannot cancel it anymore. At that point, I can just press and it's going to hit 100%. If I don't see the medkit disappear, I'm going to wait last second to see if she's faking it. If she's faking it, I could always aim sideways and guess which side she's going to fake it to. But there's no need to. There's absolutely no need to. In most situations, if you're not in a massive rush, instead, just hold it as you get closer and then just block the window, and then you can just hit them. And it's really, really easy. One very lucky thing that happens is that sometimes a survivor trying to dodge your attack gets hit by it anyway, and then they spin themselves and lose so much distance that you hit them anyway shortly after. So the easiest way to hit a survivor is when they are unhooking, or they are doing a totem or doing something else that makes them lose their ability to move out of the way, and their locked animation. Now, this works functionally very, very, very similar to Pinhead. To Pyramid Head. It does not go mid-air. As you can see, there was one pillar there, but that's it. It can go downstairs. You also notice that there's a bit of a cooldown. I cannot spam this ability. Now, so if I do this, and look how much distance that covers. This is really, really, really good, right? It can also go upstairs. This is something that Pyramid Head does not do. Pyramid Head does, it can go a bit upstairs, but not very much. So unlike Pyramid Head, I could do this. And look, that still covers pretty much the entire length of this. But there's something else that this power can do that Pyramid Head cannot, right? Or that many other powers cannot. This one does not go through walls, unlike Pyramid Head, but it does do something that's almost as good, right? Look, if I hit like this, unlike Pyramid Head, it doesn't go through a wall. That's unfortunate. But you can cover obstacles that are more or less the same length as the survivor's height. So I'm gonna ask Feng Min to please come upstairs with me to demonstrate. And I'm gonna ask them to just stand still behind these crates, right? Do you see that I can more or less see her head? Maybe if she was a male survivor, she'd be a bit taller. Any obstacle that is about that height, or even a little bit taller, you can actually go over. You see? The thing kind of goes over it. Even if it was a bit taller, it would still work, which is super, super useful. Survivors rarely expect it, so if you're looping someone, imagine this was a loop. It's not, but you can actually just, like, they're not even gonna expect you to do this and get them. So that's something you can do in things like the main building of Gas Heaven, those little, that little loop in the main building of Gas Heaven. You can hit over those little shopping stalls. So that's really, really useful, right? Something to keep in mind. But how are we gonna hit survivors that are not stupid or that are not cornered into an animation? Can we hit them in the open? It is a little tricky. Most of the times, if you're chasing a survivor in the open, this power is too slow. They see you prepare it. They see the power creep up to them, and they can almost on reaction dodge. It's not a great idea. Obviously, if you're close enough to the survivor, you can hit them. And if you're too far, then the power is a little bit hard to hit consistently. However, if you are just trying your luck, there are times when you can just go for it. You can just go for it. You typically don't want to aim straight at the survivor. Let's assume the survivor is this bird. Aim to the right, and they'll often just dodge into it. Or aim to the left. Or if you see they go left, right, wait until they go left, and then aim at the right, right? And this is a principle that applies to many range or projectile type killers. And this is kind of like a sub part of that. And that is what a survivor does when they're running alongside a wall. Let's say that I chase this golden fang alongside a wall. This is basically a wall, right? Because she obviously cannot climb this. So let's say that she's running in a straight line over here away from me. In a situation like this, let's freeze it. Let's freeze the frame. In a situation like this, a survivor nearly every single time is going to dodge into the open. So come back, right? She could theoretically hug the thing, and when I use my power, then immediately turn to the left and kind of run back into me. Show us what I would mean. Like turn to the left and run back into me. Like do this basically. Do whoa and then run back. Yeah, like this. Yeah, that sort of move. Well, I still hit her. She was too close. Survivors almost never do this. They almost never do that. They never run here and then hug the wall that they're into. There's something instinctive about moving away from danger that if you are aiming to the survivor and you aim to the right, they almost always dodge to the right. This will help you with hunters. This will help you with Pyramid Head. This will help you with Hellbilly. With almost every killer that has some kind of projectile or sends an attack forward, this will help you, and it works really well with this killer as well. Not something that you should try every single time, but something to keep in mind, right? Now, another thing that you can do, obviously, is chase around a loop. This loop here is not super strong, right? And then try to make it so that you kind of take a 50-50 of where they're going to go. So, Blue Fongmin, could we please run around this loop? So, obviously, the problem is that if I chase normally, she's going to mirror my movement, right? And then if I don't use my power, maybe she stuns me. Bah, that's not good. So what I can do here is fake it. Ooh, I get a slowdown when I cancel my power. Not good enough. I had to actually commit there. Unless it was a bigger loop and she made a bigger mistake, right? You want to pick it up and we play it again? Thank you. Let's pretend we're back here, right? Keep in mind that you are slower when you are holding it, slower when you cancel, and slower when you fire as well. So here I would go this way, maybe go this way, and bam. Ooh, she did such a good job dodging. Oh, that was amazing. She played that really well, and it was a 50-50 that I lost. This power is not a guaranteed fifth hit if the survivor gets this correctly. And that's fine. Let's try again. Eventually, if you do enough 50-50s, you're gonna win some of them. And if you win some of them, and you win enough of them quickly, guess what? The survivors die. And that's what you're looking for. So here, I'm gonna hold my power when it's ready. Ah, you see what she did there? That's a bit of an advanced technique. She tried to pick up the pallet with her perk, any means necessary from Yui, to make it look like she was gonna vault. However, she didn't know that my power was in cooldown, so I couldn't have possibly fallen for that. So when I saw that, I knew she was gonna vault, and then I burned her butt. So yeah, basically that's what you're gonna be doing. Anytime you're in a loop, like this one here, I do think it will work. I'm not too sure, definitely on this part. So anytime you're in a loop like this, you can literally just go whoop, and then hit them on the other side as a bit of a surprise. If the survivor sees you, because it's a loop that's really short, you don't have the element of surprise, so you'll have to basically assume that they know that you're gonna do something, and assume that they're gonna change. It's like a mind game. Like, are they gonna switch directions? I know that they know that I know that they know that they're gonna switch directions, so that I maybe don't even change my attack, Things like that. Now, a couple other things worth mentioning. There are sometimes you can use your power from mind games. So for example, let's say that I'm chasing the survivor around Shack, and this survivor is really scared. They're gonna go into Shack, and because they're so panicky, they're gonna drop the pallet immediately. So one thing I can do is literally do this. Did you see? It's a little cheesy, and it's not gonna work against survivors that are a little bit more switched on. But you'd be surprised. I get downs that are really important, and survivors that I can tell are panicky, just because I know little things like this, right? And another thing to keep in mind is that if you find a place like this, the game would consider this to be like a low loop. It's kind of like a little fence. So I don't know if this one is going to work because we have the basement, but yeah, I don't think it's going to work. Not this one. There are some boarded up windows and little gaps like this where this killer can generally shoot you through them because the game considers it to be like a small fence or a small rock, right? I don't know if with the basement there we can possibly show you that. Maybe it works here. I'm not too sure. Let me try. I think this is not one of those. Experiment, I guess, and try it out, but you will find that some places like that are possible to shoot through. There's, other than the cooldown and the minor slowdown you get, you don't really lose that much by missing a pillar or two, right? So, yeah. When are we gonna use human form? We're gonna use human form when we are chasing in loops like this. When we are chasing in loops where the wolf as we'll see later, is not as good. And where we see the survivors well, or we have an ability to maybe mind game them with our power. Any loop like this, human form or vampire form, is perfect for. And also, if you don't know which form to use, this is also an okay one to be in. Now, let's switch to Wolf. Switching to Wolf does a couple things immediately. Number one, it puts you into third-person perspective, which is amazing. It is not as easy as Chucky. One thing that you'll notice is that the Wolf, he moves backwards at like different speed than other killers. You don't move like with the normal speed. So you can like, I don't know, like do this without losing speed. He has a slightly different movement, right? And he's a little bit bigger than Chucky, so he's not quite as good at like using like third-person tricks. You can't like hide, but you definitely still can do it. And when you chase around big loops like this one, for example, this is a loop that maybe for human vampire form is not as good, because my vampire hell pillars are not able to hit through these walls because they're too tall. But using the third person here can be huge. I can see if a survivor's making a mistake. I can see if they drop the pallet and then they come here. I can just whoop, bite their face off. So using Wolf in places where the loops are taller and you would normally struggle with vampire is a good idea, especially if you can use your third person around the corners. And he's also really good in loops that are straight. So any place where Wesker or Demo would be good, this is a really good form to be using. And I'll explain why. Now, Wolf can do basic attacks. This is a basic attack, right? Like, if you don't hear the awoo, that's a basic attack. So this will apply Sloppy Butcher. It will apply Insta-Down, as far as I remember. It will apply everything, right? So normal stuff. But then on top of that, he has the ability to pounce. If you hold it, whoop, whoop. It's very similar to Wesker. He basically dashes forward, has a little pause. Unlike Wesker, you cannot just choose to wait it out. You always do 2 bites or 2 pounces, right? And again, it goes on cooldown. Very much like any other ability. So you have basically like 2 Wesker dashes. And in straight tiles like this, this is absolutely unbelievably good. Because if I'm choosing a survivor and they take me into the long part of this tile, I can just go, let's say they're going around, I can just go whoop, and then whoop, and get them. And the hitbox on the bite is pretty generous too. If they are vaulting a pallet or getting around a corner, you are very likely to hit them still. Also, Wolf has a passive ability, which only happens when survivors run in place. Run, run, run. These are orbs. These are scent orbs. This is basically their smell. I'm now sniffing them. This is something that survivors drop passively. If you're close to them, you see them through walls. And as you can see, every time I pick them up, I get a little bit of haste. It's just a little bit. If there's multiple orbs and I pick a bunch of them at the same time, the haste doesn't stack. So you're not going to be able to like get 3 of them from 3 different survivors and then move at like light speed. That doesn't happen. But the idea is that it's a little bit of help. This character moves at like the usual speed, right? And with each of these orbs, you are slowly gaining ground. So this is also a really good form to just find survivors, right? And chase them in general. Also, hold up. Let me just hit them with pounds. Obviously, you go awoo. You also notice that the blood is more bright, as if you had a certain perk that used to exist, right? So yeah, much like some other characters like Victor, you see the blood brighter on the ground, which can be nice. Now, I'm just gonna... Oh, what was that? If you dash either the first one or the second one into a breakable wall or a pallet, much like the Demogorgon, you break it immediately. Is this an amazing thing to do? Should you do this all the time? No, but it's kind of nice. Like, especially if the survivor is zoned, right? Like, for example, this pallet right here. How do I zone the survivor? Well, very important. I don't chase him in this direction. If I chase him in this direction... or this direction, look, they're gonna drop the pallet and I'm screwed now. Damn. And now, while I'm stunned, they're gonna run into the rest of the map, right? So ideally, I actually want to chase in the opposite direction so that when the pallet comes down, they only have this corner. So yeah, let's chase them until they drop the pallet. And say, for example, that I don't know, I miss my attack. Look, perfect. I got it right as... There, it was a bit of a mistake, right? I had missed my attack. Maybe it was from afar. And I hit these bricks. I lost probably one of my fangs. And the pallet came down. But I managed to save time by immediately breaking that with my mouth. And now the survivor has far less options. And maybe I can do a quick switch into vampire. And then go like, boom. Screw you, and I get it down, right? So that's good. Now back to Wolf. One thing that you might have noticed, by the way, that maybe I should talk about now is that the act of changing forms has a bit of a cooldown itself. I cannot spam it too quickly. You see, there's like a cooldown. You can make it a bit shorter with add-ons. But there's another thing that's really interesting about changing forms. You become kind of invisible for a second. So similar to Sadako, if I'm chasing a survivor, let's imagine the pallets here, right? If I'm chasing a survivor here, like one thing that I can do is I can switch forms and then switch directions, and I kid you not, that sometimes gets a survivor to run into you. Because they lose sight of you for a second, because you become invisible like this, they actually don't see you so well. That could be something that, without you even using a power, gets you a hit. Now, one thing, another thing to talk about. Go, 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 go. I'm gonna use my pound. And right now, my pound is on cooldown, right? If I pick up Centaurs, please run, Blue Fongmin. Please run a little bit. If I pick up Centaurs, look at my cooldown for the pounds. You see that? Wow. If you pick 1 or 2, you basically get it back immediately. So now I can use it again. Oh, ooh, that was so good. We got juked so hard there. Well played. I'm gonna switch forms, maybe. See what she does. I'm gonna try something cheeky. It's probably not gonna work. Ooh, okay, it didn't work, but we were close, you know? Here, let's switch to Wolf to use a third person. Let's use third person, see what she's doing. And, ooh, damn, she faked that really well. You get the dynamic, right? That's what we're gonna be looking at. Any loop where the third person can be used, where vampire form is not very good, or where the tiles are very, very straight, Wolf is typically good. I'll show you more in practice how to play him, but that's the general idea, okay? And that leaves the final form, Bat. Bat is not the strongest form because Bat is unable to down survivors. The only way you can down a survivor is if they go into a locker, and if you open it, I guess technically, like that would work, but other than that, you cannot down survivors. So Bat form is really interesting. You move there, you still have third person, which is sometimes useful. You might see some crow or something that you wouldn't see in first person, right? And you move very fast. This is very, very, very fast movement. On top of that, you also have an ability that has its own cooldown, which allows you to teleport to any vault location. Vault locations are windows, but also drop pallets. Could we please drop this pallet over here? You can be stunned, by the way, while you're in bat form. So if you want to cover distances quickly, one thing that you can do is, let's say, for example, that I am very interested in going to that water tower. Instead of flying there, which would be fast, I can actually get close, hold the power button, I highlight whatever I want to teleport to. You see how you can choose with a little arrow above it, and I click on it, and whoop, I teleport to it. Now, unfortunately, the game is bugged, and you didn't see what it looks like normally. Normally, the screen is black, which is very unfortunate because it's very confusing, but don't worry. The point is, you teleport there, and that's really, really quick. And then the ability goes on cooldown before you can do it again. Let's do it again. Now, survivors, when you do this, they hear a whoosh, and they see a trail of smoke leading to the window or the pallet, so it's not very sneaky. And also, when you're in bat form, they hear the wail of bats, and if you get close, they hear them louder and louder, and they see the bats. So, basically, this form is just not very good for tracking. If survivors are healthy, and they just walk around, I will never find them. I'm kind of like playing Spirit using her power. I don't see anything. I'm blind as a bat. However, if they're running... Oh, you see that grass move? If they're running, I can kind of follow them. I found them. So what, other than traversing around the map, what is bat good for? Very simple. You switch to bat, and then you follow the survivor. And then even if the survivor uses some really disgusting speed perk, look how close I am. Bang. Easy peasy. In maps that don't have a lot of pallets, which there's not a lot of them now, but you know, in maps that don't have a lot of pallets, this can be really devastating. So let's use her power, right? Let's assume that she gets some crazy speed perk and I lose her. Now I can just follow the scratch marks, just as if I was playing Spirit. Oh, okay. She turned around. And she's here. And I'm gonna... Ooh, that's really important. Now, here is an interesting thing. What happens when you chase a survivor, and much like Spirit, you end up on a pallet or a window? It's a fun little 50-50, right? Normally, the Spirit has to guess and then, you know, go around the pallet. And if the pallet is really good, the survivor can just drop it or vault it and they're safe. And if the window's really good, they're safe. But with this killer, he can actually stay in bat form and just choose Which side? So here I can try to listen and guess until she vaults and then turn on the other side and I missed it. But if I end up on the right side, maybe I can block it. And it can be really, really unfortunate. You could even grab them if they make a mistake. So there's a little bit of complexity that comes with Bat and with tracking. But for the most part, you don't need to do anything special with it, okay? Just use it to move around the map. If you see an opportunity to, for example, teleport to a second floor, that can save you a lot of time. If you see, if there's a pallet, by the way, that's really, really bad, there are some pallets in maps that are super, super unsafe. The survivor, even when it's dropped, it's completely worthless, right? So if there was a pallet, for example, here, that was really bad, but there was an exit gate, I wouldn't break it because it could serve to me as a teleporting station. So that's something to think about. You might not even want to break some pallets if they're really, really useless. This pallet here maybe is a little bit stronger, so maybe this one I would break. But because I have a window there anyway, right? So this one I wouldn't really think of keeping, but try to keep that in mind as well. We're going to use mostly the Bat for mobility and sometimes to catch up to survivors, right? If I see that the survivor has some crazy perk. Another thing that you can do as well, by the way, is if a survivor drops a pallet that's really, really safe. Let's imagine this pallet is really, really safe, right? And I get stunned or something, or the pallet gets dropped, and the survivor runs away. Run away. Shoo, shoo, run away. I can just turn into Bat and go over the pallet. And unless the survivor wants to take a 50-50 and go back, now I will catch up to her. So yeah, that I also even do that on Windows sometimes. If I, for example, chase a survivor, let's say, for instance, right, that I hit a survivor right here. And you know what happens when you hit a survivor. You go through the cooldown animation, right? And I see that they vault the window. In this situation, I'm not gonna go here and press vault and then see them make a lot of distance. That's really slow. In that situation, after hitting the survivor, if I can, I'm going to immediately switch to Bat. And then if I have to, immediately, or almost immediately, switch back to Wolf or Vampire. So that's it. That's really all there is to it, Chad. 3 forms, each of them used in a different situation. Most of the times, it's really easy to tell which situation calls for which form. You just have to be a bit mindful of the cooldowns. If you use your pounds to break a pallet or a wall, well, you can't use it anymore for a few seconds. So here you might want to switch anyway, because what's the point, right? Unless you want to get the orbs or something. So yeah, I think you will actually learn more if we just go into a public match and play an example game and show you a little bit of what a normal game of Dracula looks like. Well done. Thank you so much for helping me, guys. Off we go. Oh, also very important. If you play as Dracula, this is, oh my god, this is so important. I almost didn't mention it. If you play as Dracula, hold up. Oh man, chat, no one in the chat called this out. I can't believe it. If you play as Dracula, your castle spawns in the distance in some maps, not in all of them. So yeah, just look at it every now and then. This might be the closest some of you come to owning a house in the current economy. So yeah, good stuff. All right, let's get the build. All right, Dracula's perks are actually pretty great. Human Greed shows you the aura around chests. And also, if the chest is open, then it doesn't work, but you have the ability to close it back. Thank you so much, Reshoffen, for the 5 months. This is actually really good in a lot of maps. You can also use it together with a perk from the twins to spawn more chests. And on some killers, it's actually kind of viable and really fun. And it pisses survivors off. I like it, personally. Then we have Wretched Fate. Wretched Fate is one of those hexes that only starts working halfway through the game. It doesn't start. When a gen is completed, the obsession will be forever slower at doing generators. Very slow at doing gens. 33% is no joke. The only way to get rid of that effect is to cleanse this hex, which will appear somewhere randomly, as long as there's a spot for it. This is good, but it's very important that if you run this perk, you kind of ignore the obsession. If you're chasing the obsession all the time, what exactly is the point of making them slower at gens? You want to make sure that you have a perk to find other people, or that you use your power or whatever to find other people, and whenever possible, try to ignore the obsession to get the most out of this perk. Then his final perk blocks the first time a survivor touches a gen. Oh, sorry, not a gen, that would be awesome. The first time a survivor touches a chest or a totem, that totem or chest gets blocked for 16 seconds. That means that if someone has a build to quickly break a totem, they can't use it quickly. If they find your hex, they can't do it quickly. If they find your Noe, they can't do it quickly. If they want to get a medkit with like the Quentin perk pharmacy, they can't do it quickly. They have to touch it and then just do something else, which can be quite a bit of a waste of time. For that reason, we're going to use Dominance with his own perk, Wretched Fate. We'll try to ignore the Obsession, and maybe Noid as well. You get a warning, by the way. The totem glows white, so in the end game, you can keep an eye on your Noid, and if it doesn't glow white, they haven't found it. And if it glows white, they found it, and in about 20 or 16 seconds, you can go and check on it, maybe in bad form or something. So yeah, that would be nasty. On top of that, we have Deadlock or No Holds Barred, depending if you own Pinhead. It has a different name, just to slow down gens a little bit. Add-ons that you cannot go wrong with. Reducing cooldown of Shapeshift. This is very little, but you can't go wrong with it. Shorter cooldown of Hellfire if you want to spam it a bit. This is very little, but I mean, it's not bad. Any of the brown add-ons are basically good. My personal favorite, the one that actually has a really strong effect, is the Cerberus Talon. This actually makes it so that you see the white orbs that survivors leave when running from much further, which makes Wolf actually a really decent tracking tool. Winged Boots is faster, further teleport. Magical Ticket is faster teleport, or, you know, the other way around. I don't know if I got it right. And honestly, I personally think Moonstone Necklace is the one add-on to run. If you don't know what you're doing, if you don't really care for anything fancy, when you have this, your normal form of vampire/human and your form of wolf both have a smaller terror radius, which means that survivors do not react as much. The only add-ons I would stay away from would be the ones that have a downside. Like this one here. This one makes it so that charging your Hellfire is a bit slower, which maybe you don't want to do until you're really used to it. Most of the other add-ons either are decent or don't do a lot, but they don't really get in your way. So yeah, let's play a match, see what it's like. Okay, we've played a lot on Turbo Landing. Anyway, do we want to change immediately into bad form? I mean, if you have a perk to maybe find survivors, you can if you want to. I'm not going to do it. I have a small terror radius in vampire form, so I'm just going to stay here. Look how quickly we found someone thanks to that. I'm going to switch to wolf. Immediately get a bit of a speed boost. Awesome. Do they take the window? They don't. They're going to have to give me a pallet quickly. Good enough. That's so unfortunate. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, that was a bug. What? I should have gone through a lengthy cooldown. That was really unfair for her. Okay. Well, I'm sorry, guys. I'm cheating, it turns out. I'm just gonna hit her normally because I don't need to use anything. I used my power, but as you could see, this loop was a little bit thick. I couldn't quite go around it with my pounds. So I missed, but for some reason, the game just allowed me to resume my normal movement speed immediately. Let's teleport. Okay, that gen's not being done. That was a really short teleport. This one's not being done. Maybe here? Hi, guys. Yeah, if you expect multiple survivors, by the way, you might want to be in vampire form just in case. You can hit multiple of them or something, but no hard feelings. Here I should switch to wolf, honestly. Now I even need to. Let's kick this gen real quick. You can kick gens while in bad form, by the way. So a couple things about bad form. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, he's definitely blind now. I see scratch marks on my left, which means there's someone here. Let's switch to wolf. See if I spot whoever was hiding here with my third person. They should be hiding here someplace. Hiya! -1, -2. Sometimes, by the way, if you know that the survivors are on a certain corner, you can on purpose hit something with your dash to do your second one faster. Oh, they're going for a flashlight? Come on, dude. She's against the wall. You're not gonna get it, surely. They're not trying to finish that. A couple more things about bad form. When you're in bad form, your terror radius you become undetectable. I'm gonna show you. Right? So you don't have a terror radius after like a second. She's not gonna do that, is she? Oh, she walked back into it. Unlucky. It does linger on the ground a little bit. So that means that if the survivors or if yourself has some kind of perk that has to do with terror radius, it's not gonna work. However, unlike Ghostface, who has undetectable and is very... Oh my god. And is very hard to catch, very hard to detect, this killer is not like that. This person has messed up so bad. They're out of the dead shot if I find them. Do I make that? I figured not. I'm actually gonna do this. I don't want to hit them, chat, because they're insta-dunnable. Yeah. This person, if I hook them, they're dead. Do I just leave them? I'm just gonna leave them. I genuinely feel bad for them. They used a perk that doesn't work super well, if you do it that way, that removes a hook stitch from a teammate but gives it to yourself. The problem is that if you give it to yourself and you already have one, the next hook is gonna kill you. I don't know if they're clueless or what, or if they just want out of the game, but I'm gonna be nice and just ignore them. You don't have to do this, by the way. I'm just doing that so the game's not over so early. Very nice. She dodged really widely, so she's gonna lose distance. Yeah, she might have decisive strike, by the way. I might technically tunnel this girl. Let's see. No, she doesn't. Okay, we can cook her. Anyway, I lost a bit my trail of thought. That was kind of weird. Yeah, my point is, the bat form is not very sneaky. When you do this, that little wail of bats, every survivor hears it in the map. And when you get really close, the bats get audibly louder and louder. And then the survivors can see your bats, but you can't see the survivors. So unless they are like panting with injuries or leaving blood, well, you don't see blood either, I think. Unless something is giving them away. My point is, hi bud, how's it going? Oh, here I'm gonna teleport. Chat. I'm gonna become bad. Look how much time I saved doing that. Oh, I got stunned. No problem. I'm gonna body blow. Oh no, I couldn't. Ah, she was really smart there. Let's switch to a wolf. Can I get her here, maybe? Ooh, almost. The range is limited, unfortunately. She made a mistake. I think she's allowed herself to be corralled. Yeah, she's dead. I'm just gonna cancel because I don't need to use my power here. There's not that much difference between hitting with a basic attack and hitting with pillar. There's not that much of an advantage. And pillar, if the survivor's just moving side to side, it's pretty easy to miss. So if you have a basic attack guarantee, just go for the basic attack. Unless you're really confident and you just want to get style points, go for it otherwise. Hi, Answer. Love the variety. Hope you're doing great. I'm doing amazing, Chad. And I think I'm very lucky that this match is allowing me... Oh, one thing that you can do, by the way, to clean up. Look, I turn into bat. I go and break a pallet really quickly. Then I teleport to another pallet really quickly. And then I step a little bit back. And then I break it really quickly. And I've now gotten rid of 2 pallets super fast. Much faster than most of the killers could. Hello. Let's chase this Yui because we have never hooked her. And I think we'll be good to, I don't know, give them a bit of a break. Do I use my power here? Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, did you see? Okay, I was going to tell you that your power is so good that you can almost hit that, but I did hit that, so yeah, I don't even need to explain it. You literally could see it. That's pretty much the upper limit of what you are able to do. Any slower than that, you don't get the hit. It's not that generous, but it is very generous, as you could see. Now, one piece of advice to hit people with wolf form is pretty much the same as what I would tell you if you were playing Wesker. If you're playing Wesker, this form is going to feel very natural. Don't aim and don't look at the survivor's head or their upper torso. When a survivor is running, and especially if they're injured, their animation almost always... Oh, did they vault? No, they just run. Their animation makes them lean forward, but their actual hitbox is just a vertical pill. It's just a vertical capsule. That means that in general... I'm sorry. In general, if you aim at their butt, you will be closer to the center of their actual hitbox. So whenever I'm aiming my Hellfire, or whenever I'm aiming my pounds, I typically look at the survivor's legs, or their butt, or their lower back, and that will make it less likely that you compensate too much and end up missing. It is a little bit unfortunate if you miss as well, because, for example, if a survivor is this plant and I miss it, like I have a second chance to hit, but sometimes you end up behind something and your second one is wasted, right? And you send yourself far, possibly. Hi guys, what's up? Hello. Oh, I think you cannot hit through that. Or maybe the chest blocked it, I'm not sure. I'm gonna use this for third person. And also for the speed movement. Nice, nice. I think this is a normal hit. Yup. Ooh, I wasn't. Do I break it to zone her? Sure. You could also fake that, by the way, if a survivor starts running. Let's get an orb to get my pounds back quicker. It's now like 60% return. Okay, let's do this. I think this should be a hit. Nice. There's basically no room for her to dodge, so... I just aim in the middle there, no problem. This was one of those situations where I was like, YOLO, let's go for the fire. Did I need to? No. Did it save me some time? Yeah. Alright, fun times. We managed to wrap up things a little bit. Let's go over there, see if we see scratch marks anywhere. I don't, so... Oh, I do, actually. Oh, I hear a survivor. Oh, that was Yui. Hold up. There she is. Alright, I do have Noid, and as I explained earlier, you do apply insta-down and all kind of basic perks with your wolf, but not if you pounce, okay? Not if you pounce, only if you do a basic attack. So let's just third person in a really dirty way here. You see what I mean? Like, you see what I mean? That's something that you cannot do with a normal killer, because if you do that with a normal killer, they're gonna just see your red stain, right? Well, yeah. That's a little funny, isn't it? Alright, we've covered almost everything that we talked about earlier and seen some examples. I don't know if I use a lot of, like, I don't know. We didn't see a lot of TL walls or shag or some of the things that you're going to see very, very commonly, right? One thing that I could do right now is just go around in bad form or something. But, yeah. Similar to Spirit, if you switch bad forms, by the way, survivors become visible. So if I switch into bad and out of bad, sometimes a survivor can become immediately visible. You see like a little animation, look. You see that little fiery thing? That can allow you to see a survivor hiding in a bush sometimes. Thank you for the lunchbox. It's mine now. Let's eat it. Oh, and also dog can do this. Yeah, what else can you do with Wolf? Oh yeah, you can do like this. You can bob your head side to side. Fun times. Also, Dracula doesn't have legs. Turns out. Yeah, he is disabled representation. Okay, it's time to talk about the Houndmaster. She's actually one of my favorite recent killers, and the only thing that prevents me from recommending her a little bit more than I'm going to, Rodrix, thank you so much, appreciate the 17, is the fact that this is a killer that has a complicated power that is a little bit buggy. It's just a little bit buggy. So some of the things that I'm going to explain are going to work 95% of the time or 99% of the time, but yeah. All right, let's go. All right, so I'm going to show you the most important thing to do with this killer, all right? Hold the power button and then stop. And after a second, you get the option to pet the dog. Now, you don't want to be doing this in a normal match. It doesn't give you blood points. It doesn't do anything. It's just funny. It's just funny, you know? But yeah, it's important to know it. Do it at the end for style points. Other than that, it serves no purpose as far as I know. Anyway. What is up with the Houndmaster? You know, survivors love the dog. And the dog loves survivors too. Oh, maybe not. He's kind of running away. This killer, okay, despite having a power that is very buggy and very complicated and has a lot of moving parts, well, one moving dog, she is a basic killer. She has normal lunge, normal stun time, normal terror radius of 32 meters, normal movement speed of 4.6 meters. So this is a killer that, even if her animations and everything look a bit different, she should play basically the same as the Trapper, the same as the Wraith outside of Cloak, the same as Hillbilly without using Chainsaw. So this is a good killer to play if you come from one of these basic characters. So that's awesome. That part of this killer is not complicated at all. But then she has a dog. And the dog has two different functions. And they do different things, and you want to use them for different reasons. The default one is the chase command. The chase command is started by a long whistle. So you go, right? Which is different from her other one, which is a little bit simpler. So we're going to explain it first, which is the search command, which is a quick double whistle. So if you ever find yourself preparing your power and you want to search and you hear long whistle, you know you got it wrong. And if you want to do search and you hear the then you know you got it right. Right now, we're going to focus on the search command. You can switch between them like many other killers by pressing left control. You press left control, you switch between them. Let's explain what search does. Search allows you, after charging it slightly, to designate a point that the dog will travel to and search. Now, doing this slows you down a little bit, so you don't want to traverse the map like pointing at things. It's really bad manners, really. But yeah, you can pick a point in the distance. There's no point in doing it from up close, right? So you pick a point in the distance, and the dog is going to find the most efficient path towards that place. And look at this. If you go on the path, you move very, very, very fast. I believe you move at 150 movement speed, which is an amazing way to catch up to a survivor. Or more often than not, just close the gap between the map, right? I hook a survivor here. I know the survivors are far away. So I put this far away and I follow my dog. Notice that if I go outside, it stops giving me speed. And I also cannot go backwards in it. This is something that is not explained very well. But if I send a path and I get a speed boost and I run back, it stops working immediately. So it only works as long as you're going towards the path that you sent out the dog to. Now, you might have noticed that if the dog comes in contact during its little travels with a survivor or two, it actually catches them in the radius and makes them give out killer instant. This is important because it gives you information, but it also gives them a special status effect, Hound Sense. Hound Sense does absolutely nothing on its own. It does nothing. It puts a timer on the survivor, and when it runs out, oh, nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. This is the most useless status effect in the entire game. The only thing that changes, okay, is if you have certain add-ons, it applies certain effects. And if you hit them, this is the kind of important part, if you hit a survivor that's Hound Sense, hold up, let me show. They go immediately into Deep Wound. And this is a pretty big deal, because that means that that survivor cannot use that medkit right now. If I leave them, they're gonna waste a lot of time before getting back on a gen or being able to heal. If they have a perk like Adrenaline that would heal them on the spot, they're not gonna be fully healed. So it's a pretty big deal. Being able to outplay some kind of like endurance or disable their ability to use a medkit is pretty good. Even if they have 3 teammates on top of them, they're not gonna be able to heal very quickly. So applying Deep Wound is a good thing that some killers do, and this is one of them, right? So anytime you can, you try to do this, right? Yeah, by the way, dogs do not interrupt survivors. So if they're doing like a totem or something, or doing a gen, it doesn't like make them scream or anything. With add-ons, you can do that, but yeah. Basically, the search is not a super strong thing, but it's something that you can do every now and then. You might have also noticed that if you aim and put a generator in front of your camera, you can actually snap onto it. It also works on totems if you have a hex, not if they don't have a hex, right? And also on exit gates when the exit gate is available. And also on a generator if it's completed. But don't worry, you're not going to see the art of it's completed only if you highlight it. If a gen is completed and you see it in white, that means it's just a gen that's done. But you can send the dog to a lot of different places. And if you do it, it's the exact same thing, but it's just a little easier, right? Right? And it's an easy way to check on a generator. The range of the dog is not insane, so it's not guaranteed that you're going to find someone. But look, if I want to go to main, look how fast this is. This is pretty good, right? And look, I found someone nearby as well. So this can be a pretty good way to just get a bit of information across the map or go to a gen that is otherwise really far away. Keep in mind the dog follows like whatever rules it can. Oh my god. Sometimes it will go on drops like this, sometimes it's not going to, right? So yeah. In some situations, by the way, you can also use this power in chase. Because you cannot ride it backwards, I do think it's a little bit predictable. So I don't think this is something you can do super consistently, and I think survivors, if they're smart, they shouldn't fall for it. But in a situation like this, I could theoretically send the dog there, and then, I don't know, benefit from it to like ride it a little bit and catch a survivor. It is a little bit unpredictable, and your other power is better to catch survivors, but hey, just so you know, it's something that you can do. That's pretty much it for search. That's literally it. That's what you need to know. Right? Unless you have add-ons that make you want to apply it to survivors more frequently, you don't need to use it in chase very much. You mostly want to use it to send the dog out and traverse a map and find information, right? Oh, also, needless to say, like any other killer instinct, it typically detects survivors in lockers. So if, for example, I have a sneaky little Pete hiding in a locker and I want to like check it without checking it, I could do this. Oh, hold up, I messed it up. But maybe when the dog comes back, I'll show you. Yeah, so I could find that a survivor is inside here. Keep that in mind, if you're a survivor. But yeah, whenever you send the dog out, it will take a little while for it to come back. And during that time, the dog is unavailable, right? So you cannot use it in any other way. Just keep that in mind. If you send the dog out really far, you're not going to be able to use it in chase immediately. Now, let's switch back and now talk about the more common power that you're going to be using with the dog, which is the chase command. The chase command makes it so that anytime you hold it, the dog immediately appears in front of you, even if it's not there right now. Look, hold up, I'm gonna see the dog gets in front of you, ready to attack. And the way this works, you can think of it like an artist bird or like a hillbilly chainsaw. If you let go, it cancels. It slows you down a little bit. You don't necessarily want to be spamming it. 1 second, guys. Right, so much like an artist bird, it's gonna follow like a forward path, right? And think of it also like a Wesker dash. If it hits a survivor, it's going to hold them in place. It holds them in place for a very long time. The survivor, similar to a slinger chain, can try to fight it and move side to side, but especially if they're in the open, this is pretty much a guaranteed hit, okay? Like, it's gonna last so long. You could even break a pallet, and we'll do that sometimes, and then still get the hit. Look how long it takes to get rid of it. There's only 2 things that can make the dog go away really quickly. Number 1 is if the survivor has endurance. If the survivor has recently been unhooked, they have endurance. If they use a styptic, well, not anymore after the next patch, they have endurance. If they use Dead Hard or whatever, they have endurance, right? If they have endurance, the dog bites, but then lets go really quickly because that survivor's not meant to do that, right? And another one that you saw is if another survivor helps them. If another survivor helps them, it's really quick to get rid of the dog. Takes like a second, and they can do it really seamlessly as well. So that's a couple scenarios where your power doesn't work so well. You can still use it, but just know that it's going to be a bit less effective, right? Another situation is if a survivor is on a pallet, right? If they drop the pallet, they stun the dog. It goes on a bit of a cooldown, and they free themselves. They do get slowed down, so that's kind of good. But yeah, it's not ideal. So what are the situations where we want to be using this power? Pretty much everywhere. This power is usable in so many situations. And the thing is, you have an opportunity to hit the survivor in your initial sprint, but there's more to it, okay? This, let's just focus on the initial first dash. The first thing that you can do with this, by the way, is bend it around things. You can, instead of having to, for example, imagine that I have a survivor, right, that is running around this corner. They come here, and I want them to wait right here, right around the corner, right around there, right? Maybe here. A little bit closer. Yeah, perfect. That's it. That's literally it. So this survivor would be really difficult to hit with like a normal dash because their hitbox is kind of like I can't really, unless I go all the way here, I can't really hit them. But with the dog, you can kind of bend your power and sometimes catch a survivor that is close. If I can nudge them a little bit towards that side, nudge them a tiny bit. Yeah, not even that much, even a tiny bit less. Yeah. If I do this, by the way, that's gonna catch the survivor most of the times. Well, not this time apparently. Fangmin has to work out a little bit. Maybe her legs are a little bit too skinny. But yeah, my point is, when you do this, if the dog isn't stupid, you're gonna catch survivors, and you can actually bend it to make the dog follow someone around some corner. So what would be a more useful example? Let's see. Okay, here, perfect. Let's imagine that this pallet is dropped, right? And the survivor's playing here. I don't need a direct line of sight to the pallet. Like, I don't need to be directly in front of it. I can bend the dog around the car and get a crazy hit on it. So this would do it. And another thing that you might have noticed is that if the dog path collides with a window or a pallet, it will automatically vault it and then grab the survivor behind it. Which, in this case, gives me a really easy and pretty much unavoidable hit, right? The same thing happens in Windows, by the way, if you haven't noticed it. You know, sometimes the preview can lie, but yeah. And then the dog will go in a straight line afterwards. Now, another very important thing to remember. I don't want you to heal. 1 second. Could you please stay injured? Similar to Wesker, if you hit a survivor that is mid-animation, because the dog doesn't have the ability to drag the mid-animation, they just take the damage. So could you please go towards that window and just vault it as quickly as you can? I'll show you what it looks like. You see? It just skips the animation. So in that situation, you don't apply any insta-down perks, you don't apply any sloppy butcher or Sedibus Falas or anything. It just does special damage. Thank you for cheering us up with the song. But a survivor that is mid-animation, just straight up takes 1 instance of damage, okay? So keep that in mind, because if it happens, it might be a little bit confusing. Now, what is the crazy part about the dog? The crazy part about the dog is that once you send it out, you can actually control it up to 1 additional time. So, if I send the dog out, and I press the... Well, I hit a survivor. I'm so sorry. If I send the dog out, and I press the attack power again, I actually take control of it. And the first thing that you can use this for, believe it or not, is for detection. Look. You see that killer instinct? Anytime you take control of your dog, you actually find people around them. And this, believe it or not, is kind of huge. If you think someone is hiding behind a rock, this killer has one of the easiest times finding those people. All you need to do is send your power out, take control of it, and you immediately know if someone's there. Then you can cancel, or wait it out and then go and find them. And they might not even realize what has happened. They might not even realize, if they don't understand this killer power, exactly why you know where they are. So that's something to keep in mind, okay? Super, super important. Now, another thing is that you can actually send the dog out a second time, and it has the exact same properties as the first one. So let's do that. Let's, for example, let's send the dog out here, and then I'm gonna control it, and I'm gonna send it back. Boom. And look, the dog does the exact same thing. It vaults through one, it bolts again if necessary. It does all the same things that it does normally, it does the second time. So, for example, here, I'm gonna control it, and here, same as earlier, right? Now, why is this so important? If you can redirect your dog, a lot of the loops in the game become basically unplayable for Survivor. So if I'm chasing a Survivor here, right? Imagine I'm a normal killer. If I'm a normal killer, the idea for the Survivor here is that they mirror my movement. If I go left, they go right. If I go right, they go left, no matter what I do. By the time I catch up to them, bam, they drop the pallet on me. With the dog, however, this is really, really difficult, right? Because I can send the dog out and then take control of it. And no matter what they do, here, the Survivor did really well, right? She actually dodged the dog entirely. But by dodging the dog, she ran away from the loop, and then I could just hit her. If she's a bit less lucky... Oh, I body blocked it. If she's a little bit less lucky, I'll get her with the dog, and then bam, hit her with a normal attack, right? And another thing that can happen, by the way, and this is going to be very important, this is where we enter the counterplay, is if the Survivor panics and immediately vaults a window or drops a pallet. Let's see what happens if she immediately vaults that window over there, if you could, that one. Let's see what happens if they vault. Well, I showed you earlier, right? If they vault the window, you immediately damage them, so that's no good. And what happens if they drop a pallet immediately? Can you show us what happens if you drop a pallet immediately? If she drops a pallet immediately, I wait a bit, send the dog over, and immediately catch him. At this point, I can break the pallet, change my settings to turn the subtitle off, check the time, and then still have enough time to hit her, which is amazing. You have so much time, right? Unless a Survivor teammate is there to help them. So yeah, that is something that Survivors do not want to do. Now, I'm going to tell you what high-level Survivors do against this killer, okay? How they play around her. When they get to a pallet and they hear you go, and you do your whistle, they actually just don't drop the pallet. Because while you hold your attack, I'm not able to do a normal basic attack now. So if I go to a pallet, right? What they're going to do is just wait. And if I cancel, they're going to stun me. And I lost the chase, right? I delayed myself. But what happens if I do send the dog? If I do send the dog... now! They're gonna drop the pallet and stun the dog immediately. So either way, they're kind of fine. This is a weakness of this character, okay? How can you deal with this weakness? You need to be a bit smart. You need to go to the pallet and fake it and then body block it and end up hitting them. Basically just trick them. Or just get rid of the pallet. Just break the pallet and then... you know, next try not to let them drop the pallet if possible, right? Try to get to the pallet before they get to it. If I chase a Survivor, ideally, I want to take possession of the pallet and then force them to play around it. I don't want them to reach the pallet because then they have control of whether or not they want to drop it, right? So, something important with this killer. Outside of that, that's mostly what we're going to be doing with this character. There's nothing else to it. All of the complexity of this character comes from being able to use your dog in very effective ways. Now, another thing that you can do, by the way, is because Survivors, when they see the dog, right, and the dog is sent out, the dog stands still for a second. Look at him. Whenever I take control, there's a sound effect that plays and his eyes glow yellow. Brrrm, and Survivors see that. So what you can do sometimes in a loop, let's imagine I have a Survivor here, right? Just one, please, so I don't get confused. Yeah, I'm using the Survivor. I could send this dog out, control it, and then she gets confused. I cancel, and she runs into me. I go for a normal hit, right? Let's do a normal chase. Let's see how we do this. Oh, well, let's give her a chance. Here, by the way, do you notice that there's a little bit of a wall here that's kind of like towards the left? I can use that to bounce the dog off. So I can be here, bounce the dog off, and then take control, and bam. Ooh, damn, she played that really well. She actually did that super, super good. If she had run into me, that was an insta down, right? One way or another. Let's try it again. Okay, patience, bam. I got her. You know, you have a few seconds. You cannot be on the dog forever, but yeah. In a situation like that, you kind of get them. Now, it's quite important to remember that survivors can react to the dog. So in a situation like this, if I do this, the survivor can kind of like get away. And in the time that the dog begins to like move forward, they kind of dodge him. His hitbox is forgiving, but not too forgiving, right? So going for like super crazy snipes with the dog, it is very satisfying, but you're not going to be doing it very much. It's like hunters. You try it every now and then, but you don't try to do it every single time. You don't do this, where you're like, and try to grab survivors from like 300 meters away every single time, because it's a little bit difficult. Just try it every now and then, especially if you have auto perks. It can be really effective. And don't forget, you can send the dog, control, and see where they are, and just cancel. You can just cancel if you want, and then just go and whack them with your stick. Honestly, I think that there would be a few situations where we can show you how to use the dog in practice in different loops, but we're going to learn more if we just hop into a real match. Let's get a build going, and after that, we load into a public match. Thank you so much, my dearest helpers. All right, the Houndmaster perks are, for the most part, really bad. No quarter makes it so that anytime a survivor heals themselves with a medkit or self-care or whatever, they have a bunch of difficult skill checks that are really easy to hit. And if they hit them, they are fine. And if they don't hit them, they can't finish the heal, but then they can finish it later. It's really not a big deal. For beginners, it might be all right. If you're a complete beginner, run this perk, because new players probably will be scared. Especially if you see 4 medkits, it could be pretty good. If obviously nobody heals by themselves, then this perk does nothing. All Shaken Thunder makes it so that whenever you take a drop as a killer, for the next few seconds, you have a bigger lunge. The effect is really good. But the fact that you need a drop makes it really unusable in a lot of maps that don't have any drops. I recommend Coup de Grace, the perk from the twins, which is basically a better version of this perk. But then we get to Scorch Hook, Jagged Compass. Jagged Compass is actually really good. It's decent on its own and very good with other Scorch Hook perks. The big idea, right, is that when you hook a survivor, if it's on a white hook, you will see the aura of the most progress generator. This is great for this killer in particular, because if I see that the most progress generator is in the main building, I'm just going to send the dog to there, and I'm going to go there, and I'm going to be fighting, and I'm going to have good information. If you hook a survivor in a non-white hook, in a red hook, when they get unhooked, the hook will become what? It will become a Scorch Hook. And that means that if you have other perks that apply upon unhook it, they apply. So Scorch Hook, Weeping Wounds, or Gift of Pain, if you have the Cenobite DLC, they're both the same perk, just different names. This perk, for example, this means that it will work every single time an unhook happens. Every single unhook, that hook will become white, even if it's the basement hook. And that means that this perk will literally trigger every single time, making it much more consistent. So that's great. And it works with Floods of Rage and other Scorch Hook perks as well. On top of that, we could give her a little bit of information, although since we are a basic attack character, Sloppy Butcher is pretty decent as well. So we could have Sloppy Butcher here instead, if we want. Or we could even have a perk from one of the basic killers, but we're going to stay away from it. No, it's pretty good, so I'm just going to keep it. As for add-ons, don't run Spike Collar, which is basically the same as Sloppy Butcher, because they don't stack. Otherwise, it's a really good add-on. Add-ons that make the dog a little bit faster or have a bit more cooldown is fine. The add-on that makes your first dog distance longer is really good. The add-on that makes the second one longer is useless. You don't need the second one to be any longer. You don't need that pretty much ever. And yeah, this one here that makes it so that you have a bit of a faster movement speed is fine. This one so that the dog recovers faster if you're stunned is completely fine. Most of them are very inoffensive. Just maybe stay away from that one that I mentioned and you should be fine. Let's put some extra blood points and ready up and see what map we get. Okay, Bloodlodge should be a pretty good open map to find survivors in. Should you send the dog out immediately? You don't have to. You can just... Oh, I saw a survivor, so I think I'm going to. I don't want to send him too far, because I don't want the dog to be super busy. Yeah, let's chase this survivor. It's the Ada Wong. Beautiful. The dog should be back in a second. Make sure to switch back to chase. By the way, it's really easy to make a mistake. Oh, okay. I don't know what that was about. It's really easy to have the wrong form. Just remember, if you hear one long... Okay, let's take control of him. Oh, hi. Did I catch someone? Awesome. Did they help each other? Oh, they didn't help each other. Well, that's easy then. I mean, I could go for Ada. Okay, I know where everybody is. 2 people here, the Ada there, and 1 person in shack. That's great. Let's do it. What do we do here? What do we do here? I'm gonna start my power chase. You saw what happened there, right? I'm gonna send my dog out. Hold up. To go to shack. Now, obviously, I don't want to go shack. Oh, I put this kid in Dipun. Guys, what are we doing? Come on, come on, no, stop it. Play the game. Goddamn. I'm sorry, but some survivors, they just want to play a single player game, right? They don't want to do anything. They just want to play a single player game. And if you interact with them, it's like, whoa, what are you doing, man? I just want to do generators, get blood points, and unlock cute cosmetics on my characters. You know, this is just a fashion game to me. You know? So, yeah. They're not very happy. Now, why did I send the dog the other way? Just to get a bit more information. But yeah, you saw how that generator was yellow for a second? That was my perk Scorch Hook Jagged Compass. And if I wasn't sure, I know now that Nancy is the survivor that's here. Ooh. Alright, can I do something fancy here? Let's send the dog through. Ooh, looks like I missed. It's okay, she's gonna drop this pallet. Nah, she's not stupid. Okay, fair enough. Oh, she tried to blind me? You know what? Let's just break it, maybe. She's still here? She's still here. Hold up, could we do something interesting here? I mean, we could, but it's a little risky. There maybe? Alright, she did something very, very rude, which is to just run away, but it does work, which is fine. Ooh, that's unlucky. Would have been nice if the dog found the window. When survivors drop down, they typically lose a lot of distance. Hi. Oh, wow. Oh, nice. We have time to break this. No problem. Basically, one of the things you want to do as a killer with this character is see the survivor running in front, right? And aim a little bit ahead of them, like you were playing Huntress. Oh, she made the mistake that we told you about. She dropped the pallet. Remember, the correct play there was don't drop the pallet. Just wait until you see the killer drop down her arm. Because she's normally like, she does like this very, very easy to tell gesture. Now remember, this hook is not scorched, so it's not gonna show me anything special. But when she becomes unhooked, it will apply whipping one. So that's fine. Alright, I can already tell this match is gonna be really one-sided because they're just kind of giving up. But I don't know, I'll play it out, see if we can learn something. Maybe someone went over to that gen to take over for Nancy. Normally, it helps me to aim a little bit below the generator. When I aim a little bit below the generator, it is easier for me to, like, accurately, like, lock onto it. It is difficult, though. This game, this killer in particular, is very weird. And sometimes the aiming doesn't work super well. Let's go this way. It might be simpler. Let's see if she makes a mistake. These people possibly have not played against this character ever. Oh, my dog got stuck. That's fine. She's gonna come out this other way. Uh-huh. Oh, that little puff of smoke, don't worry. That's just the dog reappearing. It's a little distracting, isn't it? Alright, very simple stuff. We just made the dog kind of bend around that car. Ooh, not quite. Unfortunately, the dog cannot go over space, like empty space or empty gaps. He cannot jump or anything, so... Like, I'm pretty sure that if I use him like this, like, look, you see, like, even the path itself tells me it's not gonna work. That's completely fine. Hi, darling, what's up? Oh, what happened? Just gonna cancel him? Hold up. Can this be a situation? Yeah, she has no idea. They still don't know. Will they figure it out ever? Maybe not. Okay, let's look for an opportunity to use dog here. Okay. Ooh, I tried to do that way too fast and my accuracy was way off. Does she make a mistake here? I mean, I could do something fancy. Hold up. Ooh, I missed. Unlucky. Well, she went halfway into basement. I had an opportunity there to grab her if I was a bit more accurate. My dog is on cooldown after using him. Can we get her this time? Maybe. Excuse me? It didn't... Okay, that was just a bug. That's just straight up a bug. Like, it wouldn't let me vault it and it wouldn't let me take control. It just ended the dog's path immediately. Also, I couldn't use my dog now because even though he's off cooldown, he wasn't next to me. That's the little bugs and inconsistencies, by the way, that make this killer... Like, every time you play them, there's gonna be situations where they feel right, and there's gonna be situations where it's like, he came out like a second late, or he came out, or my power wasn't ready when it said it was. This happens, okay? In some main buildings... Oh, this is a bot! I'm a stupid... Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I'm trying to play this like it's a human. Huh? Is it? No, the bot is the Nancy, actually. There's two of them. Never mind. No, this was a human. Just remember, when you're playing against a bot, they don't react to mind games or anything. Where did the other survivor go? Oh, down here. So you want to definitely adjust how you play against them. They will mirror your movements and they react to where you are. Sometimes hitting them with like projectiles is almost impossible because they dodge like as you are shooting them, which humans don't really do. So yeah, no need to kick this really, but hey, that's fine. God girl found in the basement. That was a little funny, yes. I'm gonna hook to, if I have multiple white hooks like this, I might want to hook near the middle so that I see the gen that's most progress and I'm closest to it. The gen that's most progress is the one in main. Not a big surprise, right? I'm gonna take control of the dog. Oh, I thought she really made a mistake. She has self-care, it seems. Doesn't really matter what we do here. She's probably dead. Okay, she made a... Even if I didn't hit her with the dog, she probably was too far away, right? Oh, by the way, one thing that you can do, and I don't think this has a lot of applications, unlike other characters, where if you're really close to the survivor, hitting them with your power is super hard, this is a character that has a really easy time hitting with your dog. So if you're really close to a survivor, and I mean like literally touching them, you can just do like you can charge the chase and immediately like start tapping it to release it as quickly as humanly possible. And I'll tell you a few scenarios where this could possibly be helpful. Like here, for example. Here, I want to hook this survivor. Okay, something there is happening and I need to explain it to you. I grabbed that survivor with my dog, and did you notice how she escaped really quickly? The reason she escaped really quickly is because she has endurance. She has a perk that allows her... No animation because it was mid-vault. She has a perk that allows her to tank a hit for a long time after being hooked. It's a perk meant to protect the survivor and help them not get tunneled immediately by the killer, right? And being put right back into the hook. But that girl was quite smart. She was using that perk aggressively. She wanted me to hit her so that her teammate wouldn't go down. I noticed that she has that perk because the dog bit her and was like, I don't like the taste, and let go really quickly. Did you notice that? Go back and watch it if you didn't quite catch it. So that's one quick way to know that that survivor at the time has a perk that gives them endurance, or some add-on or whatever that gives them endurance. This is a bot, is it? Yeah. Wow, that bot dodged the dog so well, but all right. What is that sound that happens, by the way, every time a survivor gets unhooked? Have you noticed it? That little whoosh? Can anyone tell me what it is? It's very simple. That sound lets you know that the hook that survivor was freed from has become now a scorch hook, like this one. Let's see, which generator has the most progress? That one over there. It might be at 0. Let's aim a little bit below it, or whatever. Yeah, I don't think aiming below it is actually the play. I think when a generator is on a platform, right? So this is the most progress generator, and it's at like literally 1%, which lets me know that they have basically no progress on any generator, which is basically confirming what we already know, that this game is not going to end very well for them. Yeah, that sound means that that hook is now white. It already was white, so it shouldn't play that sound, but that's been a bug that's been in the game for more than a year. But let's not talk about that, because if we talk about bugs, this video would be even longer, and it's already so long. Oh, nasty movement. All right, let me show you what I meant earlier of like the insta dog. It's maybe it's a bit difficult with bots. Yeah, like that, for example. In a situation like this, by the way, if you want to, you can break a pallet before downing the survivor, if the survivor is completely by themselves. It can be pretty efficient. Because, especially if the survivor is healthy, right? If the survivor is healthy, normally you hit them, they run away, and then that pallet stays there, and maybe later on they recycle it and reuse it. But if you break it before hitting the survivor, you still get the hit, they still run away, but the pallet's now gone, and it only took you 2 seconds. So yeah, for that reason, Brutal Strength from the Trapper could be a nice perk on this character if you want to save even more time. Alright, we found Ada. Hold up, let's do this. Ooh, that was so close. Did you notice that? We miss. Sometimes if you expect the survivor to run in front of a window, you can send the dog out. It's not incredibly fast, but... Alright, let's see how we play this loop. How about we send the dog there, and then we can take control, and bam! Catch her as she's leaving the tile. What's happening over there? Okay. Could I send the dog on a little search? Do you notice how that generator becomes white? I figured. The generator becomes white to let me know that, hey, you can send the dog here, but this generator is already done, okay? It doesn't actually exist anymore, like the one in Shack, for example. You see it? That only happens when you're holding the dog. Also, we might not get to endgame, but if you get to endgame... Oh, the stun the dog. When you stun the dog, by the way, I think the survivor becomes a little bit slower than usual. Oh, do you see how my dog just attacked her from like behind the trash bag? Okay, these are the things I'm trying to tell you. This killer is really fun. She really is fun. But these little bugs and inconsistencies really make her hard to understand, because especially if you're newer, how are you gonna know if that is supposed to be like the normal behavior or if you just messed up? Yeah, even though I've played her quite a bit, she still surprises me from time to time. It's really crazy, man. Oh, man. Yeah, bots move in a very unnatural way. If you whiff or miss against them, don't feel bad. It's kind of to be expected. They're also really stupid in other ways, so you'll figure that out. Anyway, simple stuff. I hope you saw a little bit what you can do with this power. Is just so versatile, and you can do such crazy things with it. And especially if you like take advantage of like a dog vaulting a window and falling into the bottom floor and then redirect. Like you can take advantage of the dog in so many ways, but that's something that you'll discover more and more as you play her more and more and more. Now let's have a look at Yui to figure out exactly why she had endurance. She had endurance because if I remember correctly, she had healed someone else and she had made for this. So for those 10 seconds, she could not be down. I thought it was a different perk. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. We knew she had endurance, so we didn't hit her. And maybe that was the correct play. Honestly, it didn't matter. We could have also just waited it out, perhaps. Well, hope you learned a lot. And let's now move on to the killer that comes after this one. All right. Don't mind the screaming. Don't worry. I'm going to make it quieter for you in the edit. This is the Ghoul, all right? The Ghoul, for the most part, is a standard killer. He has the normal stun time, the normal lunge, even though it looks quite different. He is kind of a shorter killer, but because he has tentacles above his head and stuff, he's not particularly sneaky. You're not going to get behind a crate and be hard to see. So for the most part, he plays like every other killer. He does have the normal 4.6 movement speed, like Trapper, like Wraith, outside of cloaking, blah, blah, blah. But he does have a larger than usual... Oh my god, stop it. He does have a larger than usual terror radius. This doesn't matter too much because the only thing that matters is that if you go to a survivor in a straight line, yes, they would hear you a little bit earlier. But because you're going to be using your power for mobility, the 40-meter terror radius doesn't matter. It can even be a positive if you have perks that apply some effect inside your terror radius. So the warning that I'm going to give you for this killer is going to be different than others. For other killers, the warning is typically, watch out, this killer is too hard, or this killer is easy, go learn it. This killer is strong and relatively easy to pick up. And many survivors struggle playing against this killer. The problem that you might have with this killer, especially until he gets nerfed at some point, is that he is so powerful that when you play other killers, you're going to do really badly. And you might get drunk with power. So be sure to play this killer, but mix your diet with a little bit of Wraith, a little bit of Trapper, a little bit of Legion, a little bit of something that's not quite as strong, to make sure that you understand how to play the game and not just understand how to play this character. Right, so on top of being a normal character and doing everything that every character can do, what does this killer have? This killer has a power called the Kagune. And the first thing that he can do, right, is just hook onto the environment. You know, you can also use it on survivors, but initially, as you can see, it doesn't do anything. The reason it's really easy to tell that it's not going to work because the teeth are close. You see the teeth? Yeah, also, by the way, you cannot use it from too close. Good to know, even on survivors. But if you use it on a survivor right away, you see the teeth are closed. This means you're not eating good. Like, I got grappled onto the thing, but it didn't do a lot. Do you notice that when it's on cooldown, your tentacle on the left side is not there? Let's try that again. Instead of hooking onto a survivor, which is not a good idea, let's hook onto a wall or a tree or even a hook. You can use it even on hooks, right? The environment. So this sends you forward with a lot of momentum, right? And then it goes on cooldown if you don't use it again. Remember, the cooldown is per token, and your power is only ready when you have it on. You will know that it's ready when it plays that sound, when the bar on the bottom left is filled, and when the second tentacle on the left side appears. If you only want to use one, that's completely fine. Notice that if I slam into a wall, I kind of lose my momentum very quickly, right? But if I try to like not slam into a wall, but kind of do like a Spider-Man, you know how Spider-Man moves in the movies? He doesn't necessarily like slam into a wall with his spider web, right? He puts it on one side, then gets close to that side, then puts it on another side, and he kind of like seesaw zigzags around the buildings, right? Very, very, very similar. That's kind of what we're going to be doing. So we're going to put it there, and we're going to use the momentum to go really, really far. If I don't need to use another power, by the way, I can press the control to immediately cancel the power. This is something that other killers like Wesker cannot do. They have to go through a cooldown, right? If you play Wesker or Nurse, if they use their special attacks, they have to wait it out. This killer doesn't have to wait it out. This means that in a situation where, let's say that the yellow color shirt Frangmin runs in a straight line, right? And I'm catching up to her. And she goes in a straight line. I can do this, right? And then cancel immediately. And look, after 1 second, I'm ready to hit. The moment you see your arm pull up from the screen, that means you're already able to hit them. So on top of being able to go around the map, you can also use this to generally catch up the survivors that are in the open, that are not looping around some obstacle that requires a little bit more finesse. So this is an incredible, and I mean incredible ability. More so when you realize that by default you have 2 tokens. So not only can I do this once, I can do it twice. I use all of the momentum, right? And then I use it again, bam. Okay, so what happened here is that I did hit a tree and I lost a bit of momentum. And keep in mind that your final bound is always going to be a bit shorter and momentum is going to die out a little bit quicker, right? But here's the crazy, crazy part. On top of giving you mobility, this ability also has a super, super easy to use auto lock on damaging attack for survivors. I'm going to show you what it looks like, okay? You cannot use it directly on survivors. It's kind of similar to Blight, where if I use it on a survivor, it just straight up doesn't work. It just puts him immediately into cooldown. So hooking onto survivors initially is a big no-no, but instead we're going to hook onto the environment, get close, and you see how now the mouth is open? If I attack now, it's going to damage her. Perfect. What this does is, I mean, multiple things, right? Number one, it puts them into deep wound, which is a big deal because it allows them not to be healed quickly. They cannot use their medkit, blah, blah, blah. It also gives them a status effect. And this status effect, as long as it's on, it's going to keep you in enrage mode. Enrage mode is very easy to tell that it's going on because you can see the edges of the screen are red. Now, when that survivor cures themselves with a deep wound, right, or goes down or whatever, that status effect is going to start to go down, as you can see in the HUD. And when that goes down, my enrage will end. But don't worry, because you can just find another survivor and then do it again, you know? And now I have it again, so I'm chilling. Basically, once you keep this going, unlike other characters that have to work really hard to only get their power for a minute, this character can have his power pretty much for the entire duration of the game if you are constantly on and on in chase, right? Now, the other thing that happens when you are enraged, and you might have noticed this in the bottom left, is that I now have 3 leaps, and that is amazing. Look how far I can go with 3 leaps. I go here, maybe I go here, and the last one's not gonna give me as much distance, maybe. I hopped into a tree, but that is incredible. That is such an insane amount of mobility. I can hook a survivor on this corner of the map, and whereas other killers have to work really hard to get back into the action, I can just go bam, I can just go bam, and last one's maybe a little bit hard to use, but there you go, bam. Now I am across the map, ready to enter another chase. I could even hit a survivor in my final leap if I was lucky, and they go from injured to immediate deep wound, and you have immediate pressure on them. That is absolutely huge. I'm gonna tell you already, even if you only use your power in the most basic way to traverse across the map, and occasionally hit a survivor like this alone already makes this really, really strong. Even if from now on, all you do is just chase normally and just chase like a normal killer, this already makes the Ghoul a very, very strong and easy to play killer. But don't worry, there are more things that you can do on top. Now, one thing that you might have noticed, right, is that when I initially use my Kagune to attack a survivor with it, I have an input. If I hit that input perfectly, I hear a little clank noise. Let me see if I can show you what it looks like. Like, I attack it, right? And now, if you don't hear the clank, you have damaged them, and that's completely fine. But if you hear the clank, you're gonna see on the top right, it will say perfect timing. I did it earlier. Let me see if I can show it to you. Yeah, perfectly timed. I get a few more extra blood points. And you hear a little, it's a very distinct clank sound. There is no secret to doing this. The only thing you need to do is wait until you see that little blob icon, and when it pops up on your screen, you hit it. Once you've learned how to do it, it's super, super simple. Let's do it again, maybe. Oh, I was a bit late, I think, or a bit early, I can tell. So here I messed it up. There is basically no punishment for not doing this. If you do the perfect timing, your enrage will last a little longer if the survivor removes the mark. Just keep in mind that if they don't remove the mark, it's infinite anyway. So as long as you're in chase, it's infinite. So in some situations, doing this can result with you having a slightly longer enraged period, and you want to be enraged as often as possible. So that's it. If you mark multiple survivors, only the last one will have a timer. Yes, that is true. You only can have a mark on one of them at a time. But the point is, right? The point is that this survivor, if I'm chasing them and they are forced to run, they can never remove the deep-wound. To remove the deep-wound, they need to stand still, right? And do a little action that takes about 12 seconds or 10 seconds. So how are they going to do this in chase? It's impossible. The only way that this matters is if I down them. If I down them, obviously it goes away, and now I am on a timer. But this timer is very generous. It's very, very generous, right? So I can just go, and before it's over, I can just do it again on someone else, and timer reset. Once again, if I keep doing it like this, my power is functionally infinite. Let's talk about some limitations about the power. If I break a pallet, my tokens are reset slightly. Look at this. So I cannot immediately use my power. That being said, even though you can use your power immediately, let's be real. Like, drop it, please, and just run somewhere. Run to the best of your abilities. Look, it really doesn't matter if I cannot use my power right away. The truth is, I'm gonna find a place to use it. And if the survivor does not find somewhere safe immediately, they're gonna go down. You cannot hold forward against this killer. You cannot just run mindlessly, okay? Even with the small limitation. Now, another thing that is really, really important, right, about the power is that even outside of enrage mode, you can vault things with this power, okay? Let's go to Shack, for example, which has a window, and show you what I mean. Let's finish our enrage. Let's just go normal Ghoul. This is how you start at the start of the game, right? If you grab onto anything that pushes you into a window or a drop pallet, you will vault it. Let's do an example. Like, I could even use it on a survivor even, but yeah. This obviously resets my cooldown and it's pretty slow. I mean, you can do it. It's just not extremely effective in chase or anything. It's not a bad thing to do, by the way. Like, especially if the pallet or the vault is into a drop, it can actually be pretty good. Imagine that this building is second floor and the survivor vaults it, and then they fall and they get slowed down when they hit the ground, right? In that situation, doing this is really... Oh, how did I mess that up? Doing this is a really good idea. I'm sorry, am I dumb? Am I missing something? Doing this is a really good idea because it's a you get quickly to the window, you vault it, and even though it's not super fast, by the time the survivor begins to move, you're kind of fine, right? So let me see if there you go. Now, funnily enough, sometimes you might want to avoid this. Sometimes you will want to block a window, right? So if I want to block a window, one way I can do that, and I don't know if I can pull it off, is look 90 degrees to the side so that the game doesn't detect that I'm doing this. If I do that, I can sometimes block the window without being sucked into it accidentally. Same with the pallet. Can we show what a pallet looks like? Just to show our friends this. Same idea with a pallet. I can maybe hook onto something and then vault it, right? There are some tricks that survivors can do to go past you. If they don't do it well, maybe you can block it and hit them. But right now, they have changed how this killer works, and it is a little bit more forgiving for survivors. However, the big important thing happens when you are enraged. When you're enraged, there's something that you can do that you don't want to do outside of being enraged. So let's become enraged. And that is vaulting over a vault by hooking onto a survivor. As we saw earlier, doing this non-enraged is pretty slow. In enraged mode though, it is really fast. So look how quick that goes. You also automatically damage if the survivor doesn't know the timing perfectly. So I don't know, could you please could you guys like go away, just have one person, just the blue one maybe? Thank you. And I'll show you what it's like if this survivor is being chased. Let's do a normal chase. Right, I chased them into the pallet, they vaulted, of course. This time, I didn't do so well because my power was out of the... It was a little bit late, right? Okay. Let's see. Here I could do it, for example. Whoop! this survivor is very crafty and they know the timing. If they don't know the timing, you will hit them. And if it's one of those pallets that it's like a drop into something and they cannot vault it back, you will also most likely hit them. And if the survivor panics and runs away, you probably will catch up to them. Just remember that anytime you vault, that always interrupts your power. You never get to vault and use it again unless you take advantage of a very specific bug. So something to keep in mind. If you're enraged, you can try to use that on pallets. Just remember that some survivors know how to play around that. Now, are there any other things to keep in mind when we are chasing survivors? Yes, this killer is very, very good at catching up to survivors when they're going from one loop to another. So, for example, if this pallet comes down, right, and a survivor is moving away, they need to constantly be in danger of me dashing, right, and immediately canceling my power. If I'm in rage, I have 3 tokens, right? But I don't need to use all of them. If I want to hit a survivor, what I'll do after I catch up to them with my Kagune is immediately cancel power if I don't want to use one of my remaining tokens to go as quickly as possible for the basic attack. There is a very, very nasty thing this killer can do as well. Maybe we can find a better loop to show you guys, which is just to cut off a survivor. We already saw what that looks like. If a survivor, for example, only has access to like one window, and realistically they cannot make it anywhere else. Let's say, for example, that I'm chasing, I don't know, red survivor, red Fengmin from here. Fengmin, come over here, please. And let's say that she's going towards that pallet, right? Super, super simple idea from here. Come a little closer so I have a bit more time to show it. One simple thing that you could do is, as they run, go for it. Just get onto the pallet and block it. Unfortunately, as you can see, I didn't manage my momentum very well, so I ended up past it. But the idea is that if you end up anywhere close to blocking the window becomes unvaultable. And if you are very well positioned in front of the pallet and the ping is good, you more likely than not will block that pallet from being dropped. This is not something that you have to learn or you have to master or anything like that. It's just something to let you know that can be done on this killer with a little bit more experience. So this, for example, I believe is a TL wall, right? And there's a couple ways to run it. Let's run it the wrong way. The wrong way to run it, right, is to chase a survivor clockwise. This is basic killer stuff, right? And the survivor can maybe get this window, and now you're in a bit of trouble. Or more likely than not, they're just gonna vault the other window. Can I chase this golden Fong and just show that this is kind of like an infinite, right? Let's give her a bit of distance. So, hold up. This doesn't work out at all. She's not doing it right. Hold up. I don't know how to explain it to her. She needs to vault this window first, right? Yes. From here. Yes. Vault it from here. And then when I chase her, she's going to go for the other window, right? Yes, exactly. This is how you do it wrong. And, okay, now I keep doing it like this. And I mean, I'm really, really bloodlusted, but, you know. Normally, I wouldn't catch up a survivor like this. This is not how you chase, right? How a normal killer chases this loop instead is counterclockwise. And now when they get there, they don't see me, so maybe I can do a little mind game, right? Or maybe they vault and I assume that they're gonna vault, so I go back and I hit them, and it gets into a bunch of 50-50s, right? But with this killer, you can do some nasty little things. For example, if a survivor is past there, you could do something like this, get really close, then get past them, and possibly use your third leap to body block them at this point when they run away from you. Unlike bots, survivors do not react to your movements perfectly. Instead, what they do is they see you and they begin a plan, and they have human reaction times, right? So in a variety of loops, you're gonna be able to use that against them by making them think that you're just playing the game normally, but actually getting ahead of them. So I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but yeah, you wanna like run. If I push you from this side, you're gonna go to the left. Let's see. Say the survivor is here, right? You're chasing normally. I go here, I go there, and I go... Oh, I failed the third one. If I had gotten the third one, I would have ideally bumped right into this wall, right? And blocked them right here. Now, I'm not the most adept Ghoul player, and there are other people that will be able to teach you this way better. I'm just showing you a little bit of what's possible on this character. Ooh, almost. To give you an idea of the high-level tricks that you can do with him, okay? Most of them you want to do with Enrage on to have 2 really good high-mobility leaps and one that is a little bit that doesn't have momentum at the end, but is good to like finish it. And you also probably want to use the add-ons that speed up your lips. There's a purple and a green one that works on the first, and I believe on the third only. And then there's also a bunch of other add-ons that simplify this power as well, that we'll briefly mention later. But just to give you an idea of what you can do with this. Okay, so one thing that you might have noticed is that this character is all about momentum, and there are some techniques that I honestly am not even very good at, and I shouldn't really be teaching you, and you really shouldn't be learning when you're just starting to take your first steps with this character, which take advantage of the fact that this character gets a little bit of momentum and can actually use his leaps really, really quickly. You can actually use your leaps really quickly to do very unnatural movements, kind of like what you've seen. I've seen some Kanekis find spots in the map where they just like bounce themselves off the map, and it gets pretty damn crazy. But let's start with the simple stuff, okay? The simple stuff is when you, for example, are chasing around Shack, which is a fairly predictable place, you can sometimes do things like move your camera towards the side to bounce off certain things a little bit more consistently, kind of like that. And this is really, really useful if you're chasing someone around the long side of Shack. The long side of Shack, for example, is lethal for survivors here, because against other killers, they use the distance against you. But against this killer, it's actually very dangerous. Let me see if I can become Enrage, just to show you. If a survivor is going, I need a little moment to get off my cooldown. If a survivor is trying to use the long side of Shack against you, you can really, really, really hurt them. Let me see if I can show you what that would look like. I could maybe use this to get ahead of them and body block them. See, this is a much, much simpler trick compared to the one I was showing you earlier. And this is something that you can probably pull off if you practice it just a little bit. There will be times when maybe you get sent off really, really far and do really embarrassing things. And believe me, that's every killer that has a bit of complexity. Don't be afraid to experiment. But things like that are very mechanically not that complicated, right? So our plan with this killer is very, very simple. At the start of the game, we use our power for mobility. If we see a survivor right away, even better, we can save it, and try to use it in anticipation to where they're gonna be, right? If a survivor is behind this rock, maybe I don't want to end my attack here, because now I don't see it, right? So I want to make sure I know where they are before I commit to using my power. And if they're behind this rock, maybe what I'll do is maybe I'll hook onto the hook right here. And then, whoop, now I am right next to them and I will attack them, get into Enrage, and from there, the game gets really, really simple. You try to go for the easiest chases possible. You use your mobility to control the map and apply pressure with your perks, and this character can use them very, very, very well. And then learn some of the tricks that and remember to use some of the tricks that we talked about. Maybe come up with your own, and punish every single time a survivor makes a mistake of running into the open, right? If the survivor, for example, takes his hit and runs into, like, say, what would be the open? Into there, yeah, this is death for them, right? Because I'll be able to use my power. Remember, I cannot use it from too close. I'm gonna cancel right away so I can M1. And if they don't find safety, they're immediately going down. Let's start with the simple stuff and get a build going and play a real match where you'll see all of these things in action a little bit more. Right, so the Ghoul's perks. Sorry, he was screaming. It's driving me crazy. His perks are quite niche. Nothing But Misery is a perk that activates and makes survivors slower when you hit them. But there are other perks that do similar things that are easier. You'd only want to run this perk on killers that deal with basic attacks a lot, and Kaneki is very good at using his specials, so honestly, don't bother using it on him, and don't use it on anyone unless you really know what you're doing. Forever Entwine is actually good on almost every killer. After you get a few hits, your pickup and hooking speed are faster, and it doesn't sound super good, and in paper, it doesn't save you that much time. Thank you so much, Kubi. But picking up faster makes it harder for survivors to get flashlight saves. It makes it harder for them to get pallet saves. It makes it a little bit more awkward for them to rescue quickly if you're nearby. It can actually save you quite a bit of time. I actually like it on quite a few killers. It's not bad at all. Nona Free is a perk that works in the end game. The more people you have hooked, the longer every pallet that is not dropped and every window will be blocked and unusable. It's a fun perk. I don't think it's super good. To showcase it a little bit, we're going to use it together with Know It, just because it gives us the ability to insta down, which I guess is something that we can do in the end game. We can also run Bitter Murmur, which will do something similar, give us a bit of information in the end game. Since everyone is injured already, we could go for another global perk, like Deerstalker, which will show me the odds of people, or Plaything to mess with their Terror Radio's abilities, or even Sloppy Butcher if you want to, even though survivors will rarely, like if a survivor heals, you're gonna injure them very quickly anyway. As for add-ons, there are add-ons such as the eye patch, such as the mask that give a lot of information or that even block windows or break pallets. I say maybe stay away from those, because if you have an add-on that blocks a window, you're constantly going to try to use that. Simple add-ons are fine. The broken chain makes it a little bit nicer to not be in enraged mode, and something like the little fish cookie makes enraged mode last longer. These are not super good, but it's okay if you want to get started. I recommend you don't use the add-on that removes the slide. The sliding is a really good part of this killer's mobility. If you reduce it, you reduce his mobility. This add-on is a bit of a meme. Don't run it. When you are a bit more advanced and you have the basics of Kaneki down, the add-ons that increase his Kagune leap are good, especially the coffee one. Hold up. This one's really simple, and it makes an out of the very fast power even faster. So that's something you could go with. The one that increases reach is also almost never bad as well. And I'm personally, hold up. Yeah, I actually like this one as well. I think this one's quite nice for beginners. Whenever you're using your first leap and you have the ability to use the second or the third, you have a longer time to do it, which for beginners feels really good. And if you find yourself in a situation where you're like, oh, I don't want to use it, this add-on doesn't harm you because you can just cancel it. So why don't we try these two add-ons, put some extra blood points, and let's ready up. See, wait, why can't I ready up? Am I stupid? What? That's weird. My ready up button's gone. Well, I guess we have to wait. All right, Shadow Square is honestly a pretty good map for us. It's pretty open, really easy to see what's going on. We really shouldn't struggle very much. We don't have any perk to let us know what's going on at the start, so let's just use a little bit of our powerful mobility. We do have a bigger than normal terror radius, but since we move so quickly in the map, it doesn't matter too much. It's not like survivors are going to be reacting to our terror radius super quickly. Let's see if I see anyone here. I should see the auto of someone right now, and I don't. Isn't that strange? Oh. Let's go up here. They might be sneaking around. Hello, thank you for the subs, guys. Hiya, this guy's gonna drop down. I could use my power immediately. Oh, never mind. Let's go here. And then... Oh, I actually missed it! I told you earlier that this power was really easy to hit. And it's true, it is easy. You almost never miss it. But hey, I found a time to do it. Keep in mind, every time I damage a survivor, we're getting more... They started this, but oh wow, we let them finish this so quickly. This is something that Bitter Murmur allowed me to do. I actually don't want to chase a survivor. I want to injure someone else. We are on a bit of a deficit. Can I find a survivor quickly? Awesome. You hear the little clank, which means it's perfect timing. That makes this last a bit longer or whatever. Don't care too much. We don't have our power because it goes on cooldown after using it briefly. No biggie. Just try to keep an idea of where this... What? That was a bug, right? That's so strange. That should be a down. And unfortunately, the survivor didn't find any safety here. That was really strange. Thank you, Evangeline. I appreciate the gift of subby, by the way. Thank you. I'm sorry if I'm a bit distracted. Thank you, Julie, as well, for the subscription. Alright, we had an idea of where survivor started. We don't have a lot of information perks after Hook, which is unfortunate. This gen hasn't been touched much since. And, ooh, that one has, actually. Alright, no need to cancel because that was my last one anyway. If it wasn't, and I wanted to be done... Ooh, he didn't drop it. Do I just wait for my power to hit this guy, maybe? Honestly, nah, just hit him. And now my power is immediately available. If he runs in the open, he's gonna die. I'm gonna cancel right away, and does he die? Damn. Damn, that was pretty close. A meter closer, and he was done for. Alright, he's staying here, which is understandable. I'm gonna wait for him to be in front of me. I'm gonna vault this. And unfortunately, this survivor didn't know the trick. But he has an item that lets him tank a hit. That item's going away by the time you watch this video. It might not exist anymore. Oh, he's actually going here. That's fine, unfair. Let's break it. And by the way, if we gotta end this chase by going for someone else, that's fine. It's completely okay. This killer has such an easy time re-engaging with someone else. You really are doing yourself a huge disservice if you put all of your focus on one survivor when you really don't have to. Especially if that survivor has never been hooked. Okay. I'm outside of my enrage. It would be good for me to become enraged. Otherwise, I'm only using 2/3 of my power, or half my power in a way. Oh, that's huge. Oh, man. You might think, oh, you're not getting the hit right away. Yes, this skill has that hard. Yeah, it's true. I didn't use my power, but because I beat her to Shack, she did not have the ability to start using Shack, which could have been strong for them, right? And instead, she was pushed into someone else. Now, the reason why I know that survivor had dead hard is because she actually had pallets around her, but instead of going towards the pallet, she started looking behind her in a very weird and suspicious manner. And that lets you know that they're basically just preparing themselves to use a certain perk. Ooh, do you see from how far you can latch onto survivors? That's pretty disgusting. Now, I only have hooks on the Maria, so I would love to have hooks on a few different survivors. So then I have... do I want to use my power here? I think we're overdoing this. Oh, they made a mistake. Hold up. Oh, they're now in a much worse spot. Okay, they honestly won that 50-50, but this is such a long loop that I don't think they make it back. Yeah, I think they'll go down here. All right, don't overthink it. Let's break this. I honestly think that if these folks just decide to ignore healing completely and focus on the last chance, this match is going to be a little rough. Just remember, we do have at least 1.5 endgame perks, right? And we have a person dead on hook, so we're looking to maybe get her out of the game as quickly as possible. I'm gonna do this just to put him in deep wound. I want him to waste time, and I want to find someone else. Maria, finish healing, possibly by herself, possibly with Bill. In a few seconds, my Deerstalker perk is gonna show me the auto of Bill, I think. Where? Oh, there he is. Oh, no, that was unlucky. You don't want to hook onto a survivor ever. You want to hook on next to them. This is completely fine, but yeah, you know why. I've explained it to you already. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, he ran into an edge of the map. We're so close to a hook that I honestly would not leave him on the ground. And we also have a perk that lets us hook and pick up faster. Let's go for this guy now. Oh, I almost body blocked that pallet. I ended up not having to because it was so much. It was easier to just whack him, but that could have been important. If he had been a bit closer, I could have played that a tiny bit better. All right, power's back. One of the most cruel things that this killer can do is get down so quickly that it becomes physically really hard for the survivors to relocate after unhooking. And yeah, do I want to hook her? Yeah, honestly, I'm going to use my perk to just pick up really fast. I've hooked every survivor one time, which means that my perk is at maximum power. In the endgame, every pallet and window will be blocked for a while. That honestly is a lot stronger if I already have a survivor or two dead or nearly dead. Let's see your dead hard if you have it. No, you don't have it. Fair enough. You know what? Let's cancel. Immediately cancel. Let's see your dead hard if you have it. Go on. Go. Okay. I pick him up first, I guess. He could have decisive, but I think he touched the generator. And then I go immediately for build. Remember, not doing anything fancy at the moment. Oops. Just using my massive, massive power for the great mobility it provides. And also the game delay that it provides by putting them in deep wound. Hiya, this girl I'm most interested in. Because she is dead on hook. Do I want to put her in deep wound? No, just cancel right away. I don't think she makes it. Yeah, remember how I told you that long side of Shack is really brutal? Come on, go for it. This killer can outplay Dead Hard so much because most of the times you start a chase, they're in deep wound anyway, so they can't even use it. But I played him so poorly that you haven't even seen that. Alright, I'm gonna show you a little trick that you can do if you know a survivor is going to break free from your grasp. You down them like this, they're gonna fall into and they're gonna make very little distance. And that means that you can immediately hit them and down them again. Pretty nasty thing, right? If you have some staircase, and there I knew there was a staircase because basement, you can do that, right? I think this perk also makes you drop them faster. Hi, buddy. Don't worry about Bill. He's not dead if I down him, so it's not that important. Let's kill him. That's crazy. I know, right? I know. I know. Yeah, it's a really nice trick to do in any map that has like a second floor, like for example, Midwich or Gideon. That trick can save you. We don't cover tips like that in this video because they're very generic, but hopefully if you want to watch every single video, every single match, you're going to learn at least a couple of those. We've gone over at least a couple. Okay, perfect. Even though he's already injured, I'm okay with putting him in deep wound. Putting a survivor in deep wound by the end of the game is a good idea because of two reasons. Number one, adrenaline. With adrenaline, the survivor will not get healed, so that's a big deal. Okay, and number 2, they cannot open an exit gate. If a survivor has deep wound, it takes them 20 seconds to bleed out, right? And then on top of that, where's the survivors? I should be seeing them. Oh, there they are. It takes them 20 seconds to open a gate, but it also takes them 20 seconds to bleed out. You see them. Which means that if they open the gate, they're gonna bleed out by the end, and they won't be able to. Let's use your dead heart. There she is. Sometimes you can swing your camera up and down aggressively, like I just did, to maybe bait it out. But the truth is, who cares, right? Is he leaving so I can get a Mori? It's a pretty cool Mori. If he's not leaving, then I'll just have to pick up. Oh, thank you. Hell yeah. Can I get it? There it is. Right. I'm gonna be completely frank with you guys. I dislike this killer. He's not my favorite. I find him a little bit lame. And even though he has a potential really high skill ceiling, I've not been super interested in developing it and expressing it over the last few months since he came out. So there definitely are better players that can teach you more, and there will be out there. I think I've looked it up, and there are some really nice guides already that teach you some of the more advanced tricks and the little text that you can do with him. Go watch them. And also because he has changed quite a bit since he's come out, and he might change in the future, there's a chance that some of the things that you could do before, you can't do anymore. Some of the things that you can do now, maybe you won't be able to do in the future, right? So definitely analyze and see if the killer that you're playing is the same in the videos that you're watching, including this one in the future. I also encourage you to do the same with every other killer. There are really in-depth guides for some of them, not all of them, but for some of them. So please look them up if you are hungry for more knowledge. That goes without saying. All right, it's time to talk about the Animatronic. This is a killer that has a few quirks that make him somewhat unique. He can be played like a normal killer, but most of the times he is a little bit slower, has a smaller terror radius, and you really need to start using your power often to make him shine. I highly recommend that you play simpler killers first, like Trapper, like Wraith, and also I think that if you play Hunters and watch the Hunters part of this video, many of the tips there will be applicable, because as you will see, this killer also has a throwable projectile that doesn't quite exactly work like Hunters, but has a lot of similarities and is used very similar. Let's talk about the part of his power that you won't use super often, but that is the most distinct. With this killer, 7 doors will appear on the map. All right, each of them is going to try to be typically close to a generator. It's not always super close, but it typically tries to be, and they are numbered. You will see that also, this is not door number 7, right? The last one. They are also linked to one another. So for example, if I go through this door as a survivor, I will immediately see the camera of the door number 4, but the pairing thing, it doesn't matter too much. You can change it and it does affect some add-ons, but for the sake of understanding this killer, you can completely ignore it. It really is not very important. The first thing that doors can be used for is you can go to them, open them, and you go into this ethereal state where you can aim at other doors. Let's go to this really close one. If at this point you press the left control, you're gonna go through this little animation, and a few seconds later, you come out of this. Notice that you have undetectable status effect for about 20 seconds. You coming out of this door makes a bit of noise. If there's a survivor right here working a gen, they're gonna run away. They're gonna see you, right? So it's not like you're super stealthy. This character also is quite noisy, so even if you don't have a terror radius, they're gonna hear clink, clank, clink, clank your steps. But even if you're not 100% stealthy, if you go around a little bit, you might find a survivor healing, you might find a survivor in gen and catch them a little bit off guard. So that little bit of stealth is not bad at all. If you come out and you don't see anyone, you don't necessarily need to come into the door again and go somewhere else. You can traverse the map a little bit. Good chances are you'll catch someone off guard. Don't forget that you can also cancel. If you change your mind, you can cancel and come out of the same door. Sometimes this can even catch a survivor a little bit off guard. Now, survivors can also use doors, okay? And it's very simple. If a survivor goes into a door right next to you and you go right through them, you are 100% going to catch them. If they're in the same room at the same time, you are going to catch them. But I like to see what happens if they go through a different door, right? Right now, I'm on door what? Door 3, right? So if they go through door 3, I will catch them. And if they go from door, say, 5 to 3, I will also catch them if I am traversing. But I'd like to show you what happens if a survivor goes through a door that you're not at to another door that you're not at. So could I please ask my survivor helper to go to any door? Oh, look, you see how it colored itself yellow? I'm going to do this and bam. immediately grab. This is a little silly trick, but basically if a survivor is going through a towards a door that is that you're visible right now, that door will change color, and if you teleport to it, you will automatically grab them, which is a trick that is not gonna be super useful because survivors, generally speaking, ignore doors a lot. But if you ever see it, hey, it's a free grab and you'll get an achievement if you do it enough times. Fun fact, I still don't have that achievement myself. Anyway, I'm gonna get this survivor to get themselves up, please. And I'm gonna ask them to please go into that door right now and show us what else they can do from the door, right? When they enter the door, they can use them to teleport just like you. There's a risk, obviously, but they can also use the cameras on top. And when they use these cameras... Oh, what's that? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, what? It reveals you. Even if you go behind cover, the camera can see you through walls and it will reveal you. When you hear that sound effect and you see that little white flash of staticky things around your corner, that means you've been revealed. For the next, I don't know, 5 or 6 seconds or so, your entire opponent team will all see your aura in white. Now, if you're chasing a survivor in the open, it doesn't matter too much. But if you're trying to mind game around some wall and you do the typical thing that killers do where they mind game with a red stain or something, it's not gonna work because for a few seconds, everybody sees you. So keep that in mind, all right? Don't do anything fancy. Don't try anything sneaky. They are seeing you for a few seconds. One thing to consider is that this camera system has a battery, so survivors cannot spam it very often, right? And remember, if someone's messing with a camera, you could go into the area and possibly go to their door, and if you catch them, you will immediately grab them. Another thing that you can do, and we'll explain the axe a bit more, is hit the door with an axe, and this completely disables the camera while the axe is there. So that can be all right as well. Now, let's talk about the axe. If you throw the axe and it hits the environment and it doesn't hit a survivor, as you can see, for about 10 seconds, the axe has an AoE around it that detects survivors. If it's left on the ground for longer, the axe remains there. You will see the aura if we go around, right? You see it right there. There's the aura of the axe, but the AoE disappears. This is actually pretty useful, and believe it or not, you want to leave your axe in places often like this. This detection is not like insane. You could leave it on a generator, you could leave it somewhere while you leave, just in the off chance a survivor runs by, right? But the more important thing to remember is that when you have your axe on hand, you move at the same speed as hunters, 110. And when you don't have your axe on hand, you move at the same speed as a normal killer, like Trapper, 4.6 or 115. So if I'm chasing a survivor in the open, let's say I'm chasing this Feng Min, right? And I mix my axe, it is not important for me to recall it right away. In fact, sometimes it's better not to recall it if you think you can get the hit normally, right? The idea is that you want to recall it a little bit before you're gonna use it. So let's, for example, go to shack, just to show you an example, right? So here we approach the shack, and this is gonna be very similar to Hunters, right? Where if I am close enough, I'm gonna get the hit. In a situation like this, I don't wanna reclaim my axe right now. I'm going to wait a tiny little bit. I'm gonna wait until I'm like this distance away, right? So, Fong, could you come here? Let's imagine that we're chasing around shack, right? And go into it and use the window and stuff. Yeah, I would want to reclaim my axe around here, and then now I can aim it, and no matter what she does, she's probably in trouble. Did you notice that when she vaulted that window, her medkit disappeared? That is a really good way to know when to let your axe loose, right? Much like any other killers, survivors are going to try to juke you. They see you and hear you pull up your axe. So what many of them will do is they'll run to the window, and then when you aim, they're gonna fake the direction last second. They're not gonna vault, they're gonna fake it. And or they're gonna even crouch, right? But if you see their medkit, when she vaults, can you show us? Can you fast vault? Whoop. Then it's a really easy way to know that, okay, the medkit disappeared, she's committing to the animation. Another time when you can have a really, really easy hit, right? Is when a survivor is going through a really tight area. If they go through a bottleneck like this, you can hold your hatchet and aim carefully, and the moment you see them through, bam, you throw it, nothing they can do. Now, many times a survivor, right, is going to try to do the thing where they pretend to go to a tight spot, and then they fake the direction, right? Like they go to it, but then they don't actually go through and they fake it. But then you can just body block it. Unlike Hunters, this killer moves quite fast. So if you chase a survivor, right, and you're expecting them to go into a bottleneck, like this little doorway, and they fake it, you just keep getting closer, keep getting closer, keep getting closer, and eventually block it. And at this point, you know, you can hit them or cancel and then do a basic attack if you want to. Now, another thing that you will notice is that survivors sometimes run against walls. Can you get close to the wall like this? Yeah, imagine that this is like, I don't know, let's find a little longer wall. Yeah, in a situation like this, by the way, come over here, please, if you don't mind. You never, ever, ever want to aim really close to the wall. The hitbox for the survivors is pretty big, and so is, yeah, if a survivor is super close to the wall like this, even, can you stand still right here? Yeah. Never, even closer to the wall. You never want to aim at the survivor. You never want to aim really close to the wall. You actually want to aim like over here, because you are going to hit them. You are 100% going to, I think this hits even. Look, you see? The hitbox is quite generous, and as we explained on the Hunter's part, it kind of sits behind the survivor. Even though the survivor is leaning forward and their head is tilted forward, their actual hitbox is closer to their butt or their lower back. So anytime I'm aiming over there. I'm never aiming there or at their head, okay? Even though it hits, you want to aim at the place where it's most centered, so that if the survivor wobbles a little bit, you have the best chance to hit them still. Let's get the survivor back up. Oh, by the way, as you could see, if you hit a survivor that is injured with your axe, it's the same as downing them with a basic attack. There's not a lot of difference. If a survivor is injured, you might as well just hit them with a basic attack. It's fine. But when they're healthy, there is a difference, and it is quite important. Let's talk about it. Okay, so as we were saying, when you hit a survivor with the axe, something special happens. And you do want to hit them with an axe, by the way. If you catch a survivor in the open, it's a bit like hunters. Could you hit them with a basic attack like this? Yes. In fact, if you have an insta-down perk active, it is better if you just insta-down them, right? So if we have an insta-down perk for whatever reason, yeah, we will try to hit them because that would be better. But if we don't, and we feel a little bit confident, if we're unsure, we can also just hit them, right? If they're spinning crazily and too many things are happening, completely fine to just hit them. But if we are feeling a bit confident, it's actually a good idea to try to go for a hit with the axe. If the survivor spins randomly and tries to make it really, really difficult, right? Maybe runs into me or something, I can always take a step back to make it easier. And remember, I'm gonna aim at their butt to guarantee the hit, right? So what happens if I get the hit? Well, a few things. Number one, the survivor becomes broken, as you can see in the HUD. This means that they cannot be healed by anything. They also become oblivious, which means that if they lose sight of me for a second, or if I go around something, they're not going to hear my terror radius. This isn't super important. I also see the aura of the axe as long as they're not removing it. If they're not removing it, I'll see the aura of the axe, like this. If they do start removing it, I will stop seeing it. So, yeah, you can use that to track. Sometimes you go behind something, and you see the white aura of the axe, and that can help you a little bit. But yeah, they should make quite a bit of distance after you hit them with the axe, but it will be less distance than if you had hit them. If I had hit them, they would be pretty far. If I hit them with the axe, especially if they're zoned, especially, imagine that I chase a survivor here, right? The axe can travel a little bit over things. So imagine that I hit them right here with the axe. Where are they gonna run? They are at the edge of the map. The only thing they could do is run away, and there's a corner if they run away. So if I were to hit a survivor right here, like this, and they have the axe stuck on them, they are virtually dead, because the only thing they can do is stay right there. If they run into me, I'm gonna catch them immediately. And let me show you what happens if a survivor cannot make distance, and you hit them with the axe, and you get close enough to them. Okay, so if you hit a survivor with your axe, and they don't make enough distance, as you see, you get the prompt to grab the axe. This immediately downs them, by the way. And the best part is that it's a really fast animation compared to downing them normally and picking them up and everything. This is really, really fast, and it allows you to immediately go for a hook, which saves you a lot of time. It also prevents flashlight saves, pallet saves, and so on. So doing this is really, really powerful. However, keep in mind that when you chase a survivor like this, if they are vaulting a pallet or a window, the prompt goes away. And if they are a little bit far and you press it, sometimes because of connection issues, you will like start the animation, you will cancel. Sometimes it can be a little bit unreliable, and many times you'll hit a survivor with your axe, and what you'll need to do is just finish the job with a basic attack, or even after a while, wait for them to return you the axe, or reclaim it yourself and let's just throw a second one. So there will be times where doing this is impossible, but if you can, it does save you a lot of time. And it also can be a great way to bypass some perks, right? Like, for example, Dead Hard, you cannot Dead Hard that animation. You will get grabbed through it. So, yeah, it can be pretty powerful. Let's get the Survivor back up and show some more examples. Okay, so we've explained some in which ways this killer is similar to Huntress. You typically want to use your power at a similar time when you would with Hunters. For example, any loop like this is quite dangerous for Survivors, right? Even though this palette would be pretty strong against other killers, with this character, if I am chasing a Survivor here, I can very easily fake it and sometimes just even cancel and fake it and hit them, right? Hit it right over the railing. Remember, every time you miss your power, it's gonna be on a cooldown before you can reclaim it. Same if you hit a Survivor with it, it's gonna be on a cooldown before you can reclaim it. And sometimes, if the loop is really tall, imagine there is a variant on this map where this loop is really tall and you cannot shoot over. All you need to do in a situation like this is try to go for a pot shot. If it misses, no problem. Right? And then just chase without the axe. When you chase without the axe, you are a little bit faster. Sometimes you can even apply effects through add-ons with this little AoE. And then eventually you will get the hit or you get the pallet. And when the pallet's gone, then you can take the chase into another place that is a little bit better. Much like with Hunters, there will be times when you're chasing a Survivor that is in a part of the map where you cannot use your power. And it's okay to leave them to go for someone else, okay? Do not feel like you have to chase a Survivor if they're in a place that's a little rough. Now, another thing that's a little different about this killer compared to Hunters is that he can do some really crazy things. You can aim really high, for example. I have an add-on right now, which is this one over here, that allows me to see the trajectory of my power. You can use this in your first match or your first practice match if you want, and then take it off. I don't think you need it in normal matches. Eventually, you will have a second... it will be like second nature to just know where the axe goes at a quick glance, right? Unlike Hunters, when you charge his axe for longer, it doesn't change the trajectory or anything, right? Even though it takes a second for the add-on to show you where it goes, it works the same if you throw it immediately as if you don't. But look what you can do. You can actually like aim really, really high and make the axe fall on the same spot. You can go to some places where there's a tall wall and literally do like a pot shot like this, right? And hit a Survivor that's on the other side of a tall wall. This is really, really fancy and really, really cool, but you don't need to do any of this. This is something that you can do when you're a bit more advanced. One thing that you can take advantage of, which we saw earlier, is because the Survivors' vertical hitboxes are pretty generous, and this curves quite a bit. From a bit of a distance, you can actually aim slightly above something that will hit a Survivor that is here, that's not crouching 100% of the time. So hitting over tall obstacles is quite possible. And remember, if you miss, no big deal. Just keep chasing normally now that you're faster and get the hit or get the pallet out of the way until you can use your power again, right? Just generally speaking, don't forget that even though you are less slow than Hunters when you pull up your hatchet, you do slow yourself down every time you do this. A little bit, and every time you throw, and you also lose bloodlust, which means that, can I chase you in a straight line somewhere, please? If I were to chase a Survivor in a straight line, and I keep like holding my axe and then changing my mind and then realizing, actually, this is not a good shot. As you will see, I'm really not building any distance. In fact, I think she might even be gaining it. So compare that to just not using my power. I gain distance really quickly, and I also build bloodlust, which is something that happens over time when you chase a Survivor normally in about 15 seconds. You see, I have bloodlust, which basically gives me extra speed. In some situations, it's okay to just chase a Survivor down, force him to drop a pallet, which is something we're gonna do right now. Force him to drop the pallet, and now she's really screwed, because look at this pallet. Where's she gonna go? Nowhere. Now I can just hold out my power, and when she's forced to vault, bam. Anytime a Survivor is locked in any animation that they cannot easily move out of the way of, that's a time when you want to be using your power, right? So try to force Survivors into going through tight doorways like this, going through animations, getting cornered into part of the map, and your axe is going to be so much stronger. One last thing that I was forgetting to say that is really important about this killer, especially if you come from Hunters, is that he simply does not have the same range as Hunters. Hunters can hit you potentially across the map if you charge your hatchet, but as you can see, if we throw it here, it goes about that distance, and if I aim at a slightly angle, it might go like a few meters further, but that's it. Like, I think maybe the furthest you can throw is like here, maybe. Yeah, that went a little further, but that's about it. Any higher and the axe will start falling down quicker, and that's no good. The only way you could throw a little bit higher is if you have elevation. If you have elevation, as you can imagine, that does allow you to maybe throw slightly further. Say you are on a second floor or something. Yeah, like here, for example, I can hit a little further than if I am a little bit lower. See, if I'm a bit lower, I don't even reach that table. If I'm here, I can reach maybe slightly further than that table if I am a little bit higher. So yeah, don't forget that. With a bit of practice though, this will not be a problem. With a bit of practice, you will at a glance be able to quickly determine how far your axe goes. And especially if the survivor is doing something that they cannot dodge, you can very quickly hit them like I'm gonna hit this tree, for example, bam, right? So that's something that will come with time. Your plan with this killer is very simple. At the start of the game, if it's possible, go into a door, teleport yourself to another door that's far, try to do a sweep of the map into the gens that you think are more likely to be manned by survivors. If you don't have a door nearby because it's a weird map or you're in a really particular place, that's fine. Just walk around the map. You have a 24-meter turret radius. It will be just fine, right? Then later, you don't need to be using doors all the time. In some maps, it's really not very productive. You go into doors when you need to go from one area to another or when you want to use the stealth a little bit. For the most part, your success will be determined by how quickly your downs come. And that will also be determined by, number one, how accurate are you? Are you using your power well? And most importantly, at higher levels, are you chasing a survivor that's in a really good spot? Or are you chasing a survivor that was caught in a place where they don't have a lot? And that's gonna be what you wanna do. You wanna chase survivors in low loops like this, where frankly, no matter what they do, you're going to 100% get a hit on them really, really, really quickly. This will be easier said than done in your first matches, but I'm gonna play a real match now to try to show you in practice how all of this theory comes together. Before that though, let's get a build going for this guy. And don't forget, by the way, he has big, tall ears. This killer is a little bit taller than your average. You're not going to be able to mind game by standing behind some medium height obstacle like this. Some other killers can get behind something, a loop this tall, and they are basically invisible from the third person survivors. This killer is very, very tall and quite noisy, so he doesn't get away with that, sadly. Okay, so when it comes to the animatronics perks, I think they're not super remarkable. Haywire is an endgame perk that makes it so that if you catch a survivor that is nearly done with the gate will regress and not be ready to be opened. It is almost impossible to use. If you're a second late, the gate is open and the perk is useless. If you're a second early, the perk doesn't activate and it's also useless. Even in endgame builds with good endgame killers, I don't recommend it. I just think it's terrible. Just run other endgame perks. You'll be way better off. It's just not something I recommend. If you want to run it, though, that's okay. Help Wanted is interesting. You hit a generator and the generator becomes compromised. It makes a special sound. If that gen that gets completed, for the next minute, when you hit a survivor with a basic attack, you recover faster. It's very similar to Save the Best for Last, but with extra steps, and I don't super love it. There's a few killers that can use it, but with this killer, we're mostly going to be trying to use our axe, so it's not even particularly good on him. Now, Phantom Fear, on the other hand, this perk is great, and it's very beginner-friendly. If you have a killer like Huntress, or even Springtrap himself, that doesn't have any great detection abilities, that goes around the map and sometimes gets stealthy survivors, this perk basically brings them out of hiding. Whenever they look at you, they scream, and you see them, and you can get into chases a little bit quicker at the start and throughout the game. I really like it, and I'm going to be running it. We're going to be pairing it with the usual. Sloppy Butcher doesn't work on the axe. Remember, throwing the axe does not apply any insta-down or any basic perk attacks, but we will be downing them with basic attacks every now and then. So Sloppy Butcher is fine. Then we have Deadlock / No Holds Bar, depending if you own the Cenobite. This perk has a different name, different icon, but it's the same thing. Just passive slowdown in the background. We don't worry about it. Awesome. And a little bit of endgame push. Sure, why not? Know it. Insta down at the endgame. Whatever. Any other perk here would be fine as well. As for add-ons, do I recommend that you use the Help Wanted ad that shows you the aura of the trajectory of the axe? You can use it, but I think you'll grow out of it really quickly. You really don't need it after a little bit of practice. One add-on that you should never take off if you want to go simple is the restaurant menu. This add-on makes it so that when you miss your axe, which sometimes you'll do on purpose, you're able to get it back sooner. This is almost always good. One of his best add-ons, super accessible as well. This one's not bad either. It makes it so the survivors take longer to remove the axe. Simple, brown add-on that has decent mobility. Rotten Pizza also makes it so that you hear the heartbeat from survivors when you detect them a little bit longer. Not bad. There are some really simple add-ons with almost no downside, you know. Maybe stay away from add-ons that do have a downside until you understand them a little bit better. This one, for example, gives you longer undetectable. Also really good. You can't go wrong with it. Stay away from add-ons with a downside, and especially stay away from the Friday's Hat. This one basically makes your axe have a shorter arc gives you less range. Overall, it's really, really bad. Almost anything else you cannot go wrong with, and it is fun to experiment on this killer, so I do encourage you to try to do that. Anyway, this is really, really, really simple stuff. A little bit more undetectable, a little bit faster recovery, and a decent build to boot. Let's get into it again and see how we do with it. Ooh, we're playing on the game, Gideon. This map is a little bit unique. We're not gonna see some things such as Shag and TLs and all of these common things. But hopefully, if you watch me play other range killers, you'll see that that's completely fine. Do I have 0 doors upstairs? That's insane. I think from my experience, survivors spawn upstairs a bit more frequently in this map. So I obviously would have liked to go upstairs. I actually only have 1 gen upstairs. That is insane RNG. What? Okay, I have a long undetectable. And despite that, I'm really not finding anyone easily, huh? Oh, someone on this gen. I hear footsteps on my left, but I'm not too sure. I'm gonna chase the survivor down. Ah, nice. I think they had fixated because they were walking really quickly there. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god, look at these scratch marks. What? There's no scratch marks. What? What's going on? Let's... Oh, wow. Everyone's got Sprinburst. It's a really good perk against us. Oh, I pulled my hatchet there thinking that this door was closed, but it's not. Every door is going to be open on the top floor because... Remember, you see how she hugged the left, but I didn't aim at the left? I aim at her big butt hitbox. That is what you want to be doing with this killer. I don't think she makes it. I don't think she makes it at all here. She's probably dead. Alright, there's a bit more complexity to this place. I don't know if I should have reclaimed the axe there. I'm slowing myself down here, sadly. Nice, she made a mistake. Beautiful. So we tricked her into committing into an animation, right? She did a long one that she didn't have to, and then when I came around with the axe up, nothing she could do. The best thing she could have done after the first time would have been to just maybe cancel that. Wow, this is just such an unusual map layout. They only have 1 gen in the middle, and then after that, it's all gonna be downstairs. We're gonna try to stop it. And we're gonna pay attention if this gen gets completed to which other one is getting blocked by her perk. Alright, I actually will kick it, even though I don't have any perks. Oh, someone's screaming. It was maybe this lady over here. Let's do a little swing here to save us time falling down. It's a trick we explained in a different part of this video. Wow, they actually finished another one. Do I catch this girl right here? Oh, beautiful. Should I go for the M1? I could have gone for the M1, but this is going to be a lot better. Look at her axe. Wait. Is she running back? No, actually, wait. Ooh, she's not removing it, or at least she wasn't for a minute, so I could see her perfectly. Do not ask for the... yeah, pretend to break this. Let's see if we can trick her. That could have been beautiful. Unfortunately, the cooldowns are a bit unforgiving. That's alright. Like, you cannot do it as quickly as you'd like. Did she panic? No, I'm gonna break it now. Oh. I think she's on my left. Yeah, we're fine. Here, it makes no difference. Here, I could go for the axe, but it's honestly giving her a chance to dodge. And basic attacks are really difficult to miss if you know what you're doing. So we're just gonna go for a basic attack there, no problem. We have the perk now that's gonna make a survivor scream if they are near me. So I'm gonna go in an open area, see if I find someone with it. It's insane that they finished 2 gen. Oh, beautiful, awesome. Is this a girl that I've hooked before? I don't think so. She should have maybe dropped that early. Remember, she's gonna fake it, okay? She's not gonna go through that pallet. Watch. Oh, actually, she did. Oh, no, I got ahead of her. Okay, good thing is, though, she's zoned a little bit. She doesn't make it out of this room. So that's nice. Do I go for a basic attack? No, I'm gonna recall my axe, aim down below, and when she's in a tight spot, go for it. She dropped the pallet, which is not as good as you would think, because she lost a bit of distance. I'm going to recall my axe, because I think I'm gonna use it right now. I could have waited a little bit. I'm still on cooldown. Yeah, I think I can get her on this loop. That was well played by her and simply a lost 50-50 by me. I leave the axe on the ground to move a little faster. She's probably going to drop this right now. I'm going to actually switch directions because I want to zone her. And... that's so simple, is it? There you go. Remember, here it would have been better for her to just keep going around and not lock into an animation. The moment you lock into an animation, you risk getting hit with something that you simply cannot avoid. This is great. This gen here had progress and it might be getting popped. No, it's regressing. So since we kicked it, it's only been losing progress. Awesome. I would love to go into doors, but this map is just too awkward. Indoor maps and doors don't mix well. That door is supposed to cover this gen, but as you can see, it's on a different floor. So yeah, maps like Midwich and this are a little bit rough. She has Sprinburst. She's going to try to use it, so we try to make her waste it. She's going to fake it. There you go. I wait until... Oh, unlucky. I wait until she's at the middle point of the bottleneck to throw, knowing fully well that she's probably going to fake it the first time. Pretend to go this way, even though she might be waiting here. Beautiful. That almost hits her. Oh, I hear her heartbeat. She actually came close. Can I... I think that might be good enough. Remember, without the axe, I am a little faster, so... Alright, so the only problem we have now is that we have hooked every survivor once, but we don't have anyone, like, about to die or anything, so... Oh, I realize hooking upstairs is kind of a bad idea, because there's not that many gens up here. There's only, like, maybe the one, but... It's fine, I think. Is it gonna be unblocked in a second? I think it is. Is it still regressing? Let's find out. Yeah, it's still regressing, so that's good. Let's go and find someone. Hey, hi. What's up, guys? Maybe that was a bit too passive. Remember, if they see me now, because my perk is off cooldown, they will scream, so that's good. Although I'm already kind of on to someone here. Oh! Oh, they're trying to stealth. This girl also has sprint burst. Oh, this is rough, man. This is rough. Yeah, they're just gonna run away. That's fine. Am I okay with this? Yeah, I'm chasing her into an area that I think is not so strong, but let me see. We've already gotten rid of the pallet in this room. Man, it's such a rough catch-up game. Okay, I'm gonna cancel, pretend to go the other way. Pretend to go the other way again. Nice, she dropped the pallet. Survivors, much like with hunters, they know that if they drop the pallet, they can't take an axe to the face. They will often hesitate. So it is a 50-50 game of like, are they panicking? Are they panicking? Are they panicking? Ooh, that was bad. I think she dies here. Remember, when they go through the type spot, you're gonna get them. Yeah. Oh, shoot! How did she do that? Alright, here, I don't think we should panic. All we need to do is wait for her cooldown to come back. I'm gonna pretend to break this. I'm gonna walk this way. And this is a bit of a... Damn, I tried to thread the needle. Damn, this is bad. We're now on 1 gen left. And we don't have great progress. This pallet's not very good, thank God, though. Even if she stunned me here, it wouldn't be good enough. Okay, good. That was super simple. Thread the needle through the small bit. It's just a little rough, guys. It's just a little rough. This match is not going our way super much. I think my idea is to kill this girl as soon as possible. That gen over there, down there was blocked, which means it's the one with most progress. So let's go check on it. Hopefully it's not about to pop. It's just got a smidge of progress on it. So that means every gen was at 0, but it can go from 0 to 100 so quick. Man, these 2 gens are not done. Okay, we're gonna maybe check on the other one or go straight for Ada. I don't know what's the plan. If Ada gets healed, this gets so much harder for me. Hi, cuties. Yeah, every survivor is so fast. That was a really good throw. I calculated where she was gonna be, but she just dodged out of the way very effectively, so... That's rough. This... Oh, I was gonna say I don't see blood. Yeah, that's Ada. Okay, I think my plan is... Oh, hi. Ignore that, Ellen girl. My plan is to single out Ada. She's dead on hook. We need to maybe call their numbers a bit. So I'm gonna go for Ada, try to kill her, and see if we can get more kills after that. That would have been cute. Unfortunately, this pallet is quite strong. I don't think I'm gonna kill her easily here. But you never know, right? Oh, she's going elsewhere. Huge. Okay, let's break this pallet. Unfortunately, there is a chance that this girl has some anti-tunnel perk. And now I might not be able to kill her. Let's cross our fingers. Oh, she didn't. Oh, blessed. Okay, so this is 1 kill. And anything we do from here is maybe gonna add on top of it. Let's see. Okay, this gen's nearly done. Oh, hi. I'm gonna actually kick it because it seems like it's so close to 99%, right? Oh, I see the axe. She's waiting on it. I can reclaim it. Wait, she mirrored my movements there perfectly. Damn. Good intuition. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now we check on the gen again, just in case Survivor's being really cheeky. Remember, she's got a flashlight. We need to use that against them, possibly. Though it's really difficult to go. I could leave that girl on the ground, and if the last person doesn't have a gen about to be done, they have to come here. But this needs to be a really quick chase. I'm gonna aim through. Oh, that was so close. Remember how I told you you can hit over things? That was a good example. That was a place I could have hit her through relatively easily. But we were off by a little bit. Ooh! Oh no! The axe didn't throw! Oh man, I really shouldn't have been stunned there. This would have been such a salvageable scenario. Oh wow, they actually did run away from here, huh? Damn, I thought they were still trapped in this corner. Good job by them. If I had stepped back, a tiny bit back and hit them there, I didn't get stunned, that would have been a down. Oh man, unlike some other killers, I don't know why I'm pulling my hatchet, it's a bad idea to do it here. I like some other killers where if you get stunned and you attack, the attack comes through anyway, like Pinhead. If you get stunned while throwing a hatchet, it doesn't work. Okay, no, it has triggered, which is huge. They popped that gen. I'd love to use my doors to catch them off guard, but... Oh, perfect. I will try to use Noid on this girl. Damn. It's making me faster, but I want to kind of throw this hatchet, man. But then if I hold it up... Okay, I'm going to have to do that. And while they go for the rescue, then now go for Ellen Ripley. Okay, so the girl off the hook tries to help the other girl. That's huge. Okay, they don't know about Noid yet, by the way. Noid is not revealed until you hit with a basic attack, believe it or not. Okay, pretend to go for this girl, but she's not in an exit gate because exit gates are on the second floor. So let's go for this girl instead. Beautiful, beautiful. We knew there was a pallet there that we never broke. If I were her, I'd be climbing back up to go for Ellen. And in fact, that's exactly what's going on. We are multitasking a lot. Lots of survivors. Nice. An exchange. Lots of survivors on the ground. At this point, if they had some perk to pick themselves up, this would be really bad for me, right? But they seemingly don't, so... I am very, very lucky. Very, very lucky. This girl is the one that on hook, I think. No, she's not. Yeah, she is. So let's kill her first. They all disconnect. It's over. Man, that was a tough game. That was a tough game. We didn't use our doors very much, but get used to that. Sometimes you want, and you want... The idea is you don't need to. It would be nice to have a little bit of stealth in this map, but especially if survivors are just constantly calling out like, oh, he was on the second floor. Oh, he's with me in the main room. Like, your stealth is sometimes not that reliable. And the thing is, it is incredibly... difficult. I find it really difficult, and I have a lot of experience in this game. It is very difficult to know what you're doing and don't lose your orientation when you're teleporting between gates, right? So right now, I know a little bit of where I am, and I know where I'm located, but if I keep using doors to teleport, it is honestly sometimes a little bit difficult. Like, where is this door? Is that door next to the bathroom? Is that door next to the big drop? It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. If I go there myself and I walk there myself, it turns out I was wrong. It was neither of those. It was the other corner of the map. You see, it's really, really difficult in some maps. So don't worry if you don't use them a lot. I think that some players that are a bit newer, they overestimate how good and how useful these doors are. Right, so look at this build. This is insane. We had Sprint Burst. Sprint Burst with perks to make it faster and give exhaustion back to other players. More Sprint Burst, more Sprint Burst. Yeah, this... honestly, some people will have you believe these matches are unwinnable. And they sent us to this map. Oh my god, man. Well, I hope you learned something. And yeah, play this killer by yourself. Play it a lot. Try different things in different loops. And don't forget, sometimes, even though in this map... the pallets are really good and we had to use our axe a lot. In a lot of other places, it's honestly better just to throw it and just chase them down, hit them with your little pizza cutter blade, okay? Have fun with this killer. Alright friends, it's time to talk about the last killer in the roster for now. In a few months, we'll have a different one, and maybe this video will not have information about it, but hopefully I'll have something else to help you. This is the Krasue. Krasue. It's difficult to pronounce it right. I think it's something like that. She's from Thailand, if I remember correctly. The nice thing about this killer is that she's very strong, and she has the average stats. She moves at 4.6 meters per second, same as Trapper, normal launch, normal stun, normal terror radius of 32 meters. So this killer, if you don't use her power at all, still feels very much like Trapper, which means that she's not extremely difficult to pick up. And if at any point you're like unsure of what to do, you can always just play her normally. But she's anything but normal. She gets pretty crazy. The first thing that on top of being able to do everything that a normal killer can do, right? What is the first thing that this killer can do? This killer can hold the power button to hold her hand out and spit. Now, when you spit, you see this massive little sound wave around you, right? And it makes it look like it's a big projectile, but it's really not. Like, if I go to a survivor and I spit on them, I'm going to apply something called leeched. We're going to call it infection, just because it's simpler, okay? I'm going to infect them. Doesn't that look like it's a massive projectile? Look at the HUD, she's now red, right? But in reality, as I'm gonna show you, it's not a massive projectile. It's actually really tiny. If we look up, yeah, you see that little small thing? It's not much bigger than a hunter's hatchet. Very, very, very similar, possibly smaller. Not as small as like a Trickster knife or a Deathslinger harpoon, but it is pretty small. The thing about it, however, is that it can bounce. If you're in the open, you can try to hit a survivor directly, and this will infect. And especially if they're locked in animation, like for example, oh, what's that? What are you showing me? Anything in particular? If you, for example, have a survivor in a tight spot, right, like this, or if they're dropping the pallet or something, it's really, really easy to hit them during those animations. However, an even easier way to hit them is to splatter this on a wall. If you splatter it somewhere, look, it breaks into a million tiny projectiles. And fun fact, these projectiles over time, in short distance, have a bit of auto aim to them. So the game has a hidden mechanic that helps you. I'm gonna show you what it looks like. Could I just have one of you here in the middle? So if I'm chasing a survivor, I can just quickly aim here, and they are basically guaranteed to get hit by it. You can also do some crazy, crazy stuff. Like for example, if you know a survivor is on that generator, you could even hit something like that, right? And try to make it bounce onto them. Unfortunately, Dead by Daylight maps are very, very inconsistent. And as you can see, I hit the tree branch. And there you go. There, that would have worked, right? So it's a little hard to rely on the surfaces. Sometimes the surface looks flat and you spit on it thinking that it will bounce forward and it spits right back at you or something, right? It's super unpredictable. But for the most part, this power is pretty easy to use. All you're gonna do is get to a survivor, hit them. If it's a little bit difficult because they are behind some obstacle, you're gonna hit the obstacle and get them infected. Getting them infected is the first step of using your power. However, they have one way to counter this. I'd like you not to use it for now. If they find one of the magical mushrooms that are randomly spawned in the map and they keep respawning at a slow rate, they start cleansing themselves. And as you can see, you can tell in the HUD that they're being cleansed because the HUD looks green. And the tentacle itself, instead of looking red, it looks green. It's like being cleansed. And then over time, it's going to disappear. Boop, in about 20 seconds or something, right? Let's see. If it doesn't get cleansed, it becomes more severe and damages the survivor and breaks the survivor, which means that she cannot heal, right? So this girl, right now, she's been like this for so long that she's been injured. Don't worry, survivors typically don't let this happen, and there's no way for you to make it happen fast. This is something that happens only if survivors are being really, really careless. Could you please eat the mushroom? Survivors can eat the mushroom while they move as well, so they can do it a bit in chase even. Yeah, you want to show us how you can move? Well, yeah. They slow down a bit, so it's not ideal to do it in chase, but yeah. The fun fact is that if you find a survivor like this and you attack them, it resets it. And if you hit them with your regurgitate again, it also resets it. So now she's wasted that mushroom. So if you see a survivor like this and it's an easy one, just quickly hit them and reset it, and they've wasted quite a bit of time, right? Now, what benefit does doing this have? Initially, it doesn't seem like it's very useful, right? Because if the survivors are diligent with their mushrooms and they constantly keep eating them and have one of them on hand, they will always be able to cleanse them and they'll never become injured and broken. So on its own, this regurgitate ability just doesn't do a lot. It's not super useful. The important part of regurgitate is that anytime a survivor is leeched in any way, green or red or pink, whatever color, first they are pink, right? Then it becomes red if they are fully, well, it's the same color, but they are broken. And green is just their healing, right? And which you can reset. But if they are infected like this, I can then damage them with my real power, which is my head form. The head form happens when you press left control. You can do this at any time. Fun fact, when you transform, your body leaves behind a mushroom. So you may, this is not something to worry about, okay? Don't worry. Just because you leave a mushroom doesn't mean that you shouldn't use your power. It's just that maybe don't spam it, okay? Don't change back and forth constantly, because if you change back and forth constantly, yeah, you're gonna give them really good food. It only happens when you go from normal to body form. When you're in body form, the first thing that you'll notice is that you're in third person, and this is huge. Instead of having to go around the place to see if a survivor is on a pallet, you can see him around the corner, and if you see that they drop it, you can go the other way and react to it. This is such a good third person. It is really, really good and comes with every advantage that other third persons have, like Chucky or Dracula's wolf form. So if you're a bit familiar with that, this is going to be sometimes even better. It is really, really, really powerful and helps a lot. On top of that, this form moves faster than a normal killer. A normal killer moves at 115 or 4.6. This thing moves at 120. It doesn't gain blood loss, so it doesn't get any faster. If you're in chase for a long time, you don't gain speed like normally killers do. But 120 is pretty significant. It means that you catch up to survivors even faster. And then on top of that, you can hold the power button while you're in head form to do this. This puts you back into first person, but it allows you to move through the map really, really fast. This is really, really fast. And yeah. And because you have collision with survivors, you know, you can body block at the end of it as well, for example. Now, an important part about this is that every time you go into flight mode, you lose part of your charges, and you can only use it when it's at 25%. So look, right now I'm gonna stop, and I can't use it for a while until I'm at 25%, and then I can use it again if I want to. I can use it all the way down to 0 if I want to. Don't worry, even without add-ons, this is more than enough to catch up the survivors and to cover distances. So one of the reasons why you might want to go into head form or stay in head form is just for mobility. That's it. Now, on top of that, as I explained, a survivor that is running around, for example, let's say Shack, will often find themselves really hard-pressed to avoid a body block. So could you please go over the long side of Shack? The long side of Shack is this one over here. Yeah. So they're going for the pallet, right? Look, I start, I get ahead of them, and boop. Ha, what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. At this point, obviously, because she's not infected, my power is kind of worthless. So at this point, I would want to actually transform back into human and then catch up, and I'm going to infect her really quickly. Ooh, she dodged, very crafty. Let's hit an obstacle maybe. Beautiful. And now I can hit her. Keep in mind that using your regurgitate has a very short cooldown. If you miss, you can even stay on it. You can do it again really quickly. And even though it's not immediate, after using it or canceling, you can hit pretty quickly afterwards. So if you have the opportunity to infect a survivor and then hit them, do it. There's no, you got nothing to lose. So it's completely fine, right? But now that they're infected, we can do this. Let's switch to head form and use our other power, which is the attack. The attack only works when you are the head. What is it called? It's called the tentacle whip. It's basically your normal attack. This whip does not work like a normal basic attack. It does not apply basic attack perks. It does not insta down with Noid or anything like that. But it does this. It's like a pretty big lunge, right? And because you can use it with third person, you can do some really nasty things. It takes a little minute to charge up. So when you go around a corner, you can do this and kind of like shave around the corner. And this is really hard to avoid, especially when a pallet is already dropped and the survivor is trying to win a 50-50. It is really, really generous. And the hitbox is really good. Remember, if a survivor is cleansing, doesn't matter. I can hit them and reset it. And if they're injured, they immediately go down. But there's a problem. Survivors that are not infected are immune to damage. If you hit them, you will only infect them partially, which is really, really bad. Could I please ask you guys to run in a straight line and have the golden fang protect you? Right, so let's imagine that they're body blocking, right? Let's see what happens. If I can hit what I should be doing in this situation, right, is fly ahead of them and then hit the blue Feng Min that is vulnerable. But let's imagine that I can't do that for whatever reason. What happens if I hit the golden one? Look, I only gave her 33%. Actually, it's 34%. Nerd thing. But if I hit her again, now she's at 68%. Damn. And if I hit her again, okay, now she's infected. And now the next one will work. Right? And will actually damage her. But this is awful. This is awful, awful, awful. You don't ever want to do this. So a more realistic approach, if you cannot avoid the body block, is simply switch to human, aim at the survivor that's not infected, infect them, then switch back again. Or hit them or whatever, and then switch back again. And now there's not much they can do. Right, let me show you a little bit what it looks like to hit with this power. This power has a crazy range. It allows you to, this used together with the mobility, that you have normally in this mode, which is 120%, and the extra mobility from the head is insane. So a survivor that goes on a loop, you can sometimes do this, catch up to them, and then attack, and bam, hit them before they make it to a pallet. It is really, really nasty, and I'm only going to be able to show you every single way you can use this in when we go and play a public match in a minute. But there's one more thing that you can do in head mode, okay? In head mode, fun fact, you can actually pick up survivors, and you pick them up in third person. You can still be blinded and pallet stun and stuff, but yeah, you can still do it. By the way, if you get pallet stun, you are pallet stun for longer in head mode. Something interesting. Yeah, the stun is a little bit longer than usual. So, yeah, can you feel that? That is long. So try to avoid it if possible. Not a big deal if it happens, but yeah. One thing that head mode is uniquely different, is that she cannot break pallets. But she can vault over them. Look at this. And vaulting over a pallet is really nasty. Super, super nasty ability. Now, if the pallet is really weak, you don't need to vault it. Just go around it, right? If this pallet gets dropped, just go around it and hit them. Who cares? But if the pallet is very, and I mean very, 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 very strong, it can be quite difficult for the survivors to manage it. So, let's imagine a situation, right, where this pallet has a super long wall on this side and a super long wall on the other side, right? If a survivor vaults this, all I need to do is follow them. They're gonna go around, but because it's such a long wall... Oh, is this a fat shaming spot? Yeah, this is a fat shame spot. I can't go through. Oh, that's so stupid. Yeah, the game has little bugs like this. Just imagine that this is a really long wall, right? I vault over them. And because it takes them so long to go around, I will catch them before they make it back to the pallet. So this is really powerful. Now, unfortunately, the opposite is true, okay? There are some situations where even headform cannot help you, and Shaq is one of them. In this situation, she's gonna drop the pallet. I'm gonna vault the pallet, which is a bit slow, and look at what happens. Oh, now she's on the window. Don't worry, I can vault the window. But where is she now? Oh, she's on the pallet. Okay. Oh, she made a mistake. Don't worry, you can catch them. If you do it right, you can catch them. If they try to vault through you, you will 100% either block it or catch them. Don't worry. Maybe we can show it. But yeah, they're gonna go down. Like if they try to be a smartass and go through the pallet, don't worry. This pallet is really difficult to do it, but any pallet you will get the hit. However, if there's two really strong pallets together or a pallet in a window, they're gonna chain them together. This is your kryptonite. As a Krasue. As a Krasue, what you want to do is come and break this pallet, okay? There are some perks, like Dissolution, that can break a pallet for you. And some perks, like Bamboozle or a certain add-on, that can block a window for you. And if you block the window, then it's just a pallet and you can play around it. Do I recommend that you run these perks? You can do it eventually, but don't learn the killer using those perks because you're going to get in the mindset of like, oh, I have perk to block window. I must vault window. Oh, I have perk to block pallet. I must vault pallet. You need to be a little bit flexible in your thinking and not always do the same thing. If survivors understand that what you're doing, they're going to take advantage of it and you're just going to be a worse player overall. So be flexible, okay? Most of the time, we're going to be looking for loops that are either too small, like this would be too small, right? This is a loop that's too small. If a survivor is there, by the time I chase them like this, I'm going to charge my power and bam, hit them around the corner. There's basically nothing they can do. Especially considering that I move faster than usual. Bam, that's a hit. It didn't damage because she's not infected, but you get it, right? And if the pallet is dropped, it's equally difficult. If the pallet is dropped, I can just maybe force a 50-50 here, right? Let's say she drops the pallet. Can I get her to drop the pallet? Perfect. Like, what are you gonna do? This? Especially with third person, you're gonna get a hit every single time. It's really, really easy. So pallets that are really weak, awesome. And pallets that are really strong, and windows that are really strong are also awesome because you can vault them. And because the survivor doesn't have enough time to go around, it's also a guaranteed hit, right? So you vault it, and then you follow the survivor along the long wall of fence, and by the time they come back, you hit them. It's the intermediate pallets and the pallets connected to windows and other pallets that are a little bit troublesome. But don't worry, we'll teach you how to deal with them. So, what is our plan? Our plan, very simple. We don't need to use our power at the start for mobility, even though we can. We can if we want to. We're gonna try to find survivors. Get them infected as quickly as possible. If I see multiple survivors, maybe I'll try to infect multiple. But this killer, unlike others, she doesn't slow the game down very much. Picking up a mushroom is like 2 seconds. And using it is passive. So Unlike other killers, where if you can infect multiple people, it's a really, really good idea. Like Plague. Plague, if I can infect 3 survivors, you bet I'm going to try to do that. With this killer, I'm only going to do it if it's really, really easy. If not, I'm going to injure 1 survivor and then just focus on that 1 survivor. It is completely fine to just focus on survivors 1 at a time. It is true that if their teammates are smart, when I switch to head, they're going to come and body block. But don't worry, survivors don't do that a lot and we have tools to deal with it, right? So we're going to be completely fine. First thing though, we're going to get a build for her. And once we have a build that helps her a little bit, we will play a real match where I can show you these moving elements all in action. Okay, so a little bit of warning. Because this killer uses her special attack to down most of the time and doesn't typically use her basic attack a lot during a match, you don't want to use some of the basic perks that you saw there. These perks only trigger when she uses her machete, which you're not going to be doing all the time. So perks like this maybe are not the best. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of choice as a beginner. If we're using only common perks and her own perks, we are not spoiled for choice. I'm going to be using her own perk, Ravenous. This perk only triggers when you hook every single survivor. When you hook every single survivor, everyone in the match gets exposed for a while, which could put a bit of pressure. It's not great on her, it's best on other killers, but whatever, we'll use it. We do have a perk, Fortune Fuel / Plaything, that does encourage me to hook multiple survivors, and another perk that encourages me to hook survivors and kind of let them heal, so maybe that will work out. And a little bit of game slowdown as well in the form of Deadlock / No Holds Barred. Her other perks are a little bit more gimmicky, and I think they're just easily replaced by other better perks, so I'm not going to go into detail. As for add-ons to run, there are not too many add-ons that have like massive downsides. Even one add-on that has a downside is not too bad. She does have a couple brown add-ons that make her power last longer in flight and make her get lower consumption of power after hooking a survivor. So I'm going with those very, very, very simple ones. Frankly, you could play this killer without add-ons and it wouldn't matter. If you just run something super, super simple, that it does something, it probably is completely fine to learn. You can go into the more complicated ones later. Ooh, Badham is a difficult map for us. There are a lot of buildings with multiple windows, pallets together, lots of strong pallets. Sometimes it can be a good idea to immediately switch to head form if you just want to cover the most distance possible. I'm gonna wait and see what I find here to avoid creating an extra mushroom, and yeah, this is fine. Unfortunately, I missed that survivor by a little bit. I'm just gonna hold it. Someone asked me while we were loading earlier, what is a good tip to hit your... Hold up, let's wait now. Beautiful. What is a good tip to hit your tentacle a bit more? And the answer, your speed a bit more. And the answer is, in the open, it is really difficult to do it. Here, I left a survivor when I was certain that they were injured. I'm just gonna go around. This person's dead, by the way, 100%. So they were a little bit confident because they had a mushroom in their hand, right? The thing is, in Chase, it's basically impossible to use the mushroom because anytime I hit you, it resets, and the mushroom takes like what? Like 20-something seconds to activate. So that Claudette, if she's lucky, she'll get rid of it. If she's unlucky, I might find her and hit her and she goes down immediately. Let's see if we can find a trail of where she might be. Oh, I found her, beautiful. Her teammates should be body blocking against her, but yeah. She didn't quite manage. I'm going to leave her on the ground and see if I get a very lucky mega hit from a distance. I did! I switched to head form. Remember, I cannot hit the survivor on the right. She's not infected. I'm going to bloody block this pallet. Beautiful. I'm going to use my extra movement speed to mess with her a little bit. Beautiful. The hitbox on this mode is a little hard to understand, but once you develop a good understanding of it, it is insanely strong. Oh, she could have maybe gone for that during the cooldown. I can... By the way, I can kick gens in head form. Just letting you know that you can do it and break breakables, but you cannot break pallets. And this pallet, I think has overstayed its welcome, so let's break it. Let's look away. Anyone here? Hopefully not. I left the survivor behind because I saw the opportunity to go for another survivor. Should you leave survivors on the ground in a situation like that? When you're a beginner, don't bother. Just down survivor, hook survivor, down survivor, hook survivor. You should be a little bit choosy about which survivors you go after. Don't go for a survivor that has never been hooked. If there's one that is already injured and that has been hooked twice, it's an easier target, right? So it's a little simpler. But other than that, you don't need to think it too hard. I waited until she was in a tight area there. Yeah, because I have third person and they don't see where I am, I can kind of mess with them a little bit. I pretend to go one way. I'm going to use my head form to see if I can cut her off from the path. Ooh, she was smart there. I'm going to vault. You can vault while you're in flight mode and while you're just in head mode. Like you can, like I can press the spacebar right now and it vaults. Is this a good idea? I don't think so, but we'll see. Yeah, I don't think so. There's two windows here that are too strong. I'm going to break this and it will make it a little bit easier, I think. Let's see where she went. Anytime. You should use the flight often, by the way. This should be a down. Remember, a survivor that is in the open can move side to side really, really frantically. And if you try to hit them from a distance, because this is not like a lunge, it can be a little bit unwieldy. So a survivor that's like spinning in the distance, imagine the survivor is that bird right there. I go like, ah, and I miss. The truth is, if they're in the open, you don't need to hit them from a distance. Get really close, press M1, and even though the attack has a bit of a wind up before it begins, it's basically a guaranteed hit. Anytime they go to a window like this, that it's easy to walk back, you go past it. If the survivor has a perk that gives them distance, you keep catching up. If they don't, then you are already on top of them. Here, I switch to human. I'm gonna see if she gives me an easy hit. She doesn't. That's completely fine. You know what? I'm gonna break it. I know the pallet on the right is gone. She's consumed a mushroom, but guess what? It's gonna do nothing because I'm gonna hit her and the mushroom is gonna go away. You see? She tried to do a little spin, but it didn't matter because I attacked her when she was already right on top. I'm gonna pretend to do this, and then I'm gonna body block her when she... Oh, she did really good there. Well done. Well done. Super well done by her. She actually went wide. I'm gonna switch because this girl is not infected. And get a normal hit. You know what? Now the Nia has to find another mushroom. Let's infect this girl. Unfortunately, the fence did not... Oh, that's so funny. She dodged the infection, which doesn't damage her, and ran into me, and I can just hit her, which does damage her. So yeah, we saw that that girl was over here. I'm gonna try to cut her off by very aggressively using my flight around here and seeing if I pick up her scent. Do I see blood? Do I see anything? I do! Oh, that's unlucky. Oh, wait! Oh, I don't know what happened there. Oh, I genuinely got myself really confused. I'm gonna show you the crazy distance from this. Look. You see that crazy distance? Now, this girl had dead heart, and I already knew that she had it, but I wanted to show you from how far you can hit, actually. I think she's dead here. Let's see. 100%. Ooh, maybe she has resilience or something. Ooh. This is actually a little tricky. This loop is a special kind of difficult. She should be dead here. Ta-da! You would be surprised by how far that little thing extends. In common tiles like TL walls, a survivor can run around, and even if it looks like they are very far, you can hit them from obnoxiously large distances. Try to spend a little bit of time practicing hitting with your tentacle whip. Go into a private game with a friend or with a bot or multiple bots even, right? And try to see the absolute limit of this killer's range, and you'll be surprised. And the moment you understand it as a second-hand nature, you're gonna be unstoppable. Remember, I switch to head and use my flight to catch up. There's a pallet here. We pressure her. We're kind of... She had a perk to make distance, pretend to go around. I actually don't. Then I actually do. Then she drops it, and now this becomes 10 times harder. I'm gonna hit her on the corner to prepare my attack, and... dead. You see how far he hits? Now, in this situation, maybe I should break this. Many of the survivors have life, perks that can give them a speed boost when they vault a pallet. Maybe just remove it, so you don't have a headache later. If I hook here, I will trigger my perk Gift of Pain, which is nice because it means she heals slower and does gen slowers later, blah, blah, blah. I don't have a lot of information, but I don't think they've cleansed many of my totems, right? I have 1 totem, 2 totems. Yeah, that means that they don't hear my terror radius if I'm nearby. I'm gonna switch to head from chat just to, I don't know, go around the map, see if I can find them. I think my biggest enemy right now would be like them stealthing a lot or me neglecting some gens, so sure, let's use it for mobility. They're all not infected, so obviously this isn't good. Can I block this pallet? Sadly not. That's okay. Thanks for the free infection. Let's break this. There's only 1 pallet on the bottom floor and 1 pallet on the top floor. There's 2 spots, but it's only 1, so... Oh, hi! You didn't realize you were coming out this way? Well, good for me, I guess. The survivor's gonna die on the hook if they don't rescue. You know what? I don't even need to use my power to catch up. I think she's dead already. Yeah, that hard in 3, 2, 1, go. Oh no, I'm stupid! What? I'm so dumb. Alright, she should be dead here. No, the dead hard mind game. Oh, I know what she's doing. She's waiting to use it on reaction. Yeah, if this killer uses her attack, because it has a bit of a wind up, I guess you could try to react to it. If you're so close, I don't think it's reactable. But she thought that it was, so she was waiting for me to like use the animation so she could react to it. Some other killers have this feature as well. Hiya! Oh no, what am I gonna do? Just hit. Don't overthink it. Look at the blood, look at the scratch marks. This is a fog vial, which is a special item. Beautiful, we hit the corner of that door frame there. I can now, wait, can I do something crazy? Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I wanted to hit her if she went in front of the window. Wait, she made a mistake! Oh my god! I'm gonna punish it, hold up. Brother, what are you doing? Okay, so what was the right play? After vaulting that pallet, or dropping that pallet, she should have gone for the window. And she would have been fine. Oh, I missed. That's fine. And that would have been really, really, really good for her, right? Because I told you earlier that Shack, for example, is really bad. You want to break this pallet, or get rid of it, or block it, or somehow nullify it as quickly as possible. Right, so my perk here is making every survivor insta-downable, and it also makes them scream. So if I didn't already guess that Feng Min was here, well, now I know, I guess. Hello! What's up, cutie pie? Where are you? Where are you? Huh, funny, I don't see you. Which means... Ha! I do see you. Remember, this perk makes you insta-down, so... See ya. Back to bed. Yeah, that was a pretty bad hiding attempt, wasn't it? I don't know if I make it out into a hook, but don't worry. If you're lucky, you have basement here. If you notice that you don't have basement here, what you need to do is break one of the breakable walls. So if I down a survivor here and basement's not here, it is super annoying. It is a super awful map design. I might need to come up here and break this so I can do it. If I have a perk like Agitation or Iron Grasp, that typically helps you get out safely. And you don't have to worry too much about it. Well, yeah, that's nothing to do with this killer, just a thing in general. What? Ooh, unlucky. I thought she was in a narrow spot, but she was fine. So you see the general cycle, right? Get the survivor, find place where you can hit them with power, make it bounce if necessary. If you get a free hit, great. If not, great. Switch to head after, right? If they're injured already, even easier. If they're not injured, fine. There was a pallet here, by the way. Here, there was a pallet in the old Batham, if you can believe it. Whenever you're at pallets like this, you use third person. Look at that disgusting hitbox. You use third person and rapid movements to confuse the survivor into doing something or moving out of position. And 100% of the time, you're gonna mess with them. Look at that. See how far you can hit? I could have used my flight shortly to catch up. You don't even have to sometimes. That's how strong this killer is in this form. The one kryptonite, other than maybe the places like Shack, where one survivor can hold you for a bit, the one other kryptonite that you have is survivor's body blocking. If the survivor that is not infected comes to take a hit, you more often than not need to switch back to human form and then infect them, which slows you down. And anything that slows you down allows survivors to get jets on, maybe escape, right? That's the one thing or two that they can do. But for the most part, this killer is fairly powerful. The thing that will separate you as a beginner Krasue from a more efficient player or an even really, really strong player is they immediately at a glance know whether they can use their head or not. So for example, in this building, I know that if a survivor plays it well, I am never going to be able to use my head because there's two really strong windows together. There's that window and that window. My vault on pallets is pretty slow and my vault on windows is pretty slow. Oh, you know, I didn't know where she was, but because she used her item, I actually heard the cork sound and it was actually extremely useful. Yeah, I never realized how bad this item is and how quickly you can tell. But many times, by the way, you can just wait at a pallet and basically just go left and right. Ooh, I almost hit that. And a survivor will literally just run into you. Let's just wait here, see what she does. Okay, she's in a waiting mood as well. Nice. Here it should be a hit, right around the corner. You don't need to do it. Like, that was a bit of guessing, because I assumed she was gonna go close. I could have missed. You don't need to guess, but look at that. Do you see what I mean? I think I couldn't have given you a better example of how absolutely generous the hitbox is on this killer. If you follow this cycle of infecting them, and then knowing at a glance quickly whether or not you should use head, you're gonna be completely fine. If you infect a survivor and you injure them, completely fine to leave them. They'll waste a bit of time. If you only infect them and you leave them, they don't want to waste a lot of time, but sometimes it's still the best play, because one survivor that knows how to play against this killer is going to take you 2 minutes to down. And one survivor that doesn't know how to play against this killer is going to take you 2 seconds to down. So try to weigh your options and go for the one that makes the most sense. GG's. And since this is the last killer that we're going to be covering in this video, why don't you watch the whole video again, just in case you missed something. Yeah, would do wonders for my metrics. Thank you so much for watching. Mwah. And I'll see you in the next one. Maybe next year with 50 killers or something. Jesus.